Trash clinic, fraudster quack. Open the door immediately. Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking caused the wooden door to shake incessantly. Inside the clinic, Gu Changqing was jolted awake. With a bewildered expression, he surveyed the unfamiliar environment, saturated with the scent of herbs. Acupuncture bags, surgical instruments, medicine cabinets. An array of medical supplies came into view. What is happening? Gu Changqing's face was filled with confusion as he swiftly rose from the bed. At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, causing him excruciating pain. The Great Yong Dynasty, Qingzhou City, the Destiny Medical Clinic. Gu Changqing inhaled sharply, finally comprehending his predicament. He had traversed time and space. From the Earth of the 21st century, he had arrived in a realm where martial arts thrived, a world of cultivation. The body he now inhabited was far from ordinary. On the surface, he appeared to be a physician dedicated to saving lives, but covertly, he recruited assassins, engaging in a grim trade of money for murder. In essence, this clinic was a front for an underground assassination ring. However, the original owner had recently taken on tasks of insurmountable difficulty, compounded by a crackdown from the authorities, resulting in the near annihilation of the clinic's assassins. Though the assassin business had all but come to a standstill, the income from the clinic still allowed for a meager existence. Yet, half a month ago, a conniving merchant named Zhu opened a competing clinic across the street, deliberately targeting the original owner, sending troublemakers to disrupt operations, leading to a precipitous decline in income. The original owner had run the clinic as a means to conceal his identity, tolerating the encroachment as best he could. Because of this, the rival assumed the original owner to be weak, growing increasingly audacious. Damn it, at this rate, we will inevitably close down. Gu Changqing frowned, disapproving of the original owner's passive approach. While it was wise to maintain a low profile, allowing others to trample over him was unacceptable. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Hurry up. Otherwise, I will smash your shabby establishment. The shouts from outside persisted, the door being battered with relentless force, creating an unbearable cacophony. For heaven's sake, it's deafening. Suppressing his anger, Gu Changqing strode to the door and flung it open. Standing outside was a burly man with a scruffy beard and a bald head. This man, named Li Zhuang, had visited the clinic a few days prior for treatment of a leg injury. What was merely a minor bruise should have healed by now, yet he was leaning on a crutch. His intentions were clearly dubious. "You brat, you finally dared to face me." Li Zhuang squinted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Gu Changqing replied in a low voice, "What do you want? Speak plainly." Upon hearing this, Li Zhuang raised his voice and shouted, "You incompetent doctor, you've ruined my leg. Compensate me immediately. If not, I shall report you to the authorities for practicing medicine fraudulently. Everyone, come and see. This Blackheart clinic uses counterfeit medicine, deceiving and harming people." Li Zhuang's outcry quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. "TSK, TSK, this clinic dares to use fake medicine, utterly heartless. Indeed, it's far safer to go to the neighboring Yuan Hall from now on." "Surely not. This young man treated my previous right-hand fracture, and his fees were quite reasonable." As Gu Changqing listened to the mixed commentary around him, his frustration grew. He was increasingly convinced that this individual was a troublemaker sent by his rivals to tarnish the reputation of his medical practice. "Young man, if you wish to settle this matter amicably, it is not impossible," Li Zhuang threatened with a disingenuous smile. "Compensate me for my medical expenses due to my leg injury, and we shall consider the matter closed." "Oh, name your price," Gu Changqing replied, his eyes glinting with frost. At his words, Li Zhuang felt an even greater sense of triumph. A small-time physician without power or connections dared to compete with Boss Zhu's Yuantang was practically asking for trouble. Now, was he not easily within my grasp? 3,000 taels of silver, and not a single coin less, Li Zhuang declared, his gaze mocking as he fixed it upon Gu Changqing, confident of his advantage. 3,000 is insufficient. I offer you this amount instead, Gu Changqing said, raising his right hand with fingers slightly splayed. 5,000. Li Zhuang's eyes lit up. All right, it's a deal. Slap. Gu Changqing delivered a resounding slap, catching Li Zhuang off guard, causing him to stagger and feel a sharp sting on his face. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike before he could finish? Another two resounding slaps echoed. Li Zhuang's head buzzed, his face instantly reddening and swelling, palm prints stark against his skin. The onlookers were astounded at the sight. The usually docile physician had unexpectedly resorted to violence. You bastard, you're asking for death. Li Zhuang, furious, raised his cane, his legs suddenly feeling more agile. Yet in that instant, Gu Changqing swiftly delivered a kick. His speed was unmistakably faster and more ferocious. The kick landed squarely in Li Zhuang's groin. A sharp crack resonated, reminiscent of an egg shattering. My. Li Zhuang's face contorted in agony as he curled up on the ground, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You claim I have harmed your leg? Very well. I shall render it useless and treat it anew. Gu Changqing stepped on Li Zhuang's right leg, speaking coldly. The original owner possessed at least peak postnatal strength. How could a lowly thug like you dominate him? No sooner had he spoken than a surge of formidable energy erupted from Gu Changqing's body. Yuan force. He is a martial practitioner. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. In the Tsangyuan continent's martial system, practitioners refine their bodies through the absorption of elemental energy. Martial realms are categorized as Qi condensation, postnatal, innate, Dao ordinary, Yuan Dan. Generally speaking, once one cultivates Yuan force through Qi condensation, they have successfully entered the martial path. With a mere trade, one could live a life free from want. This young man's Yuan force is so profound, he is at least a postnatal martial artist. How could such a handsome and accomplished young man possibly resort to deceit in the practice of medicine? Indeed, that bald man must have intended to extort money, only to find himself facing an insurmountable obstacle. The crowd gazed at Gu Changqing with astonishment, their opinions swiftly shifting in his favor. Young sir, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize your worth. I should not have attempted to extort you. Please, spare me from a broken leg. Li Zhuang's lips quivered, paralyzed by fear. This was no coward, he was undeniably a formidable character. Boss Zhu had severely miscalculated. If apologies held any value, why would we resort to force? Gu Changqing's tone was calm, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, causing Li Zhuang to tremble in agony, his cries of distress ringing out. Gu Changqing kicked him aside and turned to enter the establishment. Such petty enforcers of extortion must be taught a profound lesson otherwise. They might return to wreak havoc. As for Yuan Tang, as long as the situation had not escalated beyond repair, he would endure for the time being. After all, this assassin organization had dwindled to a mere shell of its former self, and its strength was insufficient. Just as Gu Changqing crossed the threshold of the shop, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has successfully liberated itself from the constraints of the heavenly path and is initiating binding. Chapter 2. Creating Zerg Monsters. Beep. Zerg Editing System successfully bound. This system can extract the characteristics of all things to create monsters, assisting the host in achieving greatness. The sudden electronic synthetic voice caused Gu Changqing to freeze momentarily, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes. As a genuine time traveler, how could he be unaware of the existence of a system? This was indeed his golden finger. With a creak, he locked the door, executing the entire sequence of actions seamlessly. After ensuring he would not be disturbed, he meticulously examined the functionalities of the system. Zerg Editing System. Host. Gu Changqing Strength. Peak of Acquired Realm Energy Value. 0 Pets. 0. Editing Formula. Zerg Human Blood Material Monster. Gu Changqing swiftly scanned the panel information in his mind, gaining a general understanding of the fundamental functions. Its utility was straightforward. As long as he gathered the 3 types of materials specified in the formula, he could edit and create monsters. The energy value required for each operation could be converted by absorbing items infused with spiritual energy or obtained through slaughter. However, what editing effect could a mere little bug possess? After a brief contemplation, Gu Changqing cast his gaze around the shop. Upon spotting a small spider weaving a web in the corner, he instantly locked onto it. You are the one. Gu Changqing quickly approached and seized the spider. With the Zerg material in hand, the next step was to procure the necessary components. He then opened a row of hidden compartments at the bottom of the medicine cabinet. Inside were an array of hidden weapons, poisoned needles, daggers, and wrist crossbows. As a killer's den, it was replete with lethal tools. Gu Changqing's gaze settled on a black dagger. Though it appeared small, it was forged from abyssal iron, a material known for its resilience and imbued with a chilling poison, making its lethality considerable. If he could extract its characteristics to edit the spider, significant changes should ensue. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing did not hesitate to bite his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood. System, I wish to edit a monster. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the system's prompt echoed. Congratulations to the host for gathering all materials. Would you like to proceed with the collection? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than the dagger, human blood, and spider vanished instantaneously. Following this, a luminous panel suddenly materialized before him. The panel featured 3 slots surrounding a central synthesize button. Within the slots lay the 3 materials required for editing. Beep. Detected that the dagger is made of earth-grade abyssal iron, requiring 100 energy points. First operation, a complimentary editing opportunity is granted. Do you confirm the operation? Upon hearing complimentary, Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow in delight. This system was rather accommodating. He promptly tapped the synthesis button, closely monitoring the changes on the panel. As the light flickered, the 3 materials in the slots merged together seamlessly. Beep. Editing successful. Congratulations, host, on the creation of your first Zerg creature. Please bestow upon it a name. Shadow Spider. After Gu Changqing completed the naming process, he noticed a sudden transformation in the information displayed on the panel. Shadow Spider, Sequence, 001 level, Beginner Strength Assessment, Chi Condensation Realm Attack Skill, Venomous Fang's Innate Ability, Immunity to Toxins, Ability to Switch Forms. Advancement Enhancement requires 100 energy points. At the bottom of the panel, 2 illustrations were attached. On the left, a black spider gleamed with a metallic sheen, its robust limbs exuding power, with menacing fangs prominently displayed. In stark contrast, the illustration on the right revealed a voluptuous humanoid creature. Its fingertips bore curved, blade-like hooks, and 6 slender spider legs sprouted from its back, presenting an eerie and alluring form. The ability to switch forms, it appeared, allowed it to transform into a humanoid monster. Gu Changqing surveyed the 2 monster illustrations, his heart profoundly shaken. Moreover, the curvaceous features of the shadow spider clearly indicated that it was female. Exciting. Gu Changqing's eyes lit up, and he silently praised the transformation. He had not anticipated that a mere edit could yield such an astonishing metamorphosis. The formidable editing functionality exceeded all his expectations. Kind reminder. The quality of materials determines the monster's upper limits and initial strength. For the creation of a second monster, it is advisable to utilize higher-grade materials for editing. If the monster's initial stage is relatively low, it can later be advanced and strengthened by consuming energy points. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing nodded thoughtfully, grasping the operational rules. In other words, if a monster is inherently deficient, energy points can compensate. This upgrade system is quite reasonable. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Gu Changqing's reverie. The sound was deep and rhythmic, resembling a sort of coded signal. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Changqing approached the door and asked cautiously, "Who is it?" "Dr. Gu, it's Chen Kuei. The one who came to see you for treatment last time," a hoarse male voice responded from outside. Upon hearing this name, Gu Changqing quickly searched the original hostess memories. Chen Kuei was a middleman in the black market, specializing in connecting assassins with employers for profit. Many of the illicit jobs the original host had previously undertaken were facilitated by this individual. Gu Changqing opened the door to find a short, middle-aged man standing outside, grinning as he regarded him. "I cannot treat your ailment," Gu Changqing said in a flat tone, tinged with wariness. "Dr. Gu, you are being modest. Only you can cure my condition," Chen Kuei replied with a sly smile, stepping directly into the clinic. Once inside, he scanned the room discreetly, ensuring there were no outsiders present, and his expression softened slightly as his apprehensions eased. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened. "Do not keep me in suspense. Speak plainly." In a lowered voice, Chen Kuei said, "I have recently taken on a black market job. Are you interested?" "Not interested." Gu Changqing resolutely declined, asserting that it was wiser to exercise caution when dealing with individuals entrenched in the black market. One can never ascertain the true intentions of such characters. "Boss Gu, do not be hasty in your refusal," Chen Kuei remarked, his gaze fixed on Gu Changqing with a knowing intensity. "Your Assassin's Guild has recently encountered some challenges, and this assignment presents a splendid opportunity for resurgence. The remuneration is set at 10,000 taels of silver." At these words, Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. According to the prevailing prices in the Daong Empire, this sum represented a substantial transaction. The profits within the assassination trade were undeniably exorbitant. As you are aware, in our line of work as agents, the paramount principle is cooperative success, Jin Kuei continued solemnly. Should you miss this opportunity, the prospect of our future collaboration would lose its significance. Unfazed, Gu Chaqing inquired cautiously, what is the strength of the opponent? They are at the qi condensation stage. Accompanied by 8 henchmen, one of whom has reached the postnatal stage, Jin Kuei replied with a smile. I regret to inform you that I can disclose no further details until the task is accepted. Silence enveloped Gu Chaqing as he contemplated the situation. It was no wonder the reward was substantial. The presence of a postnatal henchman alone justified such a price. After all, the cultivation level of the assassination target was secondary. What truly mattered was the depth of their background. For instance, should the target be an emperor, even if their cultivation were feeble, the weight of their formidable connections would render the price immeasurable. What say you? Chen Kuei inquired, his tone remaining steady, though impatience flickered in his eyes. Were it not for the fact that the Underground Assassins Guild in Qizhou City relied solely on the Tianming Medical Hall as its stronghold, he would hardly regard such a rudimentary organization with any esteem. Nevertheless, Gu Chaqing refrained from an immediate response, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Although he currently lacked available assassins, the capabilities of the Shadow Spider might provide a viable solution. After all, the materials required for later stages of editing monsters would undoubtedly incur substantial expenses. The current income from the medical hall was hardly sufficient to support such endeavors. As thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Chaqing reached a decision. Very well, I shall accept this assignment. Chen Kuei immediately donned a feigned smile, exclaiming, Boss Gu, you are indeed forthright. Here is the relevant information regarding the target. Please peruse it. As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper from within his garments and handed it to Gu Chaqing. Fortune smiles upon you. The target's location is conveniently nearby. Nearby? Gu Chaqing expressed mild surprise before examining the contents of the paper. Chapter 3. The Assassination Task. The paper was evidently an assassination task order, detailing comprehensive information about the target. The first thing that caught his eye was the portrait of a middle-aged man, round-faced, with a puffy appearance and squinted eyes, marked by a black mole on his left cheek, exuding an air of malice. This rotund figure was none other than Boss Zhu from Yuantang. Gu Chaqing scrutinized the portrait, a cold smile creeping across his face. It was indeed a case of fate bringing foes into close proximity. This corpulent swine had come to the medical hall early in the morning to stir up trouble, and now he had unwittingly delivered himself into Gu's hands, providing an opportunity for a lucrative gain. This is truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Chaqing's gaze narrowed slightly as he swiftly perused the contents of the paper. Target: Zhu Dafu, age, 38 years, strength, Qi condensation realm identity, owner of Yuantang henchmen, 8. Among them 1 practitioner of the postnatal realm location, Qizhou City of the Daong Dynasty, reward, 10,000 silver taels, deadline, 7 days. Moreover, the dossier even contained some unsavory dealings of Zhu Dafu. This unscrupulous merchant not only sold counterfeit medicine but also engaged in the clandestine trade of children, providing alternative services for wealthy clients with perverse proclivities. What a beast! Gu Chaqing's demeanor turned icy. Eliminating such scum would indeed serve the public good. Boss Gu, since you have accepted the task, I must forewarn you, Chen Kuei said with a serious expression. According to our regulations, failure to complete the task within the deadline will incur a penalty of triple the compensation. Gu Chaqing cast a sidelong glance at him. The agent's calculations were astute. Regardless of the success of the mission, this illicit endeavor was bound to yield a profit. Upon completion, I will personally come to settle the payment, Chen Kuei stated before turning to leave the clinic, secretly hoping for Gu Chaqing's failure. This way, the tripled earnings would be even greater. Inside the clinic, a heavy silence enveloped the space. Gu Chaqing sat in contemplation, meticulously strategizing his next moves. Although the Shadow Spider possessed a unique ability, it was merely a low-level creature of the Qi condensation realm. Prior to executing the task, it was imperative to ascertain the protective forces surrounding Zhu Dafu, leaving no room for error. With this thought, Gu Chaqing abruptly summoned the Shadow Spider from the system space. Hiss! Brilliant light flashed as the Shadow Spider descended, trailing a silk thread to the ground. Move! At his command, the Shadow Spider swiftly darted through the window, scaling the wall towards Yuantang. Beep. Detection of the Shadow Spider exiting the host's line of sight. Would you like to activate shared perception? Gu Chaqing instinctively replied, yes. In an instant, his consciousness merged with that of the Shadow Spider. The scene before him transformed, revealing the surroundings from the shadow spider's perspective. With the sounds of the bustling street echoing in his ears, as if he were truly immersed in it. Not bad. Gu Cha-ching closed his eyes, savoring the sensations relayed by the shadow spider, secretly praising its utility. With this ability, whether for reconnaissance or assassination, he would hold a significant advantage. Yuantang and the Tianming Medical Clinic were situated on the same street. Within a matter of hundreds of meters, the shadow spider soon reached its destination. As it approached the window, angry shouts erupted from within Yuantang. Useless fool. You were supposed to tarnish that brat's clinic reputation, and instead, you got your leg broken? You can't even handle such a trivial matter and still want to claim workman's compensation from me? Are you seeking death? Boss Jew. You never mentioned that Gu Cha-ching is a practitioner of the acquired realm. What of it? One of my subordinates is also one. The shadow spider slithered through a gap in the window, observing the situation within the shop. At that moment, Zhu Dafu was livid, his face flushed. As he pointed an accusing finger at Li Zhuang, berating him furiously, Li Zhuang wore a mournful expression, feeling as if death were preferable to his predicament. With a shattered egg, a broken leg, and now the prospect of not receiving even his work injury compensation, Gu Cha-ching, is it? You hide quite well. Daring to snatch business on my turf, should I not teach you a harsh lesson? I am not worthy of the surname Zhu. Zhu Dafu's gaze was venomous, the flesh on his face quivering with rage. Luo Hu, tonight, take your men and smash that wretched shop. Not only must that kid be deprived of his business, but he must also vanish. Zhu Dafu produced a plump cloth bag and handed it to a burly man beside him. Luo Hu caught it with one hand, opening it to reveal a dozen spirit stones, all a vibrant green. Although they were merely low-grade spirit stones, they were invaluable cultivation resources for a rogue practitioner like him. Thank you, boss. I know what to do. A cold smile crept across Luo Hu's lips as he tucked the bag of spirit stones into his cloak. Indeed. I trust you to handle this. Zhu Dafu narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Though the expenses of maintaining these thugs were substantial, they proved useful at critical moments. However, their current plan was entirely laid bare under the watchful gaze of the shadow spider. You wish to kill me? Let us see who meets their end first. Gu Cha-ching's eyes turned icy as he commanded the shadow spider to lurk in the shadows, continuing to monitor the movements of a Yuan Hall. As long as Zhu Dafu's subordinates departed tonight, it would undoubtedly be the optimal moment for an assassination. Nevertheless, he anticipated potential complications. After all, Luo Hu was evidently a seasoned and ruthless character, accompanied by a gang of thugs. Facing them alone would not be an easy task. Preparations must be made. Gu Cha-ching surveyed his surroundings, assessing the layout of the clinic. A series of rudimentary trap designs swiftly materialized in his mind. Having been a military doctor in his past life, he understood the principle of the military leading the charge while the healer followed. For Gu Cha-ching, crafting some mechanical traps posed no challenge. Poison needles, sharp blades, itching powder. At that moment, he utilized every available material within the shop. That night, the Destiny Medical Hall's windows and doors were tightly shut, shrouded in darkness. Gu Cha-ching sat cross-legged atop the roof, vigilantly monitoring the visual feed from the shadow spider. Within a Yuan Hall, Zhu Dafu had gathered all his subordinates, poised for action. Boss, should we strike at this moment? Luo Hu, brandishing a long knife, wore a fierce expression. Yes, it is nearly time. Zhu Dafu cast his gaze towards the night outside, speaking in a low tone. I have arranged everything at the government office. Even if someone reports it, nothing will happen. You may proceed without hesitation. Excellent, Luo Hu sneered, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Let us go. With a decisive wave of his hand, 7 skilled henchmen swiftly followed suit. A mere brat dares to challenge me, oblivious to his own mortality. Zhu Dafu scoffed. Then entered the inner room's lounge alone. Unbeknownst to him, a black spider, like a specter, silently trailed behind him. As the door closed, the shadow spider's speed surged, swiftly slipping through the crack beneath the door. Little spider, swift and decisive. Seeing the opportune moment, Gu Cha-ching issued a resolute command. Chapter 4. The moment of the hunt. Once the shadow spider entered the room, its gaze immediately locked onto Zhu Dafu, scuttling towards him with remarkable speed. What is this? Zhu Dafu sensed a dark shadow moving beneath his feet and instinctively looked down. Humph, just a spider. With a derisive laugh, he raised his foot to crush it, grinding it beneath his heel. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. There was no satisfying burst beneath his foot. Instead, it felt like he had stepped on a solid iron lump, astonishingly hard. Zhu Dafu could not help but lift his foot, only to be astonished to find the shadow spider not only unharmed but still intact on the ground. In that instant, the shadow spider sprang into action. Its speed was astonishing, as it quickly ascended Zhu Dafu's pant leg, climbing rapidly upwards. Taken by surprise, Zhu Dafu's eyes widened in alarm. And he hurriedly swatted at it, but he was utterly unable to match the spider's speed. By the time he realized what was happening, the shadow spider had already reached his neck, sinking its fangs into his throat. Two venomous fangs pierced his skin, burrowing into flesh. The lethal toxin surged into the blood vessels of his throat, spreading swiftly throughout his body. "Damn spider!" Zhu Dafu cried out in pain, grasping at his neck. Fury igniting within him, the shadow spider nimbly leapt away, gracefully descending on a thread of silk, before swiftly making its way to the doorway, waiting for the toxin to take effect within its victim. This is bad. The spider is poisonous. Zhu Dafu felt dizzy, staggering towards the exit. Yet, after only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Quick, someone help!" Zhu Dafu shouted weakly, panic etched across his face. In his hazy consciousness, he faintly heard footsteps approaching. His heart leapt with joy as he raised his head to look. To his horror, Zhu Dafu's pupils dilated in terror. Standing before him was a monstrous creature resembling a spider yet shaped like a human. The shadow spider's gaze was cold, looking down upon Zhu Dafu, its crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty intent. Without uttering a single word, the shadow spider struck, its claws piercing through his skull, instantly shattering the brain within. As the claws withdrew, a copious spray of blood mingled with a viscous fluid erupted forth. Zhu Dafu, his expression contorted in agony, fixated on the shadow spider, his eyes wide open in death. Gu Changqing, through shared perception, witnessed the entirety of the shadow spider's predatory act. Such a gruesome spectacle profoundly stimulated his visual senses. The brutal nature of the insect race was vividly illustrated in the shadow spider's slaughter. "Ding! Your shadow spider has successfully killed a Qi condensation realm martial artist, rewarding you with 10 energy points." Gu Changqing snapped back to reality, a surge of joy swelling within him. This assassination mission not only promised monetary gain, but also the acquisition of energy points, a most lucrative endeavor. "Brother Hu, this is the Destiny Medical Hall." A low growl broke the air, capturing Gu Changqing's attention. He narrowed his eyes, casting a glance toward the street below. In his line of sight, Luo Hu and his companions had arrived outside the establishment, exuding a fierce aura. Passers-by, witnessing the intimidating scene, hurriedly retreated. "Smash the door open." Luo Hu's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he brandished his long knife, pointing menacingly at the tightly shut door. Instantly, one of the henchmen, brimming with arrogance, strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! As the door flew open, it triggered a spring-loaded mechanism behind it. In the next instant, several sharp surgical blades shot forth with deadly precision. The henchman's expression shifted dramatically, but at such close range, evasion was futile. He collapsed to the ground, grievously injured. Luo Hu and his companions were left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the existence of a trap. One down, listening to the sweet sound of the agonizing scream. Gu Changqing sat cross-legged atop the roof, a smile gracing his lips. "Brother Hu, could it be that the kid anticipated our operation tonight?" The henchman, gazing at the open door leading into an impenetrable darkness, felt an unsettling chill creep down their spines. With this prior experience, none dared to rush inside recklessly. Damn it. How dare he play tricks? Does he truly believe I, Brother Hu, am a fool? Luo Hu's gaze turned vicious, his temples throbbing with rage. Grasping one of his grievously injured subordinates, he hurled him into the medical hall without hesitation. Brother Hu. The remaining henchmen felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Even if old Ba were to be carried back for treatment, he would likely be rendered useless. He might as well serve some purpose before his demise. Indifferent to their concerns, Luo Hu let out a cold snort, his eyes reflecting unyielding brutality. "I shall forewarn you all. Anyone attempting to flee will be the first to fall beneath my blade." Luo Hu's menacing glare swept over the group, his long knife gleaming ominously. Just as his words lingered in the air, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the medical hall. Old Ba, having been thrown inside, had evidently triggered the mechanisms of the establishment. Another trap. Hearing this commotion, the henchmen collectively exhaled in relief. Fortuitously, Brother Hu's insight had spared them. Otherwise, a reckless charge would have led to devastating consequences. The fellow is rather ruthless, using his own men as human shields. Gu Changqing stood atop the rooftop and cast a discreet glance at Luo Hu. According to the mission details regarding Zhu Dafu's subordinates, one of them possessed the strength of the acquired realm. It must be him. In a direct confrontation, even if victorious, the cost would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. He had to reserve some strength. Gu Changqing lowered his gaze to the tether in his hand, patiently awaiting his prey to fall into the trap. Once he captures that young man, he would flay him alive. Seeing that the traps inside the shop had completely settled, Luo Hu charged in like a fierce tiger. The 7 henchmen armed themselves with weapons and surged forward with ferocity. As the bait was taken, Gu Changqing yanked the tether sharply. Crack! Suddenly, the 3 iron cauldrons hanging from the eaves tilted ominously. Sensing the noise, Luo Hu and his men instinctively looked up. What greeted them next was a deluge of medicinal powder pouring down from the cauldrons. What the hell is this? My body is burning and itching. My eyes are in such pain. I can't see. Retreat. Inside the medical hall, a chorus of anguished screams erupted. Even Luo Hu, a warrior of the acquired realm, could not escape. His eyes were ravaged by the powder, becoming swollen and severely impaired. Just as they were stumbling in darkness, preparing to flee, they remained oblivious to the shadow lurking at the entrance. Without a doubt, it was the shadow spider who had just arrived from a Yuan hall. Leave no survivors. Upon receiving Gu Changqing's command, the shadow spider sprang into action, plunging into the crowd to unleash her carnage. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, her clawed hands slashed swiftly, lethal and precise. Wherever she passed, blood erupted. Ding! Your shadow spider has successfully slain a Qi condensation realm warrior, rewarding you with 10 energy points. Your shadow spider has successfully slain a Qi condensation realm warrior, rewarding you with 10 energy points. The crisp, synthesized electronic voice echoed repeatedly in Gu Changqing's mind. As the system notifications concluded, all 7 Qi condensation henchmen had been exterminated by the shadow spider. Adding to the earlier demise of Zhu Dafeng, his energy points had now accumulated to 80. Just one more. Through the eyes of the shadow spider, Gu Changqing focused on Luo Hu, who still stood amidst the chaos. This man, being a warrior of the acquired realm, despite his impaired vision, had superior hearing. Leaning against the wall, he had narrowly evaded the shadow spider's previous attack. Chapter 5. Ascension and Enhancement. You'd best not come any closer, if it comes to it. I'll take us both down. Luo Hu gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his eyes, gripping his long knife defensively across his chest. Although he spoke bravely, inside, he was in a state of panic. As he cautiously shifted his stance, he remained alert to any sounds around him. But the thick scent of blood in the air only deepened his dread. Little did he expect that tonight's mission to smash the shop and silence witnesses would result in his own entrapment. However, he was certain that at this moment, apart from himself, there was only the other person in the shop. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, they could very well perish together. Little spider, do not engage in prolonged combat, feign giving him an opportunity to escape. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changqing already devised a strategy. A cornered dog could leap over walls. A mutually destructive confrontation would not be advantageous. Indeed, cunning was the way forward. The shadow spider obediently nodded, pretending to step forward, creating a sound. Whoosh! Luo Hu, hearing the noise, immediately swung the long knife in his hand. The fierce blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing the shadow spider. Anticipating this, the shadow spider deftly evaded the attack. An opportunity. Luo Hu's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly turned to dash out of the medical hall. However, just as he crossed the threshold, he felt a chilling murderous intent surge from behind. Thinking of fleeing? It was likely too late. Gu Changqing's voice rang coldly. Instantly, a sharp scalpel plunged into Luo Hu's back, twisting violently and shattering his heart. Luo Hu screamed in agony, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, a murder has occurred. Quickly report to the authorities. The onlookers standing not far away, although unable to see the situation inside the medical hall, witnessed Gu Changqing's assault outside. In an instant, many were frightened into screams. Gu Changqing paid no heed to the commotion of the crowd and tossed the barely alive Luo Hu back into the shop. The shadow spider was his trump card. For now, it was best to keep it hidden. In the dimly lit medical hall, the shadow spider understood the cue and immediately dealt a fatal blow to Luo Hu. Ding! Your shadow spider has successfully killed a postnatal martial artist, rewarding you with 50 energy points. At last, the matter was settled. Gu Changqing gazed at the corpses scattered across the floor, feeling no trace of compassion. In this brutal world of martial arts, there was no protection of the law as in his previous life. Survival relied solely on personal strength. To live comfortably, one must eliminate all obstacles. Subsequently, Gu Changqing began to search the bodies for spoils, collecting anything of value. Among the treasures was a small pouch of spirit stones given to Luo Hu by Zhu Dafeng, containing as many as 16 pieces. In the market, these were highly coveted resources for cultivation. A satisfactory harvest indeed. Gu Chaqing nodded in approval and then converted all the spirit stones into energy points. Ding. Conversion successful. Energy points, 16. The spirit stones in the pouch instantly disintegrated into powder, their spiritual energy thoroughly absorbed. Was that all? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chaqing's eyes. It amounted to just one low-grade spirit stone exchanging for one energy point, which was less efficient than mere slaughter. Master, this is what was obtained from Zhu Dafu. The shadow spider reverently produced a silver ring from its ample cleavage. Gu Chaqing, intrigued, took it in hand for a closer inspection. The ring appeared unremarkable, yet it subtly emanated a faint ripple of spatial energy. A storage ring? Gu Chaqing quickly discerned the clue and attempted to channel his mental energy into it. A look of surprise soon flooding his face. For within this storage ring lay hundreds of spirit stones. Though they were all of the inferior grade, such a quantity was, for Gu Chaqing, akin to a windfall from the heavens. System, convert them all into energy points, he intently instructed. Ding. Conversion successful, energy points, 314. The host's current energy points have accumulated to 460. You may choose to upgrade the shadow spider or gather materials to create new monsters. Without hesitation, Gu Chaqing opted for the upgrade mode. The evening's harvest was primarily due to the shadow spider, and it certainly deserved its due reward. In an instant, the system panel abruptly materialized, displaying not only the existing data of the shadow spider, but also an option for advanced enhancement at the bottom, indicating that 100 energy points were required for the upgrade to the intermediate level. Gu Chaqing's mind stirred, and he promptly selected the advanced enhancement. Upon completing the operation, the panel shimmered with golden light. Immediately, a brand new monster profile emerged. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations, your shadow spider has attained advanced enhancement. With a comprehensive boost in combat prowess. New skill unlocked, web binding, strength assessment, early stage of the acquired realm. To upgrade to the high level, 1,000 energy points are required. Gu Chaqing noticed that the shadow spider's already alluring form had become even more enchanting, with delicate and three-dimensional features enhancing its overall demeanor. Now imbued with a touch of cold elegance and wicked charm, yet it retained some characteristics of its insectoid lineage. With 6 razor-sharp spider legs protruding from its back and elongated, pointed fingertips. This transformation resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, where strength and beauty coalesced flawlessly. Quite impressive, Gu Chaqing mused as he admired the changes in the shadow spider. Having merely advanced to the intermediate form, it already possessed strength comparable to a martial artist of the acquired realm. With continuous upgrades, would it not defy the heavens? However, the cost was undeniably steep. As the energy points required for the next high-level upgrade had surged tenfold, Gu Chaqing found himself at peace with this, much like in his previous life. As one progressed in levels, the experience points required in later stages invariably increased, with the remaining 290 energy points insufficient for further upgrading the shadow spider. He resolved to create a new monster instead. I have a plan, Gu Chaqing murmured to himself. Yet, he first needed to address the immediate troubles at hand. Gazing at the scattered corpses on the ground, he settled into a chair, crossing his legs. The next step was undoubtedly to await the officials to collect the bodies. Approximately half an hour later, the officers finally arrived, their faces glistening as if they had just finished a late-night feast. Wasn't there someone who reported a violent crime just now? Why does it seem so tranquil at the scene? The burly man with a beard scanned his surroundings, his displeasure evident as he bellowed, "If I find out who falsely reported the crime, I shall not spare them. Surely, it is at the Tianming Medical Hall. And you can see there is a pool of blood outside." One of the slender onlookers respectfully approached. "Oh?" Officer Li turned his gaze towards the Tianming Medical Hall, soon revealing an expression of understanding. "It is rumored that this medical hall has been peddling counterfeit medicines and deceiving patients, in my view. It is highly likely that they were retaliated against by a dissatisfied patient. If that fraudulent physician has indeed been slain, then the perpetrator may be deemed as having acted with righteousness." Hearing this, the accompanying officers felt a surge of admiration for Officer Li. His words seemed to shift the entirety of the blame onto the victim. After all, they had just received benefits from Boss Zhu today, so they naturally could not pursue the matter further. A mere formality would suffice to close the case. Chapter 6. I have evidence, let us proceed to collect the bodies. After laying the groundwork before the gathered crowd, Li Biao led a group of officers into the Tianming Medical Hall. Upon entering, a pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses. Illuminated by the flickering oil lamps, they beheld a scene of horror with numerous corpses sprawled in pools of blood. Weren't there only supposed to be one body? How can there be so many? Staring at the gruesome sight, the officers froze in disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Damn it, the bribe was too meager. Li Biao's brow furrowed deeply, realizing he had been shortchanged. The cost of handling a murder case compared to that of 8 homicides could not possibly be the same. It should at least be several times greater. Officer Li, this corpse bears a striking resemblance to Luo Hu from Yuantang. One of the officer's puzzled voices caught Li Biao's attention. He approached with the oil lamp, and his expression instantly changed. This was no resemblance, it was undeniably Luo Hu. What on earth is happening? Li Biao's voice trembled, his throat feeling constricted. The situation was straightforward. They had attempted a robbery and were inadvertently killed in self-defense, just as Li Biao was lost in thought. A calm voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Startled, the officers jumped as if struck by an arrow. Who is it? Li Biao spun around to find a young man in white, comfortably seated beside the medicine cabinet, casually crossing his legs. Chief. This fellow is the owner of the Tianming Medical Hall, named Gu Cha-ching. Upon hearing this, Li Biao's heart raced. He was not dead. What he thought would be a mere formality had exceeded all expectations. Not only had Gu Cha-ching survived, but Luo Hu from Yuantang was now deceased. How was he to resolve this? Officer Li, trouble is brewing. Boss Zhu has been assassinated at Yuantang. Before Li Biao could recover from his shock, a portly officer rushed into the Tianming Medical Hall in haste. Upon hearing such explosive news, Li Biao's pupils constricted, and he nearly lost his grip on the oil lamp in his hand. He gazed incredulously at the rotund bailiff who had come to report, exclaiming, "When did Boss Zhu die?" The bailiff hastily replied, "Judging by the coagulation of the blood at the scene, he likely perished about half an hour ago. Moreover, his death was gruesome. It appears his skull was penetrated by some sharp weapon, and the murderer left no trace." At this revelation, Li Biao inhaled sharply, his mind racing with disbelief. Although Zhu Dafu lacked formidable prowess, he was at least a practitioner of the qi condensation stage. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to execute a silent assassination on him. The crux of the matter was that the murderer had vanished without a trace, leaving only the prospect of finding a scapegoat to solve the case. And at this moment, there was undoubtedly one individual who fit that description. With this thought in mind, Li Biao cast his gaze towards Gu Cha-ching, abruptly drawing the long knife from his waist. This scoundrel dares to assassinate Boss Zhu. Seize him at once. Li Biao's eyes widened with fury as he barked the command. Instantly, a dozen bailiffs encircled Gu Cha-ching, cutting off all avenues of escape. However, at that moment, the shadow spider dangled from a silken thread, its cold gaze already locking onto them, poised for action. At the slightest signal from Gu Cha-ching, it would spring into attack. To accuse someone of murdering Boss Zhu, one must present evidence. Gu Cha-ching remained composed, replying coolly, "Half an hour ago, I was engaged in a struggle with these ruffians inside the store and could not possibly have made my way to a Yuan Hall. The crowd outside witnessing the commotion can serve as witnesses." Li Biao snorted in anger. "How dare you speak defiantly when death is upon you? What worthless witnesses you speak of will not hold sway here." A smirk danced on Gu Cha-ching's lips. "If witnesses are of no use, what of material evidence?" As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of banknotes from Zhu Dafu's storage ring, gently shaking them in his hand. Each note bore the denomination of 100 taels, totaling 10 in number. "Is this what you call material evidence?" Li Biao's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight. The bailiffs, transfixed by the banknotes in Gu Cha-ching's hand, momentarily found themselves unable to look away. Even the slowest among them quickly grasped the implication of Gu Cha-ching's gesture. It was widely known that the benefits Zhu boss had offered today amounted to a mere few taels of silver per person, along with a late-night meal at the Drunken Fragrance Tavern. Yet, compared to this stack of banknotes, it was utterly insignificant. "Tonight's affair requires your diligent efforts, gentlemen. Consider this material evidence as confiscated," Gu Cha-ching concluded, placing the banknotes on the table. The bailiffs hesitated, glancing towards Li Biao, for without his nod, none dared to claim the money. Li Biao's gaze was fixed on the stack of banknotes on the table, his expression shifting rapidly before he suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Dr. Gu is indeed correct. Material evidence ought to be confiscated. Moreover, it is our duty to punish evil and eradicate wrongdoing. This band of ruffians daring to invade private dwellings and commit murder deserves to meet their end." With that, he snatched up the banknotes, avarice gleaming in his eyes. After all, with Zhu Dafu deceased, was there any need to uphold trust with the corpse? As for the scapegoat, we can simply find a death row inmate to sign the papers when the time comes. Boss, how should we explain Ju's death? One of the still naive, plump constables could not help but inquire. Fool. Li Biao shot him a furious glare and reprimanded. Dr. Gu has been in the shop. The murderer must be someone else. You are to immediately go to Yuantang and seal off the scene of the crime, collecting any potential clues. Understood. The plump constable nodded obediently and hurried out of the clinic. Unbeknownst to him, the seasoned veterans in the room were secretly pleased. With one less person, it undoubtedly meant a larger share of the spoils. If you're dim-witted, keep your mouth shut. Indeed, a fool. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly remove the body. Do not hinder Dr. Gu's business. Upon hearing Li Biao's command, the constables understood immediately and swiftly began to move the body. The sooner they finished, the sooner they would be able to divide the money, each of them eager to comply. Rest assured, Dr. Gu, if any ruffians come to cause trouble again, you can always invoke my name, Li the constable. Li Biao declared with righteous authority to Gu Chaqing, as long as it is within my capacity, I will certainly assist you. This sentiment was expressed quite clearly. You provide the funds, and I will handle the matters. Very well, then I thank you, Constable Li. Gu Chaqing smiled faintly, secretly marveling at the efficacy of money. It not only resolved troubles but also fostered relationships. That 1,000 taels of silver was indeed well spent. It was only after Li Biao and the others departed that Gu Chaqing closed the shop door and summoned Zhu to clean up. Despite washing the floor thoroughly, the shop still reeked of blood. Gu Chaqing decided to concoct a simple perfume using some medicinal flowers, honey, and alcohol, spraying it around the room. However, before long, a hornet seemed to catch the scent and flew in through the window. Upon entering, it buzzed around Gu Chaqing, drawn to the source of the fragrance. This type of hornet, though seemingly small, is exceptionally fierce, with a stinger that harbors venom. A sting would certainly be painful. Gu Chaqing focused his gaze on it, and an idea struck him. Chapter 7. Capturing the hornet. The hornet belongs to the insect category, perfectly aligning with the criteria for editing monsters. Gu Chaqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he promptly commanded, Zhu, capture it alive. Hiss. Zhu shot out a silk thread that quickly ensnared the hornet, dragging it to the ground. In the next instant, a mechanical voice resonated. Ding, detected that the host has captured a hornet. Would you like to collect it as editing material? Without hesitation, Gu Chaqing responded, yes. Collection successful. Please provide human blood and materials for editing as soon as possible. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hornet was instantly integrated into the editing template. Gu Chaqing reopened the still healing wound on his finger, squeezing out fresh blood. However, this time he possessed experience. He directly took a small vial and collected a considerable amount of fresh blood for future use. Otherwise, each time he edited a monster, he would have to bite his finger to provide human blood as material, which was indeed painful. As for the materials, although the original owner had little of value left, Zhu Dafeng's storage ring contained plenty. The attack skills of the hornet primarily relied on the stinger at the tail. If he chose materials with compatible properties for editing enhancement, it should yield tremendous lethality. Moreover, these materials must possess toxicity. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Chaqing retrieved a slender needle from the storage ring. Though small, this needle was forged from heavenly-grade red rock iron, an exceptionally resilient material imbued with fiery poison, possessing formidable killing power. If it pierced its target, even a tiger would succumb instantly. Upon selecting the material, Gu Chaqing focused his mind, and the poison needle vanished from his hand. System scan detected that the poison needle is made of heavenly-grade red rock iron. The energy value required for extracting material properties for editing is 500 points. The host currently has a balance of only 290 points. Regrettably, this operation cannot be executed. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Gu Chaqing pondered thoughtfully. In the Songyuan continent, precious materials are meticulously classified by quality into distinct levels: earth grade, heavenly grade, profound grade, spirit treasures, sacred items, and divine objects. Previously, using earth grade soul-devouring iron to edit the shadow spider consumed only 100 energy points. This time, the red rock iron was merely a level higher, yet it required 500 energy points. Thus, it was evident that the higher the quality of the material, the greater the initial strength of the monster, and consequently, the energy consumed was significantly more. Understanding this rule, Gu Chaqing had no choice but to postpone his plans. Once he completed the task reward, coupled with the silver notes he scavenged that night, he would then have the capital to purchase spiritual materials and acquire energy points. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing quickly freshened up and lay down on his bed, gradually drifting into slumber. With the shadow spider guarding him in the shadows, he slept soundly that night. He even dreamed of creating a monstrous assassination legion through the system's editing function, sweeping through the martial arts realm with ease. This delightful dream was abruptly shattered by a series of knocks the following morning. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings. Slowly regaining his senses, despite having accepted the fact of his transmigration, he still felt a hint of frustration. Without toothpaste or a toothbrush, it was truly inconvenient. Gu Chongqing exhaled softly, murmuring a sigh, before rising to head toward the door. The rhythmic knocking was unmistakable in its familiarity. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the diminutive Chen Kuei. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are indeed remarkable. Not only did you cure the ailment, but the effects were also remarkably swift. Chen Kuei praised with a beaming smile, his keen eyes appraising Gu Chongqing from head to toe. As an agent of the black market, he had planted eyes everywhere and was already well aware of last night's events. Unexpectedly, Gu Chongqing completed the illicit task he undertook this time with remarkable swiftness, and he emerged unscathed. This was in stark contrast to his previous endeavors, which were marred by repeated failures, resulting in significant losses for the Tianming assassins. With this in mind, have you come today to settle the medical expenses? Gu Chongqing, devoid of superfluous pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. Naturally, Chen Kuei nodded with a smile and proceeded into the establishment. According to the established protocol, after deducting a 20% commission, this is the 8,000 taels of silver you are entitled to. As he spoke, Chen Kuei produced a stack of banknotes and meticulously counted the amount before him. Gu Chongqing accepted the banknotes, suppressing his inner disdain. A 20% cut right off the top was rather exorbitant. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to acquiesce. In the early days of the Tianming assassins, the original founder had neither agents nor an intelligence network apart from recruiting assassins. The business relied heavily on Chen Kuei as a middleman to provide underhanded jobs, rendering their income rather passive. To break this stagnation, accumulating funds swiftly to enhance their operations was imperative for growth and strength. Are there any new tasks available? With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing casually inquired, his tone betraying an undeniable eagerness for profit. I do have another clandestine job at hand, Chen Kuei replied with a knowing smile. However, the assassination target hails from an affluent family, which may pose challenges for you, Mr. Gu. Gu Chongqing remained noncommittal and asked, what is their strength? In his view, as long as the assassination target was not an insurmountable martial arts powerhouse, he found it hard to believe that bodyguards and protectors would remain constantly vigilant. Even in their most mundane moments, there must be a flaw to exploit. They are at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. After Chen Kuei finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Gu Chongqing with a smile. Are you truly intent on accepting this mission? As a broker in the black market, he was never short of assassins willing to take on jobs. His primary concern was whether they could successfully complete the task, so he could duly report back to the employer. The Tianming assassins had long been tagged in this line of work, typically receiving only low-level assignments. With profit to be made, why not take the job? A confident smile played upon Gu Chongqing's lips as he felt assured. Presently, the strength of the shadow spider was comparable to that of a human martial artist at the acquired realm. When the time came, he intended to transform the hornet into a formidable creature, and with the duo of venomous insects executing the assassination, the chances of success should be high. Very well, let us consider this settled. Chen Kuei did not decline, but rather stated solemnly, detailed information will be collected by my subordinates, and only after verification will the task be officially assigned. It should be gathered by tonight. You may wait here in the establishment. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing began to calculate in his mind. He still needed 210 energy points to edit the hornet, and he must procure the necessary materials before nightfall to prepare for the impending assassination. Since you, Mr. Gu, are inclined to accept the job, allow me to clarify. According to the rules, if the task is not completed by the deadline, a penalty of triple the compensation will be incurred. Chen Kuei, with a smile that seemed ambiguous, remarked, the remuneration for this clandestine task amounts to 100,000 silver coins. Should the mission fail, you must be prepared for total ruin. Upon hearing the sum, Gu Chongqing displayed no signs of excitement. For him, a higher monetary reward only signified an increase in the difficulty of the assassination target, implying the presence of formidable protectors surrounding them. Clearly, such a sum would not be easily obtained. Tonight, I shall have someone deliver the mission brief. Farewell. With that, Chen Kuei turned to leave. Wait a moment. Gu Changqing interjected, as a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 8. The Planning of the Assassin's Guild. What is it? Chen Kuei glanced back at Gu Changqing, chuckling with a hint of disdain. You are not reconsidering your commitment to this task, are you? Of course, prior to formally accepting the assignment. Such a change of heart is within the bounds of propriety. In business dealings, cooperation must be mutually beneficial, I understand. His words, though smooth, carried an unmistakable undertone of condescension. Such a lowly assassin's trade was indeed unreliable. Not necessarily, Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly. I merely wish to inquire which shop within the city sells authentic spiritual materials. Ah, I see, Chen Kuei chuckled awkwardly. If you seek to purchase spiritual materials, I recommend Tianbao Workshop in the Eastern District. While it may not be top tier, their goods are genuine and have never been mixed with inferior products. Gu Changqing silently noted the name of the shop and responded, Very well, I shall visit shortly. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. Chen Kuei said, his face adorned with a forced smile as he made his exit. Yet, as he stepped out of the shop, the smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold sneer within his heart. Just received 8,000 taels and already wishes to spend it at Tianbao Workshop? Excellent. Once this lad spins his silver, he will continue to serve as my pawn, earning me commissions. Gu Changqing observed Chen Kuei's departing figure, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Having lived 2 lives, he was well aware of the other's intentions. However, given the current circumstances, he needed to leverage the other's connections to amass wealth. Eventually, once the intelligence network of the Destiny Assassin Guild was established, he would undoubtedly cast this smiling tiger out of the game, saving himself a commission in the process. Subsequently, Gu Changqing changed into a set of plain clothes and locked the door behind him. Tianbao Workshop was located in the Eastern District, while he was in the West, making the journey quite lengthy. He surveyed his surroundings and approached a row of horse-drawn carriages waiting by the street. Get lost, you mongrel. If you dare take my spot again, I'll dismantle your broken cart. Zhang Chang vented his frustrations on the unfortunate fellow with the surname Meng. As business was slow today. Indeed, Meng Jing, hailing from the slums, always bore the brunt of abuse in order to avoid further trouble. As Gu Changqing approached, he was met with a cacophony of voices. A burly man with a thick beard was angrily berating a young man in gray, his face contorted with disdain. In circles where profit was at stake, such bullying was all too common. Look, a guest has arrived. As Gu Changqing approached, several coachmen's eyes brightened, and they eagerly came forward to greet him. However, they quickly retreated under the menacing glare of Zhang Chang, deterred from soliciting customers. Where does this esteemed guest wish to go? My carriage is spacious and guarantees comfort, Zhang Chang said, displaying a set of yellowed teeth and a broad grin. Yet, Gu Changqing disregarded him and walked straight to the horse-drawn carriage of the young man in gray. Are you familiar with Tianbeifeng in the Eastern District? Upon hearing Gu Changqing's inquiry, Meng Jing's clear eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He quickly responded with enthusiasm. I know a shortcut nearby that will get us there in no time. Very well, then you shall be my choice, Gu Changqing said, casting his gaze toward the adjacent carriage, which, though somewhat aged, was remarkably clean. You see, my friend, in our profession, we adhere to the rule of first come, first served, and I was the one who inquired first, Zhang Chang declared as he strode over, blocking Gu Changqing's path, his expression one of discontent. Observing this, the other coachmen subtly shook their heads. It was evident that Zhang Chang was displeased at not securing any business. I retain the freedom to choose, Gu Changqing replied coolly, unfazed by Zhang Chang's antics. Freedom, you say? I shall see how this fellow manages to attract customers without a horse. Zhang Chang, humiliated and enraged, suddenly turned his ire toward Meng Jing, sneering as he pulled out an iron rod and swung it towards the black horse's head. Gu Changqing's expression darkened, but just then, a whistle pierced the air. In an instant, the black horse lifted its legs with lightning speed, and before Zhang Chang could react, he was sent flying. The sound of a heavy thud echoed as Zhang Chang crashed to the ground, curling up in agony and crying out in pain. The unexpected turn of events left the surrounding coachmen gasping in shock. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Meng Jing's horse, typically used for pulling carriages, could be so fierce. Was that whistle his command? Gu Changqing's gaze fell upon Meng Jing, scrutinizing him for a moment. This young man was tall and, despite his honest appearance, his earlier actions indicated that he was no weakling. Indeed, those who are modest and unassuming often prove to be the most formidable. Dr. Gu, you may board the carriage now, Meng Jing said, flashing a smile at Gu Changqing, completely ignoring Zhang Chang's continued wails. Upon hearing himself addressed, Gu Chaqing thought little of it. After all, the Tianming Medical Hall had been established in this district for nearly a year, and many were familiar with him. He promptly moved, leaping onto the carriage. Go, Meng Jing commanded, pulling the reins as the black horse began to pull the carriage steadily forward. Inside the carriage, Gu Chaqing observed the bustling street outside, lost in contemplation. Although his system's abilities allowed him to mold monsters into assassins, intelligence operations required infiltration into various circles, adopting diverse roles akin to spies to gather information. Furthermore, the scale must be vast, encompassing at least the entirety of the Great Yong dynasty for it to function effectively. Hence, the members of the intelligence group can only recruit humans, while the insectoid creatures will provide covert assistance from the shadows. Perhaps another day, I shall visit the black market to seek suitable candidates. Gu Chaqing withdrew his gaze, having already formulated a clear strategy for the development of the assassin organization. Securing an agent of exceptional intellect and cunning would undoubtedly be advantageous. After all, with his current financial resources and connections, establishing an intelligence organization seems an arduous and distant endeavor. After a moment, the carriage traversed a narrow alley, twisting left and right, until it finally arrived at the western district of the city. Meng Jing halted the carriage and turned back, saying, "Boss, just ahead is Tianbao Pavilion. Thank you for your patronage. The fare is 5 copper coins." Gu Chaqing handed him a silver ingot. "Wait for me outside for a moment. I have hired this carriage for the day." Meng Jing looked down at the heavy silver in his hand, unable to conceal his excitement. After several months of pulling the cart, this was his first time receiving such a generous reward. When he looked up again, Gu Chaqing had already entered the establishment of Tianbao Pavilion. Chapter 9. The Second Monster. Upon stepping through the door, Gu Chaqing distinctly sensed a subtle wave of spiritual energy permeating the shop. The shelves were laden with various bottles and jars, most of which contained elixirs to invigorate and replenish one's vitality. On another shelf, an array of wild spiritual materials was displayed, although they were of lower grade. Their prices were anything but modest. "Esteemed customer, may I inquire what you require?" The shop attendant greeted with a beaming smile. "I shall take a look first," Gu Chaqing responded, surveying the surroundings while meticulously sensing the spiritual energy emanating from each material, in search of options with a higher cost-performance ratio. After all, the acquisition of energy value primarily hinges on the concentration of spiritual energy rather than the so-called rarity. The selection with rich spiritual energy at a reasonable price would be his top priority. "Please refrain from touching," the shop attendant interjected as Gu Chaqing reached for a spiritual ginseng. He scrutinized Gu Chaqing with disdain, thinking to himself, "Another penniless warrior merely gazing and not purchasing. How tiresome." Gu Chaqing remained silent, patiently observing the spiritual materials on the shelves, comparing them one by one. The attendant followed closely, his expression growing increasingly impatient. "What exactly do you need? If you're not buying, don't waste my time." He crossed his arms defiantly, clearly disinterested in continuing to assist. "Did I say I wasn't buying?" Gu Chaqing's gaze shifted to the shop attendant, the coldness in his eyes causing the attendant to avert his gaze. Unable to meet his stare. "Well then, what do you wish to purchase?" the attendant asked, clearing his throat. "Spirit stones," Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly. After careful comparison, he concluded that spirit stones were indeed the most economical choice. Generally speaking, spirit stones are primarily utilized by warriors for energy cultivation, unlike spiritual herbs that possess restorative properties, which consequently inflate their prices. In terms of spiritual energy concentration, the value for money of spirit stones is undoubtedly the best. Our establishment currently offers only inferior spirit stones, priced at 100 taels of silver each. "How many would you like?" the shop assistant remarked, casually retrieving 5 or 6 spirit stones from the display. Judging by Gu Chaqing's earlier scrutiny of the materials, it seemed to him that the man's financial resources amounted to no more than the quantity he held in his hand. Gu Chaqing pondered briefly before extending a single finger. "1. Are you so bold as to purchase just that?" The shop assistant could not help but scoff, glaring condescendingly at Gu Chaqing. "No." Gu Chaqing shook his finger and replied indifferently. 10. The shop assistant furrowed his brow slightly. "Continue guessing," Gu Chaqing said with a calm demeanor. "Since you lack patience, let us take our time. Could it be 100? The shop assistant's voice dripped with incredulity. "It appears your capabilities and perspective are rather limited." Gu Chaqing lowered his hand and said coldly, "I require 1,000. "What did you say?" The shop assistant's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gu Chaqing. "You wish to purchase 1,000 inferior spirit stones?" To put it in perspective, 1,000 inferior spirit stones equate to a value of 100,000 silver. This sum far exceeded the limits of his imagination. Not to mention that even after a decade of hard work, it would be unlikely to amass such wealth in a lifetime. Given your previous attitude, I am no longer inclined to buy from you. Gu Chaqing smiled coldly and turned to leave. With such service, it's better not to make a purchase. TSK. If you lack the funds, just admit it instead of resorting to such theatrics. The shop assistant mocked, having seen many like him feigning wealth. Esteemed guest, please wait. At that moment, a prolonged call echoed from behind. A middle-aged man with a thin mustache hurried to the entrance, blocking Gu Chaqing's path. Sir, I sincerely apologize for our previous lack of hospitality. The middle-aged man bowed profusely, repeatedly expressing his apologies to Gu Chaqing. This is a wealthy patron. We cannot let him slip away. Regardless of the truth, what loss is there in offering an apology? Manager, this fellow is merely a pretender, just looking without buying. You need not concern yourself with him, the shop assistant asserted confidently. I have a keen eye for discerning people. However, before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed across his face. Nonsense. Our establishment adheres to the principle of customer supremacy. Whether one merely browses or makes a purchase, all are esteemed guests. The manager's face flushed crimson as he angrily rebuked the assistant. From this day forth, you are dismissed. Leave at once. The shop assistant stood dazed. Then retorted defiantly, if you dismiss me, I shall see how this fellow pays you 100,000 silver. With that, he stepped outside, fixing a steadfast gaze upon Gu Chaqing, seemingly still harboring hope. If this fellow cannot produce the funds, he still has a chance for redemption. Esteemed guest, do you find satisfaction in the resolution offered by our establishment? The proprietor inquired with a cheerful demeanor, fully embodying the principles of his ancestral business ethics. This is a matter of your own management, entirely unrelated to me. Gu Chaqing remained indifferent to this. Dismissing a shop assistant is of no concern to him. His true focus lies on the spirit stones and their pricing. Our method of hospitality today has indeed been less than satisfactory. How about a 10% discount? What do you think? The shopkeeper, evidently adept at reading the room, had struck a chord with Gu Chaqing. The market price of spirit stones had long been transparent, and a 10% discount could be considered the lowest possible offer. Should this be agreeable, 1,000 spirit stones would cost only 90,000 taels of silver. The shopkeeper smiled, stating, payment upon delivery. Outside, the shop assistant scoffed, still hoping for payment upon delivery? Dream on. Gu Chaqing casually flipped his palm and directly retrieved a thick stack of silver notes from his storage ring. The notes, each amounting to 1,000 taels, made the shopkeeper's eyes sparkle with excitement. He almost wanted to slap the shop assistant again. Today, he had nearly missed out on a wealthy patron. How fortunate. Amidst his exhilaration, he noticed the shop assistant still standing at the entrance, now utterly dumbfounded. Without hesitation, he strode forward and delivered a resounding slap. Do not let me see you again. Get as far away as you can. Terrified, the shop assistant trembled and scurried away, disappearing from sight. Could he afford to offend someone capable of producing 90,000 taels of silver in an instant? If not now, then when? After completing the transaction, Gu Chaqing found his finances severely strained. The silver he had gleaned from Zhu Dafu the previous night had nearly been squandered on this purchase of spirit stones. As he stored a box of spirit stones into his ring, he suddenly converted them all. Ding! Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 energy points. Subsequently, he opened the system panel and swiftly began editing the Hornet. Ding! Consuming 500 energy points, the monster is now being edited. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a Hornet-type monster. Please name it. Hornet. Gu Chaqing chose the name casually, and a luminous panel immediately materialized. Chapter 10. Colorful Honey Pills, Hornet, Master, Gu Chaqing Level, Intermediate Combat Assessment, Postnatal Realm Attack Skill, Poison Sting Critical Hit Talent Ability. The tail sting contains toxins, capable of producing colorful honey pills, and can transform into a humanoid monster. To upgrade to a higher level, 1,000 energy points are required. At the bottom of the panel, there were two illustrations. On the left was a hornet, its body a dark crimson, with strong and powerful limbs, and its two sharp, curved fangs resembling pincers. Especially notable was the tail's venomous stinger, exceptionally sharp, glinting with a chilling brilliance. The illustration on the right undoubtedly depicts the monstrous form of the tiger bee. Its robust physique retains certain characteristics of the insectoid race, featuring two pairs of wings on its back and a tail that extends from its lower back, reminiscent of a python. complete with a long and sharp stinger. The overall appearance is extraordinarily formidable, instilling a sense of awe. The male insectoid creature indeed appears more robust and majestic. Yu Changqing's eyes sparkled with admiration as he silently praised its magnificence. He then turned his attention to the panel displaying the endowed abilities. Retrieving the information on the rainbow honey pill. Rainbow honey pill can be crafted by collecting the pollen of spiritual plants, possessing detoxifying, healing, and beautifying properties. Yu Changqing gazed at the informative prompt on the panel, his heart brimming with joy. This ability rivaled that of an alchemist. Esteemed guest, might you require any other spiritual materials? The shopkeeper inquired, noticing Yu Changqing's silence and leaning in with enthusiasm. I also desire some pollen from spiritual plants, Yu Changqing replied, adding, any variety will suffice, but it must be the least expensive. At this, the shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly. Generally, spiritual plant pollen is primarily used in alchemy, serving not only to enhance the efficacy of elixirs but also for flavoring and coloring. Could it be that this individual is also an alchemist? The shopkeeper scrutinized Yu Changqing for a moment before stating, our establishment has a type of cold spirit flower pollen, though stock is limited to approximately half a pound. If you wish to acquire it, it will cost you 3,000 taels. Yu Changqing promptly responded, very well, I will take it all. Without hesitation, he retrieved all his savings from his storage ring, amassing a total of 3,000 taels. The shopkeeper's face instantly lit up with joy as he hurriedly procured a vial and handed it to Yu Changqing. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with a light blue powder, exuding a fragrant aroma. Yu Changqing turned away from the shopkeeper and discreetly summoned the tiger bee. Tiger bee, absorb the pollen to create the rainbow honey pill. Upon receiving the command, the tiger bee swiftly plunged into the vial, voraciously consuming the powder in a whirlwind of activity. In mere moments, the pollen was entirely depleted. Subsequently, a notification echoed in Yu Changqing's mind. Ding, the tiger bee has collected sufficient pollen. Would you like to concoct the rainbow honey pill? Each production can yield 5 rainbow honey pills and requires the expenditure of 100 energy points. Yu Changqing was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that providing the pollen would directly result in the crafting of the rainbow honey pills. To his surprise, there was an additional cost. This was almost indistinguishable from the paywall models prevalent on the internet in his previous life. Even with an internet connection, if one wished to view a film for free, it was not an option. One must first subscribe and recharge their account monthly. Truly, this system was a gold-consuming beast. Yu Changqing mused inwardly. He then checked his energy points, finding he still had 790, more than sufficient for his needs. With this in mind, he silently commanded, concoct. Ding. Congratulations on successfully crafting 5 rainbow honey pills. Yu Changqing's heart stirred slightly as he promptly retrieved one of the pills, curiously examining it between his fingers. It was perfectly round, about the size of a grain of rice, adorned with vibrant hues and exuding a delicate floral fragrance. A single whiff brought about an invigorating sense of serenity. While its appearance was satisfactory, its diminutive size left something to be desired. Gazing at the tiny rainbow honey pill, Yu Changqing felt that it was somewhat lacking, as this meager quantity could barely fill the gaps between his teeth. What might its effects be? After a brief contemplation, he decided to taste it. The flavor was sweet, and, upon contact with his tongue, it melted into strands of energy that surged throughout his meridians, cleansing the impurities that had accumulated within him over the years. This energy was remarkably gentle, unlike the frenzied nature of elixirs or those tainted with toxicity. In the blink of an eye, Yu Changqing appeared as though he had undergone an exquisite beauty treatment. His complexion became radiant, and his skin smooth and delicate. Even the lingering injuries from his past cultivation had completely healed. Such miraculous effects were akin to those of a divine elixir, as the impurities within him were eradicated. Yu Changqing noticed a significant acceleration in the flow of his vital energy, akin to a torrential river fiercely refining his entire being. Several acupoints that had long resisted unblocking were suddenly breached by the influx of energy. Bang! He had transformed into a congenital martial artist. Yu Changqing took a deep breath, feeling as if his bodily functions had undergone a qualitative leap, with abundant vital energy coursing through him. An uncontrollable cyclone of energy began to emanate from him, sweeping through the vicinity and causing the bottles on the shelves to tremble slightly. What was happening? The sudden gust of energy startled the shopkeeper, who glanced around in astonishment. Yu Changqing, sensing the commotion, quickly reined in the restless vital energy within him. He then looked down at the remaining 4 rainbow honey pills in his hand and perceived a promising opportunity. Many herbs could detoxify and heal. Yet none boasted such remarkable beautifying effects that could outshine any skincare product. The key was its fragrant taste, unlike the bitter and unpalatable nature of traditional pills. If introduced to the market, it could very well captivate the attention of numerous affluent ladies. With this thought in mind, Gu Chaqing turned to the shopkeeper and smiled. I have some pills here that can detoxify, heal, and enhance beauty. Would you be interested in purchasing them? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's curiosity was piqued. Show them to me. Gu Chaqing opened his palm, revealing the 4 rainbow honey pills. What? Just these tiny things? A flicker of astonishment crossed the shopkeeper's eyes. Were it not for Gu Chaqing's recent lavish spending in the store, he might have exclaimed in outrage. Conventional pills were typically the size of a fingertip. If the dosage was too small, it would scarcely have any effect considering the proportions of the human body. It was akin to comparing a spoonful of food to a whole bowl. There was simply no comparison. However, at present, these small elixirs, even when combined, do not surpass half the quantity of an ordinary pill. Though diminutive in size, their efficacy is undoubtedly remarkable. Name your price, Gu Chaqing stated with calm composure. If you find it difficult to set a price, you may temporarily leave them for consignment at your store. The shopkeeper cast a peculiar glance at Gu Chaqing. Did this young man truly believe he was a valued customer, attempting to sell such wares to the establishment? It was utterly absurd. The shopkeeper slowly inhaled, striving to suppress his inner turmoil. I apologize, but your elixirs do not meet our purchasing standards. Please seek another shop. With that, he turned to organize the spiritual materials on the shelves, feigning busyness, clearly indicating his intent to dismiss the customer. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. A beautiful woman clad in red paused at the entrance, unable to resist taking a deep breath. Her nostrils flared as she followed the scent into the shop. Her captivating gaze suddenly fixated on the 7-colored honey elixir held by Gu Chaqing. Such a minuscule pill possessed such a unique fragrance. Lu Ruyun scrutinized it closely. Whispering in admiration, the colors blend seamlessly, exhibiting perfect harmony. There is also a refreshing floral scent. It must have been crafted using the pollen of the cold spirit flower. Gu Chaqing was momentarily taken aback. Astonished by the woman's keen sense of smell, she discerned the ingredients of the 7-colored honey elixir merely by its aroma. At last, he had encountered someone with discernment. Chapter 11. Worth a fortune. Gu Chaqing turned to observe the woman in red. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her beauty striking, and the fitted red dress accentuated her graceful figure splendidly, exuding an air of sophistication. Her overall demeanor and appearance conveyed a sense of competence and strength, unmistakably marking her as a formidable woman. This lady seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, she was Lu Ruyun, the manager of the Golden Sea Pavilion. The shopkeeper's expression sharpened as he quickly recognized Lu Ruyun's identity, his heart filled with astonishment. He discreetly assessed her figure, perfectly proportioned, with ample curves where needed and slenderness elsewhere, embodying the legendary beauty spoken of in whispers. Shopkeeper, are these small pills new products in your store? Lu Ruyun inquired with curiosity. What are their effects? The shopkeeper's spirits lifted. Anything that caught the attention of such a distinguished individual was certainly extraordinary. It appeared that the 7-colored elixirs had potential. Miss Lu, you truly have discerning eyes, he promptly replied with a beaming smile, ingratiatingly. These elixirs are indeed new products of our store. Do not be fooled by their petite size. They possess detoxifying, healing, and beautifying properties. He then reiterated the effects Gu Chaqing had previously mentioned. Oh, they can also enhance beauty? Lu Ruyun's eyes sparkled with interest, instantly igniting her curiosity. The desire for beauty is even stronger in women. Even though Lu Ruyun had surpassed 30, she found it difficult to resist such temptation. Young sir, do these elixirs truly hold such miraculous properties? As Gu Chaqing faced Lu Ruyun's inquiry, he paused momentarily. It was evident that she had mistakenly taken him for a customer interested in purchasing the colorful honey pills, seeking to discern the truth. Gu Chaqing offered a calm smile, suggesting that words alone could not suffice. If she were truly interested, she ought to sample them herself. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without first parting with a child. Although he was a stranger to Lu Ruyun, in the interest of promoting the colorful honey pills, he resolved to give her one free of charge. Very well, I shall not be polite then. Upon hearing she could taste it for free, Lu Ruyun accepted with pleasure. Returning a charming smile to Gu Chaqing, she reached out to take one of the colorful honey pills but did not rush to consume it. Instead, her slender fingers emanated a trace of primordial energy, swiftly inscribing a mysterious rune totem in the air. The lines of blue light swirled, enveloping the colorful honey pill in her palm, as if to ascertain whether it contained any toxins. A rune master? Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. In this world, practitioners of cultivation were diverse, and rune masters were among them. Those capable of channeling primordial energy to inscribe runes could invoke spells and skills. In the same realm, rune masters often surpassed melee warriors wielding swords. However, the threshold for cultivating runes was exceedingly high, requiring both insight and substantial financial means. After her inspection, Lu Ruyun visibly relaxed her guard, gently placing the colorful honey pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a delightful fragrance that filled her mouth. What a sweet aroma! Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes sparkled, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. It was as though she had been stimulated by some force. A rosy hue spread across her cheeks. She was astonished to find that the liquefied medicine in her mouth was akin to a blooming garden, an exceptionally exquisite flavor. Soon, the effects of the colorful honey pill rapidly disseminated throughout her body. Her already well-maintained skin became even more taut and smooth, radiating a rosy glow. Remarkably, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were completely smoothed out. Her overall appearance seemed to have regressed by at least a decade. Feeling the significant changes within her, Lu Ruyun hurriedly retrieved a copper mirror from her storage ring, gazing at her reflection. An unmistakable look of surprise lit up her enchanting eyes. What is happening? This little pill is truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper, witnessing the entire scene, was filled with disbelief. Were it anyone else, he might suspect a conspiracy between Gu Changqing and Lu Ruyun. Yet, this woman was far from ordinary. And there was no need for such petty tricks. Not only was she the manager of the Jinhai Pavilion auction house, but she was also a top-tier appraiser. Possessing a discerning eye, this would not do. He must seize the opportunity to secure this business. The shopkeeper's thoughts raced. If he could acquire these pills and then resell them to Lu Ruyun, he would undoubtedly pocket a handsome profit. With this in mind, as Lu Ruyun continued to admire her appearance, he quickly approached Gu Changqing and whispered, "Dear customer, I shall take all 3 pills you currently possess, and in the future, I will purchase as many as you have. In terms of price, I can assure you of complete satisfaction." Gu Changqing observed the shopkeeper's eager demeanor and chose not to elaborate further. He was indifferent to who the buyer was. His primary concern lay with the monetary aspect. The shopkeeper extended 2 fingers and whispered, 3 pills for 2,000 silver coins. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing mentally calculated the figures. The cost for the spiritual plant pollen was 3,000, and the expense for refining the 7-colored honey pill amounted to 100 energy points, equivalent to 10,000 taels. Thus, the total cost was 13,000. Although only 3 pills remained, the offered price of 2,000 was patently a loss. Gu Changqing's expression darkened, rendering him disinclined to respond. 5,000. No, 1,000. The shopkeeper, noticing Gu Changqing's indifference, hastily raised the offer once more. However, at that moment, Lu Ruyun had regained her composure and discerned the underlying truth. These 7-colored pills, could they possibly belong to you? Lu Ruyun inquired curiously, directing her gaze toward Gu Changqing. He nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, this pill is called the 7-colored honey pill. What a poetic name for a medicine, Lu Ruyun remarked, her beautiful eyes blinking in approval. Subsequently, she retrieved a silver note from her storage ring, stating, "Having consumed one of your 7-colored honey pills earlier, here is the payment for the medicine. I hope it suffices." Gu Changqing cast a glance and was astonished to find it was a hefty note worth 10,000. It is worth noting that the cost for 5 7-colored honey pills was merely 13,000. Lu Ruyun had consumed 1 and yet offered 10,000. After deducting costs, it was an assured profit. "That will do," Gu Changqing said with a smile as he accepted the silver note. The shopkeeper beside them stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a small pill could be worth so much. His earlier offer of 1,000 for 3 pills now seemed utterly absurd. "I am the steward of the Golden Sea Pavilion and also a treasure appraiser," Lu Ruyun said, gazing at Gu Changqing with a smile. Though small, the 7-colored honey pill possesses unique qualities. If you wish to sell it for a good price, I recommend bringing it to our auction house at Golden Sea Pavilion. The profits will undoubtedly be higher. Observing the impending loss of business, the shopkeeper felt anxious, yet due to Lu Ruyun's formidable background, he could only watch helplessly and refrain from interjecting. "An auction house, you say?" Gu Changqing's interest was piqued. He was in dire need of money, and selling the 7-colored honey pill at a high price was an opportunity he could not dismiss. "The Golden Sea Pavilion will host an auction tomorrow night. If you're interested, You may bring these 7-colored honey pills for appraisal and auction, Lu Ruyun assured him, with our Golden Sea Pavilion promoting you. I guarantee they will sell for more than 10,000. Gu Chaqing smiled and nodded, signaling his acceptance of the invitation. If he could leverage the auction house for publicity, he would no longer worry about selling the 7-colored honey pills at a favorable price. Very well, it is settled then, Lu Ruyun said, her face alight with joy. She had been concerned about attracting a female clientele for the upcoming auction, and the unique 7-colored honey pills would perfectly fill that niche. The shopkeeper gazed at the two who had successfully reached an agreement, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Had he not dismissed those trivial pills earlier and hastened to complete a deal with Gu Chaqing, he would undoubtedly have reaped substantial profits at tomorrow's auction at the Golden Sea Pavilion. Alas, that opportunity was now lost. How foolish and blind I have been. Consumed by regret, the shopkeeper silently pounded his chest in frustration. Chapter 12. The First Aristocracy. As Gu Chaqing stepped out of the Tianbao workshop, Meng Jing, who had been waiting by the roadside, quickly approached with the carriage. Dr. Gu, where to next? To the Destiny Medical Hall. Gu Chaqing replied as he settled into the carriage, his mind not wandering elsewhere. He anticipated news regarding the assassination task he had arranged with Chen Kuei yesterday. He could not afford to miss it. Oh, so you are a physician, Lu Ruyun said, appearing beside the carriage, her gaze fixed on Gu Chaqing as she smiled gently. Gu Chaqing chuckled and replied, should you ever feel unwell, do not hesitate to visit the Destiny Medical Hall. I offer complimentary treatments for gynecological ailments. At this, Lu Ruyun let out a soft laugh. Forget it. Having just consumed a colorful honey pill, I am now impervious to ailments. Her enchanting eyes lingered on Gu Chaqing's youthful and handsome face, finding him increasingly charming. By the way, here is a VIP card for the Golden Sea Pavilion. No appointment is necessary to enter the auction house. Lu Ruyun, with a slight pout of her ruby lips, produced a golden card. Gu Chaqing's eyes brightened at the sight of pure gold. We shall meet tomorrow evening. After bidding farewell, Lu Ruyun sauntered away, her graceful figure disappearing into a luxurious carriage. Dr. Gu, you are truly impressive to know, Lu. The stewardess of the Golden Sea Pavilion, Meng Jing remarked, his face filled with admiration. She is the daughter of the Lu family, the foremost aristocracy of the Daong dynasty. The foremost aristocracy? Gu Chaqing's expression momentarily shifted in surprise. Not expecting such a significant background for the woman. Had he inadvertently allied himself with a wealthy heiress? It was said that Lu Ruyun, engrossed in business, held little regard for romantic entanglements, having turned down countless suitors from noble families. Meng Jing, seemingly still entranced by Lu Ruyun's beauty, continued to extol, indeed. She is as beautiful as a celestial being. It is a pity, however, that the Lu family, seeking to align with the royal power, may soon arrange her marriage to the imperial family. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing cast a curious glance at Meng Jing, wondering how a mere coachman could possess such knowledge. Meng Jing grinned. I have a brother who delights in uncovering gossip. I learned this from him. Raising an eyebrow in intrigue, Gu Chaqing asked, what does he do for a living? After a brief moment of contemplation, Meng Jing replied, to be frank, my brother specializes in selling information on the black market for profit. However, he has recently fallen victim to malicious competition and lost his source of income. So he is currently staying with me. This revelation piqued Gu Chaqing's interest. He was currently struggling to establish an intelligence network for the assassination business. If he could recruit that individual, it would undoubtedly alleviate many of his burdens. Convey a message to your brother. I have a lucrative opportunity to recommend. If he is interested, he may find me at the Tianming Medical Hall. Gu Chaqing's gaze fixed intently on Meng Jing, his words laden with significance. As for the nature of the opportunity, I trust you have gleaned some insight from his lips. The purpose of Tianming Medical Hall is quite evident. A sudden jolt of realization coursed through Meng Jing as he averted his gaze, unable to meet Gu Chaqing's eyes. I understand. I shall speak to him upon my return, he murmured, his voice low, and then fell silent, guiding the horse-drawn carriage eastward. Along the way, in their casual conversation, Gu Chaqing learned that Meng Jing's brother was named Feng Baiyu. The two had been orphans since childhood, enduring a life in the slums of the city, lacking even the most basic of household registrations. At your tender age, you might consider learning a trade, Gu Chaqing suggested. At the very least, it would afford you a better life than pulling a cart. Meng Jing shook his head, a smile breaking through. Survival skills are merely a necessity. My true aspiration lies in the pursuit of martial arts. As he spoke of his ideals, his eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. Gu Chaqing appraised Meng Jing's sturdy frame. Indeed, His physique was well suited for martial training. However, the path of martial cultivation demands not only talent but also resources. Without the means to procure even the basic materials for body refinement, how could one hope to train? Make way. Clear the path. Quickly move aside. After traversing a stretch, a sudden commotion erupted at the street ahead. Gu Chongqing glanced up to see the crowd parting like the tide. A magnificent steed pulling an ornate carriage galloping wildly towards them. Any pedestrian caught in its path was violently knocked to the ground, chaos reigning supreme. This is dire. Meng Jing's brow furrowed. The frenzied horse was barreling straight towards them, leaving no room for escape. His expression hardened, and he swiftly drew a long whip from his side, snapping it with a flick of his wrist. The whip sliced through the air with a crack, striking the horse squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, the horse stumbled, dragging the carriage down. Impressive skills, Gu Chongqing quietly commended, witnessing the deft maneuver. What is happening? A furious voice erupted from within the carriage. Young master, someone has obstructed our path and injured the horse. The coachman limped towards the carriage, reporting nervously. Which lowly commoner dares to collide with my carriage? The door swung open, and a brooding young man clad in fine garments emerged, glaring at Meng Jing from the carriage. I was merely acting in self-defense. Had the horse collided with us, the consequences would have been far graver, Meng Jing replied, exasperated. I am willing to compensate for the damage to your carriage. Compensate? The young man scoffed. This horse is a top-tier breed from the capital. Do you think a mere cart driver can afford the cost? At that moment, a dozen attendants appeared behind him, escalating the tension. Riding on sleek black steeds, clad in leather armor, they unmistakably belonged to the elite class, high-ranking bodyguards, all possessing formidable prowess at the acquired realm. Compensation could be arranged, but what this young master lacks the least is wealth. The elegantly dressed youth fixed his cold, penetrating gaze upon Meng Jing. Sneering as he demanded, kneel and kowtow to acknowledge your mistake, then gouge out your own eyes, and we shall consider this matter settled. The bystanders on the street exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy for Meng Jing. To be forced to kneel and confess was one thing, but to demand the removal of one's own eyes was utterly merciless. Furthermore, that wretched commoner seated in the carriage, he should immediately roll out for this young master. Gu Chongqing, upon hearing the youth's harsh reprimand, maintained an impassive expression, but inwardly summoned the tiger bee. Establishing an assassin organization for intelligence required Meng Jing's introduction of Fang Baiyu. Thus he must be preserved at all costs. Buzz. The tiger bee darted through the carriage window, swiftly ascending above the street, its crimson eyes fixated on the elegantly dressed youth and his entourage below, awaiting commands. Chapter 13. Spider, shall we join forces? This individual exudes dominance. What is his origin? He does not appear to be from the local aristocracy but seems rather to be an outsider. How audacious for an outsider to rampage through our Chizhou city. Just observe the formidable bodyguards accompanying him. Their familial background must be substantial. On the street, the gathered crowd whispered among themselves, casting wary glances at the elegantly dressed youth and his companions. Gu Chongqing, seated within the carriage, quickly assessed the adversary's manpower through the shared vision of the tiger bee. Although there were several bodyguards, all at the acquired realm, they did not pose a significant threat. The only one of concern was the black-clad man standing beside the elegantly dressed youth. This man bore a long sword strapped to his back, emanating a chilling aura, his strength undoubtedly surpassing the innate realm. I had intended to grant you an opportunity to beg for mercy, but it seems you are not blessed with such fortune. The elegantly dressed youth's gaze turned icy as he regarded Meng Jing, then glanced at the indifferent Gu Chongqing within the carriage, feeling his dignity insulted. What are you still dawdling for? Subdue them. I shall take responsibility for whatever ensues. Upon hearing the youth's command, the bodyguards immediately drew their weapons and encircled the carriage where Gu Chongqing sat. Their movements were synchronized, carrying an air of lethal intent, akin to well-trained soldiers. Meng Jing's expression darkened, and his previously simple demeanor now revealed a fierce glint. Dr. Gu, brace yourself, he bellowed, yanking the reins vigorously. The black steed beneath him responded instinctively, swiftly turning the carriage around. Then, much to the astonishment of onlookers, the carriage began to race backward down the street. As if drifting. Do not hesitate. Chase after them. The elegantly dressed youth roared in a fit of rage. The bodyguards hastily unsheathed their weapons and pursued on horseback. Li Chao, you too, particularly that coachman. He must die? The elegantly dressed youth commanded, his gaze shifting to the black-clad man beside him. As soon as Li Chao made his move, relying on his peak innate cultivation, he was confident that he could halt the carriage in a matter of moments. My duty was to ensure the safety of the young master, never straying even a step away. With an expressionless demeanor, Li Chao solemnly stated, "This is the command of the head of the family. I trust you will understand." The young man in splendid attire furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment. On the bustling street, Meng Jing rode his black horse at full gallop, the carriage swaying violently and emitting creaking sounds. A dozen guards pursued closely behind, the distance between them steadily diminishing. "Tiger wasps, intercept those individuals," Gu Chaqing commanded, glancing back with a resolute expression. The tiger wasps, circling above the street, immediately descended with rapidity. As their tails quivered slightly, a barrage of venomous stingers shot forth, striking the horses. In an instant, several steeds emitted sorrowful cries, collapsing to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Following the successful attack, the tiger wasps swiftly ascended into the skies, trailing behind the carriage. What is happening? The sudden ambush left the guards startled as they warily scanned their surroundings. Poison needles? One vigilant guard noticed the stingers embedded in the horse's legs and promptly extracted one, examining it with curiosity. Such tiny stingers, yet the venom is remarkably potent. The guard furrowed his brow, speaking in a tone tinged with caution. The adversary must be a master of poison. Do not pursue. Protecting the young master is paramount. Tiger wasps, return. Confirming that the assailants had ceased their pursuit, Gu Chaqing called back the tiger wasps, retracting them into the system space. Were it not for the public nature of the day, which was ill-suited for killing, he would have preferred to let the tiger wasps harvest more energy points. However, to avoid drawing unwanted attention, he had no choice but to refrain. "Dr. Gu, was that your doing just now?" Meng Jing inquired, sensing the situation behind him. Gu Chaqing remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. "Dr. Gu, you are truly remarkable. With a single strike, you have dealt with so many skilled pursuers." Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration as he added, "Fong Baiyu is right. You are certainly not an ordinary physician, but..." At this point, he seemed to realize something, hastily closing his mouth, "but rather a cold-blooded assassin." Gu Chaqing interjected candidly. Since it appeared that the adversary was aware of his identity, there was no harm in being forthright about it now. "My heavens! Is this truly what I am hearing?" Meng Jing's heart raced, his expression tense as he struggled to find a response. It was well known that assassins were typically very protective of their personal information. If exposed, it could lead to a deadly silence. "That scoundrel Fong Baiyu. Why does he share so much gossip with me? Now, he will surely suffer." Meng Jing's heart pounded, even entertaining thoughts of fleeing on horseback. "Do not panic. My willingness to be honest with you indicates that I have no fear of revealing my identity." Gu Chaqing, with a non-committal demeanor, calmly remarked, "I am in urgent need of talented individuals for intelligence gathering. Your brother possesses considerable potential. Please convey my intentions to him this evening." Meng Jing swallowed hard, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Additionally, I am in need of transportation. I would like to hire your carriage for the entire day at a monthly rate of 2,000 silver coins. What do you think?" Gu Chaqing found Meng Jing to be quite straightforward and immediately extended an olive branch. Should he successfully recruit him, Fong Baiyu, considering their brotherly bond, would likely be more amenable to persuasion. 2,000? Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sum far exceeded his earnings from hauling carts over the past 6 months. "Dr. Gu, are you serious?" His tone betrayed his disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. "Absolutely," Gu Chaqing replied with a faint smile. "If you are unwilling, it is of no consequence." "No, I am willing. From now on, I shall be your dedicated coachman. Wherever you wish to go is no trouble at all." Meng Jing eagerly agreed, his face alight with enthusiasm. With financial means, he could purchase spiritual materials to refine his body. And he had hopes of breaking through to the postnatal realm, having been stuck at the peak of the chi condensation stage for too long. "Rest assured, Dr. Gu, today, come what may, even if I have to tie him up with rope, I will bring that lad Fong Baiyu to the Destiny Medical Hall," Meng Jing vowed, thumping his chest with determination. A smile crept onto Gu Chaqing's lips, his spirits lifted. The 2,000 silver coins not only secured a coachman, but perhaps also facilitated the establishment of an intelligence network, an investment well worth the expense. Upon arriving at the Destiny Medical Hall, Meng Jing hurried off to the slums. "Hoofing, keep watch outside the store," Gu Chaqing instructed, opting not to return to the shop immediately, but instead heading to a nearby restaurant, perhaps due to his recent breakthrough to the innate realm. He felt a pressing need to replenish his energy, his stomach growling with hunger. Upon his command, Hoofing swiftly flew to the entrance of the Destiny Medical Hall, assuming the role of a sentinel. "Master, may I summon Joie Joie to join us?" Hu Feng suddenly transmitted telepathically, feeling a tinge of boredom. Not a chance. I shall only accompany my master, came the cold voice of Ing Zhu in Gu Chongqing's mind. Very well, the master is indeed more important. Hu Feng replied with a hint of resentment. Gu Chongqing smiled gently, shaking his head at the mental exchange between his two pets. Due to the infusion of his own blood into their essence, they had awakened their intelligence, making such communication quite natural. Chapter 14. Locking onto the prey, entering the restaurant. Yu Chongqing ordered an abundant array of signature dishes, starting to devour them ravenously. While eating, he intermittently monitored the situation at the Destiny Medical Hall through Hu Feng's perspective. He observed patients gradually lining up outside, unable to discern who among them were Chun Kuei's subordinates. That should suffice. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Gu Chongqing prepared to settle the bill and depart. However, at that moment, a group of individuals stormed into the restaurant, aggressively seizing the best tables. So it's them. Gu Chongqing cast a fleeting glance and recognized the group of young men in brocade who had clashed with him earlier on the street. Fortunately, at that time, he was seated within a carriage, shielded by curtains, and they had not identified him. Those two wretches had best pray that they do not cross paths with me again. Otherwise, gouging their eyes out and breaking their legs would merely be a light punishment. The brocade-clad youth sat at the head of the table, his expression dark as he slammed his palm onto the surface, causing the teacups to rattle violently. Having come to Qingzhou City, he had yet to accomplish his objectives and had already suffered the loss of over 10 warhorses. This misfortune was truly difficult to swallow. Young master, you have drawn the attention of those from the black market recently. Now that you are outside, please refrain from being too ostentatious in your actions, advised Li Chao, who stood nearby, his voice low and measured. With a swordsmanship master of your caliber by my side, what have I to fear? The brocade-clad youth scoffed. Are you truly afraid? Li Chao slightly inclined his body, responding, Young master, you exaggerate. After settling the bill, Gu Chongqing discreetly assessed his surroundings with the corner of his eye before striding out of the restaurant. He fervently hoped that Meng Jing would not arrive at the Destiny Medical Clinic too soon. Otherwise, their paths would inevitably cross. With over a dozen postnatal martial artists, alongside a peak innate realm swordsman, a direct confrontation would indeed be daunting. Dr. Gu has arrived. As Gu Chongqing stepped outside the medical clinic, patients waiting in line immediately surged toward him. Most of these individuals hailed from the slums. Although the original owner had concealed his identity as an assassin behind the guise of a physician, he often treated patients at a low cost, albeit with subpar medical skills. Thus, the clientele primarily consisted of the impoverished. However, now, as a modern military doctor hailing from the 21st century, his capabilities were decidedly different. Please, do not rush. Take a number and line up, one at a time. Gu Chongqing opened the clinic door, holding a basket of small wooden tokens to distribute to the patients. Among them, one individual caught his attention. The man appeared gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his steps were steady. He hardly resembled someone ailing. It seemed this man was sent by Chen Kuei to convey a message. As their gazes met, Gu Chongqing made a swift determination and handed the last token to him. The gaunt man subtly nodded, signaling his understanding. After distributing the wooden tokens, Gu Chongqing donned his physician's robe and earnestly began attending to the patients, prescribing remedies in turn. In this realm, the abundance of spiritual energy meant that, unlike Earth, there were not countless viruses. Most ailments stemmed from wind and cold. For Gu Chongqing, it was merely a small demonstration of his skills. Thus, in a mere half hour, he attended to over 20 patients. Finally, the gaunt man approached Gu Chongqing. Dr. Gu, this prescription was sent by Boschan. Could you please take a look at it? Seeing that the surroundings were clear, the gaunt man produced a piece of paper and handed it to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing's gaze sharpened as he focused on the contents of the paper. Pray, Martin Yu, age, 25, strength, mid-stage of acquired realm identity, prodigal son of the Ma family background, noble count of the Daong dynasty in the capital city, personal bodyguards, 15 warriors of the acquired realm. And another, a peak-innate sword cultivator named Li Chao. Recent activity location, traveling to Qizhou City. Invited to the auction at Jinhai Pavilion on the evening of the 9th of this month. Compensation, 100,000 silver notes. Task deadline, 8 days. Beneath this information, there is a portrait of a brooding young man. Upon seeing his visage, Gu Chongqing felt a sense of familiarity. Martin Yu, it is indeed him. Gu Chongqing's heart jolted, and the image of the elegantly dressed youth surfaced in his mind. Boss Chen asked me to convey a message to you. Ensure that the remedy works effectively. The gaunt man ominously reminded, Otherwise, you will be liable for triple the medical expenses. Gu Changqing's expression darkened at the thought of this so-called commission and the potential compensation. He felt a growing disdain. Chen Kuei, that short fellow, merely served as an intermediary, yet regardless of success or failure, he profited without effort, treating Gu Changqing as nothing more than a means to his financial ends. Considering this, Gu Changqing felt a surge of frustration, further solidifying his resolve to establish an intelligence agency. With that said, I shall not intrude any longer, the gaunt man concluded. Lifting an empty medicine bag and turning to depart, Gu Changqing approached the entrance, hanging a sign that read closed for business today, no further engagements. His gaze then drifted towards the restaurant across the street, where he spotted Martin Yu and his companions still dining within, though the prey was so close at hand. They were surrounded by numerous warriors, one of whom was a peak innate master. Thus, he could only bide his time for the right moment. Shadow Spider. Keep a close watch on the prey's movements, and ensure we remain undetected. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changqing suddenly dispatched the Shadow Spider. While the Tiger Bee possessed flight capabilities, making it easier to track, the Shadow Spider excelled in stealth. Upon receiving the order, the Shadow Spider swiftly crossed the thoroughfare, scaling the wall of the restaurant to the window, gradually closing the distance to observe Martin Yu and his entourage in secret. Young master, your journey to this place for the auction, in hopes of winning Miss Lu's heart, is rather perilous, one of his subordinates cautiously remarked, surveying the surroundings. If I can win her affection, the risk will be worth it, Martin Yu retorted dismissively, coldly adding, if I discover who the employer is, I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. He then shifted the topic. Did you bring the items I requested? Rest assured, young master. I specifically brought 2 bags of Huan powder for this trip. This substance has a potent after effect. A mere whiff would be far more intoxicating than the courtesans of Yihang Courtyard. As Martin Yu accepted the Huan powder from his subordinate, a lascivious grin crept across his face. Lu Ruyun, are you not pretending to be aloof and detached? With this Huan powder in hand, I shall see how you behave beneath me. He gazed at the 2 packets of Huan powder with an increasingly fervent grin. Beside him, Li Chao remained silent, his sharp gaze occasionally sweeping over the diners, ever vigilant like a leopard. He held Martin Yu's arrogance in deep contempt, viewing him merely as a spoiled scion relying on familial power to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Completely oblivious to the need for discretion at such a critical juncture, it was no wonder that some unseen adversaries had resorted to hiring assassins in the black market to eliminate him. Chapter 15. Restless Huan Powder, Lu Ruyun. Inside the medical hall, Gu Changqing furrowed his brow. Through the shared perception of the Shadow Spider, he had learned that Martin Chao was plotting such despicable schemes. Thus, it could be inferred that this scoundrel would likely pose a threat to Lu Ruyun at tomorrow night's auction. Should he fall into my hands, it would be his misfortune. Gu Changqing's expression turned icy, his murderous intent intensifying. The auction proceeds from the 7-colored honey pills required Lu Ruyun's resources to establish a reputation, and he could not allow her to jeopardize that. Moments later, Martin Yu and his entourage had settled their bill and departed the restaurant. The Shadow Spider silently followed, its cold gaze unwaveringly fixed on its prey. However, without Gu Changqing's command, it refrained from taking any rash actions. It trailed them to the inn, stealthily entering the establishment. Strange, why does it feel as though someone is watching me? As Martin Yu walked, a growing sense of unease crept over him, prompting him to glance back. From earlier in the restaurant, he had sensed a pair of eyes observing him from the shadows, but given the bustling crowd, he dismissed it. Yet now, upon entering the inn, that feeling persisted, as if a ghost were following him, leaving him inexplicably anxious. Young master, are you being followed? Li Chao inquired. Noticing Martin Yu's expression, my instincts have always been accurate. It must be so, Martin Yu nervously replied, averting his gaze. Li Chao's expression darkened as he scanned the inn's entrance, observing the throng of passers-by outside. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow Spider lurked in the obscurity of the door's crevice, nearly impossible to detect. Seeing no suspicious individuals, Li Chao remained wary and instructed his subordinates, you two watch outside the inn. Report any developments to me promptly. You, go to the government office and inform them that the legitimate heir of the Li family in the capital is present, requesting increased security patrols in this area. Understood. Immediately, 3 of his subordinates sprang into action. Young master, from this moment on, it is best that you do not leave my line of sight, Li Chao said gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Martin Yu. Very well, Martin Yu nodded, his lips trembling slightly. He realized that he was likely being targeted by an assassin. his eyes now filled with panic, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Li Chao's vigilance was surprisingly strong. It seemed unwise to carry out the assassination tonight. Gu Chaqing narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. However, he did not call back the shadow spider, but instead commanded, "Little spider, continue to monitor and gradually wear down their energy." "Yes, master." Instantly, the shadow spider's gaze remained fixated on Martin Yu. "A sharp intuition, is it? Then let us make you restless." Gu Chaqing severed their shared perception, intending to let the shadow spider torment Martin Yu throughout the night. Should any situation arise, the shadow spider could communicate through mental connection, allowing him to focus elsewhere. Would Meng Jing be able to negotiate successfully? Gu Changqing scanned the hurried pedestrians on the street, feeling uncertain. After all, those adept at gathering intelligence are often eccentric and unpredictable, making them difficult to gauge. Thus, it was not until night fell that two figures finally appeared at the door of the medical hall. Leading the way was Meng Jing, followed by a young man clad in white. This individual possessed an elegant demeanor, yet his eyes were profound and haunting, exuding an extraordinary wisdom. However, his complexion appeared notably pale, suggesting some underlying ailment. Fong Baiyu. Gu Changqing's gaze shifted, and before Meng Jing could introduce him, he turned to the young man in white, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Dr. Gu, as they say, seeing is believing. You truly possess remarkable skills." Fong Baiyu stood with crossed arms, scrutinizing Gu Chaqing, implying that his presence here was not entirely voluntary. Meng Jing interjected abruptly, "Stop putting on airs. I haven't put a knife to your throat." Fong Baiyu shrugged. "You've already gotten what you wanted. Why should I pretend?" He then redirected his gaze to Gu Changqing, his smile suddenly vibrant. "All right. I'll lay my cards on the table. 4,000 silver coins a month, plus all expenses for intelligence gathering, which I estimate will start at no less than 20,000. Gu Chaqing remained composed. "Money is not an issue." "Good heavens." Meng Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. "I only receive 2,000 a month, and you're asking for 20? Fong Baiyu scoffed. "You're doing manual labor. I'm using my brain. Can it be the same? Moreover, maintaining an intelligence network requires managing various relationships and supporting a cadre of informants and runners, not to mention the investment for future expansion." Meng Jing, perplexed, chose not to voice further complaints. "Dr. Gu, if you're willing, we can officially cooperate from this point forward." Fong Baiyu smiled with confidence. "Are you suggesting this is merely a collaboration?" Gu Chaqing detected the underlying implication, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Precisely. We each get what we need. You provide the funds, and I offer my efforts." Fong Baiyu said meaningfully, "As far as I know, Chen Kuei, the intermediary in the black market, takes a 20% commission from every illicit job, and even if the task is not completed on time, a penalty of triple the amount must be paid. However, I differ. You need only to cover the expenses incurred in gathering intelligence without bearing the risk of compensation. This is what true mutual benefit looks like." Gu Chaqing fell silent. This model of collaboration indeed presents better conditions than Chen Kuei, yet what he sought was absolute control over intelligence, rather than a mere cooperative relationship. "You clever lad. So this is the scheme you have in mind. How cunning of you." Meng Jing suddenly understood, slapping Fong Baiyu on the shoulder. Although he restrained his strength, Fong Baiyu appeared overwhelmed, swaying unsteadily before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, his already pale complexion turned ashen, his lips taking on a grayish-purple hue, rendering him exceedingly weak. "Baiyu, what has happened to you?" The sudden turn of events left Meng Jing aghast, hastily supporting Fong Baiyu. "Lay him down." Gu Changqing's gaze darkened, his fingers already resting on Fong Baiyu's wrist, feeling the weak and erratic pulse. On the pale wrist, a thin line of purple-black was slowly creeping along the veins, clearly a sign of poison entering the heart. "You have been poisoned?" Gu Chaqing frowned, looking at Fong Baiyu. "Yes, I was injured by a poison needle during a conflict with rivals in the black market some time ago," Fong Baiyu replied with a bitter smile. "This poison requires dragon beard grass for treatment, but this material is extremely rare and expensive, which is why I have delayed until now." He had originally planned to procure the dragon beard grass for treatment after discussing the collaboration with Gu Chaqing, but he did not expect the toxicity to act so swiftly within him. "You fool, why did you wait until now to mention it?" Meng Jing exclaimed, springing to his feet. "Even if I have to rob it, I will get the dragon beard grass." Chapter 16, Winning Hearts and Minds. Do not waste time. The poison has penetrated deeply, and even if we procure the dragon beard grass, it will have little effect. Gu Chaqing immediately interjected. For this was a rare opportunity to win hearts. It could not be missed. Of course, his words were not merely for show. Given Fong Baiyu's current condition, relying solely on the medicinal properties of dragonbeard grass would indeed be insufficient to eradicate the poison. It would only alleviate the symptoms. What shall we do now? Meng Jing was frantic, then suddenly knelt down like a towering iron statue. Dr. Gu, as long as you are willing to save my brother, my life will be yours. Fong Baiyu was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with tears. If he could survive, he would no longer exploit his brother's resources. Keep your life for yourself. You may offset the treatment cost with your wages later, Gu Chaqing replied, shaking his head with a calm smile. Matters of winning hearts must occur naturally. Being overly deliberate may yield unfavorable results. He then casually flipped his palm, producing a colorful honey pill. Take this pill, and you will soon recover. Just this? Fong Baiyu examined the tiny, sesame-sized colorful pill, his eyes filled with astonishment and skepticism. Enough chatter, eat it quickly. Meng Jing, in a state of urgency, seized the vibrant honey pills and swiftly placed one into Fong Baiyu's mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, instantly transforming into a warm current that flowed down his throat, swiftly coursing through his body's meridians. Wherever it traveled, it melted away the dark, toxic mist that had lingered within his marrow, much like spring thawing winter's snow. Fong Baiyu's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality, feeling his bodily functions rapidly rejuvenating, unlike the previous weakness he had felt. It was truly miraculous. Astonished, he rose to his feet, his pallid complexion visibly regaining its rosy hue. Meng Jing, witnessing this transformation, rejoiced. The healing effect is remarkably swift. Filled with exhilaration, Fong Baiyu attempted a few leaps. Brimming with energy, although remnants of poison still lingered within him, he no longer felt any significant threat to his life. I have 2 more pills here. If you take one each day, you should fully recover, Gu Chaqing stated, producing the last 2 vibrant honey pills and handing them to Fong Baiyu. Dr. Gu, how much do these pills cost? Meng Jing inquired with curiosity. Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly. Today, Lu Riyun purchased one for 10,000 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was taken aback. 3 pills, equating to 30,000. My goodness. Fong Baiyu swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly as he held the 2 vibrant honey pills. 30,000 silver coins. This sum was nearly several times his earnings from selling intelligence on the black market. Dr. Gu, this is far too precious. Fong Baiyu's voice quavered with emotion. Gu Chaqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. Medicine is meant to save lives, not to be measured by its value. Suddenly, Meng Jing knelt on one knee, his fist striking the floor with a resounding thud. Dr. Gu, thank you for your generous gift. Fong Baiyu took a deep breath, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He slowly tucked the vibrant honey pills into his bosom, then knelt down, declaring, Dr. Gu, your life-saving grace is something I cannot repay. From this day forth, my life, along with the entire intelligence network, is at your disposal. Gu Chaqing's lips curled upward. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. Since both of you are willing to follow me, this medical establishment shall be your sanctuary henceforth. With a gentle lift of his hand, a powerful surge of primordial energy emanated from his palm, effortlessly elevating both individuals. Such pure primordial energy. Fong Baiyu was momentarily stunned, his admiration deepening. This cultivation level was undoubtedly, at least at the innate realm. Baiyu, you are skilled in gathering intelligence. You must be aware of the current state of the heavenly destiny assassins, correct? Gu Chaqing inquired, taking a seat and probing gently. The owner is testing my intelligence capabilities. I must not disappoint him, Fong Baiyu thought to himself before responding. I do possess some knowledge. To put it bluntly, it is merely a shell of its former self. While I am unaware of how many assassins you have recruited, the intelligence aspect has always been a vulnerability for the heavenly destiny assassins. Furthermore, they lack agents, rendering them unable to engage with employers in the black market. Consequently, all income channels must rely on intermediaries, who, besides extracting commissions, sometimes even impose hidden price differences, effectively rendering themselves mere tools for profit. Hearing this, Gu Chaqing nodded inwardly. Fong Baiyu indeed possesses a remarkable talent for intelligence gathering, adeptly exposing all the shortcomings of the destiny assassins. As for the so-called hidden price difference, it is simply a matter where the employer offers a reward of 100,000, yet the intermediary provides the assassin with only 50,000. In the end, the lion's share of the profits is seized by the intermediary. In my opinion, The Destiny Assassins should swiftly recruit an agent and subsequently expand the scale of their intelligence network to establish a comprehensive operational framework. Fang Baiyu continued, stating that this way, they would no longer be constrained by intermediaries, thus generating greater profits. Gu Chaqing pondered briefly, his gaze shifting between the two individuals before settling on Fang Baiyu, declaring that the role of the agent could only be entrusted to him. No, I am not suited for this, Fang Baiyu quickly shook his head. If I were to take the lead in establishing the intelligence agency, I assure you it would be accomplished. However, the position of agent is far from simple. It requires expertise in both the underworld and legitimate spheres, as well as the ability to navigate the various power dynamics with ease. Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly, indicating that the capabilities of the agent are indeed quite critical. Boss, although my abilities are limited, I do know of a more suitable candidate. Fang Baiyu smiled broadly, however. This individual has a rather unconventional personality and is a woman. It is up to you to decide. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing finally interjected. You're not referring to Sister Rong, are you? Oh, how rare to see you being clever, Fang Baiyu remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting an appreciative glance at Meng Jing. Since the two of them have now joined the Destiny Assassins, they naturally ought to bring Sister Rong into the fold to assist their boss in dominating the black market. A woman? Gu Changqing's eyes flickered with surprise. Is she truly capable? Rest assured, boss, Sister Rong is undoubtedly capable, Fang Baiyu replied confidently. She has gained a modest reputation in the black market as an intermediary, adept at connecting various factions. In terms of connections and acumen, she is no less formidable than that old fox Chen Kuei. Noting that Gu Changqing remained contemplative, Fang Baiyu added, as for trustworthiness, there is no need for concern. The three of us have relied on each other since childhood in the slums, akin to siblings. I will bring her to the clinic tomorrow. You will see for yourself. However, Gu Chaqing shook his head, stating, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let us postpone it. He then retrieved a large denomination banknote from his storage ring and handed it to Fang Baiyu. Take this 10,000. Use it to set up the intelligence network. I will provide additional funds later. Fang Baiyu accepted the banknote, his eyes shimmering with excitement, and then, understanding the cue, departed the clinic with Meng Jing. Given his understanding of the black market, he was already aware that the illicit job assigned to Chen Kuei was indeed taken on by Gu Chaqing, and actions would likely unfold tomorrow. However, at this moment, Gu Chaqing was not focused on the assassination task. Instead, he summoned the tiger wasp, in a moment of desperation to save Fang Baiyu. The vibrant honey pills had been entirely consumed. With an auction scheduled for tomorrow evening, it was imperative to concoct a new batch. The affluent aristocrats of Qizhou City undoubtedly possessed abundant resources, and their estates were likely adorned with spiritual flora. Gu Chaqing murmured to himself before issuing a command. Tiger bee. Go and gather some pollen. Buzz. The tiger bee immediately darted away. In an instant, the various opulent mansions within the city became its targets. Chapter 17. Infiltrating the Liu family's ancestral home as a species of bee, the tiger bee possessed an innate sensitivity to the scent of pollen. It circled above the city, its antennae quivering, swiftly honing in on a secluded estate. Before it stood a grand red-painted gate, emblazoned with the plaque of the Liu family. Although the architecture appeared somewhat antiquated, its vast and imposing structure was undeniably impressive, with pavilions and towers arranged with elegance. This must surely be the Liu family's ancestral home in Qizhou City, Gu Chaqing mused as images from the tiger bee flooded his mind. Upon entering the estate, the tiger bee immediately detected a fragrance rich with spiritual energy, prompting it to follow the scent. At the end of a corridor, it discovered a stone chamber from which the floral aroma emanated. Outside the door stood two maidservants. Aren't spiritual plants usually cultivated in gardens? How could they be indoors? Gu Chaqing pondered, but resolved to investigate further. With a swift flap of its wings, the tiger bee darted through a ventilation opening. Before long, it was met with the sight of an enormous bath shrouded in mist. Colorful petals floated upon the water's surface, and within, a woman bathed, entirely unclothed. So this was the source of the alluring fragrance. Gu Chaqing swallowed hard, comprehending the reason behind the enticing aroma. At that moment, the woman seemed to have finished her bath and rose from the pool. Through the shared vision of the tiger bee, Gu Chaqing beheld this captivating scene in its entirety. Lu Ruyun, it was she. His pupils constricted, his gaze fixated upon the woman. Upon recognizing her familiar visage, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. It must be said, Lu Ruyun possessed a figure that was truly enchanting. With ample bosom and curvaceous hips, a slender waist, and fair skin, she resembled a lotus emerging from the water. A veritable beauty of the mortal realm. The tiger bee, sensing its master's fervent gaze, began to circle within the room, surveying Lu Ruyun's form from various angles. This bee seems rather peculiar, Lu Ruyun mused, lifting her beautiful eyes to regard the tiger bee, curiously observing its every movement. Withdraw at once. Gu Chaqing stifled his inner turmoil and promptly instructed the tiger bee to exit the bathing chamber. Lu Ruyun, noticing the commotion, did not dwell on it, and summoned the maidservants outside to assist her in dressing. Master, if you desire more, I can return once more. The tiger bee empathetically conveyed telepathically, just as Gu Chaqing was left wanting for more. Do not be foolish. There are more pressing matters at hand. Gu Chaqing chuckled with a hint of reproach, sensing that the intelligence of the tiger bee had become increasingly irreverent. After a thorough search, the tiger bee finally located a garden within the confines of the estate's rear courtyard. Surrounding this area were several guards from the Lu family, specifically tasked with its protection. The tiger bee folded its wings and alighted upon a nearby pavilion, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Within the garden, the flora was not of the ordinary kind. It was comprised of valuable spiritual plants. A sweeping glance revealed an array of rare species, including the purple monkey flower, silver horn tree, and heavenly blue flower. The entire garden was suffused with a rich aura of spiritual energy, the fragrance intoxicating. For an ordinary person residing in such an environment, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for longevity. However, cultivating such spiritual flora was no simple task. It required meticulous care and the watering of pristine mountain spring water for optimal growth. Without substantial financial backing, a family of modest means could scarcely afford the endeavor. There were individuals in the garden. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he peered through the compound eyes of the tiger bee. Focusing on a clearing at the center of the garden, there, a young girl in white sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A gentle flow of spiritual energy circulating around her, forming a faint halo, as if she were in the midst of cultivation. Her skin was as pale as snow. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate features bore a resemblance to Lu Ruyun, though she was evidently younger, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age. The girl's serene posture exuded elegance and otherworldliness, reminiscent of a fairy carved from white jade, radiating an unapproachable sanctity. The young lady was indeed diligent, practicing in the garden at such a late hour. It was no wonder she had secured a provisional place at the 7 Mysterious Martial Academy. An opportunity even royal offspring found elusive. With her exceptional talent and relentless effort, her future accomplishments would undoubtedly be boundless, perhaps even surpassing those of her aunt. The steward Lu. Outside the garden, patrolling guards occasionally cast glances at the young lady in white. In their hushed conversations, they could not conceal their admiration. Her name was Lu Shuang'er, the cherished jewel of the current head of the Lu family. Not only was her status esteemed, but she also possessed remarkable martial prowess. Truly a daughter of destiny. Gu Chaqing's gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Shuang'er before shifting towards the spiritual flowers swaying in the moonlight. Time was of the essence, and he lacked the patience to wait for this young lady to complete her cultivation. Tiger bee, you may proceed, he commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow darted forth. The tiger bee flitted into the blossoms like a wraith, greedily siphoning the essence from the flower's nectar, causing the once dancing butterflies among the blooms to scatter in alarm. Such subtle movement seemed to catch Lu Shuang'er's attention, and she suddenly opened her eyes, scanning her surroundings. However, aside from the butterflies that had taken flight, she detected nothing amiss. The guards outside continued their patrol diligently, with no signs of negligence. It appeared that her state of mind required further refinement, as even the slightest disturbance could disrupt her cultivation. Lu Shuang'er mused softly to herself, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. Suddenly, she gracefully flipped her delicate hand and retrieved a talisman from her storage ring. With a soft hiss, the moment the talisman ignited, it erupted into a myriad of intertwining luminous patterns, enveloping her enchanting figure within a hazy veil of light. The young lady activated the isolation array once more. There would be nothing to see now. The patrolling guards outside, witnessing this, could only sigh in quiet disappointment. Their night patrols were already tedious and monotonous, and the sight of Lu Shuang'er practicing under the moonlight had been the best tonic to invigorate their spirits. Now, they could only glimpse her through the dim, obscured light. An isolation talisman? Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, precisely to my liking. The tiger bee, no longer restrained, expanded its mandibles by 3 inches, withering the flower's stamen wherever it passed. After a gust of wind swept through, the system's storage compartment was soon filled with the glistening, jade-like flower pollen. Ding! The tiger bee has collected sufficient pollen. The reserves are enough to concoct 2 batches of colorful honey pills, requiring an energy value of 200. In the next instant, a line of prompts materialized before Gu Changqing's eyes. The current energy balance of the host is 690. Would you like to produce colorful honey pills? 2 batches would yield 10 pills, sufficient for tomorrow's auction. Gu Changqing felt a stir in his heart and silently commanded, "System, refine all the pollen." Instantly, the energy value was sharply deducted by 200. And the flower pollen in the system's storage vanished, replaced by 10 colorful honey pills. "Tiger bee, your work is done," Gu Changqing called out cheerfully. If these colorful honey pills could fetch a good price at the auction tomorrow, the subsequent funding for establishing the intelligence organization would be secure. "Master, the prey is alone. Shall we proceed?" At this moment, a chilling voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he abruptly shifted to the shadow spider's visual perspective. Chapter 18. Deception indeed. At the top of the inn, in a luxurious guest room, Gu Changqing had now connected with the shadow spider, swiftly surveying the surroundings. The room was sealed tight, dim, and silent. Martin Yu lay sprawled on the bed, faint snores indicating he had fallen asleep. As for Li Chao and the others, they were on duty in the corridor outside. Despite the strict vigilance, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to act. However, Gu Changqing did not hasten to order an assassination. Instead, he instructed, "Tiger bee, go assist the shadow spider." Although the situation appeared promising, one must always be cautious of unforeseen circumstances. Following the command, the tiger bee, which was en route to the Destiny Medical Hall, immediately altered its course and swiftly flew toward the nearby inn. Upon arrival, Gu Changqing, through the tiger bee's perspective, scanned the bustling street below. He discovered that the pedestrians near the inn were not ordinary citizens but rather the law enforcement officers of the local government. It seemed that a count's heir could command such attention from the Qizhou city government. The Ma family's political influence must be quite substantial. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment before issuing a command. "Tiger bee, exercise caution upon entering the inn. Do not attract attention. To avoid producing any sound during flight." The tiger bee gently descended at the entrance of the inn and stealthily crawled inside. Thus, it traversed along the wall to the uppermost floor, where it beheld the entirety of the corridor with clarity. Within the narrow passage stood 6 guards, patrolling vigilantly, their gazes scanning the surroundings with utmost caution. Outside the room occupied by Martin Yu, Li Chao sat cross-legged at the door, a long sword resting across his thighs, eyes closed in meditation. Such a stringent patrolling routine rendered it exceedingly challenging for even the most adept assassin to infiltrate the inn undetected. Previously gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, Gu Changqing now felt a growing unease as he switched to the shared vision of the shadow spider, fixating on the peacefully slumbering Martin Yu. Increasingly convinced that there was a hidden agenda at play, "I am eager to uncover the source of your tranquility." A glint of cold determination flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes as he resolved to probe the opponent's resolve. "Little spider, proceed." With the command issued, the shadow spider, which had been lurking in the corner, swiftly climbed to the bedside. Its form quivered before suddenly morphing into a monstrous shape, its sharp claws lunging toward Martin Yu's heart with lethal intent. Yet in the very next instant, bang! A metallic clash erupted abruptly as the shadow spider's claws halted a mere 3 inches from Martin Yu's chest. A layer of silver-scaled armor emerged beneath his nightclothes, dissipating the deadly assault without a trace. The shadow spider, undeterred, redirected its attack toward Martin Yu's head, only to be deflected by a radiant silver shield that erupted from the armor. Indeed, there is treachery afoot. Gu Changqing's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately commanded, "Little spider, hide." The shadow spider swiftly reverted to its arachnid form, concealing itself within the crevice at the foot of the bed. Almost simultaneously, Martin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. He rose and glanced toward the bedside, only to be astonished to find no trace of the assassin. "An assassin!" Li Chao's booming voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of the door being forcefully breached. The 6 guards rushed into the room, swiftly searching for any signs of intrusion. "Where's the assassin?" Li Chao's piercing gaze swept the room as confusion brewed within him. Just moments ago, he had clearly been attacked, yet his protective armor had thwarted the strike. How could the assailant vanish in an instant? Astonishment and disbelief etched across Martin Yu's face. The guards exchanged glances, one of them stammering, "Could it be a ghost?" Do not jump to conclusions. The assassin may have mastered a high-level stealth technique, Li Chao replied. His brow furrowed in disbelief. He hurried toward the window and discovered that the strand of hair he had previously placed as a warning remained perfectly intact in the window's crevice. This was a deliberate marker. Had an intruder entered through the window, the hair would have been disturbed, yet it remained undisturbed. However, the walls of the room were solid, with no other points of entry aside from the door and window. How was this achieved? Li Chao felt a chill run down his spine. If there truly existed a top-tier assassin capable of phasing through walls, the young master's future would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Cursed assassin! I intended to lure him out, only to find he has escaped. Martin Yu, filled with rage and frustration, kicked the bedpost violently. As the bed trembled, dust cascaded down onto the back of the shadow spider, which remained utterly still. The hornet lay concealed in the corridor, poised for action. Should the shadow spider be discovered, it would be ready to spring into action at any moment. Young master, it is unwise to linger here. For the sake of prudence, we should hasten back to the capital, Li Chao advised earnestly, glancing at the now-vented Martin Yu. Enough of your prattle. Tomorrow is the auction at Jinhai Pavilion. I shall not rest until Lu Ruyun is in my grasp. Martin Yu retorted, his voice cold and defiant. With my protective armor, that assassin's attempt has failed, and he shall not succeed henceforth. I refuse to believe he can do anything to me. Listening to this reckless bravado, Li Chao clenched the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. Were it not for the distinction between master and servant, he would have relished the opportunity to knock him unconscious and drag him back to the Ma residence in the capital, thus avoiding such complications. You are all forbidden to rest tonight. Keep a vigilant watch in the house. After delivering this reprimand, Martin Yu reclined on the bed and closed his eyes. Yes, young master, Li Chao replied respectfully, sitting upright at the bedside, serving as a close guard. The other 6 bodyguards sighed inwardly but obeyed, remaining steadfastly by his side. This has become somewhat problematic. Inside the medical hall, Gu Chaqing let out a soft sigh. It was unexpected that Martin Yu was clad in protective armor. Had he not taken decisive action tonight, it would have been difficult to foresee this. Evidently, the intelligence provided by Chun Kuei was not as comprehensive as hoped. Had the assailant been a human, he would have undoubtedly been captured on the spot, unable to escape death. What should be the next step? Gu Chaqing pondered with his legs crossed. The shadow spider's previous 2 attacks had failed to breach the defenses. The protective armor was evidently inscribed with some form of runes that activated a defensive barrier upon impact. Of course, no matter how formidable the defense, it cannot withstand an unrelenting barrage of assaults. The crux of the matter lies in the presence of Li Chao's guards. Any disturbance would summon them immediately for protection. What if the commotion could be isolated? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Gu Changqing's mind. Earlier, in the garden of the Lu residence, Lu Shuanger had activated a talisman to create a barrier of silence for meditative practice. If he could acquire such isolation talismans, the success rate of the assassination would undoubtedly increase. Gu Chaqing nodded to himself, finding this method plausible. He then ceased his ruminations and sat cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating the elemental force within him, flowing through his entire body as meridians. Today, he had utilized the 7-colored honey pill to break through to the innate realm. But this enhancement through medicinal power was unstable. He must solidify his foundation. Chapter 19. A blade above the word of color. The following day at noon, Gu Chaqing rose late from his slumber. Just as he finished his morning ablutions, the voice of the shadow spider echoed in his mind. Master, the prey is preparing to depart. Continue to monitor. Gu Chaqing paid no heed. His immediate priority was to acquire the isolation talismans, which would afford him the opportunity to act. In contrast, Martin Yu's side, despite the failure of last night's ambush, had endured a night of turmoil, leaving them exhausted and their vigilance markedly diminished. In such a state, even without the assistance of talismans, it was likely that a few more days of unrest would lead to their mental collapse. However, with only 8 days left before the deadline, Gu Changqing had no time to waste. Meng Jing, ever diligent, had been waiting outside the medical hall from dawn. Upon seeing the door open, he dismounted from the carriage and approached briskly. Boss, are we heading out today? Meng Jing grinned. If not, I could assist you with chores in the shop. Yes. Take me to the shop that specializes in talismans, Gu Chaqing replied, striding toward the carriage. Indeed, having a driver proved convenient. And it was evident that Meng Jing had refurbished the carriage after returning home last night, rendering it entirely revitalized. Talismans? Meng Jing shook his head. Such rare items are only found among ancient martial families. They are not available in the market. At this, Gu Changqing's expression faltered, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. Can they be procured in the black market? Yes, but at a steep price. Common gathering talismans can cost upwards of 10,000 taels of silver. Hearing this, Gu Changqing inhaled sharply. Damn, that's exorbitant. He had depleted all his earnings from the past few days and found himself financially constrained, unable to afford such luxuries. Forget it, acquiring funds takes precedence. Gu Changqing resigned himself, then boarded the carriage, instructing Meng Jing, let us proceed to Jinhai Pavilion. The only viable plan was to participate in tonight's auction. Once he sold the colorful honey pills, he could swiftly replenish his finances. Crack! With a flick of the whip, Meng Jing guided the carriage steadily onward. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing found himself with little to occupy his mind and connected his consciousness with the shadow spider's perception. What unfolded before his eyes was a scene of bustling streets, with the shadow spider perched atop a carriage. Inside, he spotted Martin Yu and Li Chao, followed closely by a dozen guards. Young master, are we heading to the ancestral home of the Liu family? Li Chao inquired from within the carriage. Lu Ruyun must certainly be residing there during her visit to Qizhou City. A meeting with her was essential. Martin Yu's gaze burned with eagerness, his impatience to catch a glimpse of her palpable. Especially as the image of Lu Ruyun's graceful figure danced in his mind, his desire became increasingly difficult to conceal. Before the Liu family could forge connections with the imperial family, he must secure this beauty, otherwise, the opportunity would slip away. But I've heard that the Liu family's prodigious daughter, Liu Shuanger, is currently sequestered in the ancestral home, engrossed in her cultivation. Li Chao's tone was tinged with apprehension. Was it truly appropriate for us to make this impromptu visit? What could possibly be inappropriate? Martin Yu smirked devilishly. That young lady might soon have to call me uncle, and over the years, she has grown into a striking beauty. If I cannot obtain Lu Ruyun, then perhaps she would suffice. Furthermore, such a sheltered young heiress is most easily ensnared. As this thought crossed his mind, a lascivious grin curled at the corners of Martin Yu's mouth. Even envisioning a delightful life shared with both women, Li Chao furrowed his brows and chose silence, refraining from further admonitions. The allure of lust is perilous. This was indeed a reckless venture. Were it not for the power of the Ma family within the court, this fellow would have met his demise countless times over. Desiring to visit the Liu ancestral home, Gu Changqing felt a stir in his heart and continued to observe discreetly. If Lu Ruyun was not at the Jinhai Pavilion, he could directly proceed to the Liu residence and entrust the 7-colored honey pills to her. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but recall the alluring image of Lu Ruyun bathing the previous night. Moreover, the shared perception of the tiger bee allowed him to retrieve and re-examine the scenes witnessed. Just as Gu Changqing indulged in this visual recollection, Martin Yu and his companions had already arrived at the Liu ancestral home, only to be halted by 2 burly gatekeepers. We apologize, but our steward has instructed us to refuse all visitors, one of the rough men stated, surveying Martin Yu and his entourage. Please leave. What does a mere gatekeeper know? Martin Yu retorted angrily. I am the legitimate heir of the Ma family. I have connections with your steward. If you dare obstruct me again, I shall break your legs. Upon hearing of his noble lineage, the gatekeeper's expression momentarily shifted to one of respect. I will inform the steward immediately. Please wait a moment. Although the Liu family was a top merchant clan, they were still somewhat overshadowed by the court's powerful families. As a mere gatekeeper, he could not afford to offend them and quickly turned to report. Montong, reroute to the Liu ancestral home, Gu Changqing commanded, retrieving an iron mask from his storage ring and donning it. Boss, while I may not possess your handsomeness, I don't think I look that bad. Montong murmured as he took the mask. Gu Changqing replied with a gentle smile, do not dawdle. Wearing it will be beneficial for you. With that, Montong said no more and firmly placed the mask upon his face. The cold, heavy black iron mask accentuated his tall and imposing figure, lending him an air of lethal intensity. Quite fitting, Gu Changqing remarked, admiring the transformation. Moments later, as the carriage turned a corner, the imposing gates of the Liu residence came into view. Outside, Martin Yu and his group were still waiting, yet Lu Ruyun was nowhere to be seen. So it is them. Montang's gaze sharpened as he comprehended Gu Changqing's intent behind wearing the mask. The boss is indeed astute, preparing this mask in advance, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Meng Jing let out a sigh of relief, then gracefully leaped down from the carriage. His towering physique, akin to an iron tower, combined with the cold gleam of his black iron mask, made him appear as a guardian deity standing behind Gu Changqing. This formidable presence caused even the burly guard at the entrance to hesitate, prompting him to inquire with utmost respect, "Esteemed guests, may I ask what brings you to the Lu residence?" Gu Chaqing replied indifferently. "Please relay to Manager Lu that a friend with the surname Gu has come to pay a visit." Martin Yu's gaze suddenly turned cold, his eyes slithering over Gu Chaqing like a venomous snake, as he questioned, "What manner of friend are you?" Gu Chaqing cast him a sidelong glance, responding with an air of indifference, "What business is it of yours?" "Impudent!" One of the guards stepped forward, rebuking him. "My young master is the legitimate son of the current Marquis Ma. How dare you act so disrespectfully?" Chapter 20. A favor for you, enough of your nonsense. Meng Jing, emboldened by his mask, shouted without reservation, "My employer is a close friend of a royal prince. What gives you the right to speak to us in such a manner?" With many princes in the current royal court, he doubted that the other party would dare to seek verification from the palace one by one. If one sought to flaunt their status, a mere fabrication would suffice. Faced with such a fierce demeanor, the guard's heart sank, his gaze shifting to Gu Chaqing, who remained silent, unwilling to speak further. Martin Yu's expression shifted slightly, then turned toward the humble carriage parked by the roadside. Scoffing inwardly, can such a dilapidated vehicle truly claim to be associated with a royal prince? Gu Chaqing couldn't help but sigh internally. Meng Jing was indeed reckless, having overstated their connections. To exploit the name of royal authority to deceive was a grave offense. Martin Yu narrowed his eyes, sneering, "In that case, may I inquire which prince you refer to?" "None of your concern," Meng Jing retorted bluntly, having been rebuffed twice in succession. Martin Yu's face turned a deep shade of anger. However, lacking confirmation of any connection Gu Chaqing had with the prince, and given his usual tendency to bully the weak, he refrained from erupting in fury. Containing his wrath, he cast a subtle glance at the guard beside him. It was well known that the connections of several princes were formidable. Today, they would surely witness it firsthand. The guard suddenly shouted, clenching his fist and aiming directly at Gu Chaqing's face. Gu Chaqing did not evade. Instead, he swiftly countered with a palm strike, unleashing a surge of innate energy from his hand. Bang! In an instant, the guard was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Utterly defeated. Useless. Martin Yu's expression tightened, but he quickly retreated to Li Chao's side, feeling a measure of security. Early stage of innate realm. Li Chao's gaze sharpened as he discerned Gu Chaqing's cultivation level. To him, this strength might not warrant royal attention, yet it was far from ordinary. If he were to engage, it would likely require considerable effort to overcome him. What is the meaning of this? A cool voice suddenly resonated from within the residence. Lu Riyun, accompanied by her entourage, appeared at the entrance, her delicate brows furrowing as she regarded Martin Yu and his companions. However, upon noticing Gu Chaqing among them, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of delight. "Mr. Gu, it is indeed you," she exclaimed, her gaze shifting to him with genuine joy. "I hope my sudden visit does not inconvenience you." Gu Chaqing nodded with a smile. "Not at all. You are my esteemed guest, and your arrival is always welcome." Lu Riyun chuckled lightly, her demeanor radiating warmth. Initially, she had worried that Gu Chaqing would not attend the auction at Jinhai Pavilion. Yet his unexpected visit to the Lu family ancestral home was truly surprising. "My dear Miss Lu, it has only been a few days. Yet you have become even more enchanting," Martin Yu remarked, his eyes fervently fixed on Lu Riyun, genuinely admiring her smooth, delicate skin that rivaled that of a youthful maiden. Though his words were somewhat flattery-laden, Gu Chaqing silently concurred. Lu Riyun, being a beautiful young woman, had seen her complexion rejuvenated after consuming the 7-colored honey pills, making her skin glow with youthful vitality. "Mr. Gu, I am on my way to Jinhai Pavilion for tonight's auction. Might I trouble you for a ride?" Lu Riyun's gaze remained tenderly fixed on Gu Chaqing as she inquired softly. Of course, he readily agreed, as he had a personal matter to discuss with her. "Miss Lu, that rickety carriage of his is quite shabby. It cannot compare to the comfort of my carriage." Martin Yu scoffed disdainfully, his eagerness betraying his infatuation. "I too am headed that way and can offer you a ride." "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Martin, but I have business dealings with Mr. Gu and must decline," Lu Riyun replied, maintaining a polite distance that did not overstep the boundaries of their social standings. Her composure was impeccable, striking a perfect balance. "Mr. Gu, shall we?" she said, turning towards the carriage and gracefully taking her seat inside. Despite its worn condition, the presence of such beauty made the carriage feel exquisite. Gu Chaqing cast a sidelong glance at Martin Yu before turning away with a faint smile as he departed. Did you see that? This is the prowess of my employer. Meng Jing commented with pride as he mounted his horse, guiding it forward amidst Martin Yu's seething jealousy. You insolent wretch! How dare you humiliate me? Sooner or later, you shall find yourself begging beneath me. Martin Yu seethed, his eyes glinting with malice. Tonight's auction, you will not escape my grasp. He retrieved a packet of Huan powder from his storage ring, his expression darkening with a sinister grin. Inside the carriage, Lu Ruyun maintained a poised posture, however. The jostling of the vehicle caused her alluring figure to sway enticingly. Gu Chaqing sat beside her, striving to maintain his composure. Yet the corner of his eye could not help but notice her every movement. Such a captivating and alluring figure. It is no wonder that Martin Yu would risk assassination in pursuit of such desires. Chief Lu, are you well acquainted with the gentleman bearing the surname Ma? Gu Chaqing shifted his gaze, initiating the conversation. Upon hearing the name, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Ruyun's features. Some of my family's enterprises have dealings with the Ma family. I have encountered him a few times, she replied, shaking her head lightly. This man, relying on the merits of his ancestors in the court, often behaves arrogantly in public. If it is not absolutely necessary, Mr. Gu, I advise you to avoid any entanglements with him. Gu Chaqing felt a stirring in his heart. It appeared that Lu Ruyun was not as naive as she seemed. Being well aware of her counterpart's true nature, since Chief Lu has taken the initiative to warn me, allow me to return the favor. Gu Chaqing crossed his legs and smiled nonchalantly. A favor? Lu Ruyun's expression shifted slightly, curiosity piquing her interest. I have inadvertently come across some information. Martin Yu has procured Huan powder from the black market, intending to use it against you at tonight's auction. Gu Chaqing said with an air of calmness. Therefore, whatever you choose to eat or drink this evening, it would be wise to exercise caution. Do not inquire how I came to know this. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Lu Ruyun's brows furrowed suddenly. Her beautiful gaze fixed intently upon Gu Chaqing. Although she was unaware of how he had acquired this information, she had no choice but to exercise vigilance. Should Martin Yu succeed, her life would be irrevocably ruined. As her thoughts raced, Lu Ruyun took a deep breath and murmured, Thank you for the warning, Mr. Gu. If what you say is true, I owe you a favor, and you may call upon me for assistance in the future. Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, his demeanor turning serious. May I request that favor in advance? Lu Ruyun's expression momentarily froze. Setting aside the question of whether Martin Yu would indeed attempt to harm her, who would so quickly seek a favor? Surely, he does not expect me to offer myself in exchange? Lu Ruyun pondered inwardly, casting a peculiar glance at Gu Chaqing. Chapter 21. On-site operations within the confines of the carriage, the atmosphere turned subtly tense. Lu Ruyun's fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Curiosity piqued regarding the nature of Gu Chaqing's request. If this fellow is indeed a rogue, then the collaboration on the colorful honey pills shall be abandoned forthwith. I require a talisman, one that can isolate me from external disturbances. Gu Chaqing smiled. I have an urgent need for it, so I kindly ask you to procure it for me swiftly. Is it truly that simple? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes. Indeed. Gu Chaqing nodded calmly. As for the cost, I find myself a bit constrained at the moment. You may deduct it from the profits of the colorful honey pills later. I see. Lu Ruyun smiled in relief. She had anticipated that Gu Chaqing would demand something outrageous, only to find that he sought merely a simple talisman. Is obtaining such a talisman particularly difficult? Noticing Lu Ruyun's lack of response, Gu Chaqing ventured to inquire. Certainly. He would not dare to reveal that he manipulated the hornet to infiltrate the Lu residence last night and witnessed Lu Shuanger employing a barrier talisman for her cultivation. I seldom engage in secluded training and do not carry such talismans. Lu Ruyun smiled gently. Yet I have made some modest achievements in the art of runes. And I can certainly create a replica for you. With that, she retrieved a piece of talisman paper and a small vial of liquid materials from her storage ring. Live demonstration? Gu Chaqing's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. Generally, talismans require a rune master to channel their true essence. Then utilize materials to inscribe the runes, ultimately embedding them onto the talisman paper. When needed, one merely ignites the paper to invoke the talisman, making it exceedingly convenient. However, the threshold for rune inscription is exceptionally high. Merely understanding the replication process and having the materials at hand does not guarantee success. The intricacies of the runic patterns encompass various complex energy fluctuations. And even the slightest variation in the texture of a rune can result in differences in potency or even render it unusable. Among 100 rune masters, each, due to their own comprehension and technical prowess, can produce 100 distinct effects from the same type of rune. Just as with calligraphy, where some may produce crooked characters while others create aesthetically pleasing forms. At that moment, Lu Ruyun had already commenced her live creation. She let a drop of light blue liquid material fall onto her fingertip, infusing it with a thread of true essence. Then, with her delicate fingers gracefully moving through the air, the infused liquid was drawn into fine strands, swiftly forming a complex and enigmatic runic totem that shimmered in the void. The rune, approximately the size of 2 fingers, subtly emitted an obscure wave of energy. With a gentle touch of her fingertip, a sizzling sound was heard as the rune was instantly imprinted onto the talisman paper. "Is this it?" Gu Chaqing observed with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Such a swift method, if mastered, could undoubtedly yield a fortune in the black market. "Mr. Gu, this is the talisman you requested," Lu Ruyun chuckled lightly. "And thus our debt of gratitude is settled." Gu Chaqing accepted the talisman, scrutinizing the rune totem upon the paper. To ensure absolute certainty, he focused his thoughts and directly infused it with true essence. As the patterns on the talisman glimmered, they suddenly ignited rapidly. In an instant, a semi-transparent light barrier enveloped the space within the carriage, isolating it from the previously cacophonous outside world. What is he up to? Gu Chaqing's unexpected action left Lu Ruyun quite astonished. Clearly, she had not anticipated that the talisman Gu Chaqing required would be invoked here to create a barrier. If he truly harbored ill intentions, even if she cried out, no one would come to her aid. With this thought, Lu Ruyun's expression instantly grew serious. Her delicate hand reaching for her storage ring, her gaze warily fixed upon Gu Chaqing. In this regard, Gu Chaqing remained blissfully unaware of Lu Ruyun's fanciful thoughts. His ears subtly twitched as he attentively sensed whether any sounds from beyond the light barrier permeated through. He then attempted to call out, "Meng Jing." However, the individual outside the carriage, Meng Jing, evidently did not hear him and remained unresponsive. Quite satisfactory, Gu Chaqing mused, having experienced it firsthand. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ruyun inquired, her face a portrait of confusion, utterly unable to decipher Gu Chaqing's actions. "It is my first time utilizing the talisman. I merely wish to test its efficacy," Gu Chaqing replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Her earlobes subtly flushed with a hint of crimson. It appeared she had once again misinterpreted the situation. Of course, this was not merely a reflection of her heightened sensitivity. After years of navigating the commercial sphere and encountering a myriad of personalities, one must always prepare for the worst in order to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Had the situation involved someone like Martin Yu, a solitary man and woman ensconced within that isolating light barrier, it would have undoubtedly been far more complicated. While Lu Ruyun experienced a sense of relief at this realization, an inexplicable twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Was her allure truly overshadowed by a mere talisman? Gu Chaqing, with an apologetic smile, asked, "Could you possibly craft another for me?" "Certainly, but this time, you shall owe me a favor," Lu Ruyun replied. Her beautiful eyes fluttering as she lightened the mood with a teasing tone to alleviate her own awkwardness. Without hesitation, Gu Chaqing nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ruyun deftly extracted another drop of the liquid material. Her fingertips danced with elemental energy, swiftly forming a beautiful and enigmatic rune, which she then skillfully imprinted onto the talisman paper. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, akin to flowing water. Gu Chaqing fixated on Lu Ruyun's movements as she crafted the rune, even discreetly summoning his tiger wasp to etch the scene into his memory. "All set. This time, I shall not squander it," Lu Ruyun said, pressing her lips together before handing the newly crafted talisman to Gu Chaqing. Though the creation process appeared effortless, a hint of fatigue marred her features, clearly indicating that inscribing runes demanded significant mental exertion. "Thank you," Gu Chaqing acknowledged with a smile, then turned his attention to the nearby bottle of liquid material, inquiring curiously, "Can this liquid be used to create other types of runes as well?" "Not at all," Lu Ruyun replied, shaking her head. "Different kinds of runes necessitate distinct materials to be combined and refined into the liquid. Moreover, beyond crafting talismans, runes can also be inscribed onto equipment and elixirs, enhancing their capabilities. Indeed, when the art of runes is mastered to its zenith, one may even inscribe them onto specific parts of the human body, temporarily augmenting one's strength. This knowledge is the culmination of countless generations of predecessors on the Songyuan continent, painstakingly researched and accumulated over millennia. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His interest in the wondrous capabilities of runes deepening. If he could equip the Shadow Spider and Tiger Wasp with rune enhancements, their combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly amplified. Chapter 22. Well done. If Mr. Gu is interested in runic arts, there remains half a vial of material liquid with isolation properties. If you do not mind, you may take it for your research. Lu Ruyun seemed to perceive Gu Changqing's thoughts and promptly presented him with the vial. A vial worth 10,000 taels of silver. Use it sparingly. So expensive. Upon hearing the price mentioned by Lu Ruyun, Gu Changqing's pupils constricted in astonishment. He finally understood the true meaning of the adage rich in martial prowess, poor in scholarship. It was not merely driven by fervor. The crucial question was whether one possessed the financial means. After a brief moment of reflection, Gu Changqing turned his gaze to the small vial in his hand. Suddenly filled with a desire to experiment, he poured a drop of the liquid onto his fingertip, recalling the process Lu Ruyun had just demonstrated for inscribing runes, and mimicked her actions with earnest intent. A stream of true essence flowed into the liquid, and his fingertip deftly traced the air, sketching the rune. However, just as the rune was on the verge of taking shape, a minute fluctuation in Gu Changqing's true essence caused an insufficient output. With a soft hiss, the rune that had just formed instantly disintegrated into ash. Have you studied runes? Lu Ruyun inquired, unable to contain her surprise. No. I was merely trying to imitate your actions to see how difficult it was. Unfortunately, I still failed, Gu Changqing replied with a slight smile, dismissing the incident. Yet Lu Ruyun was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. It is worth noting that when she first embarked on her journey to learn runes, she had to accumulate a wealth of theoretical knowledge and continuously hone her dexterity. Even during her initial attempt at inscribing runes, she had failed midway, unable to complete the drawing. But now, Gu Changqing, without any guidance, had attempted it for the first time and managed to sketch a complete rune in one go. Had it not been for his mismanagement of the elemental energy, he surely would have succeeded. This is simply extraordinary. Lu Ruyun took a slow, deep breath, her heart brimming with astonishment. She regarded Gu Changqing with a peculiar expression, noting his apparent indifference, as if he were unaware of the extent of his remarkable talent. In truth, Gu Changqing was oblivious to this fact and did not feel particularly proud. To him, until success was achieved, failure remained failure. Talent was merely a comforting notion to inspire others. What he was acutely aware of was his current necessity and his clear objective, to earn money, without financial resources. All else was mere idle talk. Boss, we have arrived at Jinhai Pavilion. At that moment, Meng Jing's voice echoed from outside the carriage. As it gradually came to a halt by the roadside, Manager Lu, I will not be accompanying you further, Gu Changqing said, retrieving 8 colorful honey pills from his storage ring to hand to Lu Ruyun, keeping 2 for himself for unforeseen needs. Lu Ruyun warmly invited him. I have reserved a seat for you at tonight's auction. Do make sure to attend. No, there are patients awaiting my treatment at the clinic. Gu Changqing gracefully declined, casually concocting an excuse. Now that he had acquired the isolation talisman, it was undoubtedly an opportune moment to execute the assassination. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it would be prudent to refrain from encountering Martin Yu. A compassionate healer, you truly excel in your role. Lu Ruyun cast an appreciative glance at Gu Changqing. Smiling as she remarked, very well, I shall reserve a spot for you at the auction. Even if you arrive late, it matters not. Gu Changqing nodded indifferently, then watched her depart. Boss, Manager Lu seems quite enthusiastic about you. Don't you find that intriguing? Meng Jing observed Lu Ruyun's graceful figure as she walked away, grinning. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick, especially when she is a powerful and wealthy beauty. Gu Changqing paid him no mind, and instead instructed, I have matters to attend to. Please return and have Feng Baiyu procure some sound transmission talismans. We shall meet at the clinic tonight. With that, he disembarked from the carriage and made his way to a nearby tavern. Not daring to inquire further due to Gu Changqing's enigmatic demeanor, Meng Jing promptly drove off to fulfill his task. Inside the tavern, Gu Changqing chose a private room on the 3rd floor by the window, occasionally glancing toward the entrance of the Jinhai Pavilion. Through the surveillance footage transmitted by Ying Zhu, he observed Martin Yu and his entourage approaching the pavilion. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. However, due to the regulations of the Jinhai Pavilion, the numerous guards could not all enter, leaving only Li Chao to accompany Martin Yu inside. Little Zhu, Take a moment to rest, Gu Chaqing said, casting a subtle glance before recalling Yingzhu and sending Hu Feng to continue the surveillance. Although Yingzhu was a creature of remarkable prowess, it too had a corporeal form. After a day and night of tracking, its energy was significantly depleted. With dusk approaching, it was fitting to allow it to recuperate. As night fell, an array of luxurious carriages lined the entrance of the Jinhai Pavilion. As the largest auction house in Qingzhou City, its guests were predominantly affluent and influential individuals. Gu Chaqing's mind flickered as he swiftly transitioned to Hu Feng's perspective within the auction hall. The expansive auction venue was opulent and well-lit, with rows of seats arranged in a fan-like configuration surrounding the central bidding platform. The hall was nearly filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement. In every corner of the auction hall, numerous enforcers from the Jinhai Pavilion patrolled, providing a reassuring sense of security. After all, regardless of the location, the most crucial factor in hosting an auction is the strength of the organizer. Without sufficient authority, there could be instances of reckless bidding without payment or even attempts to seize auction items by force. Thus, without a firm grip to maintain order, conducting an auction becomes exceedingly challenging. At this moment, Martin Yu appeared to have made prior arrangements. Having secured an exclusive private box on the top level of the auction hall, with a window affording a clear view of the proceedings within, Hu Feng stealthily infiltrated the box, lying in wait in the shadows, ready for instructions. Li Chao, summon Lu Ruyun to come here. Martin Yu coldly remarked, that fellow surnamed Gu is in my private room. As he spoke, he poured a dose of Hehuan powder into one of the wine glasses, giving it a gentle swirl. Yes, young master, Li Chao comprehended the unspoken command and promptly exited the room. Master, the prey is now alone. Shall we proceed? The wasp, sensing the situation, immediately conveyed the thought. Gu Changqing's mind raced, and he instructed, hold off on any action for now. Find an opportunity to switch the positions of the wine glasses. The 7-colored honey pills need to be sold at the auction for a substantial profit. If a life is lost, it will undoubtedly be abruptly halted. Moreover, Martin Yu is clad in protective armor, making a swift assassination exceedingly difficult, regardless of success or failure. The ensuing commotion will disrupt the auction's proceedings. Therefore, we must exercise restraint until it concludes. Upon receiving the directive, the wasp quietly crawled beneath the table, patiently awaiting the right moment. The Lu family has always placed great emphasis on reputation. Should Lu Ruyun lose her virtue to me tonight, despite her reluctance, she would be compelled to marry me. What a brilliant scheme indeed. Martin Yu sneered and then turned to gaze out the window at the auction venue below, contemplating the most impressive pose to adopt later. Unbeknownst to him, during his moment of distraction, the 2 glasses of red wine on the table had already been stealthily switched by the wasp. Well done, Gu Changqing silently praised. As long as this fellow drinks from the glass laced with Hehuan powder, the opportunity will present itself. Chapter 23. I want a woman, young master. Steward Lu has arrived. As the door opened, Li Chao entered the room with Lu Ruyun. Were you not saying that Dr. Gu was here? Lu Ruyun surveyed her surroundings, and upon noticing Gu Changqing's absence, her expression grew noticeably colder. Dr. Gu? Martin Yu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. I thought that fellow was someone of significance, but it turns out he is merely a minor physician. Should I discover that he has no connections with the princes, I shall ensure he is thrown into the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's brow furrowed, clearly unaware of the previous conflict between Gu Chaqing and Martin Yu. Since Dr. Gu is not here, I have matters to attend to. With that, she turned to leave. Wait a moment. Martin Yu quickly intercepted her, holding up 2 glasses of red wine. On behalf of the Ma family, I would like to congratulate Miss Lu on the success of tonight's auction. If you refuse to drink, it would be seen as a slight against the Ma family. His smile was ambiguous as he offered her the glass that did not contain the Hehuan powder. Couldn't he possibly be mistaken, could he? Gu Changqing, through the wasp's eyes, felt a pang of anxiety. If that were the case, it would indeed lead to a blunder. Dr. Gu is correct. This fellow harbored ulterior motives. Lu Ruyun's gaze darkened as she formulated a countermeasure. Having been forewarned by Gu Chaqing, she had secretly taken the antidote for the Hehuan powder prior to entering the room. At this moment, Lu Ruyun did not shy away. Her gaze shifting, she reached out to seize the glass of red wine from Martin Yu. The 2 glasses were conspicuously exchanged. A flicker of brilliance sparked in Martin Yu's eyes, as if this maneuver was precisely what he had anticipated. He had long recognized the astuteness of this woman. With just a slight ruse, she was easily manipulated by him. Martin Yu smirked inwardly, fully aware that her earlier actions were deliberate. Thank you, young Master Ma. I wish you continued success, Lu Ruyun said, gracefully lifting her glass, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a smile. "Cheers," Martin Yu replied, watching Lu Ruyun drink. Without hesitation, he downed his drink as well, his gaze fixed on her with eager anticipation. Lu Ruyun, noticing this, felt a flicker of surprise. If that glass contained something amiss, how could Martin Yu dare to drink? The glass she had exchanged seemed innocuous enough. She felt no unusual sensations within her. However, at that moment, Martin Yu's body shuddered. A sudden wave of dizziness washing over him, his entire being ablaze with heat. How could she be unaffected? His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Lu Ruyun, who remained composed and unperturbed. Could it be that the drink I consumed was the one laced with the drug? Panic surged within him as his vision began to blur. He was acutely aware that the He Huan San was a potent aphrodisiac. No matter how virtuous a woman might be, she could swiftly succumb to its effects, becoming an uncontrollable seductress. Even the most chaste of eunuchs would turn into a lecher upon its ingestion. Moreover, if one did not engage in intimacy soon after consumption, they would face a gruesome fate, their skin splitting and bleeding from every orifice within half an hour. Martin Yu was suddenly gripped by fear, cold sweat pouring down his body. He had never anticipated that the carefully orchestrated scheme would ensnare him instead. "What has happened to you, young master?" Lu Ruyun inquired, her expression one of confusion, struggling to comprehend why he would drink knowing the potential danger. "Lu, you increasingly stir my desires," Martin Yu murmured, gradually losing his grip on consciousness. Gazing at Lu Ruyun, the drug's influence ignited an uncontrollable lust within him, and he lunged forward impulsively. Lu Ruyun's eyes turned cold. She swiftly evaded him and called out, "Someone." In the next moment, several burly men burst through the door, charging in with fierce intensity, positioning themselves protectively around Lu Ruyun. "Lu, if you were to yield to me, I would ensure you experience ecstasy beyond measure," Martin Yu declared, his face flushed as though intoxicated, even beginning to shed his clothing. "This is disastrous." Li Chao furrowed his brow, sensing the impending crisis. Has young master consumed the wine laced with He Huan San? Is he courting death? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chao swiftly hoisted Martin Yu and dashed out of the private room. One's own folly leads to ruin. Gu Cha-ching smirked with a hint of amusement, then shifted his gaze towards the entrance of Jin H. Li Chao, accompanied by a group of guards, hurriedly rushed towards the nearby brothel, dragging the delirious Martin Yu along. The consequences of failing to find a woman for coupling within half an hour were unfathomable. The shadow spider and the tiger bee could now take action. Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze and promptly issued the order for assassination. As soon as the command was given, two dark figures swiftly infiltrated the brothel. "I want a woman." Inside the establishment, Martin Yu was in a frenzied state, repeatedly shouting, drawing the attention of those around him. This young man, dressed like a scion of a noble family, was exhibiting such desperation. "You don't understand. He has consumed an aphrodisiac, so his urgency is quite justified. Typically, such substances are used on women. It seems he fell into his own trap." The patrons looked on in astonishment, while some seasoned veterans chuckled knowingly. Fortunately, such establishments are never short of women, and soon a courtesan was ushered into the private room. "Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. No one is to approach," Li Chao commanded sternly, closing the door behind him. Moments later, the room was filled with the sounds of sultry moans. Martin Yu, entirely consumed by lust, had discarded all his clothing, even the protective armor he had worn. "Spider, this position looks quite intense. Shall we spar another day?" the tiger bee remarked, eyes ablaze with desire, fixated on the entwined figures on the bed. "Get lost." The shadow spider's cold gaze remained fixed on Martin Yu, its crimson eyes radiating murderous intent. It retrieved a barrier talisman prepared by Gu Chongqing from the system space and ignited it. As the talisman glowed, a translucent barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire room. With the barrier activated, the tiger bee ceased its banter and instantly entered a state of lethality. Swish, swish, swish. Its tail vibrated slightly, and several venomous stingers shot forth with rapid precision. At that moment, the two on the bed shifted positions, and the courtesan inadvertently became a human shield, receiving a stinger straight to her rear. "Ah!" The courtesan's lewd cries turned into a scream, and she fainted on the spot. What a thrill! After releasing his pent-up desires, Martin Yu collapsed onto the bed, spasming as the effects of the drug began to wear off. Oblivious to the danger, a silken thread had silently coiled around his neck, tightening suddenly. In an instant, his throat emitted a series of disjointed cracks under the constriction of the thread. Startled, Martin Yu regained consciousness. Frantically rolling off the bed and gasping hoarsely, "Li Chao, Save me. However, the barrier's glow had sealed the room, rendering his cries inaudible. Just then, the tiger bee leapt from the shadows, its stinger glinting menacingly as it aimed for his throat. In the next instant, the venomous needle precisely pierced his throat, the paralyzing toxin rapidly spreading throughout his body. Ugh! Martin let out a terrified cry, collapsing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The shadow spider, like a wraith, swiftly approached, sinking its poisoned fangs into his throat. In that moment, under the relentless assault of two toxins, Martin's body spasmed violently as if struck by lightning. He emitted a series of choking sounds from his throat, yet could not muster a single coherent scream. Just as he was on the brink of death, Martin finally caught a glimpse of his mysterious assailant. His eyes bulged in terror, reflecting the diminutive forms of the shadow spider and the tiger wasp. How was this possible? Martin's eyes were filled with dread, and soon he could no longer draw a breath, succumbing to the poison on the spot. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating a postnatal martial artist. Reward, 50 energy points. Subsequently, the shadow spider waved its claws, severing Martin's middle finger to retrieve the storage ring. The tiger wasp then darted toward the foot of the bed, seizing a piece of silver soft armor. After looting their spoils, they swiftly retreated, darting out of the window. Strange, why is there no sound inside? Outside the door, one of the guards jested. It seems the young master is quite the quick shooter. Something's amiss. Li Chao's expression darkened as he hurriedly broke down the door. Upon discovering Martin's lifeless body, his face changed drastically, his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably. He then rushed to the window, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surroundings. Under the night sky, apart from the pedestrians on the street, there was no sign of any suspicious individuals. Damn it! Li Chao's face flushed with rage, his heart seething with anger. Despite all precautions, he never expected that the assassin would exploit such a moment. The young master is dead. The guards who entered the room after him gasped in horror. They immediately began to tear the place apart, smashing anything that could conceal a hidden assailant, nearly demolishing the walls in their frenzy. There's no need to waste your efforts. The assassin who targeted the young master is no ordinary foe. It is improbable they remain hidden here. Li Chao shook his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently noticed the ashes on the ground. He bent down, picked some up, and after a few sniffs, quickly deduced they were remnants of a burnt talisman. No wonder it fell silent inside just now. The assassin must have used a sealing talisman. Li Chao's expression grew grave as he finally grasped the situation. He then crouched down to examine Martin's corpse closely. To his shock, he discovered that the wound on Martin's throat was not inflicted by a sharp weapon, but bore the marks of some creature's bite. Additionally, Li Chao found the toxic stinger of the tiger wasp still lodged in his throat. The wasp stinger. Li Chao's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that the assassin responsible for targeting the young master was likely some mutated venomous insect. In response, Li Chao could not help but recall the last time they pursued Meng Jing's carriage, when their horses were suddenly ambushed and succumbed to poison, all perishing. The method of attack was indeed this very venomous dart. It seemed that they had already been targeted at that time. Such meticulously orchestrated assassination attempts could only be executed by the most elite of assassins. If he were to be the quarry of his adversary, he feared that evading death would be an insurmountable challenge. Contemplating this, Li Chao drew a sharp breath, a chill running down his spine. As the workday concluded, in the tavern, Gu Cha-ching looked at the returning tiger bee and shadow spider, rewarding each with a roasted chicken. He then retrieved 2 trophies from the system's space. The silver armor was remarkably light to the touch, adorned with finely detailed scales and inscribed with mysterious runes. It was evident from the failed assassination attempt by the shadow spider that the defensive strength of the silver armor was formidable, undoubtedly reaching the level of a spiritual treasure. Once donned, the runes on the silver armor glimmered and began to constrict rapidly, conforming closely to his skin as though it were tailored undergarment. His black outer robe concealed any evidence of the additional layer of protective armor. Not bad, Gu Changqing mused with a nod of satisfaction. For him, it was undoubtedly an extra safeguard for his life. Next, Gu Changqing picked up the golden storage ring, his mental energy swiftly probing within. Upon discovering the stored goods, a look of surprise washed over his face. It must be said that the Ma family possessed considerable wealth. The legitimate son, Ma Tianyu, had carried approximately 1,000 spirit stones. Additionally, there were over 50,000 taels in silver notes. This fortune was akin to a timely boon for Gu Changqing, who found himself in dire straits. After all, whether it was the creation of monsters or the establishment of an intelligence network, he had depleted his assets entirely. This bounty would undoubtedly fill the void, allowing his overall strength to ascend to a higher echelon. The auction should have commenced by now. It was the perfect opportunity to observe the bidding price for the colorful honey pills. Having completed the assassination task, Gu Chaqing felt an overwhelming sense of relief and entertained the idea of joining the lively atmosphere. Should any suitable insectoid editing materials be available, he might acquire them as well. With a slight mental motion, he swiftly stored the tiger bee and shadow spider within the system's space. He then made his way directly to the Golden Sea Pavilion, but upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by a staff member. Apologies, but the auction has already begun. And ordinary guests are not permitted entry. If you wish to enter, please present a VIP card from our establishment. The attendant wore a polite smile. Yet there was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he assessed Gu Chaqing's modest attire, inwardly mocking. This fellow probably hasn't even seen what a VIP card looks like. With a casual flip of his hand, Gu Chaqing produced a pure gold VIP card, directly offering it to the attendant. The staff member's face was a portrait of astonishment as he gazed at the card in his hand, momentarily blinded by its resplendent luster. Esteemed guest, please enter. In the blink of an eye, the attendant respectfully presented the VIP card back to Gu Chaqing, cradling it in both hands. My surname is Gu. Manager Liu has reserved a position for me at the auction. Please lead the way. Are you Mr. Gu Chaqing? Upon seeing Gu Chaqing nod with nonchalance, the attendant's expression momentarily faltered, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not displayed any signs of negligence earlier. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Is it the esteemed physician Gu from the Heavenly Destiny Medical Hall? Just then, a light, melodious voice floated in from behind. At the sound, Gu Chaqing turned to glance back, discovering a young lady in a pale dress standing gracefully in the moonlight, her fair complexion accentuating her breathtaking beauty. It was none other than Lu Shuang'er, the daughter of the Lu family. Chapter 25. Killing two birds with one stone, and you are? Gazing at the young woman in white, Gu Chaqing's demeanor shifted slightly as he instantly recognized Lu Shuang'er. However, since their previous encounter had been somewhat clandestine, he opted to feign ignorance. My aunt is Manager Liu of the Jinhai Pavilion, Lu Shuang'er said, her sparkling eyes glimmering as she gently intoned. The 7-colored honey pills were crafted by you, weren't they? It is a pleasure to meet you. Gu Chaqing smiled and nodded, casting a brief yet appraising glance at her. She possessed a delicate figure, and while her exquisite features bore some resemblance to Lu Ruyun, the latter exuded a mature beauty akin to that of a sophisticated woman. In contrast, Lu Shuang'er radiated an ethereal charm. It was evident that the women of the Lu family were all stunning beauties. My aunt mentioned that the 7-colored honey pills would be auctioned tonight, so I came to take a look. Lu Shuang'er pressed her crimson lips together and added, if given the chance, I hope to acquire this item. Gu Chaqing replied with a faint smile, with the financial strength of the Lu family. It should not pose a challenge. Not necessarily, Lu Shuang'er mumbled to herself. My personal savings are rather limited. Miss, your reserved auction box is still available. Please follow me. The attendant greeted warmly, his face filled with respect. If Physician Gu does not mind, would you accompany me to the box to observe the auction? Lu Shuang'er raised her beautiful eyes and extended the invitation to Gu Chaqing. At her words, the attendant was taken aback. In his memory, the young lady was typically as cold as ice, rarely engaging in lengthy conversations with men. Yet, at this moment, she not only took the initiative to speak to Gu Chaqing but also invited him to share the reserved box, an entirely different demeanor from her usual self. Very well. Gu Chaqing did not decline. Having a beauty as company was indeed delightful. A flicker of joy passed through Lu Shuang'er's eyes, and her heart leaped with excitement. If she could not secure the 7-colored honey pills at the auction, she would privately seek to purchase a few from Gu Chaqing. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Subsequently, the two arrived at the luxurious box on the top floor of the auction venue. The room was spacious and bright, with the entire wall transformed into floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the auction hall, making for an excellent vantage point. Moreover, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite pastries and juices, showcasing attentive and meticulous service. Merely the entrance fee for this private booth amounts to several thousand taels of silver, which stirred a profound sense of reflection within Gu Chaqing. The offspring of affluent families are born with silver spoons in their mouths, luxuriating in the bountiful resources of their lineage. In contrast, the ordinary populace, despite expending a lifetime of effort, would scarcely manage to reach the starting point of their privileged counterparts. Once seated, Gu Chaqing directed his gaze towards the auction platform below. The auction was nearing its conclusion, with an array of items on display: swords, martial arts manuals, and rare materials, each affixed with a number, evidently already claimed by fortunate bidders. A cursory glance revealed the absence of the coveted 7-colored honey pills. The scheduled items for the evening had all been sold, prompting congratulations to the successful bidders. Just as Gu Chaqing pondered this mystery, the resonant voice of the middle-aged host echoed, "Next, we shall present a final special item, though it is not listed in tonight's auction catalog." He paused deliberately to pique the audience's curiosity, adding, "This last-minute edition was chosen by our astute manager Lu just yesterday. The recipient shall undoubtedly find it a remarkable value." His enigmatic words instantly ignited the intrigue of most attendees. What could possibly possess such value? Manager Lu was known for her discerning eye and expertise as an appraiser. Whatever she selected was sure to be extraordinary. Indeed, anticipation hung in the air. Amidst the murmurs, the hall was suddenly cloaked in darkness. Following this, a beam of light cascaded from the intricately carved runes on the ceiling, illuminating a corner of the auction platform. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes gravitated toward the luminous spot, revealing Lu Ruyun gracefully striding toward the podium, her movements akin to a celestial being. Tonight, she donned a fitted red gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding an irresistible allure. Lu Ruyun. It was she who personally presided over this impromptu auction item. It seemed that in the brief interlude since last they met, Manager Lu had grown even more youthful, her skin smooth and delicate, reminiscent of a young maiden. Such an exquisite beauty. One could only wonder which noble heir would be fortunate enough to win her favor. To share a fleeting moment of passion with her. One would willingly forfeit a decade of life. With Lu Ruyun's appearance on the auction stage, the atmosphere was instantly electrified. Particularly, the men in attendance cast smoldering glances upon her, their eyes brimming with desire. With her at the helm, the bidding for the 7-colored honey pills was surely assured. Gu Chaqing nodded inwardly, though he remained curious about how Lu Ruyun would promote the item to the audience. Having reached the bidding platform, Lu Ruyun elegantly grasped a small gavel and gently struck a golden bell. The resounding chime gradually ushered in a hush among the guests. "I am certain you are all eager to discover what this unexpected addition entails," she said with a playful smile. "I shall not keep you in suspense. It is, in fact, a few elixirs." No sooner had she spoken than a female attendant approached the stage, bearing a silver tray. The only thing that drew attention was the freckled face of the waitress, her skin slightly dusky, causing the crowd to focus intently on the items upon the silver platter. Upon closer inspection, they discovered 8 small, colorful pills. Their diminutive size, akin to grains of rice, made it difficult for those seated further back to discern them clearly. "What? Is this it? So small. Can this even be considered a pill? Not even sufficient to get stuck between one's teeth. What a joke." Witnessing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment, laughter echoing through the room. Were it not for Lu Ruyun's esteemed status, they might have already departed in disdain. Listening to the murmurs of skepticism, Lu Ruyun remained unperturbed. After all, she had also harbored doubts upon first encountering the colorful honey pills, without personal experience. It was indeed hard to believe. Although small, these pills possessed remarkable properties: detoxification, healing, and beautifying effects, all without a hint of side effects. Lu Ruyun smiled as she proclaimed, "Especially the beautifying effect, which will undoubtedly surpass your expectations." At her words, the gentleman scoffed, showing little interest. However, the female guests in attendance suddenly appeared greatly intrigued. They scrutinized Lu Ruyun, sensing a high degree of credibility in her words. It was no wonder that despite her age, Manager Lu maintained such youthful skin. Words alone are insufficient. I shall demonstrate the effect live. Upon her declaration, a guard approached, cradling a transparent crystal box. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he noticed a black and white striped venomous snake coiled within the box. What was the purpose of this? The audience was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled Lu Ruyun's earlier mention of detoxification. Turning to the pale-faced waitress, Lu Ruyun gently reassured her, "Do not fear, nothing will happen." With trembling hands, the waitress bravely extended her arm toward the crystal box. Suddenly, as her palm entered the box, the snake lunged, sinking its fangs into her flesh. "Ah!" The waitress cried out in agony, retracting her hand, her face drained of color. 2 bloody puncture wounds marred her wrist, the surrounding skin rapidly darkening with the spread of venom. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. No one had anticipated that Lu Ruyun would opt for a human trial rather than using an animal for testing. Now it made sense. Gu Chaqing remained composed, having already surmised Lu Ruyun's strategy. After all, how could an animal trial genuinely showcase the beautifying effects of the colorful honey pills? This indeed achieved a dual purpose. Lu Ruyun retrieved a single colorful honey pill and placed it in the waitress's mouth. The moment the pill touched her tongue, it transformed into a cascade of radiant hues, coursing through her entire being in an instant. Moments later, the waitress's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and the wounds inflicted by the snake's bite healed at a visibly astonishing rate, the toxin dissipating without a trace. More astonishingly, the freckles that adorned her face melted away like snow, revealing skin that was rejuvenated and radiantly fair. Her overall beauty experienced a remarkable enhancement. The effect was simply miraculous. An uproar erupted in the hall, especially among the female guests, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Detoxification? Healing? They were indifferent to such matters. What truly drove them wild was the extraordinary beauty-enhancing effect. A plump, freckled matron could no longer contain herself, rushing to the auction stage to scrutinize the complexion of the female attendant up close. This little elixir proved to be even more effective than conventional skincare products. She trembled with excitement, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. Lu Ruyun's lips curled into a subtle smile, unfazed by the crowd's reaction. Although there were indeed healing and detoxifying pills available on the market, none possessed such beauty-enhancing properties. This was undoubtedly an irresistible allure for women. How marvelous! In the private booth, Lu Shuang'er's gaze flickered, her love for beauty instantly captivated by the vibrant honey pills. The efficacy of this pill was evident for all to see, requiring no further elaboration from me. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyun declared, "Let the bidding commence. The starting bid for 7 pills is 10,000 taels of silver." As her words fell, the room erupted with fervor. This was remarkably affordable. Gu Chaqing, however, was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. For this price, it barely covered the cost. Yet, the subsequent bids filled him with elation. 15,000, 30,000, 50,000. The bidding echoed throughout the hall, surging past the 50,000 mark in the blink of an eye. Even men joined the fray, eager to procure them for their own wives. However, the most fervent bidders were undoubtedly the female guests, some even disregarding their own dignity, rising to shout, "Keep going. Don't stop." Gu Chaqing's heart raced as the bidding sounded like celestial music to his ears. Beside him, Lu Ruyun remained calm and composed, refraining from placing any bids, as if awaiting something. 60,000, 65,000, 68,000. As the price soared, the momentum in the hall showed no signs of abating, with fierce bidding continuing. Yet, those with limited finances soon found themselves outmatched. As the bidding approached the 100,000 mark, the rhythm of the auction seemed to falter, leaving only scattered bids. Finally, the plump matron shouted, 100,000, and the room fell silent, with no one daring to bid further. Gu Chaqing watched as the momentum waned, feeling a sense of relief. This price was undoubtedly a profitable venture. The desire to attain beauty depended on who had the greater means. The matron, beaming with pride, lifted her ample frame from her seat, preparing to claim her vibrant honey pills. 150,000. Just when everyone thought the outcome was settled, a cool, melodic female voice unexpectedly rang out. The corpulent lady's movements suddenly stiffened as she hurriedly turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. However, the glass wall of the private room was a one-way mirror, concealing the identities within. To her astonishment, it was indeed her. Gu Chaqing turned his head to glance at the side where Lu Shuang'er sat, inwardly marveling at the audacity of the bidding. The initial asking price had escalated from 100,000 to 150,000. Just moments ago, she had claimed her private funds were limited. Was this truly a meager sum? Incremental bidding felt tedious. It would be far more efficient to make a bold leap. Lu Shuang'er smiled gently, stating, "This is my bottom line. I cannot go any higher." Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing could not help but feel a surge of delight, secretly hoping that she would be even more aggressive. 150,000 for the first time. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Lu Ruyun's voice paused slightly, and upon observing the silence, she continued, 150,000 for the second time. 150,000 for the third time, sold. As the gavel struck, Lu Ruyun cast a curious glance towards the private room, seemingly recognizing Lu Shuang'er's voice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 08 for successfully bidding on 7 colorful honey pills. Please conduct the transaction privately with me. With those words, the auction concluded successfully for the evening. Subsequently, Lu Riyun personally delivered the colorful honey pills to the private room. Upon seeing Gu Changqing present, she was taken aback. "Auntie." Lu Shuang'er giggled, winking at Lu Ruyun. "I had a feeling it was you." Once inside, Lu Ruyun shot Lu Shuang'er a reproachful glance. "Annie truly possesses discerning eyes. Nothing escapes your notice." Lu Shuang'er affectionately linked her arm with Lu Ruyun's, playfully pleading, "Could I possibly have an extension on the payment? Spare me this act." Lu Ruyun chided playfully. "While I endeavored to create a buzz at the auction to encourage bidding, you, however, went ahead and bid on your own items. Had I known, I would have simply instructed Mr. Gu to sell it to you privately." Lu Shuang'er explained, "You are aware that I will soon be attending the Qishuan Martial Academy. So I intended to acquire some for my senior sisters." Although Lu Ruyun feigned annoyance, she refrained from further comment and turned her attention to Gu Changqing. "Mr. Gu, according to our shop's regulations, after deducting a 20% commission, you are left with 120,000. Lu Ruyun produced a stack of gold notes, stating, "This is the amount you are entitled to." "Thank you," Gu Changqing replied, accepting it with a calm demeanor. The 8 colorful honey pills he had provided cost him merely 200 energy points, equivalent to 20,000 silver coins. This venture yielded a staggering profit of 100,000. "Mr. Gu, should there be more colorful honey pills available next time, you are most welcome to return to Jinhai Pavilion." Lu Riyun extended a warm invitation. As a merchant, profit was paramount. In the brief span of half an incense stick, Jinhai Pavilion had garnered a commission of 20,000, and she was keenly aware of the opportunity. Furthermore, given the fervent bidding atmosphere of the evening, those wealthy patrons who had missed out would undoubtedly return prepared with ample funds for the next auction. The crafting of colorful honey pills was no simple task. Future considerations would be made accordingly. Gu Changqing shook his head, refraining from immediate consent. After all, the required pollen was sourced from spiritual plants, which are not easily obtainable. The garden of the ancestral residence of the Lu family had already been visited by the tiger bees the previous night. Should they return, those spiritual plants would undoubtedly wither and perish. Yet, this was but a secondary concern. Gu Changqing harbored his own selfish motives. The auctions at Jinhai Pavilion were held only once every 10 to 15 days. Despite generating substantial value, the efficiency was painfully slow. Thus, it would be more prudent to sell at his own medical clinic, ensuring a steady stream of income. "Housekeeper Lu, young Master Ma has just been assassinated in the Yihong courtyard." A burly man rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's expression changed drastically. "Is the news accurate?" "Absolutely certain. The Ma family's guards have rushed to the government office to apply pressure, seemingly intent on thoroughly investigating the assassin organization lurking in the city." As the robust man recounted the events, a flicker of gravity crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. This was certainly not favorable news for him. Chapter 27. The Swarm Summons Cousin. Could the victim of the assassination be Ma Dongyu? Lu Shuang'er asked, her tone tinged with surprise. "Yes, indeed." Lu Ruyun furrowed her brow. His father was a court official, and he would undoubtedly seek retribution. It seemed that the city of Qizhou would soon descend into turmoil. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Ruyun's mind, particularly since Ma Dongyu's misfortune stemmed from her involvement, leading him to the Yihong courtyard to vent his frustrations, ultimately resulting in his assassination. Should Marquis Ma pursue this, he might harbor resentment towards the Lu family. Given the old fox's propensity for vengeance, it would not be easy to settle this matter. "Mr. Gu, I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps we can collaborate another day." Lu Ruyun, lacking the inclination to further entertain Gu Changqing, offered a polite smile. Gu Changqing nodded with indifference, seizing the opportunity to take his leave. Now that he was aware of impending actions from the authorities, he needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. Lu Ruyun gazed after Gu Changqing as he departed and suddenly inquired, "Shuang'er, when did you arrive with Dr. Gu?" "Not long ago. Just in time for the impromptu auction of the 7-colored honey pills," Lu Shuang'er replied, her expression one of confusion. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's heart sank. She recalled the altercation between Gu Changqing and Ma Dongyu outside the Lu family's ancestral home earlier that day, after which Gu had escorted her to Jinhai Pavilion, conveniently avoiding entry himself. Now, he appeared at the auction, coinciding with the news of Ma Dongyu's demise. This temporal connection struck her as rather curious. It was merely a verbal dispute. It shouldn't escalate to murder. Perhaps it is just a coincidence, Lu Ruyun silently reasoned, dismissing this absurd thought from her mind. One must remember, Ma Dongyu was surrounded by a dozen elite guards, not to mention Li Chao, a formidable innate expert, who was always at his side. Unless it were an exceptional assassin, how could anyone stealthily take his life without detection? A healer dedicated to saving lives, how could he possibly be an assassin? And you've been gazing in the direction of Physician Gu as he departed, Lu Shuang teased softly, her eyes twinkling. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Don't be ridiculous, Lu Ruyun retorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. I simply feel that he is unlike others, difficult to discern. Lu Shuang expressed mild surprise. And, having navigated the business world for so many years, is there still someone you cannot see through? Indeed. There are always those beyond comprehension, Lu Ruyun replied with a gentle smile. Do you truly believe that someone capable of concocting wondrous pills like the 7-colored honey pill could be an ordinary physician? I am merely curious about his methods. Lu Ruyun added. Lu Shuang, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, suggested, in that case, let us visit the Tianming Medical Pavilion another day. Perhaps we shall uncover something fascinating. Lu Ruyun's expression shifted, as if struck by the suggestion. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing had already exited the Jinhai Pavilion, meandering through the streets adorned with ancient charm. As he passed by the Yihong courtyard, he noticed that it had been sealed off, with several officers stationed outside. The deceased was said to be the legitimate son of the Ma family from the capital. What a disgrace it is for a noble son to perish in such a debauched locale, the Ma family's honor utterly tarnished. Even more astonishing was the assassin's prowess, having managed to strike amidst numerous Ma family guards without being detected. Indeed, not only had they failed to capture the culprit, but even the shadow of the assassin remained elusive. The gathered crowd murmured in hushed tones, their astonishment palpable as they spoke of the enigmatic assassin. After lingering for a moment and hearing nothing of value, Gu Changqing chose to depart. In his view, the authorities would inevitably take action, if only to provide the Ma family with some semblance of accountability. Thus, a thorough city-wide investigation was bound to ensue. However, within Qingzhou City, the underground assassin faction had but one stronghold left, the Tianming Medical Pavilion. Should whispers from the black market brokers emerge, an investigation would surely follow. Though there are myriad ways to safeguard oneself, Gu Changqing firmly believed in the principle of survival of the fittest in this ruthless world. At that moment, he felt a surge of inspiration and converted all the spiritual stones in his storage ring into energy points. Beep, conversion successful. Congratulations, host has gained 1070 energy points, bringing the total to 1600. System, open the enhancement panel. With that thought, a luminous panel materialized before him. Enhancement template activated for the host. Please select a pet for upgrading enhancement. Both the Shadow Spider and the Tiger Bee were at mid-tier level, requiring 1000 energy points each to ascend to high tier. Gu Changqing pondered briefly before selecting the Tiger Bee as his target for enhancement. The last time the Tiger Bee underwent an upgrade, it had acquired the skill to produce the 7-colored honey pill, yielding substantial profits. He wondered what unexpected surprises might arise this time. As he completed the operation, the system's mechanical voice resonated continuously. Beep, upgrade successful. Congratulations on your Tiger Wasp achieving an advanced enhancement, resulting in a comprehensive boost in power. A new skill has been unlocked, Swarm Summoning. Strength Assessment, early stage of Innate Realm. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, one must acquire 10,000 energy points. As the upgrade costs surged tenfold, Gu Changqing felt an immense pressure mount. The expenses required as one progresses are undoubtedly substantial. He subsequently shifted his gaze downwards to the skill section on the panel that had been unlocked. Swarm Summoning. Instantly summon 100 bee soldiers to assist in combat for a duration of 30 minutes. Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tiger Wasp, come forth and display your prowess. The moment the command was issued, the Tiger Wasp surged forth, soaring into the sky. Upon distancing itself from the street, it unleashed its skill. Swarm Summoning. In an instant, a billowing tide of black mist rapidly enveloped the Tiger Wasp. The buzzing of countless bee soldiers echoed as they erupted from the dark fog, forming a dense mass. Subsequently, the data information of the 100 bee soldiers flickered onto the panel. Their combat power was not high, merely half that of the Tiger Wasp. In terms of skills, they had only inherited the Tiger Wasp's venomous sting critical strike. Nevertheless, this magnitude constituted a formidable Hornet Legion, not to be underestimated. Moreover, Gu Changqing was astonished to discover that he shared a sensory connection with this legion of bee soldiers. Whoosh! In the night sky, the swarm swiftly dispersed, each circling above the city. Wherever the bee soldiers' sight reached, it was instantaneously projected into Gu Changqing's mind, with the shared perception fully activated. A torrent of light and shadow flooded his consciousness, resembling a large surveillance room, overseeing all movements within the city. Impressive, Gu Changqing marveled inwardly. The swarm's summoning skill, regardless of its combat efficacy, would undoubtedly prove invaluable for tracking prey in the future, enhancing his capabilities significantly. Chapter 28. The Scapegoat through the comprehensive vision of the swarm. Gu Cha-ching detected movements near the government office. His mind stirred, and he promptly commanded one of the bee soldiers to covertly monitor the situation. Under the cover of night, Captain Li, accompanied by a group of officials, exited the premises, swiftly navigating through various neighborhoods, apprehending any suspicious individuals on the spot. Chief, is it permissible to arrest people indiscriminately like this? A young official could not help but inquire. They don't seem capable enough to be assassins. Fool. Captain Li shot him a glare and retorted sternly, regardless of whether they appear so or not. We need to apprehend some ruffians to provide an explanation. Do you truly possess the capability to catch an assassin? Upon hearing this, the young official's expression faltered, and he quickly shook his head. No. Precisely. To expect us to capture assassins is akin to sending us to our doom. Sometimes, one must learn to be adaptable. Moreover, these ruffians had rarely engaged in virtuous deeds. Under the duress of severe interrogation, they would effortlessly fabricate a scapegoat to dismiss the situation. The young constable suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment and gave a thumbs up to Captain Li, realizing the wisdom in his approach. Indeed, experience prevails. Subsequently, Captain Li, accompanied by his subordinates, marched with great fervor towards the impoverished district in the northern part of the city. The inhabitants here were predominantly faceless, lowly individuals, undeniably the prime candidates for scapegoats. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage rolled through the muck-ridden alley, approaching them head-on. The coachman, masked and robust, was unmistakably Meng Jing. Just when they were struggling to find a suitable scapegoat, he appeared as the perfect choice. Captain Li's gaze swept over, and upon noticing Meng Jing's enigmatic attire, a sinister grin spread across his face. Stop him. A dozen constables swiftly understood the command and rushed forward to halt the carriage. Gentlemen, please go ahead, Meng Jing replied, casting a puzzled glance at them before maneuvering the carriage to the side, clearing the path. We're not passing through. We aim to apprehend you. Captain Li approached menacingly, sneering. You would do well to surrender quietly, lest you invite misfortune upon yourself. Furrowing his brow, Meng Jing inquired, What crime have I committed? Spare us the pleasantries. Come with us to the magistrate's office, and you will find out. Captain Li abruptly drew his long knife, furiously declaring, Should you dare resist, there will be no mercy. The constables brandished their weapons, surrounding him with a menacing aura. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Jing understood that something was amiss. Following Gu Changqing's instructions, he had instructed Fang Baiyu to procure some communication talismans from the black market and was on his way to the Divine Medical Clinic when he unexpectedly found himself in this predicament. Meng Jing, they clearly intend to make you their scapegoat. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from within the carriage. If they capture you, it will be disastrous. Charge forward. Damn it. So that is how it is. With determination flashing in his eyes, Meng Jing tightened the reins and blew a sharp whistle. Instantly, the black horse beneath him reared up, its massive front hooves delivering a fierce kick that sent two approaching constables sprawling to the ground. Before attempting to break through the throng with the carriage in tow, seeking death, Captain Li's expression darkened as he dashed forward, simultaneously the long knife in his hand, infused with his internal energy, gleamed ominously as he unleashed a fierce blade of energy towards the black horse. In that critical moment, a hidden soldier swiftly shot forth a poisoned stinger, piercing precisely into Captain Li's palm. Ah! Captain Li cried out in pain as the long knife slipped from his grasp, his right arm swelling and darkening at an alarming rate. Boss, what has happened to you? The sudden turn of events left the constables aghast. Yet, before they could comprehend, a cacophony of buzzing sounds erupted from above. Instinctively, they looked up, their pupils widening in shock. A vast swarm of hornets descended like a dark cloud, their presence overwhelming. With a sudden flick of their tails, they unleashed a barrage of venomous stings. In an instant, countless tiny stingers rained down like arrows. The officials, gripped by terror, hastily swung their blades to defend themselves, yet many were still struck, the searing pain enveloping their bodies instantaneously. The air was filled with piercing screams of agony. How ferocious these wasps are! Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were both taken aback by the scene. However, to their astonishment, they noticed that the hornets seemed to have no intention of attacking them, as if some unseen hand was orchestrating their actions. Could these stings be the work of that assassin? Captain Li, pulling a stinger from his hand, felt a jolt of dread as he recognized its resemblance to the one found on Martin Yu's corpse. A chill crept over him, and he hastily retreated, abandoning any thoughts of catching a scapegoat. As their leader fled, the other officials scattered in panic. Withdraw. At that moment, far away in the eastern district, Gu Chaqing issued a quiet command. The hornets circling above the carriage swiftly retreated like a whirlwind. Could it be that these hornets have come to our aid? Ming Jing asked incredulously, gazing at the receding swarm. Of course. Given the nature of that attack, it's clear they were protecting us, Fang Baiyu replied, his expression serious. Moreover, the individual capable of controlling so many hornets must be an exceptional beast master. We VE stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, encountering a martial arts hero. Meng Jing chuckled. If the opportunity arises, we must express our gratitude in person. Humph, such skilled individuals are not easily encountered. We must focus on enhancing our own abilities. Perhaps then we might cross paths again, Fang Baiyu scoffed. Our current objective is to assist our employer in strengthening the assassin organization. Once we have sufficient funds, we can acquire materials for cultivation. Meng Jing nodded earnestly, harboring a fervent desire for martial arts mastery. After tonight's incident in the slums, it was clear they could no longer stay there. Fang Baiyu sighed inwardly, then playfully kicked Meng Jing's backside, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and find the boss at the Destiny Medical Hall. You little rascal, don't mistake me for a mere passenger. Kick me again, and I'll toss you off the carriage." Meng Jing shot Fang Baiyu a glare before taking the reins and hastening the carriage onward. Unbeknownst to them, the hornets, having lurked in the shadows, swiftly darted toward Gu Chaqing's location. Once assured that Meng Jing and his companion were safe, Gu Chaqing severed their shared vision, choosing to remain concealed in humility. With the Destiny assassins on the rise, these two were crucial to their success. Nothing must jeopardize their safety. Once the current matters were resolved, it would be prudent to elevate their cultivation levels. Gu Chaqing contemplated briefly, intending to gather martial arts resources to cultivate the two individuals. Although their encounter was fortuitous and he had discreetly aided them in escaping their crisis, what of the future? Thus, enhancing his own strength remained of utmost importance. Furthermore, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu possessed exceptional martial arts talent. Even hailing from the slums, they could attain the peak of the Qi condensation realm with their meager resources. Given ample training resources, their progress would undoubtedly be meteoric. Chapter 29. Shadow Traversal with a command from Gu Chaqing. The swarm of 100 bee soldiers circling the night sky transformed into black mist, dissipating into the ether. Subsequently, the tiger bee soared over the street he occupied, suddenly diving down with astonishing speed, settling firmly upon Gu Chaqing's shoulder. At that moment, it exhibited heightened attributes in speed, strength, and defense. Its 6 legs resembled finely crafted steel claws, and its 2 pairs of wings were as hard as iron, their edges glinting with a sharp, cold light. It was easy to envision that should a strike from these iron wings connect, the sharpness would rival that of a dagger, instantly slicing through flesh. Though small, if it were to slash at a person's eyes or throat, the resulting lethality would be tremendous. With another enhancement, the tiger bee would surely be capable of sweeping away innate realm human martial artists. Gu Chaqing pondered inwardly, then raised his gaze to the starry night sky. A glimmer of yearning in his eyes. He was acutely aware of his current standing. Despite the vastness and richness of the world outside, he must continue to bide his time in this limited space until he was fully developed. "My master, you show favoritism, yet I too desire enhancement," came the melancholic voice of the shadow spider in his mind. "Fear not, dear spider, for in times of danger, I shall protect you." The tiger bee retorted with a haughty tone. "Who needs your protection? I want my master." The shadow spider's tone dripped with disdain. Had it not been for its inability to best the tiger bee, it would have spun a web in protest. Amused by the banter of his 2 pets, Gu Chaqing chuckled softly. With 600 energy points remaining, he planned to accumulate 1,000 before granting an enhancement. He smiled and nodded, then hired a horse-drawn carriage at the roadside, setting off toward Tianbao Pavilion. Currently, he possessed approximately 170,000 funds, more than sufficient to enable the shadow spider to undergo high-level enhancement. "Welcome, esteemed guest. It is indeed a pleasure to see you." As he entered Tianbao Pavilion, the shopkeeper recognized Gu Chaqing at once and greeted him warmly. "Sir, do you wish to sell those 7-colored pills?" The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits with excitement. "Whatever quantity you offer this time, I shall purchase without hesitation." Having missed the opportunity last time, he was keen to avoid making the same mistake again. "This time, I am not selling pills. I seek to acquire some low-grade spirit stones. Approximately 500 pieces. Upon hearing the quantity, the shopkeeper, who was previously disheartened, suddenly felt a sense of hope. as if seeing light at the end of a dark tunnel. Excellent. That will suffice. He hurriedly grabbed a burlap sack and filled it to the brim. By the way, our store has just acquired the pollen of the frost spirit flower today. Would you be interested? Recalling that Gu Cha-ching had previously purchased such materials, he seized the opportunity to promote it, noting that this was the last batch of the late autumn season, weighing a full 3 pounds. As he spoke, the shopkeeper produced an iron box from beneath the counter. Upon opening it, the crystalline pollen appeared, exuding a refreshing fragrance that filled the air. Gu Cha-ching's expression shifted slightly. This pollen was sufficient to concoct 6 batches of the 7-colored honey pills, totaling 30 pieces. Even if assassination tasks were temporarily unavailable, it would sustain his financial flow for a while. Should you wish to take all of it? Along with the price of the spirit stones, the shopkeeper's chubby fingers quickly tapped the abacus, a broad smile illuminating his face. Allow me to give you a discount. The total comes to 160,000 silver coins. Gu Cha-ching did not haggle and paid the full amount. However, after completing the transaction, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. What had once been a rather ample fortune had swiftly dwindled to a precarious state. System, choose to enhance the shadow spider. Upon exiting the Tianbao workshop, Gu Cha-ching's mind stirred, and he abruptly accessed the upgrade panel. He then converted all the spirit stones he had acquired into energy points. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your shadow spider has completed a high-level enhancement, and its combat power has been significantly elevated. Unlocked high-level skill, shadow traversal. Strength assessment, initial stage of the innate realm. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, 10,000 energy points are required. As the information on the panel changed dramatically, a new pet encyclopedia entry materialized. The shadow spider's insectoid form had undergone a transformation. Its previously pitch-black exoskeleton now bore silver web-like patterns. Its 8 legs shimmered with a cold metallic luster, and the curved claws at the tips of its limbs were as sharp as needles. Shadow traversal. Gu Cha-ching's attention was entirely captivated by the shadow spider's new skill. By retrieving information, he learned that this was a dark-type spatial displacement ability, combining the traits of stealth, surprise attack, and evasion. However, it required contact with or proximity to a shadowed area to execute the traversal, and it could only leap between shadows within the line of sight. With a maximum range of 100 meters, this skill was akin to spatial teleportation. Gu Cha-ching's eyes sparkled. Although it did not allow for the same arbitrary freedom of movement as teleportation, its capabilities were nonetheless formidable. Master. The excited voice of the shadow spider resonated in his consciousness. I have learned shadow traversal. No sooner had it spoken than the shadow spider suddenly appeared at Gu Cha-ching's feet. It then used Gu Cha-ching's shadow as a point of traversal and, in the next moment, appeared within the shadow of a nearby wall. Impressive. Gu Cha-ching sincerely praised, filled with envy. If one possessed the skill of shadow traversal, it would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable safeguard. Regrettably, the system's shared perception did not grant him the capabilities of the shadow spider. After a brief moment of reflection, Gu Cha-ching swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, the enhancement of the shadow spider's strength was equivalent to an augmentation of his entire team's combat prowess. He then checked his energy balance, which stood at 100 points, more than sufficient for crafting 6 batches of colorful honey pills. With a focused thought, Gu Cha-ching promptly transferred all the pollen into the system's space for processing. Ding! All colorful honey pills have been successfully crafted. Energy value, 600. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30 colorful honey pills. Gu Cha-ching retrieved a jade box from his storage ring and placed all the pills within. Although there were only 30, selling them would undoubtedly yield a considerable profit. With everything in order, it was time to return. Gu Cha-ching surveyed his surroundings, only to find the horse-drawn carriage that had been parked by the street had vanished. The distance to the Destiny Medical Pavilion was several dozen kilometers. He would have to walk back. Master, I can take you along in shadow traversal. Would you like to try? Upon hearing the shadow spider's telepathic suggestion, Gu Cha-ching's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a method was indeed possible? Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously inquired, are there any side effects? Rest assured, there should be none. With the shadow spider's reassurance, Gu Cha-ching promptly commanded, then let us begin. Whoosh. In an instant, a nearly transparent silk thread surged forth, swiftly enveloping his body. Master, hold on to my thread tightly. As the shadow spider's voice faded, it suddenly activated the skill of shadow traversal. Chapter 30. Comprehending the essence. Whoosh. Gu Cha-ching felt a momentary darkness envelop him, only to be followed by a sudden brightness. In the blink of an eye, he was astonished to find himself still standing, yet now positioned in the shadows of a wall several dozen meters away. It worked. Gu Chaqing was filled with exhilaration. This was truly an exceptional skill for concealing one's presence. Master, how does it feel? The concerned voice of the shadow spider resonated in his mind. Gu Chaqing quickly examined his body, finding no abnormalities. Everything is fine, continue. As soon as the words left his lips, the shadow spider whisked him away, making them vanish from their original location in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus, the man and beast darted swiftly through the shadows scattered across the streets. Gu Chaqing felt as though his body were being drawn by an enigmatic force of darkness, flowing rapidly along the pathways of shadows. Every cell within him seemed to meld into the darkness, traversing in unison. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chaqing felt he had grasped something elusive. Yet it slipped away in an instant, leaving him unable to fully comprehend its intricacies. In response, he simply closed his eyes, savoring the extraordinary sensations experienced while traversing through the darkened space. Darkness was not void. Rather, it was a flowing network. Gu Chaqing was deeply immersed in his experience. And as his understanding deepened, he gradually developed a sense of awareness. With each traversal, he distinctly felt his body being momentarily engulfed by darkness. Upon his release, he completed the journey. However, this process was not merely a spatial leap. It resonated with the darkness lurking in the shadows until he was completely absorbed within it. A tremor coursed through Gu Chaqing's heart as he vaguely grasped a profound and enigmatic state of being. It is essential to understand that in the realm of martial arts, this state transcends mere physical power, representing a higher level of insight. Should a martial artist comprehend such a state, they could forge a unique martial discipline and unleash combat prowess far beyond that of their peers. Yet at this moment, Gu Chaqing had merely brushed against the threshold of this understanding and had not yet truly entered it. Realizing this, he immediately commanded the shadow spider, "Accelerate the traversal speed. Do not stop." Although the shadow spider was perplexed, it complied with the order, suddenly increasing its speed. Whoosh! In an instant, a flurry of afterimages darted through the streets like lightning. Any area shrouded in shadow became a springboard for the shadow spider. In this extreme pace of traversal, a gust of air surged forth. Oddly enough, why did it feel like a chilling wind was sweeping through tonight? Indeed, these winds seemed utterly chaotic. Passers-by on the street wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes sweeping around in bewilderment, finding the situation utterly incredible. Meanwhile, Gu Chaqing was entirely enveloped in darkness. Aside from the spider silk entwined around him, he seemed completely isolated from the outside world. This time, he did not passively accept the traversal but actively expanded his perception, even attempting to guide the shadow spider's path. Is my master influencing my shadow traversal? The shadow spider felt a sense of surprise, discovering that Gu Chaqing's thoughts could slightly alter its direction. Rather than resisting, the shadow spider intuitively cooperated. As Gu Chaqing took the lead, his perception of the surroundings transformed. It was no longer the pure blackness of before, but rather a myriad of intricate veins flowed like a network of blood vessels. Is this the trajectory of shadows? Gu Chaqing was taken aback, attempting to touch these intricate pathways with his mind. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though his consciousness was drawn into a deeper abyss of darkness, an unprecedented clarity exploding in his mind. Ding! Host is comprehending the essence of darkness. Current comprehension progress, 5:10:15. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. However, just as the comprehension reached 20, the dark space suddenly collapsed. The shadow spider's energy was depleted, and the shadow traversal was forcibly interrupted. Gu Chaqing's form jolted as he abruptly withdrew from the realm of dark insight, his consciousness returning to reality. Though somewhat regretful, he had at least crossed the threshold. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Master, my energy has been completely consumed. The shadow spider lay exhausted at Gu Chaqing's feet, conveying its apologies through thought. The high-intensity, rapid traversing had evidently drained its energy significantly. No worries, this time I shall guide you. With a mere thought, Gu Chaqing summoned the essence within him, mimicking the shadow spider's shadowy transit, attempting to resonate with the surrounding darkness. A low hum emanated as his body quivered slightly, and the shadows beneath him twisted peculiarly, as if drawn by an unseen force. Gu Chaqing sensed the pulsations within the realm of darkness and took a step forward, slowly merging with the shadows. He quickened his pace, his figure transforming into a series of black phantoms that swiftly danced within the shadows of the street. Although this technique paled in comparison to the shadow spider's shadowy transit, it was a self-created shadow step inspired by the profundities of that very essence. The path of martial cultivation is indeed unfathomable. Gu Changqing's heart remained placid. He understood that he had merely scratched the surface, having grasped only a fragment of the dark essence. Truly mastering the shadows would not be a simple task. After all, the system's primary function was to create insectoid monsters. And as long as energy reserves were sufficient, one could continually advance and strengthen. His own path of cultivation, however, was something he had to navigate independently. Only through such endeavors could he extend his lifespan, perhaps even attain the elusive immortality he so fervently desired. Gu Changqing had no intention of becoming an old man with dwindling vitality while the Order of Assassins flourished. Master, if you strive to earn more, perhaps I could evolve and grant you a longevity elixir, the tiger bee remarked, sensing Gu Changqing's thoughts with a self-satisfied expression. Do not heed its flattery, master. My enhancement will ensure your safety at all times, the shadow spider retorted, clearly having developed a rivalry with the tiger bee. Spider, your assertion is flawed. I can protect my master just as well, and I can also defend you, the tiger bee playfully countered. You have yet to witness my transformation into a humanoid monster. Strong and formidable. If you doubt me, master, allow me to demonstrate, it added, buzzing around Gu Changqing eagerly. Had it not been for the absence of a command, the tiger bee would have transformed on the spot to show off its prowess. Enough of your banter. Your existence cannot yet be revealed. Gu Changqing chided the tiger bee with a smile, promptly returning it to the system space. To prevent further commotion from this creature, he enforced restrictions within the system space, momentarily suppressing the tiger bee. Master, when do you plan to create the third monster? The shadow spider inquired curiously, piquing Gu Changqing's interest. Currently, the intelligence network of the Order of Assassins had been entrusted entirely to Feng Baiyu, who would also introduce an agent named Zhao Rong. Once the organization took shape, the most pressing need for the assassins would be a cadre of skilled operatives. With this in mind, Gu Changqing recognized the necessity of forming a monster hunting team. However, when it comes to creating a third monster, which type of insectoid should be chosen? Chapter 31. What do you mean by that? In Gu Changqing's perspective, although insectoids are diminutive, there exists a distinct hierarchy among them. Each species possesses its own inherent abilities. For instance, the mantis relies on its side-like forelimbs for its ferocious predation. The beetle, while its offensive capabilities might be up for debate, boasts formidable defensive prowess. Should it be evolved into an insectoid monster, it would undoubtedly serve as the stalwart shield of the team. Choosing the right insects is straightforward, yet acquiring the necessary materials proves to be somewhat challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changqing sighed softly. After all, the materials required for editing insectoids cannot simply be cobbled together. Doing so would diminish the potential of the monster. Although later advancements can enhance its capabilities through energy accumulation, the process is undeniably cumbersome. Therefore, it is crucial not only to select editing materials that correspond to the unique abilities of the insectoid, but also to prioritize high-quality materials. My master, for a killer-type insectoid, I recommend the mantis, suggested the shadow spider telepathically. Before I received editing enhancements, I narrowly escaped being consumed by a mantis, eventually seeking refuge in your medicinal quarters. The mantis's blade-like limbs are exceedingly formidable. It has always been regarded as the predator of our insect realm. At this, Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. He indeed found the mantis to be a commendable choice, and the selection of materials would not pose much difficulty. Acquiring a high-quality long blade would suffice. Spider, your understanding is rather limited. What does that creature even represent as a predator? Back when I was surviving in the wild, I even managed to dispatch a small mantis, scoffed the hornet, a hint of disdain lacing its tone, while simultaneously tooting its own horn. Ha! You acknowledge that it was a small mantis. Had you encountered a fully grown adult mantis, do you think you would still be here today? The shadow spider retorted with a derisive laugh. Gu Changqing chose to disregard their banter and examined the system panel, noting the remaining 500 energy points. This meager amount, even if he wished to capture a mantis to edit into a monster, rendered any such endeavor impossible. All considerations would have to wait until the task's reward was received and the colorful honey pellets were successfully sold. Gathering his thoughts, Gu Changqing felt a surge of true essence within him, abruptly accelerating the speed of his shadow step. With every leap and shift, he became increasingly adept at employing this technique. The night wind whistled past his ears, and before long, Gu Changqing arrived at the western district of the city. Look, the boss has arrived. Outside the Destiny Medical Pavilion, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu had been waiting there. Upon seeing Gu Changqing approach from a distance, they immediately stood up. Due to the previous trouble caused by Captain Li in the slums, Meng Jing had removed his mask. And even the cart was parked at a nearby relay station, a precaution executed with great care. Boss, here is the communication talisman you requested. Fang Baiyu hurried forward, producing a large stack of talismans from within his garment, lacking the convenience of a storage ring. These talisman papers were inevitably wrinkled as he carried them close to his person. They must have cost quite a sum, right? Gu Changqing casually took them, estimating that there were at least 50 or 60 sheets. Free, Fang Baiyu grinned widely. These are all made by Sister Rong herself, so no money was spent. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, surprised. She is a talisman master? Strictly speaking, not quite. Fang Baiyu shook his head. For years, Sister Rong has acted as a middleman, constantly navigating the power dynamics of the black market, leading to a heavy consumption of communication talismans. However, this item has always been monopolized by the shops of ancient martial families, with prices that are exorbitantly high. In order to save money, Sister Rong dedicated some time to research and surprisingly managed to figure it out. Upon hearing this, the astonishment in Gu Changqing's eyes transformed into profound interest. Previously, in his quest to create a barrier talisman, he had secretly learned from Lu Ruyun's methods and attempted to replicate them. Fully aware of the immense difficulty involved in inscribing talismans, he never expected that Zhao Rong, an outsider, could self-study and produce so many communication talismans. What an extraordinary talent! If he could recruit her into the Destiny Assassins, not only would they have a candidate for an agent, but with some nurturing, they might even cultivate a talisman master. Rest assured, boss, Fang Baiyu declared confidently, Sister Rong said all these communication talismans are completed products, with absolutely clear sound quality. Seeing Gu Changqing in silence, Fang Baiyu earnestly smiled. I'll demonstrate for you. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 communication talismans, infused them with his internal essence, and then handed one to Meng Jing. Keep your distance. Meng Jing understood and quickly ran deep into the alley, stopping only after several hundred meters. With a flick, Fang Baiyu ignited the communication talisman in his hand, lowering his voice to mutter, "Fool." In the next moment, a firelight suddenly illuminated the distant alley. Meng Jing's talisman ignited, and simultaneously, Fang Baiyu's voice reached his ears. "You bastard! How dare you call me a fool? You're dead meat." In the depths of the alley at midnight, Meng Jing's furious roar echoed, and soon after, he charged over like a frenzied beast. "Don't be impulsive. I was merely demonstrating the effect of the communication talisman for the boss." Fang Baiyu quickly conceded, grinning as he begged for mercy, for the boss's sake. "I'll let you off this time." Meng Jing snorted coldly, suppressing his anger. Gu Changqing looked at the 2 lively characters before him and couldn't help but smile. "From now on, if we have urgent matters, we'll use the communication talismans to get in touch." He took out half of the talismans and handed them to Meng Jing and the others. "Also, take this ring. Remember to recode it." With a flick of his wrist, he handed Fang Baiyu Martin Yu's storage ring. A storage ring? Fang Baiyu's eyes lit up as his mental energy swiftly probed inside, and he promptly retrieved 2 martial arts manuals. As he gazed upon the inscriptions on the cover of the texts, Fang Baiyu felt his pupils constrict sharply, and he froze in place. It is well known that such martial arts are the exclusive inheritance of prestigious families, akin to a proprietary path rarely divulged to outsiders. Could it be that the techniques of the Ma family? A sudden realization struck him as he recalled the news of Martin Yu's assassination at the Yihong courtyard earlier that evening. The enigmatic top assassin was, in fact, his very own employer. No wonder there was a need for a fresh coat of paint. This was undoubtedly a case of disposing of stolen goods. How fortuitous! Fang Baiyu exhaled towards the golden ring, grinning with a fawning expression. "These 2 manuals, you may practice them in private," Gu Changqing remarked, casting a glance at the 2 men. "Try not to flaunt your skills in public too much. Understood?" Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison. "Thank you, boss. By the way, how is your sister Rong considering the matter?" Gu Changqing couldn't resist inquiring as they entered the medical clinic. Having learned of Zhao Rong's capabilities, he could hardly suppress his desire to recruit her. If her character was commendable, she would indeed be a rare talent. Neither rejecting nor accepting, Fang Baiyu shook his head and sighed lightly. "Though Sister Rong is reluctant to voice it, I am aware of her difficulties." Meng Jing's expression tightened at these words. "What do you know?" he pressed. "Do not worry, Sister Rong is fine." Fang Baiyu gently pushed Meng Jing aside. Turning to Gu Chaqing with composure. This matter, in fact, cannot be separated from your involvement, boss. What do you mean by that? Gu Chaqing's eyes flickered with confusion. He had no recollection of any interaction with Zhao Rong. Chapter 32, Sabotage. With no prior connection, how could it possibly be related? Gu Chaqing found himself perplexed. The answer lay with a single individual, Chen Kuei. Fang Baiyu spoke with significance. Not long ago, Chen Kuei made a bold proclamation in the black market, forbidding any intermediary from encroaching upon all the assassin organizations under his command, including the Destiny Assassins. Anyone who dares to defy him will find themselves the target of a bounty in the black market. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow. It appeared the situation was far more complex than he had initially presumed. He understood that this was undoubtedly a matter of conflicting interests. However, why should the recruitment of an agent for his assassin organization concern him? This approach was clearly an attempt to strangle the Destiny Assassins, rendering them incapable of growth while still forcing them to toil for profit. With this thought, the chill in Gu Chaqing's eyes deepened. If one seeks to choke the life out of my assassin organization, I shall first sever your claws. Gu Chaqing's voice was icy as he commanded, Baiyu, discreetly investigate where Chen Kuei's lair is located and what subordinates he has. Fang Baiyu's gaze flickered with curiosity. Boss, are you planning to take action against him? First, we shall offer courtesy before resorting to force, Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly. Be prepared for any eventuality. If negotiations falter, we shall strike first. Fang Baiyu wore a serious expression as Zheng nodded, saying, All right, leave this matter to me. Gu Chaqing instructed, also discreetly spread the word. Mention that the colorful honey pills will be available for sale at Tianming Medical Hall starting tomorrow. Colorful honey pills? Fang Baiyu's visage momentarily flickered with disbelief as he stared at Gu Chaqing. Following tonight's auction, the city's aristocrats and various merchants would be fervently seeking channels for the colorful honey pills. Yet, within the vast expanse of Qingzhou City, obtaining even a single pill was a formidable challenge, and they were even rarer than foundation-building pills. However, it appeared that Tianming Medical Hall would commence sales tomorrow. Boss, you wouldn't happen to be the mysterious seller of the colorful honey pills, would you? Fang Baiyu inquired, suppressing the turmoil within. Gu Chaqing merely smiled faintly, his silence tacitly affirming the speculation. Goodness! Fang Baiyu could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, from what I've gathered, the 7 colorful honey pills at tonight's auction fetched an astonishing price of 15,000 silver coins. This means each pill commands a minimum price of 20,000. We are about to strike it rich. Beside them, Meng Jing listened in confusion, utterly unaware of the significance of the colorful honey pills, clearly lacking the intelligence network that Fang Baiyu possessed. Rest assured, boss, I will handle this matter. You can expect to collect your earnings tomorrow, Fang Baiyu declared confidently, thumping his chest before leading Meng Jing out of the medical hall. Watching the two figures gradually recede, Gu Chaqing felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. With these capable assistants, his burdens felt considerably lighter. There was no need to personally tackle the myriad of trivial tasks. If he could successfully recruit Zhao Rong, the foundation of the Tianming assassins would truly be established. Once the funds became ample, it would be prudent to seek a more spacious location. Gu Chaqing surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the confines of the establishment, knowing that as the assassin organization expanded, this modest medical hall would soon prove inadequate. Dr. Gu, please assist us. A hoarse voice interrupted Gu Chaqing's reverie. He turned to see Captain Li and a dozen constables, leaning on one another, staggering into the shop. Each of them appeared pale, their lips tinged with purple, clearly exhibiting symptoms of severe poisoning. Gu Chaqing understood immediately that this was the result of the earlier swarm attack. Fortunately, it had not been the venom of the tiger wasps. Otherwise, these individuals might not have had the strength to reach the medical hall. Captain Li, what has transpired? Gu Chaqing hastened forward, feigning surprise. We were pursuing an assassin when we were besieged by a frenzy of poisonous bees. Captain Li slumped into a chair, exasperated. Those bees were of an unknown breed, ferociously aggressive. I was stung on the hand, and it still burns fiercely. He raised his swollen, purplish right hand, gritting his teeth in agony. However, the injury sustained by Captain Li was relatively mild. In stark contrast, the condition of the constables was far more dire. Some had faces so swollen that they gleamed, their eyes reduced to mere slits, and the most severely affected had necks that had thickened alarmingly, each breath escaping with a wheeze. The cause was bee stings, a venom that was not particularly difficult to treat. Gu Chaqing smiled calmly and began his work with an air of composure. With a deftness akin to lightning, he meticulously extracted the stingers, drew blood, and applied ointment in one seamless motion. As the medicinal liquid permeated the wounds, Captain Lee felt the searing pain recede like a receding tide. The expressions of the other constables began to improve, their spirits evidently lifted. "Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly remarkable," Captain Lee remarked, moving his arm with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Though still somewhat numb and weak, the agony was no longer unbearable as it had been moments before. "I would appreciate it if Dr. Gu could issue a medical receipt, the cost of treatment." He paused, lowering his voice. "Could you increase it by 30%? Gu Chaqing casually pinned a receipt for 300 silver coins and, with a smile, remarked, "Captain Lee, your efforts in maintaining order and safeguarding the peace are commendable. Please accept this receipt. The treatment fee is waived." Captain Lee raised an eyebrow, accepting the receipt while casting a look of admiration towards Gu Chaqing. This young man certainly knew how to navigate the system. "Captain Lee, I overheard you were in pursuit of an assassin. May I inquire what grave matter has befallen the city?" Gu Chaqing asked, his expression revealing an artful hint of curiosity. It is often said that one who dines from another's plate cannot speak too freely, and this was a perfect opportunity to extract some information. "It's merely a homicide," Captain Lee replied with composure, but the deceased was the legitimate son of the Earl of the Ma family from the capital. Gu Chaqing feigned astonishment, continuing to draw out more details. "In that case, this matter is quite serious. Have you apprehended the assassin?" "Not a chance," Captain Lee scoffed, his frustration palpable. "The guards of the Ma family haven't even caught a glimpse of the assassin. How are we supposed to find them? There's a strict order from above mandating that we must apprehend the murderer within 3 days, and we must uncover the mastermind behind it as well. Damn it. It's easy for them to talk. Let them try it themselves." As he spoke, Captain Lee's agitation grew, and he abruptly kicked over a wooden chair beside him. Within the medical hall, spurred on by Captain Lee's complaints, the constables began to voice their grievances in unison. "The captain has a point. We need some description of the suspect to have a direction," one remarked. "Without that, it feels like we're flailing about blindly, and we might even offend the wrong people." "Indeed, and with only 3 days to work with, even the most astute detective would find it challenging," another added, their faces etched with righteous indignation. This approach, undoubtedly, placed an undue burden upon the officers. Gu Chaqing nodded in understanding and then inquired, "If you fail to apprehend the assassin within 3 days, will you not face punishment?" "Not necessarily," came the reply. Lee the constable let out a derisive snort. "In 3 days, we shall thoroughly cleanse the black market of Qingzhou City. Especially the underground assassins hidden within the city, we will uproot them entirely. Even if we fail to capture the culprits, it will at least provide an explanation to our superiors." Gu Chaqing's gaze darkened momentarily, then he feigned surprise. "Where do the assassin organizations hide within the city? I would prefer to avoid them while I make my rounds." Hearing this, Lee the constable irritably waved his hand. "If I knew, I would have already led a team to eradicate them all. However, it matters not when the time comes. Capturing a few intermediaries from the black market and subjecting them to harsh interrogation should yield some clues." Gu Chaqing smiled and nodded. "That would be indeed excellent." After extracting the information he sought, he refrained from further conversation and turned to pack his medical kit. "Dr. Gu, I shall remember your kindness this evening." Lee the constable tucked the fee receipt into his pocket, chuckling darkly. "Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to inform me." "Very well, thank you." Lee the constable, Gu Chaqing replied, clasping his hands in salute, then watched as they exited the medical hall. Once Lee the constable and his men had departed, a cold glint flickered in Gu Chaqing's eyes. "Xiaozhu, keep a close watch. If anyone provides the authorities with information about the medical hall, eliminate them immediately." As soon as the command was conveyed, Yingshu swiftly employed her shadowy skills and discreetly followed. After closing the shop door, Gu Chaqing remained unperturbed by the events. In his view, as long as the authorities remained oblivious to the existence of the Destiny assassins, everything was under control. As for the intermediaries in the black market, he held no concern about anyone being apprehended. After all, those individuals were cunning and perhaps had already vanished upon catching wind of the situation. Thus, unless someone deliberately leaked information to the authorities, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover that the Destiny Medical Hall was, in fact, a front for an underground assassin organization. Gu Chaqing quickly washed up, then sat cross-legged on his bed, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. As his mind settled, he gradually entered a state of cultivation. In this merciless world of the survival of the fittest, He dared not afford even the slightest negligence, nor did he wish to become a stepping stone for others. To ascend to the pinnacle and become the wolf that feasts, one must dedicate oneself entirely to becoming stronger. The following morning, Gu Changqing was awakened by a cacophony of noise. He turned his gaze towards the dim light filtering through the window, feeling a twinge of surprise. It seemed he had only been cultivating for a brief moment, yet dawn had already arrived. Truly, the saying cultivation knows no passage of time held merit. Just then, a bright voice rang out from outside the shop. Before the medical hall opens, everyone must line up and wait. Here, regardless of your status or rank. The rules must be adhered to. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will have their purchasing privileges revoked. Gu Changqing's ears perked up. The voice was unmistakably that of Fang Baiyu. What scheme was this lad concocting? With a heart full of curiosity, Gu Changqing hastened toward the door. As he opened it, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Before the medical hall stood a serpentine line, extending all the way to the street corner, numbering at least 100 souls. A cursory glance revealed that most of the crowd was composed of elegantly attired affluent individuals. The Tianming Medical Hall had opened its doors. Could this young gentleman be the esteemed Dr. Gu, renowned for concocting the multicolored honey pills? Such expertise at such a tender age aroused suspicion. Surely, he wouldn't resort to deception? As Gu Changqing made his appearance, all eyes converged upon him. Despite some voices of doubt, no one wished to abandon their place in line. Fearful of missing out on an opportunity. Boss, my promotional efforts have been satisfactory, wouldn't you agree? Fang Baiyu leaned toward Gu Changqing, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Indeed. The results are quite commendable, Gu Changqing responded with a sense of satisfaction. However, with such a crowd, do you have enough of the multicolored honey pills to sell? Fang Baiyu inquired in a hushed tone. No worries, Gu Changqing replied with a serene smile. At present, he possessed only 32 pills. Given the throng before him, the demand would far exceed the supply, which was precisely the essence of hunger marketing. By ensuring that a portion of the crowd could not procure the pills, the fervor surrounding the multicolored honey pills would amplify, creating a more potent advertising effect. Do you actually have the multicolored honey pills? If so, name your price. Some individuals were growing increasingly impatient, clamoring loudly. Among them was the wealthy matron who had lost to Lu Shuanger at the auction the previous night. Now, she squeezed her ample figure through the throng, her voice shrill as she urged, "Young man, bring forth the multicolored honey pills. I have the funds." Perceiving the atmosphere ripe for action, Gu Changqing signaled to Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu. You too. Fetch a rope and separate those who are standing behind the 30th position in line. Fang Baiyu understood immediately and promptly set off with Meng Jing. However, as soon as the rope was drawn, murmurs of dissent erupted from the crowd. What does this mean? Is this a preferential treatment? Surely those at the back aren't disqualified from purchasing. We queued since early morning. Why should we be denied? Discontented voices rose in a clamor. Most of these individuals belonged to noble families, accustomed to a life of luxury, and they could hardly swallow such indignity. Amidst the commotion, Gu Changqing spoke with calm composure. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain patient. Due to the limited quantity of multicolored honey pills available today, we can only offer 30 pills, with a limit of 1 per person, priced at 20,000 each. However, those positioned beyond the 30th spot have not lost their purchasing eligibility. Gu Changqing paused briefly, then continued, you may sequentially obtain reservation tickets, granting you priority when the multicolored honey pills are sold on a later date. Upon hearing this, the crowd's discontent began to wane significantly. Yet, a brazen young man with a sullen face tore down the rope and forcefully pushed to the front of the line, declaring, I want it today. You must sell it to me, whether you like it or not. He gazed at Gu Changqing, haughtily mocking, isn't it just money you want? I have plenty. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes, remaining unfazed. What is wealth really? What if we refuse to sell to you? Seeing Gu Changqing's indifference, Fang Baiyu stepped forward with a reprimand. However, he was swiftly intercepted by 2 thuggish henchmen, their menacing presence palpable. If you wish to take action, come at me. Boomed a voice as Meng Jing, resembling a towering fortress, advanced with a sudden ferocity. Faced with Meng Jing's brawn, the 2 henchmen's pupils constricted, their eyes darting in panic. Fang Baiyu's expression darkened. He quickly summoned his internal energy, a formidable aura emanating from him. 2 days prior, he had consumed the 7-colored honey pill provided by Gu Changqing, which not only neutralized the poison but also cleansed the impurities from his meridians. His cultivation had now ascended to the postnatal realm. Gu Changqing shook his head. signaling Fong Baiyu and the others to refrain from violence. He had ample methods to deal with such unruly science. Chapter 34. Using a blade to kill you, boy. I share a deep connection with Captain Lee. It would be wise for you to obediently present a 7-colored honey pill to this young master. The pallid-faced youth glared at Gu Cha-ching, his voice steeped in malice. Otherwise, I shall ensure your little clinic is unable to sustain itself in Chizhou City. Gu Cha-ching paid no heed to the threat. He then surveyed the crowd, impassively stating, as I mentioned earlier, there are only 37 colored honey pills available in this establishment. If this person insists on cutting in line, it means one of the 30 customers ahead will lose their chance to purchase. With a hint of amusement, Gu Cha-ching turned his gaze toward the front of the line, asking, is there anyone willing to forfeit their spot? Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically. Erupting in uproar, what nonsense is this? I want to yield. I recognize him. He is from the Zhou family, a mere third-rate clan's wastrel. A trifling third-rate family dares to bully us? How utterly presumptuous. Is Captain Lee that formidable? I am close friends with the city lord's wife. Indeed. Yuzhou family's rice shop will never receive supplies from my Lee family again. In an instant, the crowd united in their condemnation of the pallid-faced youth. Their voices raised in fervor. Particularly, a plump matron boldly severed the Zhou family's business ties. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Tao pale, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. He had never anticipated that by threatening Gu Cha-ching alone, he would inadvertently offend so many influential figures. The strategy of using a blade to kill was simply masterful. Fong Baiyu's gaze flickered with admiration, his heart brimming with respect. Filial son, you have brought disgrace upon the Zhou family. At that moment, a middle-aged man, visibly furious, strode forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Zhou Tao. Kneel and apologize to everyone at once. He bellowed, pressing Zhou Tao down to the ground with a firm hand, his voice laced with fury. Zhou Tao finally emerged from his panic, realizing that his father had provided him with a means of retreat. I was wrong. I acted shamelessly and should not have monopolized the purchasing opportunity. I beseech all esteemed individuals to show mercy and not sever business ties with the Zhou family due to my sole transgression. Zhou Tao earnestly implored the influential figures around him, bowing in apology. However, he notably refrained from offering any contrition to Gu Cha-ching, evidently only fearful of offending those in power. Gu Cha-ching, on the other hand, remained indifferent. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, that sufficed. Hurry up and leave. Your presence is a nuisance. Fong Baiyu coldly scoffed, unceremoniously dismissing him. Seeing that no one pursued further accountability, Zhou Tao quickly extricated himself from the crowd. Yet, before departing, he cast a glance back at Gu Cha-ching, his eyes glimmering with malice. Gu Cha-ching, sensing the chilling gaze aimed at him, chose to disregard it entirely. As the distinguished leader of an underground assassination syndicate, he had no reason to fear the retribution of a mere wastrel. If this fellow was eager to hasten his own demise, Gu Cha-ching would not hesitate to oblige. However, for the moment, profit remained paramount. Subsequently, Fong Baiyu and Ming Jing took charge of distributing reservation slips and registering names for the team. Meanwhile, Gu Cha-ching extracted 30 vibrant honey pills, engaging in the straightforward task of selling them. In no time, all the honey pills were sold out. The total revenue amounted to a staggering 600,000. After deducting costs, they netted a profit exceeding 500,000. Boss, these pills are incredibly lucrative, Fong Baiyu exclaimed, barely concealing his excitement. If we can produce more, selling these alone could make us wealthy. Why should we engage in illicit activities? Meng Jing, standing silently beside him, nodded in agreement. Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies of business, witnessing such a fortune amassed in mere hours, a sum he could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime of labor, was indeed impressive. This can only yield short-term gains, not a sustainable strategy, Gu Cha-ching replied nonchalantly. Among those who purchased the honey pills earlier, there will undoubtedly be individuals who take them to alchemists for study. Once they replicate similar effects, the market will soon be flooded with comparable pills, causing prices to plummet. Fong Baiyu furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. That makes sense. Whenever something novel appears on the market, imitation products soon follow, resulting in a price drop. Meng Jing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this observation. After dispelling the fantasies of his companions, Gu Cha-ching chose to remain silent. However, there was one point he withheld from them. The skill required to produce the vibrant honey pills was not akin to a machine's incessant output. The pollen materials were secondary. The crucial factor was the cool-down period of the skill. Only once a month could 10 batches of vibrant honey pills be produced, totaling 50 pills. Over the past few days, he had already crafted 8 batches, leaving only 2 batches remaining. Thus, regardless of the impact of counterfeit goods on the market or the limitations imposed by skill cooldowns, the vibrant honey pills can only serve as a fleeting avenue for profit, lacking the capacity to sustain genuine long-term benefits. Boss, amidst the crowd I was observing, I discovered Chun Kuei's informant. Fong Baiyu cast a glance at the street outside. His voice low. He has likely already departed. Gone? Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow, feeling a stir of confusion within. Generally speaking, Chun Kuei would have certainly learned of Martin Yu's successful assassination and ought to have dispatched someone with the task remuneration. Yet, instead of doing so, he chose to secretly monitor me? Boss, with the substantial profits you garnered from selling vibrant honey pills today, it is bound to incite envy among various factions. Fong Baiyu spoke earnestly. You must exercise caution in the coming days, especially regarding Chun Kuei. This man has always been insatiable. Should he discover that the vibrant honey pills are your creation, he is likely to find ways to seize a share for himself. Gu Chaqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and replied nonchalantly, You are correct. He has already arrived. Upon finishing his words, Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened, directing his attention toward the entrance of the clinic. Who? Ming Jing and Fong Baiyu exchanged startled glances, following Gu Chaqing's gaze outside. Chapter 35. Prepared arrival. The sign of the Destiny Clinic stood solemnly, like a tiger bee lying in wait. Through the eyes of the tiger bee, Gu Chaqing beheld a stocky middle-aged man approaching along the street. 2 black-clad warriors trailed behind him, their eyes sharp, their steps steady and powerful. Undoubtedly, the stout middle-aged man at the forefront was Chun Kuei. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are becoming increasingly impressive. As Chun Kuei entered the shop, his gaze immediately fixed upon Gu Chaqing, a smile plastered on his face. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes darted toward Ming Jing and Fong Baiyu. Upon meeting Fong Baiyu's gaze, a barely perceptible flicker of unusual color crossed Chun Kuei's eyes. Boschan, I trust you're well. Fong Baiyu was the first to speak, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the presence of outsiders, he bore none of his usual nonchalance. I did not expect Brother Fong would also visit the Destiny Clinic. Chun Kuei squinted, a half-smile playing on his lips as he inquired, What brings you here? Are you unwell? Fong Baiyu cryptically replied, Certainly not the kind of ailment that afflicts Boschan. It seems your foul mouth remains unchanged after our time apart. Chun Kuei scoffed, a growing chill evident in his eyes. Gu Chaqing was not surprised by their sardonic exchange. He had long been aware that Fong Baiyu had crossed paths with Chun Kuei in the black market, leading to enmity. The previous assassination attempt, which had left him poisoned, was likely orchestrated by the latter. However, Fong Baiyu was no pushover either, having covertly undermined several of Chun Kuei's illicit dealings. Yet, without evidence, the two had not fully severed ties in public, though their words were inevitably laced with subtle barbs. Today, Boschan made a special trip. Did he bring enough consultation fees? Gu Chaqing, observing that the two had ceased their verbal sparring, inquired directly. Rest assured, the remuneration owed to Dr. Gu will not be shortchanged by a single coin. Chun Kuei replied with a smile, then swiftly altered the topic. However, due to recent liquidity constraints, might I offer spirit stones in lieu of currency? As long as their value is commensurate, that is entirely acceptable, Gu Chaqing responded with alacrity. This method of transaction suited him perfectly, sparing him the trouble of exchanging spirit stones at Tianbao Pavilion. Yet, Chun Kuei did not immediately disburse the payment. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Ming Jing. Gu Chaqing remained unfazed. No matter, we are all allies here. Hearing this, Chun Kuei chuckled solemnly. Given the recent scrutiny from the authorities, we must exercise caution in all matters. Since we are allies, I shall refrain from being verbose. With that, he retrieved a large wooden chest from his storage ring. The agreed remuneration amounted to 100,000 coins, equivalent to 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Following the customary practice, deducting a 20% commission, you are entitled to 800 stones. Gu Chaqing surveyed the contents of the chest and discovered that the quantity exceeded 800, at least 1,000 stones. Boss Chun, this remuneration seems excessive, Gu Chaqing remarked. His expression laced with confusion as he scrutinized Chun Kuei, unable to fathom his true intentions. The chest contained a staggering 2,000 stones. Dr. Gu, not only is your medical expertise remarkable, but your alchemical skills are nothing short of astonishing. I, Chen, am inclined to collaborate. Consider the surplus spirit stones as my investment. Chen Kuei replied with a beaming smile. Gu Chaqing scoffed inwardly. Fang Baiyu was right. This fellow was indeed after the profits of the 7-colored honey pills. However, did he truly think that with a mere 1,200 inferior-grade spirit stones, he could partner in the sale of the honey pills? Absolutely not. Gu Chaqing remained silent, merely extracting the quantity of spirit stones he was owed. Dr. Gu, what is the meaning of this? Chen Kuei inquired, a forced smile on his lips. If you believe this price is inappropriate, we can certainly negotiate, he added. Fang Baiyu interjected with a derisive laugh. In the past, the Destiny Medical Pavilion was unprofitable. You felt it a luxury even to visit. Now that you see the 7-colored honey pills are lucrative, you come crawling back. Your calculations are indeed rather precise. Chen Kuei fixed a cold stare on Fang Baiyu, his expression darkening. I am in discussions regarding a business partnership with Dr. Gu. What concern is it of yours? Oh. You might be disappointed. He is now my employer, Fang Baiyu retorted, raising an eyebrow with a smug expression. Chen Kuei's gaze grew solemn, surprise flickering in his eyes as he turned to Gu Chaqing. He understood well that Fang Baiyu's usual occupation in the black market was intelligence trading. And now that Gu Chaqing had taken him under his wing, it undoubtedly endowed the Destiny Assassins with the capability to gather intelligence independently. Should another agent be recruited, the entire assassination organization could function autonomously, eliminating the need for him as an intermediary. To aspire for independence? That would depend on whether one possesses the requisite ability. Chen Kuei narrowed his eyes, a silent derision echoing in his mind. Due to his previous declarations in the black market, he forbade any intermediaries from taking over all the assassin organizations under his command, including the Destiny Assassins. In Chen Kuei's perspective, without the support of channels and connections, even if the Destiny Assassins were to casually recruit an agent, they would be unable to achieve anything remarkable. What he truly coveted was the operating rights to the 7-colored honey pills held by Gu Chaqing. It was imperative that he obtain them. This medical clinic was merely a small business, with no intention of collaborating with others. After Gu Chaqing received 800 spirit stones, he nonchalantly declined. Today, thanks to the 7-colored honey pills, you've achieved a turnover of 600,000. Chen Kuei was immediately incensed, questioning how this could be considered a small business. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chaqing retorted, attributing his success to the promotional efforts of the Golden Sea Pavilion auction. It was merely luck. In his view, with so many spies in Chen Kuei's employ, he surely already knew the origins and intricacies of the 7-colored honey pills. Therefore, there was no necessity for concealment in this matter. Since Dr. Gu expressed no desire for collaboration, I shall be straightforward and request the formula for crafting the pills. Chen Kuei raised his gaze to Gu Chaqing, gravely stating, Name your price. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu frowned, sneering. If you acquire the formula, will you not clearly be seeking to rob us of our business in the future? Chen Kuei, do you truly believe our boss so easily deceived? Chen Kuei cast a cold glance at Fang Baiyu, retorting, Speak appropriately for the occasion. Some matters should be discussed, while others should not. You would do well to temper your words. Continue this reckless chatter, and you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. Bang! Meng Jing slammed the table forcefully, vehemently declaring, Dare to touch my brother, and I shall end you. However, in the next instant, two formidable auras abruptly locked onto Meng Jing. The overwhelming force of their essence formed a tangible vortex of light, surging toward him with ferocity. Meng Jing let out a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Innate Realm Warriors. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he scanned the two black-clad fighters behind Chen Kuei. Merely intermediaries of the black market, yet they could enlist innate realm warriors as enforcers. It was clear they had come prepared. Chapter 36. Torn Facade. I am negotiating business with Boss Chen. You should remain quiet. Gu Chaqing waved his hand, signaling the two to refrain from impulsiveness, his youthful face still betraying no emotion. Yes, boss. Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing nodded respectfully, yet their gazes remained fixed on the two black-clad warriors, showing no signs of trepidation. After all, it was daylight, and within the confines of a clinic on the street. It was unlikely that Chen Kuei would dare to act recklessly. Should any mishap arise, the two had already mentally prepared themselves to risk their lives to protect their boss. Little did they know, Gu Chaqing regarded the two black-clad fighters with utter disdain, with the presence of the Tiger Bee and Shadow Spider. Even two more innate realm warriors would be insufficient. Since you wish to purchase the formula for the 7-colored honey pills, there is indeed a discussion to be had. Gu Chaqing extended 3 fingers, indicating that this would be the price. 300,000 silver coins? Chen Kuei's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he agreed, saying, "No problem." Observing this, Fang Baiyu's expression shifted slightly, feeling quite incredulous. To sell the prescription for merely 300,000, could it be that the boss was conceding? "I have sold 60,000 with the 7-color honey pills alone today. Do you find this price reasonable?" Gu Chaqing remarked nonchalantly, "I never engage in loss-making deals." Chen Kuei focused on Gu Chaqing's 3 fingers, his brow furrowing slightly. "Are you implying 3 million? After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "As long as Dr. Gu is willing to provide a prescription with the same efficacy, 3 million can be arranged." Upon finishing, he couldn't help but snicker inwardly. A mere prescription, and you demand 3 million? How bold of you. Yet, recalling that Gu Chaqing had sold 37-color honey pills today, yielding a substantial profit, he felt reassured. Eventually, with the prescription in hand, he could concoct hundreds and surely make a profit. As Chen Kuei indulged in his thoughts, he noticed Gu Chaqing remained unmoved, seemingly dissatisfied with the price. "What I seek is 30 million. Gu Chaqing's smile gradually faded, and he stated coolly, "If Boss Chen is genuinely sincere, you may pay now." "What?" Chen Kuei stared at Gu Chaqing in disbelief, exclaiming angrily, "Are you jesting? A prescription priced at 30 million? Why not just rob a bank?" Witnessing this exchange, Fang Baiyu couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The boss's strategy of retreating to advance was truly brilliant. "Earlier, you urged me to quote a price. Now your stance seems rather inappropriate." Gu Chaqing leaned back, mockingly observing his counterpart. The 7-color honey pills produced by the system were generated with a single click, devoid of any material formula. Naturally, even if there were, he would never sell it. Suppressing his inner fury, Chen Kuei's tone grew somber. "Dr. Gu, some matters in this world cannot be held onto simply by desire. Sometimes, generously sharing can ensure a stable existence." "Oh?" Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Was Boss Chen threatening me? You are an intelligent man. You should grasp my meaning." Chen Kuei slowly stood, smiling yet menacing. "I, Chen, have navigated the black market for years, possessing ample connections and means. Today, I come with sincerity, hoping Dr. Gu will consider carefully. Otherwise." Before he could finish, 2 black-clad warriors stepped forward. The atmosphere in the room suddenly tense. "Otherwise what?" Gu Chaqing's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Simultaneously, the tiger bee stealthily approached the wall behind Chen Kuei. If this smiling tiger dared to act, he would have no qualms about revealing his trump card. Chen Kuei narrowed his eyes, his expression chilling. "Otherwise, this prescription may find its way into my hands by other means." Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened, and he coldly declared, "If you possess the courage, then do try." With that, he abruptly rose to his feet, showing no sign of retreat. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his threat, Chen Kuei's expression shifted unpredictably. He had believed that summoning 2 innate realm experts would be sufficient to intimidate Gu Chaqing into submission. However, Gu Chaqing remained composed throughout, as if concealing a hidden trump card. This left Chen Kuei both incredulous and perplexed, for he was well aware of Gu Chaqing's background. Coming from a lineage of martial arts, the Gu family had fallen into decline and had remained stagnant in the diminutive town of Qingzhou. Even though Gu Chaqing established a killer organization, it was merely a second-rate outfit. In essence, this young man was nothing more than a resourceless pawn, a mere tool for profit at his disposal. With this realization, Chen Kuei's eyes grew increasingly cold as he retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. "Dr. Gu, do you know what this is?" "It comprises the records of all tasks undertaken by the Heavenly Mandate Assassin Organization in recent years, including the assassination of Zhu Dafu from Yuantang and detailed information on the heir of the Ma family from last night." With that, Chen Kuei placed the scroll back into his ring, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he added, "What do you think would happen if I were to hand this over to the authorities?" Gu Chaqing's brow furrowed, his countenance turning frigid. He had not anticipated that this scoundrel would resort to such despicable tactics, violating the code of their profession. "You are despicable and shameless, Chen," Fang Baiyu exclaimed, unable to contain his fury. "We are all in the same boat. Even if you leak information to the authorities, you cannot escape culpability." "That may not be the case," Chen Kuei countered, shaking his head gravely. "I am confident in my ability to extricate myself from any repercussions. As for the consequences, it ultimately depends on your choices." "Dr. Gu." Gu Chaqing remained silent, concealing his emotions. Yet, the growing chill of murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. "I know what you are thinking," Chen Kuei said, casting a knowing glance at Gu Chaqing. "Should anything happen to me, my trusted confidants will immediately present proof to the authorities. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly for the sake of trivial gains. A heavy weight settled in Gu Chongqing's heart. This old fox had indeed prepared a contingency plan. He was remarkably cautious. By noon tomorrow, I expect to see the complete formula for the 7-colored honey pill, with not a single error. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Chen Kuei's words dripped with palpable menace, and with that, he turned to leave. The young black-clad warrior even made a provocative gesture across his throat towards Gu Chongqing, departing the clinic with a mocking demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, just as they exited, a black tiger-headed wasp silently followed in their wake, secretly observing their every move. The audacity of it all was infuriating. Meng Jing clenched his fists, his anger seeking an outlet. Fang Baiyu's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. I will go to the black market and hire an assassin to deal with him directly. There is no need for that. Let us not alarm the snake by stirring the grass. Gu Chongqing waved his hand to halt the proceedings, speaking with a calm demeanor. We are indeed in this line of work, and there is no need for unnecessary actions. Fang Baiyu inquired softly, Boss, what is your plan? Before nightfall, I want a thorough investigation into the details and whereabouts of his closest confidants. Gu Chongqing's voice suddenly turned icy. If we are to kill, we must do so decisively. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment at Gu Chongqing. Simultaneously, he wondered if the boss truly had the confidence to eliminate so many individuals at once. Chapter 37. The Peculiar Blacksmith Boss. I understand what needs to be done. After receiving the command, Fang Baiyu swiftly departed from the medical hall to execute the task at hand. Given the gravity of the situation concerning the survival of the Fate Assassins, he could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent and mobilized his extensive intelligence network that he had cultivated over the years. Inside the medical hall, Gu Chongqing sat in silence, his mind already linked to the shared perception of his two pets. The shadow spider, monitoring Captain Li, had not detected any anomalies. His attention was primarily focused on the vision provided by the tiger bee. Through the tiger bee's perspective, every action of Chen Kuei was laid bare. He moved with great caution, first entering an inn, where he conspicuously changed his attire. He then slipped into a tavern and emerged once again in a different guise, cloaked in a black cape and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, thoroughly concealing his identity. As for the two innate martial practitioners, they blended among the pedestrians on the street, maintaining a discreet distance while tailing him. This indicated that Chen Kuei possessed a formidable sense of vigilance and exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Were it not for the tiger bee's relentless tracking, an ordinary person would have likely lost him by now. Surely, I should be safe now? Chen Kuei warily glanced back, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. Although he had always looked down upon the Fate Assassins, the recent 2 assassination attempts had made him feel as if Gu Chongqing had transformed into an entirely different person. He could not fathom from where such skilled assassins had been recruited. Their ability to kill without a trace and successfully escape was remarkable. Despite having left some contingency plans in place, he felt compelled to exercise extra caution. What of the underground assassins? As long as I hold the leverage in my hands, they are but puppets at my command. A glimmer of greed flashed in Chen Kuei's eyes. The recipe for the 7-colored honey pill would soon be mine. Unbeknownst to him, the tiger bee had silently perched on the edge of his hat, relaying every word back to Gu Chongqing without omission. Leverage? Gu Chongqing's gaze turned cold. It was more likely a death warrant. Nonetheless, Chen Kuei was indeed cunning. Had it not been to draw out his confidants, Gu Chongqing would have acted long ago. To ensure the plan's absolute success, he could only bide his time and await the opportune moment. Thus, the tiger bee followed Chen Kuei out of the city, leading to a secluded estate. Shortly thereafter, the 2 innate martial practitioners also arrived. Hidden in the outskirts of the city, his cunning was indeed profound. Gu Chongqing assessed the estate through the tiger bee's perspective, nodding to himself in approval. As an intermediary in the black market, Chen Kuei's choice to establish a base in this well-connected suburban area is undeniably astute. Even in the face of governmental crackdowns, he can swiftly extricate himself. This locale indeed possesses great potential. Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. If he could transform this place into a clandestine stronghold for the divine killers and excavate a few underground passages, would that not be exquisite? Tiger Wasp. Continue your surveillance and await my command, Gu Chongqing instructed, retracting his perception and beginning to contemplate his next strategy. Currently, he possessed 600,000 silver coins and 800 spirit stones, a fortune ample enough to create a third monstrosity. After all, at this moment, The shadow spider was tasked with monitoring the movements of the authorities, while Tiger Wasp kept an eye on Chen Kuei, leaving them unable to break free. However, it was indeed necessary to enlist new assistants to eliminate Chen Kuei's confidants one by one. Otherwise, any oversight would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles. With this in mind, Gu Chaqing turned to Meng Jing beside him and commanded, Jing, go and capture a mantis for me." Meng Jing, taken aback, inquired, "Boss, what do you need a bug for?" "You will find out soon enough," Gu Chaqing replied, emphasizing, "Remember, it must be alive." "Understood. I shall take care of it immediately." Despite his lingering doubts, Meng Jing hurried outside to search the grassy area. Gu Chaqing, not idle himself, left the medical clinic with the intent of procuring suitable materials for his editing endeavors. The mantis's primary offensive capability lies in its forelimbs, resembling scythes. If he could obtain a particularly distinctive blade as editing material, the synthesis effect would undoubtedly be superior. Resolute in his decision, Gu Chaqing made his way to a nearby weapon shop. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, the resonant clanging of metal struck his attention. The rhythmic and powerful sounds coalesced, forming a melodious symphony that was pleasing to the ear. Following the sound, he discovered it emanated from an adjacent blacksmith's workshop. However, the store appeared dilapidated, with a thick layer of dust accumulating at the threshold, suggesting that few patrons frequented it. Just as I was lamenting the inability to find a blacksmith to forge a reliable longsword, here lies one, he mused. If you wish to avoid rendering your materials into waste, it would be wise not to venture in. At that moment, two men clad in martial attire lingered at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop. What does this mean? Is the blacksmith's skill truly so subpar? Not at all. Master Mo has at least 30 years of forging experience and is well-versed in rune crafting. However, his temperament has become increasingly eccentric. He pursues perfection in every creation. And if even the slightest flaw appears during the forging process, he refuses to continue and discards it as waste. Well, in that case, never mind, Gu Chaqing mused, his curiosity piqued by their conversation. A craftsman knowledgeable in runes, if capable of forging equipment that could contract and expand at will, would provide the shadow spider and its companions with full armament, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Furthermore, the materials for editing the mantis could also be obtained in the process. With a determined thought, Gu Chaqing turned towards the blacksmith shop and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. Upon entering, a wave of warm air enveloped him, the temperature significantly higher than that outside. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he beheld an elderly man with a bushy beard standing by the stone platform adjacent to the forge, wielding a hammer and relentlessly striking a sword blank. Despite the multitude of wrinkles adorning his face, the old man's arms were remarkably robust, the hardened muscles bulging with prominent veins, suggesting an underlying reservoir of formidable strength. Bang, bang, bang. With each swing of the hammer, sparks erupted from the searing sword blank. His expression was intensely focused. Even upon noticing the intrusion, he did not cease his labor. This man must be Master Mo. Gu Chaqing mused silently as he observed for a moment without interruption, his gaze sweeping over the corner piled high with discarded iron materials. Blades, swords, spears, and axes were all half-finished weapons. Judging by their quality and craftsmanship, they surpassed even those sold in weapon shops, albeit with minor imperfections, uneven patterns, or slight deviations in curvature. Nevertheless, these half-finished products were treated as scrap, unceremoniously cast aside in the corner. It was evident that the old man's pursuit of perfection in forging had reached an obsessive level. After a brief moment, the clanging of the hammer ceased abruptly. The shaped sword blank was plunged into cold water with a forceful splash, releasing a cloud of steam. Damn it, another failure. Master Mo scrutinized the blade, then spat in frustration as he tossed it into the corner, deeming it waste. He then cast a sidelong glance, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon Gu Chaqing, the unexpected visitor. Chapter 38. Secrets within Master Mo, renowned far and wide. Gu Chaqing took the initiative to greet him, smiling as he said, "I wish to forge." Before he could finish, Mo Xing's expression hardened, his voice booming. "First, let me make it clear. I do not craft ordinary weapons here. No bargaining, no rushing. If you find it agreeable, provide the materials. If dissatisfied, then be gone." Gu Chaqing swallowed hard. The old man's temperament was not only eccentric, but also quite irascible. Given such a foul disposition, it was no wonder the shop had little business. "I arrived in haste, and have no materials with me," Gu Chaqing admitted, inquiring, "Might you sell materials? You brought nothing?" Mo Xing's gaze darkened, followed by a cold snort. Out of respect for your earlier silence, I will offer you one piece. The third shelf on the left wall. Help yourself. Gu Changqing moved closer to the shelf adorned with rusted goods. After a brief survey, his eyes settled on a piece of dark red metal, its even texture clearly indicating it was of heavenly grade. That one won't do. Just as Gu Changqing reached for it, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him. If you pick such rubbish, I have no interest in forging it. Imo Xing sneered, his countenance haughty as he spoke. Gu Changqing's heart raced, his movements abruptly freezing. Is the heavenly grade material insufficient? He turned to glance at Imo Xing, feeling somewhat perplexed. It is worth noting that the venomous needle previously crafted for the tiger bee was made from the heavenly grade qi and iron, which enhanced its fiery toxicity to amplify its attack power, reaching the level of postnatal realm. Yet, this piece of metal before him also belongs to the heavenly grade. Its strengthening effect should be commendable. In that case, please select a piece for me. Gu Changqing remarked dismissively, as long as you can present something better. The price is absolutely fixed. With that, he shifted his stance and observed from the side. Imo Xing strode forward, discarding the hammer, and with his calloused hand, reached into the corner of the rack to grasp an inconspicuous piece of bluish-gray metal. Hansui Xiantai, of the mysterious grade, he announced with a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. This caliber of material is worthy of my hammer. Mysterious grade? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. This material surpasses even the heavenly grade. However, the metal Imo Xing held was entirely bluish-gray, with dull patterns, resembling a more inferior earth-grade material. Kid, your eyesight is clearly lacking. Imo Xing shook his head, gravely stating, what the naked eye perceives is often mere surface. The true value lies within. Before he finished speaking, he deftly scraped away the outer bluish-gray layer of the metal with a blade, revealing a striking azure luminescence beneath. Immediately, a chill radiated from it. Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. To think that this seemingly ordinary metal harbors such secrets. Do you see? This is Hansui Xiantai, Imo Xing declared solemnly. During the quenching process, it can autonomously crystallize frost patterns. If forged into weapons such as swords, it can deliver strikes that do not draw blood. Gu Changqing's interest was piqued at this remark. The shadow spider is a poison-bearing creature of the dark, while the tiger bee embodies fiery venom. Creating a frost mantis that strikes without shedding blood would indeed be an intriguing endeavor. What weapon do you wish to forge? Imo Xing inquired. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing replied. A blade inscribed with runes of any size. Imo Xing readily agreed. Very well, the total cost for materials and forging is 300,000 silver coins. Any losses during the refining process will be borne by you. With that, he extended his right hand, expecting payment without room for negotiation. Gu Changqing contemplated briefly, quickly weighing the value and risks involved. A long knife of mysterious grade, imbued with runes, would command a starting price of at least 500,000 in a weapon shop. Comparatively, forging it here is evidently more economical. However, there remains an unpredictable risk. After all, this old man has a peculiar temperament, and if there is even a slight mishap during the refining process, he might end up with a half-finished scrap. Is it possible to arrange the forging now? I have urgent matters before nightfall, Gu Changqing cautiously inquired, his time running short. If he could not procure the long knife today, it would be wiser to purchase a ready-made one. The old man adhered to a strict principle, no bargaining, no urging for work. Imo Xing's voice was coarse, yet he abruptly shifted his tone. However, today, I may make an exception. With a flick of his wrist, a cold light suddenly emanated from the storage ring, and a long blade materialized in his grasp. The blade was entirely a deep azure, slender like a willow leaf, casting a dim, ethereal glow in the shadowy room. To his astonishment, it was readily available. Gu Changqing's pupils constricted sharply as he observed intricate and enigmatic runes etched upon the blade. As the light danced, an intense chill permeated the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to feel almost tangible. This blade is one of my early masterpieces, known as the Frost Blade. Imo Xing caressed the blade's edge with his rough fingers and chuckled deeply. Recently, I've been itching to forge another, so I decided to sell this one for some coin. If you desire it, the exchange must be made in cash. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changqing produced 300,000 silver notes. Once the transaction was completed, he accepted the long blade, which felt frigid in his grasp, yet remarkably light. As he attempted to infuse a trace of true essence into it, the blade immediately radiated a ghostly blue light. In the next instant, the temperature around him plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed upon the ground. What an exquisite blade! Gu Changqing exclaimed in genuine admiration. A weapon forged from profound-grade materials indeed exhibited impeccable quality. Of course, credit must also be given to the craftsman who had maximized its potential. This blade not only perfectly met the editing requirements of the Mantis, but also surpassed expectations with its frosty attributes. At that moment, Gu Changqing's mind stirred, and he stored it within the system's synthesis space. Following a system scan, it was confirmed that the primary material was indeed cold marrow mysterious iron. With the transaction settled, "You may leave." Mo Xing turned his back, his large hands once again raising the hammer, evidently planning to forge another frost blade. The 300,000 silver notes were carelessly tossed aside. "Master Mo, might you be interested in forging insectoid armaments?" Gu Changqing inquired, his tone subtly probing. "Such as those resembling spiders, hornets, mantises, or similar insects. Moreover, they must possess the ability to metamorphose into humanoid monstrosities, necessitating their armaments to be flexible and adaptable." Upon hearing this, Mo Xing initially froze, then his expression transformed into one of incredulity as he fixed his intense gaze upon Gu Changqing. "Never mind. Let us pretend I spoke not a word." Observing the skepticism on Mo Xing's face, Gu Changqing chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. "Stop." Just then, Mo Xing's thunderous shout echoed, commanding attention. Before Gu Changqing could take a step, a resounding crash echoed as the shop's door was forcefully slammed shut by an unseen force. The sudden turn of events sent a jolt of unease through Gu Changqing. As he contemplated turning back, Mo Xing had already surged forward, grasping Gu Changqing's shoulder with fervent intensity in his eyes. "Is what you said truly the case?" Mo Xing's voice trembled, brimming with barely contained excitement. "Speak quickly. Is the existence of humanoid insectoids truly a reality?" Seeing Gu Changqing remain silent, Mo Xing's excited demeanor gradually turned irritable. If this young man dared to mock him, he couldn't guarantee his grip on the hammer. Gu Changqing swallowed hard, surprised by the old man's intense reaction. Since he intended to have the other party forge insectoid armaments, he saw no reason to conceal his intentions and nodded silently. "Quickly summon one. I must observe its joint structure with my own eyes to custom make the weapon." Mo Xing's breath quickened, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes. After decades of crafting, he had grown weary of the monotonous swords and armors, having previously obsessed over the pursuit of ultimate forging techniques. Thus, when he heard the unprecedented concept of insectoid armaments, it was as if he had been reborn. His blood surged with exhilaration. That feeling was more thrilling than a lonely man encountering a beautiful woman in the nude. "Apologies, I am merely inquiring for someone else. I lack the ability to summon the insectoid." Gu Changqing smiled apologetically, keeping a vigilant eye. "What?" Mo Xing's expression darkened like iron, and he swung his hammer violently, smashing it onto the anvil, sparks flying. "You dare to toy with me?" His eyes widened in fury, glaring intensely at Gu Changqing. After all this, he was merely a messenger. Damn it. "If I were to toy with you, what advantage would it bring me?" Gu Changqing replied with a calm smile, adding, however, "Inquiring does not equate to hopelessness." Upon hearing this, Mo Xing's eyes brightened. This statement was indeed reasonable. If Master Mo could forge it and the price were right, then further consideration could be given. No need to consider free of charge. Mo Xing interrupted Gu Changqing before he could finish. "You help me convey a message. My fighting spirit is ignited. Give me 10 days, and I shall demonstrate what true insectoid armaments are. All costs will be waived. Just tell him to come." Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, taken aback by such a favorable proposition. "Very well." He said no more and bowed his farewell. Upon exiting the blacksmith shop, he immediately hurried to Tianbao workshop and purchased over 2,000 spirit stones, together with the 800 he acquired as a reward for completing a task. He converted everything into energy points, accumulating a total of 3,000. Once all was completed, dusk had already settled. Upon returning to the clinic, Ming Jing was already waiting inside, squatting on the ground, playfully teasing a green mantis with a blade of grass. The mantis wielded its scythe-like forelimbs, skillfully slicing at the grass stem. "Boss, what do you think of this one?" Seeing Gu Changqing return, Ming Jing immediately stood up, grinning. "I specifically chose a young and vigorous male mantis." "Very good." Gu Changqing nodded in satisfaction, then swiftly grabbed the mantis and walked into the inner room. The boss wouldn't be conducting some herbal experiment, would he? Ming Jing looked puzzled, unable to fathom Gu Changqing's mysterious actions. Beep detected that the host has captured a mantis. "Do you wish to adopt it as a pet?" Upon hearing the system prompt, Gu Changqing resolutely thought, "Yes." He then retrieved a vial from his storage ring and poured a drop of human blood into the editing interface. As the 3 editing materials were assembled, the system promptly displayed a notification. Scanning complete. The material for the Frost Blade is identified as Mystic Tier Cold Marrow Ice Iron. The energy required for editing is 2,000 points. Do you confirm the operation? Gu Chaqing took a deep breath. His gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon the system interface, and without hesitation affirmed, confirm operation. Beep. Consumed 2,000 energy points. The insectoid creature is now being edited. Congratulations on successful editing. You have acquired a mantis-shaped creature. Please name it. Blade Mantis. After the naming was completed, the information on the luminous panel abruptly changed. Blade Mantis, Master, Gu Chaqing level, High-tier combat assessment, innate realm attack skills, extreme cold / imitation ice armor talent ability, dual blades imbued with cold energy. Inflicting frostbite effects upon attack, possessing armor-piercing power, capable of morphing into a humanoid creature. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, 10,000 energy points are required. Come forth. Gu Chaqing did not consult the insectoid compendium. With a mere thought, he summoned the Blade Mantis. In an instant, a flash of light revealed the Blade Mantis before him. Although its form had not enlarged, its side-like forelimbs were no longer the ordinary green of a mantis. Instead, they exhibited a translucent ice blue hue. Their surfaces adorned with intricate crystalline patterns, edges sharp as blades, glimmering with a frigid brilliance. Demonstrating its transformed state, the Blade Mantis, under Gu Chaqing's control, abruptly morphed. Its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a humanoid creature approximately 2 meters tall. Its limbs were elongated, with sharp ice crystal barbs at the joints. And its head bore a visage that was both human and insect, fierce and menacing. A robust torso was encased in an ice-blue breastplate, displaying exquisite snowflake patterns. What captivated Gu Chaqing's attention was its pair of scythe-like forelimbs, now transformed into 2 blades emanating a chilling light, wisps of frost swirling around their edges. In contrast to the alluring shadow bee and the formidable tiger bee, the Blade Mantis's monstrous appearance exuded a distinctly colder demeanor, radiating an unsettling chill. This breastplate must be the skill imitation ice armor. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he observed the icy armor adorning the Blade Mantis. Unable to resist reaching out to touch it, the texture was frigid and remarkably sturdy. In mere moments, a layer of frost enveloped his fingertips, a chilling sensation penetrating his skin. With the scorching weather ahead, the need for air conditioning would no longer be a concern. Gu Chaqing nodded in satisfaction, a knowing smile gracing his face. Jing, have you placed ice blocks in the shop? It feels so refreshing. I also find it strange. The temperature has suddenly dropped significantly. At that moment, the voices of Meng Jing and Feng Baiyu echoed from outside. Where is the boss? I have urgent matters to report. He just captured a mantis and went into the inner room, seemingly to concoct some medicinal herbs. A mantis? What could he possibly do with that? Feng Baiyu appeared puzzled. Although he did not enter to spy, his ears twitched as he attempted to eavesdrop through the wall. Gu Chaqing's mind stirred as he stored the mantis within the confines of his system space. As it vanished, the temperature in the shop abruptly returned to normal. Indeed, it was due to the boss. Noticing the sudden change in temperature, a glint of insight flashed in Feng Baiyu's eyes as he quickly deduced the situation. He then turned his gaze toward the inner room, where Gu Chaqing had just emerged. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Gu Chaqing asked, his gaze fixed on Feng Baiyu. Everything has been thoroughly investigated, not a detail overlooked, Feng Baiyu replied solemnly, retrieving 3 sheets of parchment from his storage ring. Chapter 40, A Silent Kill Without Bloodshed. There are only 3 individuals. That is not excessive. Gu Chaqing took the parchment. Noticing it contained detailed records of several confidants of Qin Kuei, accompanied by their respective portraits. Their current locations were identified as a gambling den, a tavern, and the night market on East Street. These places surrounded the government office and were bustling with activity. Clearly, Qin Kuei had deliberately arranged it this way. Should any unforeseen events occur, these individuals would undoubtedly converge from different directions to relay information to the government office. Boss, what should we do now? Feng Baiyu inquired gravely. If one of them fails in an assassination attempt, it could turn unfavorable for us. I will handle it with discretion, Gu Chaqing replied calmly. There is no need for concern. You both should go have dinner and bring me a portion of braised chicken rice. At this, Feng Baiyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. At a time like this, the boss still has the leisure to eat? He stared at Gu Chaqing, utterly unable to fathom the latter's intentions. Boss, this is a barrier talisman from Sister Rome. She said it might be of use to you. Fong Baiyu produced several talismans and handed them to Gu Chaqing. Oh? Gu Chaqing's expression changed slightly. Zhao Rong's gesture surprised him. After all, possessing these barrier talismans would undoubtedly be advantageous for the impending assassination tasks. Once Fong Baiyu and Ming Jing departed, Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he examined the character information on the parchment. Zhao Pan, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, was at the initial stage of the postnatal realm, currently located at the Yongli gambling house. You shall be the first to face my blade. Gu Chaqing's eyes narrowed as he focused on the portrait at the bottom of the page. The individual depicted was a bald, muscular man, wearing a black eye patch over his left eye, with a face marred by brutish features, clearly not a benign character. Mantis, it's time to work. As the words left his lips, the Mantis's figure materialized and swiftly darted out of the window in its initial form. Gu Chaqing unfurled the map of Qizhou City, pinpointing the location of the Yongli gambling house, and directed the Mantis to swiftly soar towards its destination. However, before it could travel far, a low, piercing cry suddenly echoed through the air. The Mantis, with its keen eyesight, glanced upward to discover a crow circling high above, which then dove down, perceiving it as prey. The Mantis paid no heed, instantly accelerating and continuing its flight towards the goal. The crow, thwarted, fixed its crimson eyes on the Mantis and pursued relentlessly. Through shared perception, Gu Chaqing witnessed this unfolding scene. Although the Mantis possessed remarkable speed, capable of easily evading the crow, the persistent pursuit could potentially disrupt their plan. Seizing the opportunity, Gu decided to test the Mantis's lethality. A swift resolution was imperative. The moment it received the command, the Mantis's gaze hardened, its previously swift form abruptly altering course to charge directly at the crow. The crow emitted a disdainful caw, suddenly opening its sharp beak, poised to deliver a killing blow. Yet, the Mantis showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it maximized its velocity. Simultaneously, its scythe-like limbs shimmered with an icy blue light, transforming into razor-sharp ice blades. Executing its attack skill, Frigid Slash. With a swift motion, the cold light swept past, instantly carving a gash in the crow's neck. However, no blood gushed forth. Instead, a layer of frost visibly enveloped the wound. The crow trembled violently, attempting to cry out in pain, but its throat had been frozen, producing only faint clucks. As the frost rapidly encroached, within mere moments, its body gradually transformed into an ice sculpture, plummeting from the sky. Thud! The crow crashed heavily onto the street, its frozen form shattering into countless pieces. What on earth? The sudden commotion startled passers-by, who gasped in shock upon witnessing the fragmented remains of the crow. Their pupils constricted, and they gazed upward in astonishment. Yet, the Mantis had already vanished, continuing its rapid flight towards the destination. Not bad, Gu Chaqing inwardly praised, having truly witnessed the essence of a bloodless kill. Once the target was struck, the frigid energy permeated its body, although there was no bloodshed. The internal blood vessels and tendons would gradually succumb to frostbite. Such lethality was far more terrifying than mere physical wounds. Master, hunting such small birds is merely child's play for me. As if sensing Gu Chaqing's astonishment, the voice of the hornet suddenly resonated in his mind, tinged with a hint of arrogance. If you doubt me, I shall catch one for you to taste another day. The hornet continued its mental communication, imbued with a competitive spirit. Enough with the chatter, focus on your current prey, Gu Chaqing mentally reprimanded, though he did not dispute the hornet's prowess. Although its material is merely celestial-grade red rock iron, a tier lower than the Mantis, after undergoing advancement and reinforcement, its combat prowess is undeniably comparable, each possessing distinct strengths. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing closed his eyes in concentration, reconnecting his consciousness with the Mantis's visual perception. Under the veil of night at the Yongli gambling house, the Mantis transformed into a fleeting azure shadow, soaring through the air. In the instant its wings folded, 6 hooked limbs deftly latched onto the wooden window frame. The Mantis stealthily infiltrated the gambling house, discreetly surveying the interior environment. Inside, the establishment was awash with a cacophony of voices and thick, acrid smoke. The main hall featured 6 gambling tables, each surrounded by burly enforcers standing guard. Damn it, I'm betting big again. I refuse to believe this misfortune, boomed a one-eyed brute seated at the dice table, his face flushed with rage. The Mantis swiftly scanned the surroundings, its icy gaze locking onto its target without hesitation. Undoubtedly, this man was its prey. Zhao Pan. Place your bets. Open. 1, 2, 3, 6 small. Bet big and lose small. Zhao Pan's expression soured to an extreme as he beheld the silver notes whisked away from the table. Clearly, he had not anticipated such dreadful luck tonight, losing every round. Were it not for Chen Kuei's explicit instructions to remain vigilant here tonight, he would have long since stormed out in frustration. Master Zhao, your luck seems rather poor today. The dealer remarked with a forced smile, covering the dice cup, her tone tinged with amusement. Will you continue to bet big? Shut your mouth. Once I relieve myself of this ill fortune, I will make you pay dearly. Zhao Pan, infuriated and humiliated, abruptly rose from the table. The mantis's gaze sharpened, immediately following in pursuit. Thud, thud. As the wooden door of the restroom slammed shut, sounds of vigorous relief echoed from within. Damn it. I must win back all that I've lost. Zhao Pan muttered through clenched teeth while squatting over the pit. Utterly oblivious to the translucent barrier that had silently enveloped the entire restroom, the isolation talisman had activated. Chapter 41. Clearing obstacles the moment the isolation barrier materialized. The clamor from outside ceased abruptly. How strange, why has it suddenly become so quiet? Zhao Pan furrowed his brows, realizing that the once raucous sounds of the gambling house had seemingly vanished in an instant. Damn it, could it be that the event has concluded? Zhao Pan sprang to his feet, suddenly agitated. I haven't recouped my losses yet. However, his anxious demeanor quickly settled into a state of unease, as he increasingly felt that something was amiss. For even if the event had ended, such an abrupt silence was inconceivable, unless someone had deliberately muted the sounds. Just as Zhao Pan was engulfed in uncertainty, the temperature within the restroom plummeted, an icy chill pervading the air. The mantis appeared behind the door. Its forelimbs transformed into ice-blue blades, emanating a chilling aura that surged forth like a tide. This is bad. Zhao Pan's heart sank. He finally realized he had fallen into a trap, and he immediately kicked open the wooden door. However, before his foot could cross the threshold, an icy blue specter surged forth from behind the door, striking like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Pan's pupils contracted sharply. Although his peripheral vision caught the glimmer of the shadow's attack, his body lacked the swiftness to evade it. Instinctively, he raised his hand to defend himself, only to feel an immediate chill at his wrist. With a swift motion, the cold blade of the mantis severed his right hand at the wrist in an instant. Simultaneously, a biting frost enveloped the wound, forming a thin layer of ice, through which his blood vessels and sinews were starkly visible. My hand. Zhao Pan's face turned ashen as he gazed at the severed hand that had fallen into the cesspit, terror gripping his heart. More horrifying was the realization that a wave of frost was invading his body, spreading like a venomous serpent through his veins. Wherever it passed, the flesh of his arm froze inch by inch, causing excruciating pain while his body gradually stiffened. In a state of panic, Zhao Pan hastily summoned his inner energy to resist. Little did he know, the mantis had already materialized behind him like a wraith. With a sharp hiss, the icy blade plunged into the back of his skull. In the next instant, the frigid air surged in, swiftly encasing his entire head in a frozen sculpture. His features contorted in agony. Though he had succumbed to death, a lingering expression of profound terror remained in his single eye. After completing the assassination, the mantis flapped its wings and broke through the runic barrier, hastily moving on to its next target. The entire hunting process was executed with precision and swiftness, devoid of any hesitation. The second target, the drunken fragrance pavilion. Gu Changqing's expression was stoic as his gaze fell upon the contents of another piece of paper. Qin Shou, nicknamed Beast, was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty, possessing strength in the mid-stage of the acquired realm. His current whereabouts were traced to the drunken fragrance pavilion on North Street. This individual was stout, with a fearsome appearance, marked by a prominent black mole on his nose, making him easily distinguishable. Moments later, the mantis had transformed back into an ordinary insect, arriving at its designated location. The drunken fragrance pavilion was, in fact, a brothel disguised as an inn. Any patron who entered would be attended to by women who would provide companionship and fulfill various alternative desires. Master Qin, does the wine tonight please your palate? The brothel madam coyly approached the table, gently caressing Qin Shou's shoulder. Not bad. Have the matters I instructed been taken care of? Qin Shou pulled the madam close, his hands wandering indiscriminately over her form, his eyes glimmering with lascivious intent. He had not come to the drunken fragrance pavilion alone. Several thugs accompanied him. Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui are already waiting in the VIP room, ensuring your complete satisfaction. The madam giggled, settling herself onto Qin Shou's lap, her alluring figure writhing restlessly. Excellent. Ha. Qin Shou, reeking of alcohol, rose to his feet, bellowing, Tonight, we shall not cease our revelry until dawn. It would be an affront to the potency of the wine I've consumed, he declared, striding up the stairs with fervor, fueled by unquenchable desire. Target confirmed. Gu Cha-ching. Through the perspective of the mantis fixated on the visage of Qin Shou. Following the command, the mantis immediately took flight from the tavern, ascending to the second floor. With its acute sense of smell, it swiftly tracked down Qin Shou's location, circling the perimeter before darting through a crack in the box window. The scene within the private room unfolded before its eyes. Qin Shou was clad only in a pair of shorts, embracing two partially undraped young women. His coarse hands roving over their bodies. "Mr. Qin, you are quite the rogue. We are almost squished under your grasp," one of the beauties teased. "Indeed. But your physique is remarkably sturdy," the other chimed in, fueling his desire. Laughter erupted from Qin Shou as he declared, "Soon, you shall witness something even sturdier." With a swift motion, he yanked away their crimson undergarments, revealing a breathtaking sight. Then, with fervor, he flipped the two women onto the bed, commencing the main act. The bed trembled violently, creaking under the strain. Under the influence of the potent medicinal wine, Qin Shou appeared to be in a frenzy, completely immersed in ecstasy. Oblivious to the stealthy approach of the mantis. Like a grim reaper lurking in the shadows, it slowly ascended to Qin Shou's back. Just as his muscles tensed and his spirit surged, the mantis struck. With a swift flick, the icy blue blade gleamed, piercing his heart with precision. In that instant, a chilling aura erupted, rapidly corroding his cardiovascular system. The heart, once beating vigorously, was instantly encased in frost, ceasing to function. "Ah!" Qin Shou screamed, his pupils dilating. His body stiffening as he collapsed atop the two women. "Mr. Qin, why have you stopped? You feel so cold. Please, move." The two women, still oblivious to the anomaly, continued to writhe, seemingly unsatisfied. After the successful assassination, the mantis showed no signs of hesitation, silently retreating and hastily flying toward its next target. One more eliminated. Gu Cha-ching mused, his gaze narrowing on the remaining document in his hand. Once the last threat was removed, he could pursue retribution against Qin Kuei without restraint. For the assassin of destiny to rise, all obstacles must be cleared away. Chapter 42. Anger at their apathy in the East Street night market. The lights shone brightly like daylight. Amidst the bustling crowd, the shouts of vendors created a lively market atmosphere. Yet at this moment, a mantis stood still atop the highest building, its blades poised, surveying the throng below. Its cold gaze swiftly and accurately scanned the faces of each passerby and vendor, attempting to identify its prey. "This one is quite adept at hiding," Gu Cha-ching noted, his eyes sharpening as he gazed through the mantis's compound eyes, scanning the crowd repeatedly, yet yielding no results. The final target was named Sun Jiu. This individual possesses a profound cunning, adept in the arts of poison and disguise. Having gained notoriety for eliminating several martial artists of equal rank through poisoning. Furthermore, he stands as the mightiest among the trio, having reached the pinnacle of acquired realm cultivation. Today, he has drawn attention, likely due to the machinations of the celestial assassin scouts. In the shadow of a chaotic stall at the street corner, a ragged beggar crouches, murmuring to himself. His frame is gaunt, his visage sinister, and his triangular eyes, akin to venomous serpents, keenly observe the surrounding activity. In this guise of a beggar, "I shall see how you manage to locate me. If I can endure this night, once the proprietor acquires the formula for the 7-colored honey pill, all will be inconsequential." Sun Jiu lowers his tattered straw hat, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding confidence in his disguise. Unbeknownst to him, his presence has already been ensnared by a chilling gaze. The beggar feels an unsettling aura. Gu Cha-ching, utilizing the vision of the mantis, fixates on Sun Jiu's figure, scrutinizing him intently. Generally, beggars, in pursuit of subsistence, will solicit alms along the streets. Even when they remain in one spot, they will humbly extend their hands to passers-by. Yet this individual merely huddles silently in the shadows, neither begging nor lifting his gaze, appearing almost amateurish. Regardless of the authenticity, one need only test it to discern the truth. Gu Cha-ching's expression darkens slightly as he commands, "Mantis, act." No sooner had the words left his lips than the mantis abruptly brandishes its blade-like appendages, icy energy coalescing into a sharp, minuscule shard of ice that hurtles forth with ferocity. The trajectory of the attack is aimed squarely at the beggar. Swoosh! The icy projectile descends rapidly, landing precisely half a meter in front of Sun Jiu, producing a faint sound. Is it raining? Sun Jiu senses something amiss, gazing at the moisture on the ground before instinctively lifting his eyes to the night sky. At that very moment, Gu Cha-ching, through the mantis's perspective, captures his visage in its entirety. Indeed, it is him. Gu Cha-ching's gaze sharpens, finally confirming the target. Not good. A sense of foreboding floods Sun Jiu's heart, ever vigilant. He instantly perceives the underlying intent. This maneuver is clearly a probe of his defenses. Raising his head signifies the exposure of his identity. Without hesitation, Sun Jiao rises from the wonton stall and melds into the throng of the street. His path is serpentine, frequently pausing and weaving, with heightened alertness to avoid being trailed. The mantis silently hovers in the night sky, maintaining its distance, resembling a top-tier predator, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Under such scrutiny, Sun Jiao's unease intensifies. It feels as though no matter how he alters his route, that chilling gaze, hidden somewhere, relentlessly pursues him. Damn it, who could it be? Sun Jiao furrows his brow, casting a furtive glance over the crowd, yet he cannot pinpoint the source. Suddenly, he quickens his pace, upon reaching a nearby alley. He swiftly turns and plunges into the dimly lit passage, intending to take a shortcut away from the night market. Just as I hoped. Gu Changqing's eyes narrow slightly as he commands, "Mantis, seize the opportunity." The mantis suddenly swooped down, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it darted into the alley. In contrast, Sun Jiao was no longer merely quickening his pace, he was sprinting for his life. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness of the alley. Yet, two legs could hardly compete with the aerial speed of the mantis. With a hiss, as the distance closed, the mantis abruptly accelerated, striking like a flash of cold light aimed at the back of Sun Jiao's head. Seeking death, Sun Jiao, having anticipated the attack, sensed the chilling presence approaching from behind. He swiftly turned, drawing the dagger hidden within his sleeve, and with precision, he aimed it at the mantis. Clang! The moment the icy blade met the dagger, a piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. The mantis halted abruptly. Yet the force of the impact sent Sun Jiao staggering back several feet before he barely regained his footing. How could this be merely a mantis? Sun Jiao's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze fixated on the creature, disbelief etched across his face. He never imagined that the assailant was a mere mantis, capable of withstanding his dagger. Moreover, under such a direct assault, it merely paused, seemingly unscathed. Such terrifying power was akin to that of a demonic beast. The assassin who had been trailing me was, in fact, this creature. Sun Jiao's eyes bore into the mantis as his thoughts raced, finally grasping the underlying truth. No wonder he had failed to notice the unusual behavior of pedestrians. He had been under the watchful gaze of an insect the entire time. Behind it, there must be a beast master secretly manipulating it. Realizing this, Sun Jiao felt a heavy weight in his heart and nervously scanned his surroundings. Sensing his distraction, the mantis surged forward, its chilling aura intensifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy blade slashed, the flickering cold light instantly transforming into countless sharp shadows aimed at Sun Jiao. He retreated rapidly, channeling his inner essence into his dagger in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, the mantis's combat prowess was equivalent to that of a congenital human warrior, and with Sun Jiao at the peak of his acquired realm, he was utterly overwhelmed. The mantis moved with astonishing speed, and in an instant, multiple gashes appeared on Sun Jiao's arms and shoulders, the wounds swiftly freezing over. Then it suddenly flapped its wings, accelerating to a blinding speed, circling behind Sun Jiao like a bolt of lightning. No! Sun Jiao gasped in alarm, but before he could turn, the icy blade pierced through his back, the frigid air rapidly invading his entire being. Hiss! The mantis twisted its blade-like limbs, mercilessly shredding his heart to pieces, resulting in instant death. Subsequently, it quickly scavenged the valuables from the corpse and took flight. Truly, it was a top-tier predator of the insect world, swift and ruthless. Inside the medical hall, Gu Changqing's eyes flickered with admiration. Within a mere half-hour, all 3 targets within the city had been eliminated, far exceeding his expectations in efficiency. With these threats removed, the path for the forthcoming actions was undoubtedly cleared. Chen Kuei, it is now your turn. Gu Changqing stepped out of the medical hall and gazed towards the outskirts of the city, preparing to draw in his net. Boss, I have brought the braised chicken rice you requested. At that moment, Ming Jing and Fang Baiyu approached, carrying a lunchbox. Gu Changqing accepted the lunchbox, casually storing it in his storage ring to keep it warm, intending to enjoy this dinner leisurely after settling in at Chen Kuei's estate. Boss, is there anything else you need? Fang Baiyu, with a hint of urgency in his tone, reminded him, time is running short. If we delay any longer, it may become problematic. Observing Gu Changqing's calm demeanor, with no indication of immediate action, left him increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the boss truly intends to hand over the formula for the 7-colored honey pills to Chen Kuei? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite disgraceful. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Fang Baiyu felt a surge of frustration, vexed by the situation. Don't worry. Follow me to a place first, Gu Chaqing replied, revealing nothing, and calmly instructed, Jing, prepare the carriage. Moments later, Ming Jing drove the carriage steadily towards the city gate. Chapter 43, Citywide Manhunt. Under the cover of night, Ming Jing maneuvered the carriage slowly through the streets. As they passed by the Zui Xiong building, they noticed a considerable crowd gathered outside. What has happened? Ming Jing reined in the horses and asked curiously. A murder has occurred at the Zui Xiong building. The victim was assassinated by a killer, their body seemingly frozen in time, the death most peculiar. Upon hearing this, Ming Jing's expression shifted momentarily, and just as he was about to inquire further, someone nearby interjected, Goodness. I just heard that a body with the same cause of death was found in the restroom of the Yangli gambling house. Additionally, a beggar was found dead in a nearby alley at the East Street night market, and the deceased was none other than the notorious Sun Jiao from the black market. The assassin is truly formidable, able to strike down 3 individuals in such a short span across different locations. The series of murders in the city these past few days must be driving the local constables to distraction. As the chatter escalated, the crowd's mood shifted dramatically, sparking unrest. Inside the carriage, Fong Baiyu listened intently to the discussions outside, his mind racing. Were these 3 individuals not Chen Kuei's trusted confidants? He turned to Gu Chaqing, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Boss, Fong Baiyu's throat tightened, his voice involuntarily lowering. Were Sun Jiao and the others you're doing? Though he had his suspicions. The reality of the question made his voice tremble slightly. Gu Chaqing offered no elaboration, merely responding with a nonchalant mm. Upon receiving confirmation, Fong Baiyu gasped, his face a mask of astonishment. He had long been aware of Gu Chaqing's cadre of mysterious assassins, yet he had not anticipated such swift action, quietly eliminating 3 potential threats. Such thunderous methods could easily rival those of top-tier assassin organizations. So, are we now heading out of the city to avoid the storm? Fong Baiyu cautiously inquired as they neared the city gate. He gazed through the car window and observed that the patrols on the streets tonight were significantly tighter than usual. Teams of security personnel patrolled the streets, even searching house by house, creating an atmosphere of heightened tension. Our identities remain concealed. Why should we panic? You will soon discover the destination we are heading to. Gu Chaqing smiled faintly, exuding the calmness of a hunter drawing in his net. Although Fong Baiyu felt a flicker of doubt, he refrained from further inquiries and fell into a complex silence. As a minor leader in the black market intelligence network, he was well acquainted with Gu Chaqing's past. Yet, since aligning himself with Gu Chaqing, he sensed that his boss's actions had become unpredictable, as if the remarkable deeds of the past belonged to another person entirely, not the present Gu Chaqing. The contrast between the two was striking. Gu Chaqing closed his eyes to rest, yet his consciousness was already connected to the shared perceptions of his 3 pets. The mantis circled silently in the night sky, waiting for orders. The hornet remained outside the city, covertly monitoring Chen Kuei's every move. At that moment, Chen Kuei resembled a wealthy landlord, lazily reclining on a couch while several maidservants massaged his shoulders and legs, evidently unaware of the demise of his 3 trusted aides. The shadow spider, stationed at the yamen, detected no unusual activity. Gu Chaqing's thought shifted. Mantis, take the little spider and rendezvous with the hornet. Yes, master. Upon receiving the command, the mantis flapped its wings vigorously, diving like an arrow towards the yamen. Before long, the shadow spider had attached itself to the mantis's back, swiftly flying towards the city outskirts, disappearing into the night. Halt. During the curfew, all exits from the city must be inspected. As the carriage approached the city gate, a fully armed squad of security personnel suddenly blocked the passage. At this moment, Captain Li had also arrived with his officers to search for suspects. He strode forward, casting a glance at Ming Jing before his sharp gaze swept towards the carriage window. Who was inside the carriage? Captain Li's right hand rested on the hilt of his knife as he spoke in a deep voice. Get out immediately. Captain. Inside is Physician Gu from the Destiny Medical Hall, preparing to procure medicinal materials. Ming Jing replied directly, gripping the reins tightly, his body slightly leaned forward, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Though uncertain why the boss insisted on leaving the city at this hour, he was prepared to force his way through should these officials prove difficult. Physician Gu. Captain Li's demeanor softened slightly at the mention. The officers behind him, previously poised to draw their weapons, also relaxed their stances. After all, they had received considerable benefits from Gu Chaqing in the past. A benefactor such as he deserved to be treated well. Captain Li, still searching for the murderer at this late hour? The curtain of the carriage stirred as Gu Changqing leaned out, revealing his youthful and handsome visage. Regrettably, this evening, 3 more individuals were slain by an assassin, likely the same perpetrator who attempted to assassinate the heir of the Ma family. The city lord has issued a strict order for an all-out search. Li Buda furrowed his brow and exclaimed angrily, I hope I do not uncover who it is. Otherwise, I shall have him subjected to the most excruciating punishment. Being summoned in the dead of night for a rigorous inspection at the city gate left him utterly disheartened. Your dedication to the safety of the citizens during these late hours is truly commendable. With that, Gu Changqing produced a silver note and handed it to Li Butu. This 500 taels of silver is my humble offering for a late-night meal for you gentlemen. However, I must request your assistance as I am leaving the city to procure urgently needed medicinal herbs. Li Butu accepted the silver note, swiftly tucking it away with a beaming smile as he nodded. As a physician who treats and saves lives, we cannot possibly delay you. Let him pass. He turned to signal the officers behind him, who promptly understood and cleared the way for the guards. Meng Jing, without hesitation, pulled the reins and drove the cart out of the city gate. Boss, this Gu physician is quite generous, remarked a young officer, grinning. Remember this cart, henceforth. Let it pass without obstruction. Li Buda chuckled softly. The colorful honey pills developed by Gu physician are in high demand among the elite. Facilitating his passage will surely yield us benefits in the future. The officers and guards exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their agreement. At that moment, the cart driver appeared vaguely familiar to them. Just then, a stern figure emerged from the shadows, striding forward, with a cold countenance and a long sword slung across his back. He gazed thoughtfully at the cart that was gradually receding beyond the city gate. This man was Li Chao, a close bodyguard of Martin Yu, a master swordsman at the pinnacle of innate power. Since the assassination attempt on Martin Yu, he had remained in the city, determined to unearth the hidden assassin and report back. As Meng Jing had not donned a mask, his visage reminded Li Chao of the scene from a few days prior when a cart had recklessly collided with them on the street. At that time, over a dozen guards had pursued the cart, but in an instant, all the horses had been poisoned, akin to the poison darts found on Martin Yu's corpse. Should he capture this cart driver, he would surely unravel the web leading to the mastermind behind it all. With this thought, Li Chao's gaze hardened, and he abruptly dashed out of the city gate. Chapter 44. Someone is following. The night was as dark as ink. Li Chao followed the trail left by the cart, his eyes growing colder with determination. His internal energy flowed seamlessly, and his steps were as light as a swallow, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Boss, which direction should we take next? Meng Jing inquired, glancing at the fork in the road ahead. To the left, there is a manor several miles away. After speaking, Gu Changqing cast a significant look towards Fong Baiyu. With your intelligence capabilities, you should be aware of what that place is. Fong Baiyu was momentarily taken aback before realization struck him, and he exclaimed in surprise, Boss, are you intending to visit Qin Kuei's residence? Your investigation is commendable. Gu Changqing replied with a serene smile. The stronghold of the fated assassins shall be established there. Though unspoken, his meaning was abundantly clear. Fong Baiyu took a slow, deep breath, striving to quell the turbulence within. Even with a sluggish reaction, he could roughly discern Gu Changqing's intent. Master, someone is tailing you. At that moment, Gu Changqing suddenly heard the transmission from the mantis in his mind. His expression shifted slightly as he contemplated silently. How many? 1. In the night sky. The mantis circled above the estate, its icy blue compound eyes fixed on the rear of the carriage. There, a shadow followed closely, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Through the mantis's perspective, Gu Changqing observed everything unfold. It turned out to be him. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing Li Chao. This individual had reached the pinnacle of innate cultivation, while he had only just broken through to the initial realm. Although Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu were with him, their current cultivation levels were merely acquired. Such a disparity rendered their chances of victory a mere 50-50. Boss, what is wrong? Fong Baiyu, noticing the change in Gu Changqing's demeanor, could not help but inquire. A mouse has come along, one of the Ma family's subordinates. Startled, Fong Baiyu was about to lean out to investigate but was halted by Gu Changqing's hand. No need to panic. Let him follow. Meng Jing furrowed his brow. Should we change our route and shake him off? It's fine. Let us continue on our way. Gu Changqing replied calmly, ordering, increase the speed. Understood. Meng Jing yanked the reins sharply, and the carriage sped away. Li Chao, witnessing this, felt a flicker of surprise. Had he been discovered? He had been particularly cautious while trailing them. To his astonishment, They had sensed his presence. Li Chao's expression darkened, and the true essence within him surged like a rushing river, instantly coursing through his legs. In an instant, his speed dramatically increased. No longer concerned about the noise he would create, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he charged toward the carriage ahead. "Mantis, Shadow Spider, deal with him," Gu Chaqin commanded with a thought. The moment the order was given, the Shadow Spider, riding the Mantis, hurtled toward Li Chao. Within mere moments, they arrived above his vicinity. "What is that?" Li Chao sensed a subtle whooshing sound from above and abruptly looked up. To his astonishment, a shadow of an insectoid creature was diving toward him with incredible speed. Li Chao's pupils constricted as he swiftly drew his sword to block. Clang! The mantis's forelimb clashed against the blade, producing a piercing metallic sound. However, the mantis, with its initial innate combat power, could not gain the upper hand against the peak Li Chao. The force of the collision sent it flying backward. A mantis. Li Chao's gaze sharpened. Although he was quite astonished, his assault did not waver. He leaped into the air, aiming his sword directly at the flying mantis. In a critical moment, a strand of spider silk suddenly shot forth, ensnaring his wrist that gripped the sword. The venom contained within the spider silk is exceedingly corrosive upon contact. It sears the sleeve, releasing a pungent white smoke. Li Chao's heart raced with terror as he swiftly adjusted his sword's attack. Boom! The sword's edge trembled, unleashing a mighty surge of true essence that shattered the silk. As Li Chao landed, he immediately retreated several paces with urgency. A mantis and a spider. His gaze fixed intently on the two peculiar shadows ahead. A tumult of emotion surged within him. The mantis hovered mid-air, its icy blue compound eye shimmering with an eerie glow in the night. The shadow spider crouched low, its 8 legs like blades, and its silk glimmered with a toxic purple hue under the moonlight. What astonished him further was that these two insect beasts had demonstrated a remarkable synergy during their assault, attacking and ensnaring him as if they were seasoned assassins. Clearly, these were slaughtering monstrosities under someone's control. Could it be an insect master? A chill ran down Li Chao's spine. In the realm of martial cultivation, the insect master lineage is a branch of beast tamers, long extinct for centuries. If someone could indeed command the insect race in battle, their underlying power would likely surpass imagination. "Two mere insects cannot deter me," Li Chao snorted coldly, his sword enveloped in swirling threads of vital energy. Although beast tamers can command their pets in combat, they possess a fatal weakness. Their own bodies are frail. Once they lose their companion, they are akin to a person with a severed limb, their strength significantly diminished. At this moment, by slaying these two venomous insects, he could easily gain the upper hand. He fixed his gaze upon the retreating carriage, a murderous intent emanating from his eyes. He had already determined that the mysterious assassin who had attempted to eliminate Martin Yu was one of the individuals in that carriage. "I, Li, have cultivated for many years, but have never faced the insect race." Li Chao flicked his sword, a cold gleam flashing forth. "Today was an opportune moment to test whether my blade is sharper or their exoskeletons are harder." As his words fell, a fierce sword energy suddenly coalesced at the blade's edge, aimed directly at the mantis and the shadow spider. However, just as he was about to strike, the mantis's insect body contorted violently, rapidly swelling until it transformed into a humanoid monster. From its back, semi-transparent wings unfurled, and its arms morphed into 2 sharp long blades, radiating an intensely chilling aura. Hiss! Simultaneously, the shadow spider instantaneously shifted into a spider-human monstrosity, its eyes blood-red, with 8 spider legs clinging to its back, exuding an enchanting yet sinister charm. What kind of fiend is this? The sudden transformation left Li Chao's pupils dilated, his face a mask of horror. Despite considering himself well-versed, he had never encountered such an extraordinary creature. Even more terrifying was the realization that after their metamorphosis, the aura of the mantis and the shadow spider had surged several-fold. Li Chao's grip on the sword trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His earlier confidence utterly diminished. The master commands, "Kill." The mantis's gaze turned icy, locking onto its prey. In the next instant, he spread his wings and charged forth. 2 ice blades slicing through the air with a fierce velocity, aimed directly at Li Chao. Chapter 45. The mysterious sword's shadow split, slash boom. As the mantis-like creature darted forward, a deafening sound of wind being torn apart resonated. Li Chao's pupils constricted sharply. His naked eye could only perceive a fleeting shadow hurtling towards him, leaving him no time to mount a counterattack, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. In that moment, the 2 ice-blue mantis blades struck violently against the edge of his sword. A resounding clang echoed, sending sparks flying. Li Chao's wrist trembled violently, and he instantly felt a terrifying force surge into his body, causing him to be uncontrollably pushed back several steps. Such immense power. A sense of dread gripped Li Chao's heart, and a grave expression flickered in his eyes. Compared to before, he had held the advantage. However, now, the strength of this mantis beast had evidently surpassed his own. The mantis lunged at him once more, its limbs striking like lightning, relentless in its assault, leaving no opportunity for him to breathe. The sound of ceaseless metallic clashes filled the air. Li Chao was forced to retreat while defending, his sword completely suppressed by the mantis' onslaught, with not a moment to counterattack. To his astonishment, the sword he wielded, forged from heavenly rock iron, had developed numerous cracks. Furthermore, with every block, a layer of frost began to form on the blade, the chilling aura creeping along the sword and into his arm, disrupting his swordsmanship. Swish! A cold glint flashed in the mantis's eyes as it seized an opening, delivering a vicious strike to Li Chao's left shoulder, severing his entire arm in an instant. Before the blood could even splatter, it crystallized into ice amidst the frigid air. Ah! Li Chao screamed in agony, staggering backward, his face pale as death. Looking back at the mantis, a profound terror filled his eyes. If this continued, I would undoubtedly perish. Gritting his teeth, Li Chao channeled all his internal energy into his sword, fervently infusing it with power. Instantly, the blade radiated a blinding light, emitting a resonant hum. Mysterious sword shadow split slash. With a fierce shout, he flicked his wrist, causing the sword to carve an enigmatic trajectory through the air. In an instant, over a dozen sharp sword shadows materialized out of thin air, each imbued with the terrifying sword energy capable of rending stone and metal. Die! Li Chao roared with a fierce countenance, the tip of his sword aimed directly at the mantis's vital points. As his voice fell, the myriad sword energies surged forth. However, just as the energies were about to make contact, the icy armor of the mantis suddenly illuminated with strange frost patterns. Those seemingly fragile crystalline surfaces rippled like water, dissipating the incoming sword energy into nothingness. How is this possible? Li Chao's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning ashen. Clearly, he had not anticipated that his full-strength attack could not even breach the defenses of this creature. Immediately, he retreated swiftly, seeking to escape. Yet, at the moment he turned, a colossal web suddenly descended from above, ensnaring him tightly. Li Chao was horrified to discover that the shadow spider, which had remained hidden until now, had long been positioned behind him to intercept. That chilling gaze seemed to fixate on its unsuspecting prey. The venomous web corroded his flesh, causing it to burn and emit a pungent odor. Infuriated, Li Chao let out a painful roar as his internal energy surged, and the edge of his sword erupted with formidable sword intent, cleaving through the web with sheer force. However, in the next instant, the mantis had already materialized before him, its blade slicing horizontally with ferocity. With a sickening sound, Li Chao's head was severed in an instant, his body falling lifelessly to the ground. The mantis cast a cold glance at the corpse, confirming the absence of life, before retracting its blade and reverting to its insectoid form. If you have no use for this corpse, consider it a gift for our first meeting. As the mantis transformed back, the shadow spider flashed a wicked smile and extended a leg to pierce Li Chao's headless body, commencing the consumption of his flesh and blood essence. Within mere moments, the body withered at an observable rate, ultimately reducing to a withered husk. Ding! Your mantis has slain a congenital realm warrior, earning 200 energy points. Inside the carriage, Gu Chongqing listened to the system notification echoing in his mind, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Through the visual sharing with the shadow spider, he witnessed the entire combat sequence of the mantis, which, upon transforming into a humanoid monster, proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Particularly, those two blades, forged with the properties of cold essence ice iron, possessed an alarming lethality, rendering them nearly unmatched within the same realm. Friendly reminder, your shadow spider has acquired a storage ring, now placed in the system space. Upon learning of the spoils, Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow and promptly retrieved the storage ring, probing into its contents with his mental energy. Though Li Chao served as a guard for the Ma family, his status was not insignificant. He carried over 10,000 silver notes alone. There were also over 100 low-grade spirit stones and several bottles of healing elixirs. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, quite acceptable. A smile curled at Gu Chongqing's lips as he continued to inventory the resources. Soon, he flipped his wrist and extracted a palm-sized jade slip from the ring. The The swirling cloud patterns on its surface boldly engraved the words registered disciple of the Seven Xian Martial Academy. To his astonishment, this individual was indeed a registered disciple of the Seven Xian Martial Academy. Gu Chongqing's eyes widened slightly. He had not expected that a mere guard he had casually slain would possess such an identity. It is worth noting that the Seven Xian Martial Academy is a closed sect. Unless one is a disciple of the academy, they typically do not impart martial arts externally. Although registered disciples have not formally entered the sect, they still enjoy some cultivation resources and prestige. Many freelance warriors are willing to spend lavishly just to carry a title from a major sect, seeking better opportunities in the outside world. Boss, are you a registered disciple of the Seven Xian Martial Academy? Fang Baiyu remarked, unable to hide his astonishment upon seeing the jade slip in Gu Chongqing's hand. No. I simply eliminated a congenital realm warrior and happened to acquire it. Gu Chongqing replied nonchalantly, omitting any mention of Li Chao. What? Fang Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of astonishment as he gazed at Gu Chongqing. He could not help but feel a sense of relief that the Seven Xian martial house did not place much emphasis on registered disciples. Even if a disciple were to meet an untimely end outside, it would typically not provoke a thorough investigation. Otherwise, it could lead to considerable turmoil. It was said that although the jade slip of a registered disciple served as a token, it also contained records of martial techniques. Regaining his composure, Fang Baiyu tentatively inquired, "Have you had the chance to examine it, boss?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this jade slip concealed martial arts techniques? In the realm of Tsunyuan continent, martial arts were classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the entry level and the 9th tier representing the pinnacle. Beyond that lay the legendary spirit martial studies. With this thought, Gu Chongqing's mental energy subtly infiltrated the jade slip. Indeed, it bore the imprint of a sword technique. The Xianjin Liaoying Slash. This technique transforms sword energy into shadows, solidifying the ethereal into the tangible. The greater the number of sword shadows, the more formidable the might. Though it was merely a 3rd-tier martial art, if perfected, it could instantaneously conjure over 100 sword shadows. Its lethality was not to be underestimated. The sword style executed by Li Chao earlier was likely this very technique. Gu Chongqing nodded to himself, a spark of interest igniting within him. After all, he hailed from humble beginnings, and the only technique he could currently showcase was the dark intent he had previously comprehended. Should he merge this sword technique with his dark intent, it might significantly enhance its power. In this moment of inspiration, Gu Chongqing envisioned creating his own sword move. Boss, did you yield any insights from the jade slip? Fang Baiyu, unable to contain his curiosity after Gu Chongqing's lengthy contemplation, asked. There is indeed a 3rd-tier sword technique. Gu Chongqing replied with a calm smile. Once I have fully grasped it, I will share it with you and Mingjing for your practice. Thank you, boss. A glimmer of joy flashed in Fang Baiyu's eyes. He understood the rarity of 3rd-tier martial arts. While it might be trivial to a colossal entity like the Seven Xian martial house for them, as wandering cultivators without a sect, it was a precious opportunity. Boss, we are approaching Chen Kuei's private estate. At that moment, Mingjing's voice rang from outside the carriage. Maintain your positions here, should anyone attempt to flee. Do not hesitate to eliminate them. Gu Chongqing commanded coldly as he leapt from the carriage. Are you going in alone? Fang Baiyu's complexion shifted slightly, and he hurried forward. Chen Kuei's estate houses numerous enforcers, and there are 2 innate realm cultivators nearby. It is far too perilous. I have my own plans. Gu Chongqing replied with an indifferent expression. You merely need to guard the perimeter and ensure that no one escapes. Before his words had fully settled, his form had vanished into the night like a specter. Utilizing the shadow step, he transformed into a vague silhouette, racing towards the estate. Jing, what do you think of our boss? Fang Baiyu inquired, his gaze lingering on Gu Chongqing's receding figure. Quite admirable, Meng Jing responded without a moment's hesitation. He treats us as friends and never puts on airs. In that case, we must strive even harder in our cultivation. Fang Baiyu's eyelids drooped slightly, and his voice took on a deeper timbre. At the very least, we must not become a burden to our employer in the future. We can no longer lag behind him as we did tonight. With that, he clenched his fist and ceased further conversation. A jolt coursed through Meng Jing's heart, as if a wave of scorching energy surged within his chest. Chapter 46. The Ruthless Speak Little Stop. At the entrance of the estate, as Gu Chongqing approached, a booming voice rang out. Who are you? State your name. The gatekeeper, a burly man with a thick beard, eyed Gu Chongqing with suspicion. This is Master Chen's estate. Without an appointment, silence. Gu Changqing delivered a powerful punch that struck the man's chest with a resounding crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the burly guard was sent flying, crashing through the gates with a pained cry. Gu Changqing strode forward, and immediately, a series of isolation talismans flew from his hand, igniting in the air instantaneously. As the runes illuminated, they coalesced into a massive, semi-transparent barrier resembling an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire estate. In an instant, all sounds in the vicinity were completely severed from the outside world. A rune array? In the hall, two innate martial artists exchanged solemn glances, simultaneously sensing the energy fluctuations of the isolation talismans. What is happening? Chen Kuei, noticing the sudden pallor on his subordinates' faces, inquired with curiosity. His cultivation at the condensation realm rendered his perception weak, evidently oblivious to any anomalies. Master Chen, someone has used talismans to seal off the estate. The voice of a cloaked martial artist was low and grave as he turned to gaze outside the hall, where a faint luminescent barrier hovered in the air. In the territory of Qizhou City, who would dare to act against me? Chen Kuei's expression tightened as he sprang to his feet, erupting in anger. They are simply courting death. Master Chen, someone has intruded. A subordinate rushed into the hall, breathless. It is Gu Changqing from the Destiny Medical Pavilion. Chen Kuei paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it is merely him. Learning that Gu Changqing had audaciously arrived, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, true assassins infiltrated silently. Who would make such a blatant entrance through the front door? Moreover, he possessed leverage over the Destiny Medical Pavilion, having even placed 3 trusted aides near the city government, ready to act at a moment's notice. With a single command, evidence sufficient to condemn Gu Changqing could be swiftly delivered to the authorities. Could it be that this young man has finally decided to present the formula for the 7-colored honey pills in person? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Chen Kuei's eyes. Gather everyone and converge in the front courtyard. With that, he strode confidently out of the hall, his expression radiating assurance, as if he could already envision Gu Changqing kneeling in desperation. In the courtyard, Gu Changqing surveyed the henchmen pouring in from all directions with an impassive countenance. This operation, originally intended to be executed solely by the tiger wasps, could become prolonged and laborious if they scattered and pursued. It would inevitably lead to some escaping undetected. Rather than remaining in the shadows, it would be more effective to confront them directly, luring all the thugs within the estate into a single trap. Before long, dozens of thugs had gathered in the courtyard, brandishing machetes and iron rods, their faces twisted with malice as they surrounded Gu Changqing. Who dares to intrude upon Master Chen's territory at this hour? They must be tired of living. Today, my hands are itching for action. I must ensure he feels the sting of my blade. Indeed, this is a splendid opportunity to make a name for oneself before Master Chen. One must strike with utmost ferocity. The thugs glared at Gu Changqing with predatory intensity, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Little did they know, the praying mantis, tiger wasp, and shadow spider had already stealthily positioned themselves in 3 corners of the perimeter, ready to encircle their prey. In their eyes, these thugs represented valuable energy needed for their own advancement. Dr. Gu, your methods truly defy expectations, came the sinister voice of Chen Kuei from behind the crowd. The thugs parted to create a path, revealing Chen Kuei, who approached with a smile that did not reach his eyes. 2 innate martial artists flanked him, their gazes cold and scrutinizing as they assessed Gu Changqing. What is this? Have you come to your senses and are finally willing to part with the formula for the rainbow honey pill? Chen Kuei's eyes danced with a cat-and-mouse amusement as he regarded Gu Changqing. He was supremely confident in his own lineup. Not only was Gu Changqing at the early stage of innate cultivation, but even if he were at the pinnacle of his powers, escaping would not be an easy feat. I have indeed come to a realization, Gu Changqing replied, his expression unfazed. It has taken considerable effort to seek you out. Chen Kuei smirked, a cruel taunt escaping his lips. Had I known this would be the case, I would have advised you to submit sooner. If you had lowered your head earlier, we need not have torn our masks off in such a manner. Enough with the pleasantries, hand over the formula. He extended his right hand, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, at that very moment, the praying mantis leaped from the courtyard wall with blinding speed. Like a flash of cold steel, in an instant, Chen Kuei's outstretched hand was severed, flesh and blood parting with a sickening thud. The severed hand fell to the ground with a dull thud, blood gushing forth. Chapter 47. Stop him. Ah, my hand. Chen Kuei shrieked in agony, his face contorted in horror as he gazed at the severed limb. The sudden turn of events stunned the thugs, leaving them incredulous as they turned their gaze toward Gu Cha-ching. Perched upon his shoulder was a praying mantis, its side-like forelimbs glinting with an icy blue luminescence. Was it this very creature that had just severed Chen Kuei's hand? A collective gasp escaped the crowd, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly insignificant insect could possess such terrifying lethality? Protect Master Chun. The two innate martial artists, their expressions drastically altered, were the first to react, bellowing in unison as they swiftly shielded Chen Kuei behind them. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Chen Kuei cast a terrified glance at the mantis before shifting his gaze to Gu Cha-ching, his voice seething with rage. Who killed him? I will offer 50,000 silver notes. No, 100,000. And that wretched mantis must be chopped into pieces. Upon hearing the bounty of 100,000, the henchmen immediately surged forward, invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing to attack Gu Cha-ching. Whoosh! The mantis darted off Gu Cha-ching's shoulder, moving with the speed of lightning, its blades slicing through the air. Any enemy daring to approach Gu Cha-ching met a gruesome fate. Their limbs severed or throats slit amidst their anguished cries. Though the henchmen outnumbered their foe, the most formidable among them was merely at the innate level, rendering them almost powerless against the mantis's relentless assault. What an extraordinary creature! What sort of beast is this? Fear gripped Chen Kuei as he beheld the mantis guarding Gu Cha-ching, his heart pounding in terror. Zhang Hu, eliminate that insect. At the command, the black-clad warrior to Chen Kuei's left smirked. Rest assured, Master Chen, such a mere pest will fall in just a stroke or two. With that, he sprang into action, his sword emanating a fierce cold light. The blade sliced through the air, zeroing in on the mantis's position, and he lunged forward with deadly intent. Die. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he envisioned the moment his sword pierced the creature's body. Buzz. Suddenly, a dark, bee-like shadow shot out from a corner. Thud. The sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed, and the smirk on the black-clad warrior's face froze as he glanced down at his chest. To his horror, he discovered a hand resembling a human's, yet armed with curved, deadly claws, had already penetrated his heart. Struggling, he turned his head, desperate to identify his assailant. The transformed humanoid monster, the tiger bee, showed no mercy. With a sudden, brutal grip, it crushed his heart, retracting its arm, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. The black-clad warrior convulsed violently, letting out a final scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. Pathetic. Such a mere insect race is no match at all. The tiger bee's cold, insectile eyes scanned the corpse, its claws glistening with the fresh blood that had yet to dry. Monster. The henchmen around them, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fear and hastily retreated. Could this creature also have been summoned by Gu Cha-ching? Chen Kuei's pupils dilated, his flesh trembling uncontrollably. The innate warrior standing beside him was equally terrified, having never encountered such a fearsome being. Run. The mantis's ferocity had already left the henchmen in utter shock, and the appearance of the tiger bee shattered their resolve entirely. No longer daring to continue their assault on Gu Cha-ching, they scattered in panic, rushing towards the exit of the courtyard. Useless. A pack of useless fools. Chen Kuei bellowed in anger as he saw the subordinates abandon him, fleeing in terror. However, before the words could fully escape, the three who had fled swiftly let out a chilling scream, suddenly ensnared in a vast spider's web. It became evident that, at some point, a web had formed at the entrance, blocking their escape. This web was extraordinarily resilient and possessed a potent corrosive quality. The flesh of those ensnared rapidly decayed, emitting hissing sounds. The henchmen rushing from behind were immediately petrified, halting in their tracks, their eyes wide with horror at the sight. Then, a figure of striking beauty emerged from the shadows, gliding forth with an air of menace. With a swift motion, several arachnid legs protruded from her back, piercing towards the three henchmen caught in the web, beginning to feast upon their vital essence. Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the three men shrieked in agony as their bodies withered rapidly. This was no ordinary foe. It was a monstrous spider. Those henchmen who were closest were so frightened that they lost control, scrambling away in a frantic attempt to escape. But escape? It was likely too late. The bloodthirsty hornet, with a chilling smirk, suddenly activated a skill to summon her swarm. In an instant, over 100 hornets surged forth, descending upon the fleeing henchmen with lethal intent. Seeing the situation firmly in hand, Gu Cha-ching, who had remained a silent observer, fixed his gaze upon the diminutive figure of Chen Kuei. Chen Kuei was, under the protection of a congenital martial artist, hastily retreating into the back hall. Gu Chaqing stepped forward, his form transforming into a shadow as he glided through the chaotic crowd. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the grand hall. Dr. Gu, let us discuss this calmly. Please do not act impulsively. I no longer require the prescription for the 7-colored honey pills. We can cooperate moving forward, splitting profits 40-60. No. 30-70 will suffice. Chen Kuei, observing Gu Changqing's relentless approach, forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Just spare my life. I will agree to any condition, even relinquishing my entire fortune if necessary. His voice trembled in a plea for mercy, completely devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Spare you? Only for you to seek revenge at a later time? Gu Changqing's tone was devoid of warmth, as he deftly revealed a long sword with a flick of his wrist. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Chen Kuei exclaimed in panic, shoving a nearby cloaked warrior forward. Silence. The cloaked warrior's eyes narrowed dangerously. With a fierce shout, he turned, thrusting his sword back at Chen Kuei. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the chest, instantly penetrating the heart. You. Chen Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his assailant. I have always treated you well. Why would you do this? A sense of guilt washed over him regarding Gu Changqing's revenge, yet the betrayal from his subordinate was utterly intolerable. Those who know how to adapt are truly wise. I regret to inform you, Chen. The cloaked warrior's voice dripped with malice as he violently withdrew the bloodied sword. I curse you to an untimely demise. Chen Kuei glared at the cloaked warrior with vengeful eyes, but then, unable to draw a breath, he convulsed twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It was evidently unforeseen that this individual would betray Chen Kuei. Dr. Gu. Chen Kuei is treacherous and greedy. He deserves his fate. The cloaked warrior knelt on one knee, his expression solemn as he declared, I am Zhao Bing, willing to follow you and serve you loyally. Gu Chaqing cast a glance at him, his demeanor calm as he replied, I have no interest in disloyal subordinates. Who's to say that one day, you won't betray me in turn? Upon hearing this, the warrior's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily countered, Chen Kuei has committed numerous atrocities. I have long wished to rid the world of him. I merely seized the opportunity. Gu Chaqing coldly smirked. Such words should be reserved for Chen Kuei's ears. In that moment, the cloaked warrior's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly sneered, Then you shall die. No sooner had he spoken than his form, still kneeling, erupted into action, his long sword thrusting fiercely toward Gu Changqing. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through his chest without any resistance, just as he had envisioned. However, the next instant, the warrior's pupils constricted in shock as he realized that before him stood merely an afterimage of Gu Chaqing. The sword plunged into the illusion, which dissipated rapidly. Just as he had criticized the man's reliability, it became apparent how quickly his words had been validated. Gu Chaqing, employing shadowy steps, materialized several paces to the right, his voice cold as he commanded, Kill. In the blink of an eye, a dark figure flashed by, the shadow spider executing its shadow traversal, emerging from the darkness behind the cloaked warrior. Instantly, strands of silk ensnared his hands, feet, and neck like venomous serpents. The warrior, in a state of panic, struggled desperately, only to discover that the threads were exceptionally resilient. The more he fought, the tighter they constricted, burrowing painfully into his flesh as blood seeped through the strands, causing excruciating agony. With a piercing sound, the shadow spider approached, its legs unfurling ominously, their tips penetrating deeply into the warrior's body, ready to feast upon his essence. No, please. The warrior finally panicked, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Dr. Gu, do not kill me. I can reveal Chen Kuei's secrets, which will undoubtedly benefit you. Chapter 48. The Sound Transmission Jade Talisman. Oh, do tell. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he spoke coldly. It better hold some value. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The shadow spider paused its feeding in perfect synchrony, though its legs remained embedded in the warrior's flesh. First, you must promise me that I will not be killed. The cloaked warrior, sensing Gu Changqing's interest, began to negotiate terms. Very well, speak. Gu Changqing replied indifferently, my patience is limited. The shadow spider obediently retracted its legs, awaiting further instruction. The warrior steadied himself and spoke in a low voice. For years, Chen Kuei has secretly served the court, amassing considerable rewards upon the completion of his missions. He possesses a sound transmission jade talisman that can establish contact with a certain individual. With Chen Kuei now deceased, You are perfectly positioned to take his place. At this revelation, Gu Chaqing felt a surge of intrigue. When it comes to the extravagant patrons, it is undoubtedly the officials within the court who hold the most sway. In their relentless pursuit of power, they are known to employ any means necessary, never hesitating to part with their wealth. Aligning oneself with such influential figures could indeed prove to be a wise choice. With this thought in mind, Gu Chaqing cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of Chen Kuei. The remaining left hand lay bare, devoid of any rings. Moments ago, the mantis had severed Chen Kuei's right hand, where the storage ring must have resided. What do you think? Is this information substantial enough? The cloaked warrior, noticing the change in Gu Chaqing's expression, smugly urged, "One must honor their word. Release me at once." Gu Chaqing signaled to the shadow spider, who promptly untangled the silken threads binding the cloaked warrior. Once liberated, the warrior cast a malevolent glance at Gu Chaqing before hastening towards the hall's entrance. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, a flash of cold light pierced through the air. The mantis, transformed into a monstrous figure, swiftly struck, severing his head from his shoulders. Gu Chaqing gazed at the decapitated head that rolled to his feet, devoid of any semblance of compassion. This night's mission demanded absolute discretion, should even a whisper escape. The Destiny assassins would find no refuge in Chizhou City. To trust one's enemies? That would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. My lord, all foes have been eradicated without exception, the mantis reported coldly as it entered the hall, bowing respectfully. Of course, with my legion of beast soldiers at hand. Even if they sought refuge in the depths of the earth, they would be unearthed. At this moment, the tiger bee also entered, standing proudly beside the mantis. My lord, the ring on this severed hand should be a storage ring. Do take a look at the treasures within. He shook the bloodied severed hand, presenting it like a trophy. Gu Chaqing accepted the severed hand, removing the bloodstained ring and swiftly probing its contents with his spiritual sense. The myriad of resources contained within the storage space caused an expression of delight to bloom on Gu Chaqing's face. It must be said that Chen Kuei's wealth was substantial. There were over 1 million in silver notes alone. In one corner of the space lay over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, neatly arranged and pulsating with rich spiritual energy. Even more astonishing were the various rare herbs and weapons, meticulously categorized, each possessing considerable value. No wonder Chen Kuei was able to maintain such a formidable group of subordinates. With assets of this magnitude, while perhaps not rivaling the grand families, he certainly stood as a wealthy landlord in his own right. Quite impressive, Gu Chaqing remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This unexpected windfall would undoubtedly support the future endeavors of the Destiny assassins. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing searched through the storage space and finally located the sound transmission jade talisman, holding it in his hand. This object felt cool to the touch. Composed of a material that resembled jade, yet bore an oddly warm essence, it clearly contained spiritual energy within. Its surface inscribed with intricate runes akin to those found on sound transmission talismans. Clearly, compared to the disposable paper communication talismans, this jade talisman offers the convenience of repeated use. Gu Chaqing attempted to infuse a modicum of spiritual energy into the talisman, and instantly, the intricate patterns upon it shimmered with a soft yellow glow, intertwining with his spiritual force. Chen Kuei, how goes the task? A low, gravelly male voice emanated from the jade talisman, laced with a hint of urgency. Gu Chaqing's expression momentarily faltered. This communication talisman functioned in real-time, akin to a mobile phone from his past life. A sense of guilt washed over him, rendering him speechless. After a brief silence, the voice suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Kid, how did Chen Kuei's belongings end up in your hands? Who exactly are you? Gu Chaqing felt a shiver run down his spine. This person was quite perceptive, swiftly grasping the underlying truth. Chen Kuei is deceased, and I have taken over his affairs. Gu Chaqing replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Just you? You think you're worthy? A disdainful snort echoed from the talisman. Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are, Gu Chaqing retorted coldly. If you're interested, you may arrange a meeting with my representative. On the other end, silence ensued. As if the individual was contemplating something, Gu Chaqing did not sever the communication, patiently awaiting a response. If I am not mistaken, you must be the mastermind behind the assassination business. Intriguing. After a prolonged pause, the voice returned, noticeably softened. While I am unaware of the grievances between you and Chen Kuei, the death of my intermediary signifies a delay in my affairs. I shall offer you 2 choices. First, complete the unfinished task of Chen Kuei, and I may overlook this incident and even consider collaboration. Second, you may refuse, but the consequences will be yours to bear. The voice from the talisman exuded an unmistakable threat, yet also bore a hint of probing. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened, his fingertips lightly tapping the talisman as he replied nonchalantly. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. I am under no obligation to clean up Chen Kuei's mess. If you wish to collaborate, you must present some sincerity. The other party's tone turned inquisitive. What do you mean? Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, smirking coldly. The meaning is quite simple. This matter must adhere to my terms. As long as the payment is in order, everything can be arranged. What? The voice on the talisman erupted in fury. Chen Kuei just received a 30% deposit from me, and you still dare to demand money? Enough nonsense. Gu Changqing declared resolutely. Within 3 days. Send someone with sincerity to the Zhuixiang Lu in Qizhou City, and I may consider taking over your illicit job. Otherwise, this matter is concluded. With that, Gu Changqing abruptly severed the communication, silently strategizing his next moves. After all, it remained uncertain whether the other party was human or ghost. Preparations were essential. Chapter 49. Is he Sister Rong? In the dead of night, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing climbed atop the carriage, gazing anxiously at the distant estate. It's been quite a while. Surely the boss has not encountered any trouble? Meng Jing furrowed his brow with concern and suggested, shall we check the situation? Fang Baiyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The boss has his reasons for having us stay here. We must not act impulsively. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing reluctantly dismissed the idea. Suddenly, as the two sat in restless anticipation, Fang Baiyu sensed a disturbance within the communication talisman in his storage ring. With a thought, the talisman ignited and swiftly burned in the air before him. The indifferent voice of Gu Changqing followed. This manor will henceforth serve as the stronghold for the Destiny Assassins. Inform Sister Rong to come and meet me immediately. At these words, Fang Baiyu's pupils constricted, his eyes wide with astonishment. What did the boss say? Meng Jing inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fang Baiyu steadied himself and relayed Gu Changqing's message verbatim. Meng Jing's expression froze, his gaze shifting in disbelief towards the location of the manor. In such a short span of time, they had indeed taken over Chen Kuei's territory? The true strength of their boss was evidently beyond their wildest imaginations. Fang Baiyu took a deep breath, his voice tinged with excitement. With such a formidable leader, it is only a matter of time before the Destiny Assassins ascend to the ranks of the top-tier assassin organizations. Stop dawdling, quickly informed Sister Rong. Meng Jing leaped onto his horse, while Fang Baiyu snapped back to reality and hurriedly climbed into the carriage. He then ignited another communication talisman, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Sister Rong, our boss has completely dismantled Chen's lair. Meng Jing and I are on our way to fetch you. Within the manor, the once chaotic scene had been thoroughly cleaned by the shadow spiders. The scent of blood lingering in the night air gradually dissipated. Gu Changqing accessed the system panel and found that the energy rewards from the night's carnage had astonishingly risen to 2,000 points. However, the energy required for the upgrades of the tiger wasps, shadow spiders, and praying mantis had escalated to 5 figures, 30,000 to be precise. Even with the additional 6,000 low-grade spirit stones they had just looted, it would still not suffice. Since it's insufficient, I might as well keep it for my own cultivation, Gu Changqing murmured to himself, having made up his mind. After all, as the hidden leader of the assassins, his own strength could not be subpar. Otherwise, in any future conflict, he would be compelled to rely on the praying mantis and others, which would not only portray him as inept but also prematurely reveal his trump cards. Resolute in his decision, Gu Changqing promptly extracted all the spirit stones from his storage ring. They shimmered as they piled up beside him like a small mountain. The shadow spiders and praying mantis exchanged glances, instinctively retreating from the hall to guard various corners outside. This bounty of spirit stones should be sufficient to enhance my cultivation, he thought. Gu Changqing cast a fleeting glance before settling into a meditative posture, initiating the circulation of his entire body's true essence, enveloping the pile of spiritual stones around him with his innate energy. In an instant, the uppermost layer of over 100 spiritual stones was reduced to powder. As the spiritual energy was extracted, it transformed into strands of pure spiritual power that coiled around him, subsequently being drawn into his body through every pore. Gu Changqing focused his mind, guiding this influx of energy to convert into his own true essence. Thus, moments slipped away, and the quantity of spiritual stones had dwindled by more than half. The spiritual energy continued to surge in, gradually filling his body, while subtle vibrations began to resonate within his meridians, signaling a clear indication of a potential breakthrough. Yet it was insufficient. Gu Changqing abruptly drew upon all remaining spiritual stones in one decisive motion. Boom! In that moment, a torrential wave of spiritual energy rushed violently into his body. The sensation of pressure within his meridians intensified sharply, as if they were on the verge of rupture. However, Gu Chaqing did not falter. Instead, he quickened the pace of his energy circulation, ultimately forming a vortex of primordial force within his dantian, expanding wildly. Almost simultaneously, his aura surged with increasing intensity until it reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Over 6,000 spiritual stones had elevated his cultivation to its peak. However, achieving a complete breakthrough in realm was no simple feat. Gu Chaqing opened his eyes, the brilliance in his gaze swiftly dimming, yet his heart was filled with silent reflection. A martial artist's path to cultivation must first involve the condensation of qi, followed by the tempering through postnatal and innate stages. Once the foundation is firmly established, one may then attempt to ascend to the Tao-ordinary realm. Strictly speaking, the Tao-ordinary realm is a true watershed. Upon breaking through, the true essence within a martial artist's body transforms from gaseous to liquid form, allowing for a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. Not only does this significantly extend one's lifespan, but it also grants the ability to briefly traverse the skies, manifesting an extraordinary presence. Yet, to breach this realm, one must cultivate techniques of the 6th rank or above as a foundation. It cannot be easily achieved merely through the accumulation of spiritual stones. However, such advanced techniques are predominantly monopolized by major sects and ancient martial families. Without exceptional fortune, an ordinary martial artist may find it nearly impossible to surpass this critical threshold in their lifetime. Master, your 2 subordinates are waiting outside the estate, accompanied by another person. At that moment, the voice of the shadow spider echoed in his mind, interrupting Gu Chaqing's reverie. His expression shifted slightly as he became aware that the communication talisman within his storage ring had begun to tremble faintly. Boss, we have arrived. Are you available now? As Gu Chaqing casually summoned the talisman, Fong Baiyu's inquiry followed closely behind. Due to the shadow spider and its companion's need for discretion, they had been left waiting outside. Gu Chaqing immediately rose and used the shadow step to glide out of the hall. The sky outside had already brightened considerably. When the door swung open, he was met with the sight of Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu. Behind them stood a figure he did not recognize. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened, his attention fixed intently on that individual. Draped in a flowing dark red gown, her figure exuded grace, while her raven-black hair was loosely secured with a jade hairpin. However, as his gaze shifted to her face, Gu Chaqing's pupils abruptly contracted. This was unmistakably the chiseled visage of a man. Beneath the rugged brows, those elongated eyes were currently assessing him with an enigmatic smile. Could this be Sister Rome? Gu Chaqing suppressed his astonishment and turned to Fong Baiyu for confirmation. Indeed, he is Zhao Rong. Fong Baiyu, with an unusual expression, grinned and remarked, "He is my brother, or rather, my sister, from childhood alongside Meng Jing." Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing took a slow, deep breath. All along, Fong Baiyu and Meng Jing had referred to Zhao Rong as Sister Rong. He never anticipated that the so-called Sister Rong would be a transgender individual. Chapter 50, Resolute Heart. Boss Gu, I have long admired you, Zhao Rong said, her crimson lips parting, her voice low and tinged with a hint of softness. Ah, a pleasure to meet you, Gu Chaqing replied, swallowing hard, his usually calm demeanor betraying a rare tremor. The sudden contrast left him momentarily disoriented. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing refrained from further words and led them into the estate. Along the way, Zhao Rong surveyed her surroundings, keenly noticing the bloodstains lingering in the corners. Furthermore, Chun Kuei's subordinates had completely vanished. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. It seemed that Fong Baiyu's words held truth. Gu Chaqing indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities, having dismantled Chen Izi's stronghold overnight. Accompanying him might prove to be a wise choice. In the main hall, Gu Chaqing occupied the principal seat, gesturing for them to make themselves comfortable. Zhao Rong settled directly into her seat, gracefully crossing her legs, her skirt cascading to reveal her well-defined calves. Gu Chaqing struggled to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, swiftly averting his gaze. Boss Gu is indeed remarkable. The disparity with the intelligence I have gathered is quite significant, Zhao Rong mused, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation today? Gu Chaqing inhaled deeply, rapidly recalibrating his composure. He then got straight to the point. I presume Meng Jing and the others have mentioned that I intend for you to assume the role of an agent for the Destiny Assassins. Of course, Zhao Rong replied with a soft smile, aware that Boss Gu's public persona was that of a physician, reluctant to disclose his true identity. Without intermediaries now, the Destiny Assassins would undoubtedly require an agent capable of navigating the public sphere. Given my connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, I am undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. At this juncture, her tone momentarily faltered before she shifted her approach. However, I wish to ascertain the extent of your true capabilities. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, clearly discerning the underlying implication of her inquiry. She was evidently probing for the extent of his hidden strengths. As the agent of the assassins, it was imperative for him to understand the capabilities of the assassin team within the organization. Zhao Rong adjusted her posture, softly stating, otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to accept tasks in the black market, let alone assess the associated risks. For instance, can our Tianming assassins handle the assassination of a martial arts master who has transcended the Daofan realm? Gu Changqing pondered briefly before responding. So, you wish to witness the capabilities of an assassin? That is approximately correct, Zhao Rong affirmed, her gaze fixed on Gu Changqing with anticipation. No sooner had she finished speaking than a shadow silently appeared upon his shoulder, a cold blade pressing against his neck. The sudden chill caused Zhao Rong's muscles to tense instantly, rendering her motionless. Before she could catch a glimpse from the corner of her eye, the blade had already been absorbed into Gu Changqing's system space. What just happened? Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing exchanged bewildered glances, scanning their surroundings. Yet, even they could not detect the fleeting figure of the blade, which had vanished as if it were a specter. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Rong's forehead. Disbelief etched across her features. How was it possible that such a mysterious assassin approached without her noticing, not even casting a shadow? How? Gu Changqing replied in a calm, detached tone, this was merely one of my assassin members. However, they are known for their elusive nature and prefer to remain concealed. Zhao Rong gasped in astonishment. The existence of such a formidable and enigmatic assassin, and more than one at that, was utterly terrifying. Taking a moment to compose herself, she managed to smile. Boss Gu truly possesses hidden depths. It seems I have been overly concerned. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Since you have acknowledged my strength, then regarding the matter of the agents, my two younger brothers are currently under your command. How could I not come forth? Without hesitation, Zhao Rong replied, I agree. However, I must request one condition. Gu Changqing regarded her silently, not rushing to grant her request. My two brothers have been devoted to the pursuit of martial arts since childhood. Yet they have long suffered from a lack of resources, Zhao Rong said gently. Thus, I hope you will nurture their talents and not allow them to go to waste. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing felt warmth in their hearts, deeply moved. They had initially thought Zhao Rong aimed to negotiate terms for profit sharing, but instead, she was advocating for them. This is hardly a condition, Gu Changqing smiled slightly. In fact, I share your sentiments. Therefore, you may propose another request. At this, Zhao Rong felt a sudden flutter in her heart, staring at Gu Changqing's generous demeanor, momentarily entranced. She bit her lip lightly, her gaze lifting as she found him increasingly agreeable. This was not good. Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing exchanged knowing glances, having grown up together. They were all too familiar with Zhao Rong's expression. Whenever her eyes narrowed slightly and her lips unconsciously bit, it signified that she was about to make a bold request. Since you are so generous, I shall dare to make one more request. Zhao Rong suddenly leaned forward, her voice taking on a more delicate tone. I wish to move into this manor and reside with you. It would be far more convenient for reporting tasks in the future. Upon hearing this request, Gu Changqing felt his breath catch, his body instantly tensing in response. As an involuntary shiver ran down his spine, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze momentarily. If Sister Rong likes it here, then she should stay. Gu Changqing managed a polite smile despite his embarrassment. I usually need to attend to patients at the clinic and seldom come here. The manor remains empty otherwise. Thank you, boss. Zhao Rong pressed her red lips together, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. Oh, master, you truly possess an irresistible masculine charm. The teasing voice of Hu Feng echoed abruptly in Gu Changqing's mind. I can assure you, this agent will be utterly devoted to you from now on. Silence. Gu Changqing silently cursed. He then cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the conversation back to business, since the matter of the assassin acting as an agent has been confirmed. We should now discuss serious matters. In truth, Chen Kuei has been secretly conducting business with the court, and now, I have established this hidden connection. They are expected to send someone to Qizhou City for negotiations within the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu and the others' eyes gleamed with admiration. If they could take over this channel with the court, it would be an inexhaustible source of business. That's how it stands, Gu Changqing remarked, directing his gaze towards Zhao Rong. You will meet that person privately at the appointed time to negotiate the terms according to the customary practices. If an agreement cannot be reached, leave immediately. Do you understand? Zhao Rong nodded solemnly. Rest assured, boss, I know what to do. Just then, Gu Changqing sensed a disturbance emanating from the storage ring, originating from the sound transmission jade talisman. He retrieved it, and a deep voice immediately resonated. My person is waiting at the Zui Xianglu, in box number 3. If your agent does not arrive within an hour, this matter will be considered null and void. As soon as the words were spoken, the communication was abruptly severed. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. He had not anticipated such swift action from the employer. He had expected to wait 2 or 3 days. Yet only one night had passed before someone arrived in Qizhou City. This clearly indicated the importance the individual placed on this illicit task. Unfortunately, the task documents within Qin Kuei's storage ring were too numerous, and he had no way of knowing which one it was. Otherwise, he could have made adequate preparations. Boss, has the employer already sent someone? Zhao Rong inquired as Gu Changqing put away the sound transmission jade talisman. Yes, at the Zui Xianglu, box number 3. You will be in full charge going forward. After speaking, Gu Changqing turned to Meng Jing and instructed, you will now accompany Sister Rong there. Understood, Meng Jing replied respectfully, promptly following Zhao Rong out of the hall. What about me? Fang Baiyu, noticing that he had not been assigned a task, proactively suggested. Perhaps I could wait outside the Zui Xiang building. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would be ready to provide support. However, Gu Changqing shook his head in refusal, promptly inquiring, what is the extent of the intelligence network you currently oversee? After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Baiyu replied, I have informants in every major city of the Daong dynasty. However, they are merely ruffians who require monetary incentives to relay information. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback. This was merely a transaction of intelligence rather than a demonstration of one's own power. In essence, the news that the Tianming assassins could acquire could also be obtained by other factions through financial means. I have always been financially constrained. Where would I find the resources to recruit subordinates? Thus, I can only engage in the black market to resell intelligence for profit. Fang Baiyu flashed a smile, seemingly perceiving Gu Changqing's thoughts, and promptly elucidated the reasons behind it. To this, Gu Changqing found it reasonable, harboring no disdain. After all, a child of the slums who has managed to survive in this world, even cultivating to the level of a postnatal martial artist, is truly a rare talent. If provided with adequate resources, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Boss, you aren't disappointed in me, are you? Seeing Gu Changqing remain silent, Fang Baiyu cautiously inquired. Not at all, Gu Changqing replied with a calm smile. What noble lineage can boast of innate superiority? I trust in your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. The feeling of being valued left him with a lingering sense of tranquility. You are to personally recruit a batch of intelligence members for the Tianming assassins, Gu Changqing stated, then withdrew a stack of 500,000 silver notes, handing them to Fang Baiyu. This money is for you to use as you see fit. As the saying goes, a towering building rises from the ground. Although the primary strength of the assassin organization lies in its assassins, the intelligence network is equally pivotal. Otherwise, how could one execute an assassination without a clear understanding of the target's identity? Therefore, Gu Changqing would spare no expense for the necessary initial outlays. 500,000. Fang Baiyu exclaimed, his eyes glimmering as he accepted the thick stack of notes. This sum was enough for him to make significant strides in the black market. Rest assured, boss, within 6 months, I will ensure the intelligence network spans the entirety of the Daong dynasty and even beyond its borders. Fang Baiyu vowed with fervor, now armed with substantial resources. Additionally, we can recruit a new batch of assassins. With a slight shift in thought, Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly. The codename shall be Dark Blade, and the members must possess strength above the postnatal realm. The scale of the Tianming assassins was beginning to take shape, and he did not wish to personally handle every task. Unless faced with particularly daunting assignments, the shadow spiders would be called upon. Fang Baiyu was momentarily stunned. Curious as he queried, do you not have a mysterious assassin group at your disposal? Just follow my instructions, Gu Changqing replied. Gu Changqing offered no further explanation, his tone imbued with an unmistakable command. Yes, I shall attend to it at once, Fang Baiyu replied, bowing in deference before promptly turning to depart. Gu Changqing, not one to remain idle, utilized the shadows of the shadow spider to vanish abruptly within the estate. By the time Ming Jing entered the city in his carriage, Gu had already returned to the clinic, resuming his usual practice. Meanwhile, under the covert manipulation of the shadow spider, he swiftly made his way towards the drunken fragrance tower. Upon arrival, Gu immediately activated shared perception. Through the compound eyes of the shadow spider, he observed that the window of the private room number 3 was firmly shut, concealing the identities within. To avoid alarming the occupants, Gu chose not to send the shadow spider inside, instead remaining quietly concealed in the shadows of a corner. Before long, Meng Jing's carriage came to a halt outside the entrance of the drunken fragrance tower. According to protocol, only the agent may proceed. You may wait here. Zhao Rong instructed Meng Jing before entering the establishment alone. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Rong rapped on the door, her lips parting slightly. I have arrived. A deep male voice soon echoed from within. Come in. Zhao Rong pushed the door open, and the shadow spider followed closely behind, stealthily climbing to a corner of the wall. Following its gaze, Gu Changqing finally caught sight of the individual inside. Zhao Rong's eyes were equally assessing her counterpart. The man was draped in a black cloak, his face obscured by a dark golden mask, and his physique appeared remarkably imposing. The cold indifference in his gaze towards Zhao Rong's feminine features revealed no hint of emotion, a fact that earned Gu Changqing's silent admiration, coupled with the man's enigmatic attire. He resembled a highly trained assassin. Take a seat, the man commanded, his voice low and hoarse, as if deliberately disguised. Zhao Rong, however, did not rush to close the door, carefully scrutinizing every corner of the private room. Rest assured, there is only me here, he remarked, evidently seeing through Zhao Rong's apprehensions. With a creak, the door closed, and Zhao Rong settled into a chair across from him. You are the agent? The man in black queried directly, which assassin organization? Just as Zhao Rong was about to respond, a sudden disturbance emanated from the storage ring on her hand. A communication talisman abruptly soared forth, and Gu Changqing's voice resonated within Zhao Rong's mind. The Heavenly Mandate Assassins have changed their name to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The unexpected transmission sent a jolt through Zhao Rong, and she instinctively glanced around, wondering if the activities within the room were being monitored by her employer. Is it inconvenient to disclose? The man in black inquired, his gaze darkening. My master has stated that for cooperation, both parties must exhibit sincerity. With a subtle smile, Zhao Rong replied, do not misunderstand. My subordinate was merely reporting some information. In the black market, our organization is known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Upon hearing Zhao Rong's change of tone, Gu Changqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the names of the Destiny Assassins Guild and the Destiny Medical Hall were indeed strikingly similar. He was not as foolish as the original owner, who had chosen such a confusing name for convenience. If someone were to investigate discreetly, the medical hall would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. Moreover, the reputation of the Destiny Assassins Guild had already spread among the black market, often labeled as being of low repute. Now that they had established a clandestine connection with the imperial court, it was imperative to undergo a transformation, which would also enhance their air of mystery. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? As expected, a flicker of contemplation passed through the eyes of the man in black upon hearing this name. He had not encountered any rumors regarding this assassin organization in the black market. Could it perhaps be a newly emerging guild? Your pavilion master certainly possesses remarkable skills. The man in black's gaze landed on Zhao Rong, and with a meaningful tone, he remarked, although Chen Kuei is merely an intermediary, he does hold some influence in the black market. However, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion managed to uproot him overnight without leaving a trace. Even now, there are no whispers of Chen Kuei's demise circulating in the black market. Zhao Rong chuckled lightly. Thank you for the compliment. Now that you are aware of our Celestial Mechanism Pavilion's capabilities, do you have any intentions of collaborating during this meeting? As she spoke, Zhao Rong seemed to casually glance at the black ring on the man's hand. After a brief appraisal, he quickly averted his gaze. Chapter 52. Who can endure collaboration? The man in black's tone hesitated slightly before he sneered. The crux of the matter is, if I were to disclose the assassination location, would you not hesitate? Zhao Rong pursed her red lips and smiled in silence. Having navigated the black market for many years, she had encountered countless individuals and recognized such trivial tactics. Trying to provoke her? He was still too inexperienced. You want to speak, and I want to inquire. Let us see who can endure longer. Time flowed slowly, and the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Noticing Zhao Rong's persistent silence, The man in black clearly grew restless. He had anticipated that the other party would boast about the capabilities of the celestial mechanism pavilion and subsequently inquire about the assassination site, thus fervently accepting the task. This would allow him to gain the upper hand and drive down the payment. To his surprise, this individual remained remarkably composed. To be frank, the target location was at the Qichuan Marshall Manor. The man in black spoke first, and furthermore, the assassination had to occur on the day of the recruitment assessment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rong's heart skipped a beat. It is worth mentioning that the Qichuan Marshall Manor is an enormous entity of sect-level status, the only existence within the De Yong dynasty that remains unbound by legal constraints. Not only do ordinary factions refrain from provoking it, but even the royal family must exercise caution in its presence. Yet, the other party insisted on carrying out the assassination within the manor's territory. And on the very day of the assessment, no less. No matter how formidable a top-tier assassin might be, venturing there would invariably lead to a grim fate, regardless of success or failure. So, what do you think? Are you frightened? The man clad in black let out a quiet smile, contemplating the capabilities of the Tianji Pavilion, which evidently warranted a reassessment. That may not necessarily be the case, Zhao Rong replied, feigning calmness. Primarily, what is the level of cultivation of the assassination target? Without a moment's hesitation, the man in black responded, the peak of the innate realm. He will attend the assessment for disciples at the Qichuan Marshall House on that day. Upon hearing that the target possessed only such strength, Gu Chongqing felt a surge of optimism. Although the assassination location posed considerable challenges, he believed in the abilities of the shadow spiders and felt that a complete retreat was not entirely out of reach. Promptly, he retrieved the stack of task lists stored by Chen Kuei and began to search swiftly through them based on the lead from the Qichuan Marshall House. Soon, he extracted an assassination list, the information of which perfectly aligned with his target. Target, Ma Xiao identity, heir of the Ma family. Son of a current Earl strength, peak of the innate realm location, the Great Yong dynasty. The imperial capital recent movements. Attending the assessment of the Qichuan Marshall House, next month task requirement. Complete the assassination on the day of the assessment reward, 250,000 silver notes at the bottom of the page. There was also an accompanying portrait of the target, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Martin Yu, the target of the previous assassination. The identity information revealed that they were brothers from the same family. However, this heir of the Ma family held a significantly higher status. As thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Chongqing decisively produced a sound transmission talisman and ignited it in his hand. He accepted the task but demanded a reward of 500,000. Just as Zhao Rong hesitated, Gu Chongqing's sound transmission talisman arrived at the opportune moment. After hearing its contents, he felt a surge of reassurance, his eyes brightening instantly. If the boss was willing to take the job, it indicated he had ample confidence. Remembering the elusive assassin from their earlier encounter at the estate, Zhao Rong had no doubts about Gu Chongqing's judgment. This task is indeed challenging, Zhao Rong remarked, shaking her head. However, with the capabilities of our Tianji Pavilion, we are confident we can accomplish it. Nevertheless, the reward must reflect this value. At this point, Zhao Rong raised a finger, 1 million. What? Even the usually composed man in black's tone sharpened at this unexpected price hike. Gu Chongqing inwardly gasped, taken aback by Zhao Rong's unexpected assertiveness, which exceeded his own expectations. Chen Kuei was only offered 250,000, and yet you demand so much. The man in black furrowed his brow, coldly snorting. The appetite of your Tianji Pavilion is rather substantial. Zhao Rong's lips curled into a slight smirk. Chen Kuei is Chen Kuei, but for us at the Tianji Pavilion, this truly commands such a price. At the very least, I can guarantee that we will absolutely complete the task. The expression of the man in black shifted rapidly as he solemnly declared, 500,000, not a penny more. Deal. Surprisingly, Zhao Rong agreed without hesitation, leaving the other party utterly astonished. Although the price has been halved, an indescribable feeling of mixed emotions envelopes me at this moment. It is quite unsettling. What a splendid job! Gu Chongqing cannot help but exclaim in admiration. In the past, whenever tasked with a mission, the pricing was predetermined by Chen Kuei. Never before have I seen such an initiative in setting the remuneration, significantly boosting the profits. Delightful. Exhilarating. Since our transaction is established, let us first remit half of the deposit. Zhao Rong nonchalantly extended her hand, speaking with casual grace. The man in black, regaining his composure, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Money is not the issue. However, It is imperative that the task is completed within the stipulated time and location, otherwise, your Tianji pavilion will find it increasingly difficult to maintain a foothold in the black market. No sooner had he spoken than he trembled, unleashing a violent surge of elemental power. Boom! A formidable aura swept through the room, overturning nearby tables and chairs. A half-step into the Dao realm, Zhao Rong's expression changed. Her formerly frivolous demeanor instantly turned grave. To think that the subordinate sent to represent merely possesses such strength. How formidable must the employer behind this be? Chapter 53. The conspiracy behind a half-step into the Dao realm signifies that one has already placed a foot on the threshold of this domain. Below this realm, the strength of the man in black is nearly invincible. At this moment, he deliberately revealed his cultivation, unmistakably infused with a blatant threat and intimidation. Oh dear, how fearful! Zhao Rong raised her hands to her chest, adopting a feigned timid posture. This nauseating display, however, caused a tremor in the heart of the man in black. It is worth noting that even a peak innate realm warrior would undoubtedly feel weighed down by such pressure. Yet, Zhao Rong before him remained unfazed, as though entirely unaffected. The Tianji pavilion is indeed remarkable. The man in black surveyed her briefly before gradually retracting his aura, no longer testing her resolve. He then produced a stack of silver notes, presenting them to Zhao Rong. Each note bore a denomination of 10,000, 250,000 in deposit. Not a single penny less. With a flick of her fingers, Zhao Rong swiftly counted the notes and smiled brightly, saying, "A pleasure to cooperate. The intelligence and information held by Chen Kuei have surely been intercepted by your pavilion master, thus there is no need for me to reiterate. Upon completion of the task, I shall settle the remaining payment." The man in black snorted coldly, and after speaking, turned and departed. Had it not been for the theft of the task details, there would have been no need to seek out the Tianji pavilion, even if it meant begrudgingly accepting inflated prices. Otherwise, should the information leak, the entire plan would be jeopardized. After the man in black left, Zhao Rong did not immediately head to the Destiny Medical Hall to avoid being followed. She instead used a communication talisman to report the matter. Inside the medical hall, Gu Chaqing contemplated the assassination list in his hands, deep in thought. 2 consecutive contracts targeting the Ma family suggest that this is no mere coincidence. However, he remains unconcerned with the undercurrents of power in the court. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, the killing shall proceed without fail. The noble families have always exploited the common people, their greed insatiable, and most are far from virtuous. Investigate the entirety of the Ma family's heir's background, including his recent movements. Accuracy is paramount. Gu Chaqing ignited a communication talisman to notify Feng Baiyu and then quietly contemplated his subsequent actions. The recruitment examination of the 7 Xuanwu Academy is not set to commence until next month, granting him ample time. However, during this interim, he must prepare meticulously. The most critical aspect is to enhance the combat prowess of the Shadow Spiders. Master Emo had previously made a promise, allowing him to forge several sets of insectoid armaments to test their effectiveness. With this thought in mind, Gu Chaqing ceased his delay and discreetly exited through the back door of the medical hall. When he re-emerged onto the bustling street, he was adorned with a bronze mask and a black hat, making his way directly to the smithy. At almost the same moment, in the underground chamber of the Ma family estate in the imperial capital, the head of the family received news from Chizhou City that the task had been entrusted to the Tianji pavilion. The old steward slightly bowed, respectfully reporting, however, the reward has increased to 500,000 silver notes. From the shadows, a tall figure slowly turned. The flickering candlelight illuminated one side of the middle-aged man's face, revealing Ma Tianxiong, the head of the Ma family. That is inconsequential, he spoke with a cold, hard voice, as long as the task is accomplished. The cost is of no concern. The old steward sighed softly. Why must you be so resolute, my lord? That is I assume I have a choice? Ma Tianxiong abruptly interrupted, his tone darkening. But how else can we compel the 7 Xuanwu Academy to intervene? If such an incident occurs on the day of the examination, especially if it involves the death of my son, the Academy will undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. At this point, a chilling smile crept across his lips. Given the current political landscape, the Third Prince's faction will surely emerge as the primary suspect. At that time, the Crown Prince need only provide a gentle nudge, and the Academy's might will sever the Third Prince's influence. The old steward's throat constricted, his voice trembling. But the young master is your own flesh and blood. Precisely because of that, his life holds significant weight. Ma Tianxiong replied with a cold smile. Once the crown prince ascends to the throne, my Ma family shall be the foremost contributor, destined for titles and high office. Upon hearing this, the old steward fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never anticipated that in this power struggle, the head of the family would so ruthlessly use his own kin as a bargaining chip. Ma Tianxiong's expression remained impassive as he spoke somberly. Prepare accordingly. On the day of the Academy's examination, retrieve Zioa's body and ensure the highest standards of mourning are observed. As he concluded, his voice trembled slightly, betraying an inkling of sorrow. At the smithy, Gu Chaqing pushed the door open, and a wave of scorching heat greeted him. Under the glow of the forge, Master Mo was drenched in sweat, hammering away at a piece of crimson profound iron. Master Mo, I have been referred by a friend and heard you possess the ability to forge insectoid armaments. Gu Chaqing intentionally lowered his voice, altering his gait as he approached. Mo Xing's work was abruptly interrupted, and just as he was about to express his anger, the mention of the insectoid forces sparked a gleam of excitement in his eyes. With that, Mo Xing swung his hammer and strode purposefully towards Gu Chaqing. You are the beast master capable of summoning insectoid creatures? His gaze was fervent, utterly unconcerned with Gu Chaqing's enigmatic appearance, as he gruffly demanded, enough with the pleasantries, summon one for me to behold. Having concealed his identity for this visit, Gu Chaqing felt no hesitation. With a thought, 3 diminutive insectoid figures materialized before him. Is this all? Mo Xing furrowed his brow, observing the shadow spiders and their companions with skepticism. Were they not merely a spider, a mantis, and a hornet? What was so remarkable about them? However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the mantis's forelimbs were razor-sharp, glistening with an icy blue luminescence. The chilling aura radiating from the blade-like limbs was strikingly similar to that of cold marrow iron. In contrast, the shadow spider and hornet appeared significantly more robust than ordinary insects. Just as Mo Xing pondered this with hidden astonishment, the creatures suddenly shimmered with light, transforming before his eyes. Boom! In an instant, 3 intensely ferocious insectoid presences surged forth like a tidal wave. Mo Xing's heart jolted. He was aghast to witness the diminutive insects morph into 3 fearsome humanoid monsters. Instinctively, he retreated several steps, gripping his hammer tightly, his expression fraught with tension. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he ignited a barrier talisman, enveloping the entire forge. This was the first time he had exposed these creatures to another's gaze without executing an assassination since their creation. What terrifying insectoid beings! Mo Xing's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow spiders, growing increasingly alarmed. How do you find them? Gu Chaqing inquired calmly. Can you forge armor for them? Mo Xing, snapping back from his shock, replied solemnly, I have forged for 4 decades and have never encountered such extraordinary creatures. To speak frankly, their exoskeletons are as hard as iron, and their blade-like limbs are unparalleled. They are practically born weapons, making any additional armor seem superfluous. He shook his head, his tone laced with awe and admiration. Then, it matters not, Gu Chaqing replied with a faint smile, refraining from pressing the issue. To insist otherwise would be to overcomplicate matters and detract from their combat prowess. Since external armor is unnecessary, why not inscribe runes directly upon their forms? As Mo Xing murmured to himself, a sudden inspiration struck him. If we were to imprint rune secrets directly onto their bodies, it could specifically enhance certain latent potentials. Indeed, that was the way. As the thought took root, a fervent light ignited in his eyes, and he became increasingly convinced of the viability of this idea. Chapter 54. Triggering Bloodline Anomalies Imprinting Runes. You say? Gu Chaqing was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. However, upon further reflection, if the inscription were to fail, would not the shadow spiders be rendered useless? Fear not, for I shall inscribe only enhancement runes, ensuring there shall be no adverse effects. Mo Xing, seemingly perceiving his concerns, confidently replied, the results will undoubtedly astonish you. Gu Chaqing did not immediately acquiesce, instead silently pondering, system, can my pet be healed if injured? Warm reminder, the host can heal their pet's injuries by consuming energy points. With the assurance of the system, Gu Chaqing felt reassured, decisively stating to Mo Xing, very well, let us proceed. Splendid, Mo Xing exclaimed, eagerly wishing to commence, though he soon tempered his enthusiasm. Before we begin, I must extract their blood and blend it with the materials to complete the rune imprint. As he spoke, Mo Xing cast a wary glance at the shadow spiders and tiger wasps. Without prior approval from Gu Chaqing, He dared not draw their blood. Should he incite their wrath, the consequences would be dire. They will not harm anyone without my command, Gu Changqing replied calmly. Proceed as you see fit. Subsequently, Mo Xing carefully utilized a specially crafted silver needle to extract a drop of blood from each of the shadow spider, tiger wasp, and mantis. Remarkably, once detached from their bodies, the blood began to writhe slowly within the jade vial, as if imbued with life. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. He had not anticipated the blood of these insectoid creatures to possess such peculiar properties. Under his watchful gaze, Mo Xing produced a vial of liquid material and poured it into the vessels containing the insect blood. Suddenly, upon merging, the liquid erupted in an eerie radiance, the colors transforming dramatically. The shadow spider's blood shimmered black, the tiger wasps took on a dark red hue, while the mantises turned an icy blue. Their blood inherently possessed elemental attributes. Marvelous! Mo Xing trembled with excitement, exclaiming, with this, the power of the inscribed runes will be enhanced by at least 80%. Hearing this, Gu Changqing was well aware of the attributes of the three insectoid creatures. The original material used for the shadow spider's inscription was a dagger forged from abyssal iron, synthesized with its dark characteristics. The tiger wasp's venomous stinger, composed of crimson rock iron, endowed its blood with the potency of dark red fire poison. As for the mantis, it undoubtedly embodied the properties of frost-hard iron, infused with the chill of ice attributes. Gu Changqing then seated himself on the ground, intending to observe Mo Xing's techniques. He had witnessed rune drawing from Lu Ruyun, yet inscribing runes upon flesh stirred a deep curiosity within him. Mo Xing merely cast a brief glance at Gu Changqing and said nothing further. He then flicked his fingers, causing the 3 vials of liquid to levitate. In an instant, Mo Xing's hands ignited with flames that surged forth, transforming into a nearly translucent inferno. The fire of the spirit. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he sensed an intense surge of spiritual power emanating from the flames. He recognized that this was a rare fire, born from the ultimate condensation of spiritual energy, a skill mastered by the weapon artisans of the martial world to forge divine weapons. After summoning the spiritual fire, Mo Xing deftly split it into 3 distinct flames, each enveloping a vial of material liquid. With a sizzle, the 3 liquids rapidly boiled, swiftly evaporating their impurities. When the time was right, Mo Xing extended his hand, and an invisible force drew forth a black liquid. With a flick of his wrist, he swiftly sketched an intricate and enigmatic circular rune in the air, which gradually solidified. Merge, he commanded, and the rune instantly transformed into a beam of light, striking the shadow spider and imprinting itself into its flesh. The circular rune materialized autonomously, moving across the spider's skin like a living entity, ultimately forming 7 black secret patterns. Ding! Detected that your shadow spider has successfully fused with the rune and is activating hidden talents. Activation successful. Congratulations. The shadow spider has unlocked a new skill, concealment. This skill allows complete invisibility in any environment, with duration proportional to energy consumption. As the system's notification echoed, the 7 black secret patterns on the shadow spider's surface suddenly contracted, as if being drawn deep into its body. In the next moment, its form gradually blurred under the watchful eyes of Gu Changqing and Mo Xing, until it vanished entirely. Invisibility. Gu Changqing's heart stirred as he immediately grasped the situation from the system's prompt. This skill not only rendered the physical body invisible but also suppressed any fluctuations in energy to the utmost degree, making it the perfect asset for an assassin. Although it had not undergone an upgrade, acquiring an additional skill was still quite commendable. Mo Xing's spiritual fire trembled violently in his grasp, nearly slipping from his control. He widened his eyes, his spiritual energy sweeping over the location where the shadow spider had once been, but he could only detect a faint trace of energy fluctuation. Were it not for his exceptional spiritual power, he might not have perceived anything at all. Gazing at the re-emerging form of the shadow spider, Mo Xing gradually inhaled deeply, pulling himself back from his astonishment. He had merely inscribed a rune to enhance its abilities, yet it had unexpectedly triggered this creature's capacity for invisibility. This was no mere monster. It was an aberration. Master Mo, the effect of this rune amplification is truly beyond expectations, Gu Changqing remarked with a smile, offering his praise while gesturing for him to proceed to the next task. Mo Xing said little in response, turning his attention to the tiger bee. As the spiritual fire at his fingertips surged once more, under his guidance, the dark red material liquid began to take shape into a rune. Merge. With a commanding voice, the rune shot into the tiger bee's chest like a meteor. In an instant, A web-like pattern of blood-red lines began to emerge on the robust body of the tiger bee. Ding! Your tiger bee has successfully integrated the rune, triggering a bloodline mutation. Chapter 55, Awakening the Killing Gene. Bloodline mutation of the tiger bee in progress. Detection of the insectoid queen's bloodline has commenced activation. As the system's prompt echoed, the crimson patterns on the tiger bee's surface suddenly burst forth with a blinding dark red radiance, as if magma were coursing beneath its skin. Its body swiftly expanded, transforming its already formidable physique into an even more imposing stature, with barbed spikes adorning its armed joints. Then, with a sharp sound, for insect wings erupted from its shoulder blades, their membranous surfaces swirling with flame-like energy waves, appearing fearsome. Boom! The tiger bee flapped its wings, hovering in midair, and a violent aura instantly enveloped the entire blacksmith shop. Amidst the surging heat waves, the barrier activated by the runes began to tremble violently. Ding! The royal bloodline has been successfully activated. Congratulations, your tiger bee has ascended to the extraordinary rank, and its combat power has been comprehensively enhanced. New skill unlocked, Explosive Venom Needle, which inflicts fire poison upon attack, causing a secondary explosion upon hitting the target. Has it really advanced this quickly? Yu Changqing's eyes sparkled with surprise at this unexpected rune amplification, which clearly exceeded his expectations. There was no energy consumption involved, merely a pure enhancement of the bloodline. He promptly opened the system panel, discovering that the tiger bee's various statistics were rapidly refreshing. Most critically, the combat power assessment soared to a level comparable to that of a human martial artist at the Dao realm. It was truly astonishing. Mo Xing, standing nearby, felt his pupils contract suddenly, involuntarily gasping in awe. The shadow spider's invisibility had already left him astounded, yet he could hardly fathom that the tiger bee, under the enhancement of amplification runes, could directly trigger a mutation of its insectoid bloodline. The energy fluctuations it emitted were exponentially more powerful than before. Having lived for so many years, it was his first time witnessing a creature with such terrifying potential. Mo Xing murmured to himself, trembling with excitement. The tiger bee, with its bloodthirsty and ferocious gaze, cast a cold glance at Mo Xing, exuding an air of dominance. Yet, when its gaze shifted to Gu Changqing, it immediately donned a fawning expression. Master, do I appear magnificent? Gu Changqing chuckled softly. Although the tiger bee's appearance had become significantly more formidable after its advancement, its show-off nature remained unchanged. Little knife, do not envy. The tiger bee, brimming with pride, wiggled its stinger and grinned at the mantis. Your turn is coming soon. The mantis, with a cold demeanor, paid no heed, standing silently beside Gu Changqing like a sword-wielding sentinel. Master Mo, you may continue. Gu Changqing signaled for the mantis to step forward. As the chill approached, Mo Xing felt a shiver run down his spine and immediately turned his gaze toward the mantis. What kind of amplification effect would this mantis monster bring forth? He scrutinized it with keen interest, curiosity deepening. Old man, stop dawdling. The wasp urged impatiently, move swiftly. We have no time for your daydreaming. Unfazed by the wasp's rudeness, Mo Xing merely smiled and nodded. He had to admit that he had briefly lost his composure amidst the series of shocks. Once he had regained his calm, Mo Xing spread his arms wide, and his palms suddenly ignited with mental fire. He swiftly extracted the last vial of material liquid, conjuring runic seals in the void. Merge, he commanded, unhesitatingly branding the runes onto the mantis. Upon completing this, his gaze intensified as he focused intently on the mantis's impending transformation. Suddenly, the runes on the mantis's icy exoskeleton spread like a living entity. Ice blue patterns slithered across its shell, ultimately coalescing into two spiraled crystalline designs along its blade-like limbs. Ding! Your mantis has successfully merged with the runes, awakening the insectoid slaughter gene. Echoed a mechanical voice from the system. Instantly, an icy radiance surged from the mantis, and the ground around it was quickly enveloped in fine frost. The once burning forge was abruptly extinguished by the chill, although the mantis's size showed no significant change. Its blade-like limbs elongated by half a meter, glistening with a sharp ice-blue sheen. The pervasive cold emanating from it seemed to exude an endless aura of lethality. Ding! The insectoid slaughter gene has successfully awakened. Congratulations, your mantis has ascended to the extraordinary tier, with a comprehensive enhancement in combat power. New skill unlocked. Frost Prison Slash. Capable of releasing a frozen realm of slaughter upon striking. Yu Changqing's eyes flickered as he beheld the skill description materialize on the system panel, his heart profoundly shaken. This was no mere physical attack. It transcended into the terrifying realm of laws. The ability to conjure coldness into a domain was simply monstrous. Mo Xing inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. The entire forge, under the assault of the icy air, had turned all tools into ice sculptures, with even the barrier of light covered in a layer of frost. Well, at least you can barely keep up with my pace, the wasp quipped, shaking off the ice shards. However, before it could finish, Gu Changqing had already stored it within the system space, along with the mantis. Crack. Just then, the frost-covered barrier emitted a sharp crack, shattering completely. In an instant, the cold air surged out of the shop like a tidal wave, flooding the street. Goodness, why has it suddenly become so cold? Pedestrians on the street shivered, their expressions reflecting surprise. Master Mo, I sincerely thank you for today's actions, Gu Changqing said, cupping his fists in gratitude. The metamorphosis of the three insectoids undoubtedly bolstered their chances for the impending assassination mission at the Seven Mysterious Martial House. I merely added a finishing touch, the old man replied modestly. Mo Xing exclaimed with a tone of astonishment. Your ability to cultivate such extraordinary insect pets truly opens my eyes. He then swiftly shifted the conversation, assuring, rest assured. I swear by my honor that today's events shall remain confidential. Gu Changqing offered a serene smile, choosing not to elaborate further. From the subtle glint of apprehension in Mo Xing's eyes, he surmised that the latter might have discerned something. After all, the recent string of homicides within the city, corresponding with the unique abilities of the three insect species, was not difficult to envision. For instance, the venom of the tiger wasp and the chilling aura of the mantis were evident in the traces left on the corpses. Nevertheless, Gu Changqing harbored no intentions of silencing anyone. He nodded slightly, expressed his gratitude, and decisively turned to leave. As night deepened, the foot traffic on the streets diminished significantly. Gu Changqing slipped into a dark alley, and upon emerging from the other end, he had donned a white robe, just as he intended to return to the medical hall. An unusual disturbance emanated from the communication talisman within his storage ring. It ignited, and the urgent voice of Fang Baiyu immediately resonated. Boss, I've just received news that the government officials have surrounded the Destiny Medical Hall. You best avoid going there. Chapter 56. Everything is ruined now. Officials surrounding my medical hall. Gu Changqing furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Logically, with Chun Kuei's threat eliminated, there should not be anyone disclosing the secrets of the Destiny assassins. But what could have transpired? Gu Changqing promptly ignited the communication talisman to inquire further. A search warrant personally issued by the city lord to rigorously inspect the medical hall for illegal medicinal materials. Listening to Fang Baiyu's report, Gu Changqing's heart sank. He had no prior dealings with the city lord. Why the sudden onslaught? Then, a realization struck him, revealing the underlying motive. A search for illegal medicinal materials? Their intent is clearly aimed at the formula of the colorful honey pills. This scheme is rather crude. I've only just dealt with Chen Kuei, and now the city lord thinks I am easy prey. A hint of coldness flickered in Gu Changqing's eyes. Tiger Wasp, go take a look. With a command, the Tiger Wasp shot forth, swiftly flying toward the Destiny Medical Hall. After undergoing advancement, its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it reached the destination, hovering above the area surrounding the medical hall. As the shared perception activated, Gu Changqing absorbed the scene below in its entirety. He observed a throng of officials besieging the medical hall. The front door had even been forcibly broken open, and a batch of medicinal materials was being seized from within. Most were mildly toxic traditional medicines, clearly an example of nitpicking. Dr. Gu has always been dedicated to saving lives. It cannot be so, Head Constable Li remarked, frowning upon noticing a seal affixed to the door. The city lord has issued orders. I am powerless to act otherwise. The official who had affixed the seal whispered. Only in this manner will Dr. Gu personally come forth to request the city lord to lift the seal. At that point, any conditions will surely be dictated by the city lord. Upon hearing this, Captain Li inwardly cursed, you wretched spawn. Observing the scene before him, Gu Changqing's eyes glinted with coldness. Master, shall I eliminate the city lord? The tiger bee, sensing Gu Changqing's emotional turmoil, promptly inquired. No need, Gu Changqing replied indifferently. For such trivial gains, it is not worth the effort to kill a city lord. This mere medical clinic, given his current assets, is utterly insignificant. Moreover, the initial intention of opening a shop was merely to conceal our identities. Relocating to a different place would suffice. This assassination mission was set in the Qishuan Martial Mansion, a distant journey, with the closest resting point being the imperial capital. Gu Changqing's gaze flickered, already formulating a plan. If he were to reopen a shop, It must be in the most prosperous district. The imperial capital is a gathering place for ancient martial families. Perhaps he could conveniently acquire a 6th-grade martial art technique. The more he contemplated this idea, the more appealing it became. After all, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Seemingly just a step away from the Venerable realm, yet in reality, it was as if separated by an abyss. Without the guiding principles of a 6th-grade technique, even if he resorted to pills to force a breakthrough, he would ultimately remain shackled. In a remote place like Qingzhou City, let alone 6th-grade techniques. Even 5th-grade ones were a rarity. Thus, choosing the imperial capital for this endeavor was undoubtedly excellent. However, Gu Chaqing narrowed his eyes. Casting a cold glance toward the city lord's mansion, before setting out, he ought to request some funds from that city lord. He then flicked his fingers. Igniting a sound transmission talisman, Baiyu, I need the detailed layout of the city lord's mansion within half an hour. Bring it to the estate. As the talisman turned to ash, Gu Changqing's figure shifted, suddenly employing the shadow step to vanish into the shadows of the street corner. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Chaqing found himself seated in the main hall of an estate on the outskirts of the city. Zhao Rong, Fang Baiyu, and Meng Jing stood respectfully below. Boss, are you truly taking us to the imperial capital? Upon hearing Gu Changqing's thoughts, Fang Baiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. The imperial capital is the political center of the Daong dynasty, brimming with opportunities. Zhao Rong, with a glimmer in her eye, suggested. If we could establish an inn in the imperial capital and secretly gather intelligence from various places, it would undoubtedly be much easier. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu could hardly conceal his enthusiasm. What Rongjie said resonates perfectly with me. Ming Jing tilted his head and grinned. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Gu Chaqing smiled calmly. Since everyone has no objections, we shall set off tomorrow. After speaking, he unfolded the paper in his hand. It was precisely the layout of the city lord's mansion that Fang Baiyu had just brought. On the east side, there lay the storeroom. Gu Changqing glanced over the layout, his gaze resting on a certain marked spot. There, precisely, was the location of the city lord's treasury. Boss, you aren't seriously considering taking lethal action against the city lord of Qizhou, are you? Zhao Rong, unable to restrain herself, cautioned. He has only just established the medical clinic. If something were to happen now, it would draw too much attention. Moreover, this individual is an official appointed by the court, should a thorough investigation ensue. The Tianming Medical Center will undoubtedly be implicated. Even if we were to venture far to the imperial capital in the future, it would be exceedingly difficult to remain undetected. Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying their surprise as they fixed their eyes upon Gu Chaqing. Who claims that I intend to take a life? Gu Chaqing raised his gaze to the three before him, speaking with a profound undertone. This venture is merely a playful endeavor, a means to garner some interest. Upon hearing these words, Fang Baiyu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their hearts laden with further confusion. None could fathom Gu Changqing's true intentions. Unbeknownst to them, the shadow spider had already taken refuge within the city lord's residence, patiently awaiting orders. Little spider, it is your moment to act. Gu Changqing's mind stirred as he discreetly commanded. Yes, master. Upon receiving the directive, the shadow spider swiftly employed its skill of concealment and set forth into action. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the residence, how goes the matter? The city lord of Qizhou languidly reclined upon his eatonwood chair, gazing at the steward who had come to report. My lord, I have dispatched individuals to seal the Tianming Medical Center as per your instructions. The steward replied with a slight bow, his tone respectful. However, the physician surnamed Gu has yet to reveal himself. The medical center has been sealed, and he has retreated instead? The city lord's brow furrowed slightly as he snorted coldly. He possesses remarkable composure. Let us continue to wait. I refuse to believe he can sell his colorful honey pills without the medical center. The steward's eyes darted as he approached with a sycophantic grin. Your brilliance is unmatched. My lord, when he finds himself at his wit's end and seeks your assistance, even a 3-7 or 2-8 split will favor him. 2-8? The city lord scoffed disdainfully. I demand he kneels to relinquish the formula. The mere thought of the lucrative business to come ignited an insatiable greed within his gaze. Report. At that moment, a guard rushed into the hall in a flurry. What news? Has that physician Gu arrived? The city lord's eyebrows arched, a victorious smirk playing upon his lips. And no. My lord, the guard stammered, all the silver and treasures from the treasury have been stolen. What? The steward beside him gasped, his face paling in shock. The city lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed. Repeat that. I just conducted a routine inspection of the treasury. The guard trembled as he reported. The main door remains intact, yet everything inside has vanished without a trace. Not a single coin remains. The guard quaked as he spoke. Fool. The city lord's face contorted with rage, his voice rising in fury. Where are the guards? Where have they gone? They all claimed to have seen no one enter or exit, and there are no signs whatsoever, the guard murmured, his voice dwindling in fear. The treasury held the 100,000 tribute silver to be submitted to the court this year. It's all over. The city lord's complexion drained of color, despair enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 57. The fusion of intentions. Indeed, it seems that illicit ventures yield wealth with swiftness. Within the manor, Gu Changqing accepted the storage ring handed to him by the shadow spider, a slight smile gracing his lips. Delving into the ring with his mental energy, he discovered 20 iron camphor wood boxes neatly arranged, filled entirely with genuine gold and silver, rather than mere paper notes. A staggering sum of 1 million taels. This amount equates to the total tax revenue of Qingzhou City for an entire year. Such a plunder would certainly leave the city lord of Qingzhou in a state of utter disarray for some time. Well done. Gu Changqing stored the ring away, his fingers gently caressing the small head of the shadow spider. Once we arrive in the capital, I shall use this wealth to procure spirit stones to aid in your ascension and enhancement. The tiger hornet and the mantis have both ascended to the extraordinary tier under the influence of rune amplification. Yet, the shadow spider, despite acquiring the ability to become invisible, has not undergone a corresponding upgrade. Thus, he naturally deserves a bit more nurturing. Thank you, master, the shadow spider replied softly, its claws playfully gripping Gu Changqing's finger for a brief moment of interaction. Boss, the carriage is ready, reported Meng Jing, standing at the entrance of the hall. But you and Sister Rong still have some matters to attend to and will join us in the capital after a while. Gu Changqing nodded slightly, his gaze calm. Very well, we shall set off first. As the Tiandong Pavilion has just been established, it is essential for Zhao Rong, as the core agent, to navigate between the various forces of the black market and facilitate business channels. As for Feng Baiyu, he must not only lay the groundwork for an intelligence dark web, but also recruit elite assassins, clearly keeping him occupied as well. After a brief moment, a luxurious carriage slowly emerged from the manor gates. The horse remained the same black steed that Meng Jing originally procured, however, with newfound wealth. The carriage had undergone a splendid transformation, its gilded carvings shimmering in the sunlight. Dressed in a black fitted outfit, Meng Jing held the reins confidently at the front of the carriage, exuding vigor. Since aligning himself with Gu Changqing, his fate had transformed as dramatically as this carriage. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing lounged lazily against the soft cushions, gazing at the scenery outside while snacking on sunflower seeds. Qingzhou City is situated on the northern frontier, a good 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital. Even with ceaseless travel day and night, it would take at least 10 days to reach. After finishing the seeds, Gu Changqing retrieved the jade slip symbolizing his identity as a registered disciple of the Seven Xian martial house. This jade slip bore no engraved name. As he toyed with the jade slip in his hand, a bold thought suddenly took root in his mind. If he could comprehend the third-tier martial art recorded within Xian Sword Shadow Split Slash, he might disguise himself as a registered disciple of the Seven Xian martial house. Not only could he infiltrate the Seven Xian martial house, but he might also steal a set of 6th-tier martial arts secrets. With this thought, Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows, increasingly convinced of its feasibility. With his mind settled, his consciousness plunged into the jade slip. Lines of ancient characters instantly appeared in his mind. Shen Sword Shadow Split. Taking form from Qi, the sword emerges like a shadow, splitting the void soundlessly. Although the Xian Sword Shadow Split Slash is a third-tier martial art, the sword energy's shadow-splitting technique contained within is remarkably exquisite. Should he master it to perfection, a single strike could instantly manifest into 100 sword shadows, indistinguishable between reality and illusion, adept at breaking through protective true essence. Gu Changqing immediately focused his mind, beginning to comprehend the profound truths of the sword technique contained within the jade slip. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Gu Changqing had thoroughly assimilated the theoretical aspects of the swordsmanship, and it was now time for practical application. In the valley under the cloak of night, Meng Jing was nearby, harvesting grass to feed the horses, while Gu Changqing stood by the campfire, gripping an iron sword. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, illuminated by the flames. Shenjin Liaying, he murmured the incantation in his heart as his inner vitality coursed rapidly through specific meridians. He then infused his true essence into the sword, and struck fiercely at the void. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air, leaving behind only a faint afterimage that quickly vanished. Despite the initial attempt not meeting success, Gu Chaqing swiftly adjusted his focus. The crux of manifesting sword energy into an illusion lay in the oscillation frequency of the vital force within the sword. In essence, the faster the oscillation, the greater the number of sword shadows created. With renewed determination, Gu Chaqing felt his true essence surge like a tidal wave, generating high-frequency vibrations within his meridians. He flicked his wrist, continuously channeling this oscillating power into the iron sword. A resonant hum emanated forth, and visible ripples formed around the blade. As he struck once more, the sword energy, amplified by the vibrations of his true essence, instantly coalesced into 6 sword shadows, fiercely cleaving towards the rock. In the next instant, a thunderous crack echoed as the rock shattered explosively, fragments scattering in all directions. More astonishingly, every piece of debris was riddled with intricate fissures, clearly indicating that they had been internally compromised by the oscillating force. Impressive power, Gu Chaqing mused to himself, a glint of delight flashing in his eyes. Startled by the sudden commotion, Meng Jing hurried over. Upon witnessing the iron sword in Gu Chaqing's hand and the shattered rock, he was momentarily taken aback. Such remarkable swordsmanship. Raymond's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, "Boss, what is this sword technique? How did you achieve this?" "This is the third-tier martial art I previously mentioned." "Xianjian Liaiyingzhan," Gu Chaqing replied, casually flipping his hand to retrieve the jade slip and handing it to Raymond. "I have further use for this jade slip. Please transcribe the sword technique into 3 copies, which I will later give to Bai Yu and Zhao Rong." "Absolutely. Thank you, boss," Meng Jing exclaimed, his face brimming with joy as he gingerly cradled the jade slip like a precious treasure and hopped onto the cart. He then began to write fervently. Meanwhile, Gu Chaqing did not rest. He delved into how to integrate the essence of darkness into his sword style. Although the might of the Xianjin Liaiyingzhan was extraordinary, it remained a third-tier martial art. In confrontations at the same realm, it might rival anything. However, once faced with martial artists of a higher realm, its effectiveness would prove inadequate. Thus, if he could infuse the essence of darkness into the foundation of his swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly shatter the confines of martial arts. With this thought, Gu Chaqing's mind incessantly simulated the intersection of the essence and sword energy. The essence of darkness lies in its capacity to devour, conceal, and erode. When intertwined with swordsmanship, it transcends mere amalgamation. The sword's shadow must embody these attributes. As Gu Chaqing's comprehension deepened, his thoughts became increasingly lucid. The arcane sword technique, Xianjian Liaiyingzhan, evolving in his mind, transformed from a mere vibration of sword energy into countless sword shadows entwined with black mist. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Gu Chaqing opened his eyes, the intent of the sword swirling within his pupils, a fleeting brilliance illuminating his gaze. In an instant, the ambience of darkness erupted, and the faint golden essence within him coalesced into surges of black energy, fervently coursing into the long sword in his grasp. With a swift motion, the iron sword cleaved through the air, trembling as it split into 9 black sword shadows, striking fiercely towards the rock wall. Upon contact, the sword shadows grazed the surface, leaving behind 9 fissures. Surrounding these marks, black mist surged forth, eroding with an insatiable hunger, the contained oscillating force yielding a devastating effect. Suddenly, the entire mass of the rock wall collapsed inward, reduced to dust. Before the particles could settle, they were consumed by the black mist, leaving no trace behind. Gasping in astonishment, Meng Jing stood agape, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. He had acquired a rudimentary understanding of the sword technique during transcription. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer might it possessed after Gu Chaqing's modifications. Even a martial artist on the cusp of the Dao realm would find it difficult to withstand such a strike head-on. Quite effective, Gu Chaqing mused, sheathing his sword with a sense of satisfaction. With such a formidable technique at his disposal, he felt reassured about navigating the tumultuous waters of the capital in a few days, even without relying on the shadow spiders as a backup. Alert! Suddenly, a booming voice reverberated through the valley. Gu Chaqing and Meng Jing exchanged wary glances, instinctively turning towards the source. "Protect the 6th young master." Under the moonlight, a convoy of carriages halted abruptly at the valley's entrance. A dozen burly men drew their weapons, their vigilant gazes fixed intently upon them. Clearly, Gu Chaqing's recent display of the Liaiyingzhan had inadvertently drawn their attention. "Boss, should I go and explain?" Meng Jing proposed, leaping down from the carriage. There's no need. If they're frightened, they can continue to wait, Gu Changqing replied, raising a hand to halt him, his demeanor calm. Those fellows are unaware of their own origins. Attempting to clarify things would only complicate matters further. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Jing nodded and took a seat, casually adding a few logs to the campfire. Illuminated by the flames, Gu Changqing retrieved several pieces of raw beef from his storage ring. He then set an iron plate over the fire, nonchalantly grilling the meat. As the sizzling sound filled the air, the aroma of cooking meat began to waft around them. Meng Jing remained seated nearby, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the convoy at the valley's mouth. The group consisted of around 20 individuals, all clad in matching black uniforms. They wielded weapons, seemingly hesitant to act impulsively, merely maintaining a distant vigilance. Their positions were arranged with precision, each complementing the other, indicating that they were no ordinary caravan guards. "Boss, these individuals are formidable," Meng Jing remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "The way they carry themselves suggests they are elite soldiers, trained to perfection." Gu Changqing, maintaining his composure, replied, "No matter, as long as they do not provoke us, we shall coexist peacefully." With that, he casually sprinkled spices over the meat, and immediately, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the valley. "Sixth Prince, there are only two ahead." A burly man by the cart lowered his voice, his expression grave. "However, that sword energy we just sensed is not something an ordinary warrior can conjure. Its presence is formidable. For safety's sake, I suggest we alter our course." Inside the carriage, a young man clad in black, handsome yet aloof, slowly opened his eyes but paid no mind to his subordinate's report. He leaned out, his nostrils flaring slightly as he caught the enticing scent of the meat. His eyes instantly sparkling with delight. "Do you smell that? This culinary skill is undoubtedly that of a master." Chu Linyuan inhaled deeply, genuinely impressed. The leader of the guards, still gripping his weapon, nearly stumbled at his words. "Sixth Prince, caution is advised," he urged. "It is a rare occasion for us to be out, so let us not overreact. Moreover, when we are outside, refer to me as Sixth Young Master." As he spoke, he leaped from the carriage, convinced that anyone capable of producing such fragrant meat must be a good person. "I cannot resist any longer." Chu Linyuan swallowed hard and immediately headed toward Gu Changqing. The guards tightened their grips on their weapons, reluctantly following suit. "Boss, they are approaching." Meng Jing's expression tightened, and he sprang to his feet. Gu Changqing, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely flipping the beef on the iron plate. Meanwhile, the shadow spider had already concealed itself nearby, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Soon, the group of guards followed Chu Linyuan to the campfire. The burly man cast a sharp gaze toward Gu Changqing and Meng Jing, his eyes brimming with wariness. His right hand remained firmly on the hilt of his blade, poised for any sudden developments. Meng Jing tensed slightly, his gaze equally fixed on the opposing camp. Yet, amidst the tense atmosphere, the two most relaxed individuals were undeniably Gu Changqing, who was cooking, and Chu Linyuan, who was swallowing saliva in anticipation. "Good sir, might I trouble you for a taste of that roasted meat?" Chu Linyuan grinned widely, unceremoniously taking a seat opposite Gu Changqing. His eyes were glued to the sizzling beef on the iron plate, having traveled all day and feeling ravenous. Gu Changqing glanced up at him, replying coolly, "Help yourself." "Wait." The burly man's countenance changed dramatically as he stepped forward, producing a silver needle and piercing it into the beef. Chu Linyuan, however, made no move to stop him. "Sixth Young Master, you may eat now," the burly man stated respectfully, watching the silver needle for any discoloration. Once assured it remained untainted, he stepped back, bowing slightly in deference. "Your desire for meat is evident, yet you fear my employer may poison it? How ironic." Upon witnessing this, Meng Jing let out a displeased snort. Gu Changqing chose not to elaborate. Their adeptness at testing for poison suggested they were no strangers to such circumstances. "I apologize. My subordinates are quite concerned for my safety. Please forgive my rudeness." Chu Linyuan offered a sheepish smile, then, disregarding further pleasantries, reached out to tear off a piece of delectable roasted beef and stuffed it into his mouth. The cooking and spices were simply exquisite. As the meat touched his palate, Chu Linyuan's eyes sparkled with delight, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "My good sir, from which high-end establishment do you hail? I shall seek you out whenever I crave this delicacy." His gaze intensely focused on Gu Changqing, his face brimming with excitement. "I wouldn't call myself a chef. I merely have a penchant for roasting food," Gu Changqing replied with a serene smile. "It's a shame I lack a chilled beer to accompany it." "Beer?" Chu Linyuan inquired with a puzzled expression, then grinned widely. Though I am unfamiliar with the type of beer you mention, I happen to possess a rare collection of spirit fruit wine. He reached into his storage compartment and retrieved 2 jade green wine flasks. As he uncorked the bottles, an intoxicating fruity aroma filled the air. Spirit fruit wine? Gu Changqing's interest was piqued as he accepted the flask. The moment his fingertips brushed the surface, a refreshing chill coursed through him. Not bad, it's even chilled. Gu Changqing raised the flask to his lips. The liquid flowed down his throat. Crisp as a mountain spring, yet transformed into a fervent warmth upon reaching his stomach. Soon, this warmth spread throughout his chest and abdomen, subtly accelerating the circulation of his true essence. Gu Changqing's eyes brightened, casting a more appraising glance at the man before him. The casual manner in which he produced such fine spirit wine suggested a background far from ordinary. Nevertheless, he felt no concern, as long as there were no conflicts. The presence of wine and meat sufficed. Where are you from? What brings you here at this late hour? The burly man suddenly inquired in a deep, authoritative tone. His piercing gaze lingered on Gu Changqing, as if attempting to see through him. Chapter 59. Ambush in the valley. Are we obstructing you in any way? In the face of the burly man's aggressive questioning, Meng Jing retorted defiantly. In this desolate wilderness, you two are grilling meat at such a late hour. Your actions are indeed suspicious. The burly man's gaze shifted to Meng Jing, his interrogative tone akin to that of an investigator. Meng Jing snickered coldly, refusing to back down. What does that concern you? Impudent. Before he could finish speaking, the burly man abruptly stepped forward. In an instant, an invisible force erupted from his feet, akin to a serpent disturbing the earth, hurling debris and stones directly at Meng Jing. This was a secret 4th-tier military technique known as mountain shaking force, specializing in targeting the lower body, and even an ordinary martial artist struck by it would suffer serious injury. Meng Jing's expression changed drastically. He swiftly channeled his true essence and stomped heavily with his right foot. Bang! With a dull thud, the ground beneath Meng Jing erupted, revealing a half-meter-wide crater. The forceful shockwave sent Meng Jing staggering backward for several steps before he regained his balance. Although he sustained no substantial harm, a tumultuous surge of energy coursed through his body, leaving him quite uncomfortable. For someone at the early stage of the postnatal realm to withstand my strike is quite impressive, mused the burly man, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarked. The next move shall not be so effortless. He clenched his fingers, and with a resonant crack of his joints, the aura of a pinnacle innate realm expert radiated from him. Jiahu, cease this at once. Chu Lingyuan furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at the man. The burly figure, sensing the authority in his tone, promptly reined in his formidable presence. Is that all? A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Changqing's eyes. To strike without provocation, only to withdraw so nonchalantly? Surely, no such fortune exists in this world. Using his fingers as a sword, Gu Changqing channeled his true essence, melding it with the essence of darkness. With a swift motion, the fire nearby flickered ominously. Suddenly, 9 diminutive sword shadows, entwined with dark mist, tore through the air with a fierce intent, slicing toward Jiahu. Caught off guard, Jiahu's pupils constricted as he hastily drew his blade to defend himself. The cacophony of impact resounded sharply. Evidently, Jiahu possessed considerable combat experience. As he rapidly swung his blade to intercept the onslaught of sword shadows, barely managing to block them all. Yet, with each strike, he felt as though he had been struck by a massive hammer, his arms racked with excruciating pain. To his horror, he discovered that these sword shadows contained an overwhelmingly terrifying force of oscillation. The strange black mist swirling around them gnawed at the true essence within his blade like maggots on flesh. As the relentless assault of the 9 sword shadows continued, he found himself staggering backward, his internal organs roiling violently, suffering varying degrees of injury. With a sudden gasp, Jiahu steadied himself but could not suppress a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. Even the long blade in his hand was now marred by spiderweb-like cracks. For a mere pinnacle innate realm fighter to withstand my strike is indeed commendable, Gu Changqing thought, his fingertips cloaked in swirling black mist, returning Jiahu's earlier taunts to Meng Jing in full measure. Jiahu's disbelief was palpable as he looked up. This technique was unmistakably the Xianjian splitting shadow slash. Yet its power was beyond comprehension. The essence of darkness. Upon noticing the lingering black mist at Gu Changqing's fingertips, Jiahu's heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that he infused the essence of darkness into his sword technique? Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on his back, and shock filled his eyes. Had he employed a true sword rather than merely his fingers, the injuries he sustained would have been far graver. Protect the sixth young master. Witnessing Zhao Hu's injury, over 20 guards' expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly encircled Chu Lingyuan. Their eyes fixed warily on Gu Chaqing. The atmosphere grew taut with tension. As I savored my barbecue, why must you create such tension? Chu Lingyuan, with an expression of displeasure, pushed aside the two guards obstructing his path. His gaze, fraught with complexity, fell upon Gu Chaqing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands together and said, "My subordinate has been the first to offend. I hope for your forgiveness." Gu Chaqing offered no further words, yet his enthusiasm for the barbecue had clearly waned. Jing, prepare the carriage." Upon hearing the command, Ming Jing cast a cautious glance at Zhao Hu and the others before leading the horse-drawn carriage forward. "Are you leaving?" Chu Linyuan inquired, stepping forward as if still reluctant to part with the barbecue. "Indeed. Thank you for your exquisite wine," Gu Chaqing replied with a faint smile, then swiftly mounted the carriage. "Drive." Ming Jing tugged at the reins, guiding the carriage away with haste. "What a dampener," Chu Linyuan muttered, casting a disgruntled glare at Zhao Hu, his tone laced with clear reproach. Subsequently, he refrained from further speech, turning to sulk as he entered his carriage. As night fell, the mountain path grew treacherous. The carriages of both parties proceeded in tandem, gradually making their way out of the valley, only to choose the same route at a fork. "Boss, it appears they are traveling the same way as us," Meng Jing remarked, frowning as he glanced back. "There is no need to pay them any mind. We shall each follow our own path," Gu Chaqing replied, leaning against the carriage window, his gaze drifting towards the night sky. Just as his words faded, a glimmer of cold light caught the corner of his eye. Whoosh! Gu Chaqing's expression hardened as he beheld an arrow, swift as lightning, hurtling towards their carriage. It struck the ground ahead with a resounding thud, the arrowhead embedding itself deeply while the fletching quivered violently. "Boss, someone is attacking with arrows. Be cautious." The sudden assault caused Meng Jing's pupils to constrict as he tightened the reins, bringing the carriage to a screeching halt. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of poisoned arrows erupted from the bamboo groves on either side. The dense barrage of arrows fell like a torrential downpour. The range of fire not only enveloped Gu Chaqing's carriage, but also completely shrouded Chu Linyuan's convoy behind. Gu Chaqing's expression darkened as he nimbly leaped onto the roof of the carriage. With his long sword surging with true energy, he unleashed a sudden strike. The sword energy surged forth, intertwining to form a net of black sword shadows, which fiercely clashed against the incoming rain of arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows above the carriage were instantaneously shattered into fragments. Although a few stray arrows managed to slip through, they posed no threat, landing harmlessly nearby. In contrast, the arrows raining down upon Chu Linyuan and his entourage were evidently far more concentrated. In a flash, several guards were unable to evade, succumbing to their wounds. However, just as the arrows were about to pierce the main carriage, intricate runes suddenly illuminated its surface. As golden light surged, a hemispherical protective barrier materialized. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of arrows clashing against the barrier echoed relentlessly, with all arrows being forcefully deflected away by the luminous shield. Chapter 60, If I Do Not Kneel. "What can you do to me?" "Boss, it seems this attack was aimed at them." Meng Jing gripped his long knife, his gaze tracing the trajectory of the arrows. Quickly discerning the situation, "We must leave now. Otherwise, it will be too late." Gu Chaqing's eyes narrowed as he noticed, not far away in the bamboo grove, numerous shadowy figures stealthily closing in like phantoms. These individuals rapidly spread throughout the forest, forming a cohesive encirclement with the intent of blocking all escape routes. Without hesitation, Meng Jing yanked the reins, urging the horse-drawn carriage into a frantic dash, desperately attempting to break through. Just then, a second wave of arrows descended upon them. Ack! The black horse suddenly let out a mournful cry as a poisoned arrow pierced deep into its neck. Mortally wounded, the horse managed to halt the carriage with muscle memory before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Little Black, gazing at the dying horse, Meng Jing's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury and sorrow. "Administer this colorful honey pill to it." Gu Chaqing handed a vibrant honey pill to Meng Jing, issuing the command. Before his words could fully resonate, he vanished from sight like a specter. Having been drawn into this ambush, they could not afford to remain passive. As the shadowy steps unfolded, Gu Chaqing transformed into a fleeting silhouette, darting into the depths of the bamboo grove with the swiftness of a leopard. Almost simultaneously, the shadow spiders, tiger wasps, and praying mantises surged forth from their lairs. Under the cover of night, They unleashed a frenzy of carnage. Thud, thud. In an instant, the sound of blades striking flesh echoed through the darkness, followed by a cacophony of terrified screams. Ding! Your shadow spider has slain a post-heaven realm warrior, rewarding you with 50 energy points. Your tiger wasp has slain a post-heaven realm warrior, rewarding you with 50 energy points. Your praying mantis has slain a congenital realm warrior, rewarding you with 200 energy points. Gu Cha-ching concealed himself atop a tree, observing the slaughter with cold indifference. The assailants clad in black were predominantly post-heaven realm warriors, with a few being peak congenital realm experts. With a total of over 100 individuals, their strength was sufficient to rival any small military force in conventional warfare. However, at this moment, they found themselves deep within the forest, completely within the domain of the insectoid monsters. In their panic-stricken confrontation, they could not even discern who their enemies were. These individuals are monsters. Retreat swiftly. Faced with such ghostly and enigmatic foes, the surviving black-clad warriors utterly lost their composure. In an instant, they erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions like headless flies. Within a brief span of time, the bamboo grove returned to silence. With so many individuals present, not a single storage ring was found. Damn. Gu Cha-ching directed the shadow spiders to search the corpses, yet the spoils of war were disappointingly few. It was evident that these individuals had come with a premeditated intent, carrying only the essential weaponry and no other possessions. Even in death, not a trace shall remain. It appears that the identity of the sixth young master is far more complex than I had previously imagined. Gu Cha-ching's gaze sharpened, and he muttered thoughtfully to himself. Subsequently, he dragged his iron sword across a lifeless body, allowing blood to stain the blade, before stepping out of the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, outside the bamboo thicket, on the official road, Mingjing anxiously awaited, while beside him, the black horse, rejuvenated by the healing properties of the colorful honey pills, had regained its vitality. Why the silence? Zhao Hu and a group of guards fixed their vigilant and perplexed eyes on the direction of the bamboo grove. Yet none dared to advance for a closer inspection. Those assailants were clearly targeting me. How could you all just stand there and watch instead of lending a hand? Seeing that Gu Cha-ching had not yet returned, Chu Linyuan furrowed his brow and reprimanded coldly. Your Highness, it is my duty to ensure your safety at all times. Not a step away, Zhao Hu replied, his voice subdued and his face filled with concern. Moreover, we are not acquainted with that fellow. If he insists on courting death, what concern is it of ours? It would be prudent for us to leave this place at once. Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Chu Linyuan's right hand had struck Zhao Hu's face with such force that the peak martial artist staggered backward, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Fool! Chu Linyuan's gaze turned icy as he commanded, at once, take men into the bamboo grove. We must see him alive or find his corpse. This prince is not one to cower in fear of death. Zhao Hu's expression shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation. As you command, Your Highness. As he turned, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The sixth prince, who had always been nonchalant, now emanated a pressure more suffocating than that of the emperor himself. Your Highness? Mingjing's ears perked up. Despite the distance, he caught the titles exchanged in their conversation, leaving him quite astonished. Come, follow me as we charge in. Zhao Hu bellowed, brandishing his long knife, rallying the guards with an overwhelming force. No need for that. A faint voice interjected just as they were about to set off. The group was startled and turned toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the dim bamboo grove was Gu Cha-ching, his blood-stained iron sword reflecting a crimson glow under the moonlight. Boss, are you unharmed? Mingjing's eyes, filled with astonishment, glimmered with fervor. Just a swarm of ants. Those who survived have fled. Gu Cha-ching casually flicked his wrist, causing the blood to be wiped clean from the blade, exuding an air of confidence. Is that all resolved? Meanwhile, Zhao Hu and the others stood frozen, collectively gasping in shock. It was known that the attackers numbered at least several dozen and were evidently trained assassins skilled in long-range assaults. Yet this individual had single-handedly vanquished them, emerging unscathed. This power is truly terrifying. Chu Linyuan suppressed the shock within him and solemnly clasped his hands, saying, I inadvertently embroiled you in this matter today. Had it not been for your assistance, we would likely have faced dire consequences. I, Chu Linyuan, shall remember this kindness. Upon hearing this, Gu Cha-ching's gaze swept over Chu Linyuan. The surname Chu? In the Great Yong dynasty, there is but one family with that name, the royal family. Boss. I just overheard them speaking. This person is the sixth prince, Mingjing whispered as he approached Gu Cha-ching. So he hails from the royal family, no wonder. Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, leaving his words unfinished as he cast a significant glance at Chu Linyuan. Throughout history, the struggle for imperial power has been the most brutal and merciless, with unending bloodshed. The so-called bonds of kinship and blood become as fragile as thin paper when confronting the lofty dragon throne. This Chu Linyuan, having been ambushed, must possess considerable power and influence within the court. Since you are aware of His Highness the Sixth Prince's identity, why do you not kneel and pay your respects? Zhao Hu's gaze darkened, his tone exhibiting an official authority. Oh, if I refuse to kneel, what can you do to me? Gu Chaqing's lips curled into a hint of coldness. Zhao Hu's eyes widened in fury, truly believing that having aided them granted him the liberty to act so insolently. Gu Chaqing spoke with indifference. Your master has yet to voice a command, yet you, a mere guard, presume to be so imposing. If the previous lesson was insufficient, I would not mind allowing you to experience it once more. With that, Gu Chaqing flicked his sword, immediately enveloping the air in a dense black mist. Chapter 61. Are you worthy? Such audacity. Zhao Hu, filled with indignation, retorted, had I not been caught off guard, would I have suffered your attack? He glared at Gu Chaqing with a sullen expression. I even suspect that tonight's ambush was orchestrated by you. Otherwise, how could you, a mere peak innate realm cultivator, have single-handedly repelled so many assailants? Upon hearing this, the surrounding guards seemed to awaken from a dream, their eyes now filled with suspicion as they regarded Gu Chaqing. Zhao Hu, cease your nonsensical prattle. Chu Linyuan's gaze darkened. If you truly wish me harm, why complicate matters? He could simply have brought people to kill me outright. Gu Chaqing, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but regard him more closely. The demeanor of this sixth prince, seemingly carefree, belied a mind far from foolish. Indeed, Ming Jing scoffed, unreservedly mocking, if you are outmatched, do not place the blame on my boss. Zhao Hu ignored Ming Jing's ridicule and leaned closer to Chu Linyuan. Lowering his voice, Your Highness, it seems someone is deliberately scheming to approach you with ulterior motives. Consider this, tonight in the valley. He began to create disturbances to draw our attention and just happened to be traveling the same route as us. Then he was suddenly ambushed by assassins. Yet he managed to single-handedly repel the attackers, thereby earning your trust. At this point, he paused meaningfully. All of this is rather coincidental, isn't it? Oh. Gu Chaqing regarded Zhao Hu with a half-smile, his tone playful. What do you suggest I should do next? Zhao Hu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chaqing, sneering, naturally. You wish to leverage this favor to secure a position and ingratiate yourself with the powerful. Nonsense. Ming Jing could no longer contain himself, his voice booming. How could my boss, a person of such stature, stoop like a sycophant to seek rewards for trifling favors? If you dare to slander my boss again, I will, even at the cost of my own life, tear your foul mouth apart. His eyes widened with fury, fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Zhao Hu's expression darkened instantly, his hand pressing heavily on the hilt of his sword, the blade gleaming ominously as it slid from its sheath. As a royal fifth-rank sword-bearing guard, his status even surpassed that of local magistrates, yet he was now being confronted by a mere commoner, causing a surge of murderous intent to flash in his eyes. Zhao Hu, stand down. Chu Linyuan finally spoke, his voice soft yet underscored with an undeniable authority. He then turned his gaze toward Gu Chaqing. Smiling as he inquired, Are you a businessman? Gu Chaqing replied calmly, Indeed, I intend to travel to the imperial capital to seek a storefront for business. Could it be a tavern? Chu Linyuan's expression shifted. Given the earlier demonstration of roasting meat, complemented by a fine wine, the business would undoubtedly thrive. Should you truly open, I shall be the first to patronize. Gu Chaqing smiled faintly and shook his head, noting that the imperial capital is a bustling place where every inch is precious. And he had not yet formulated a specific plan. Chu Linyuan grinned broadly. This is no trouble at all. I will personally ensure you find a prime location. Hearing this, Gu Chaqing felt a surge of joy. The imperial capital is the domain of the royal family, and as the sixth prince, it would be but a trivial task for Chu Linyuan to establish a few shops. Indeed, one must rely on connections when away from home. The more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. For this, I extend my gratitude in advance. Gu Chaqing performed a traditional gesture of respect toward Chu Linyuan. Beside them, Ming Jing could hardly conceal his excitement. Who would have thought that before even reaching the imperial capital, they would have a noble supporter? My boss is truly remarkable. Your Highness, this is unwise. Zhao Hu's brows furrowed as he glared at Gu Chaqing. This person's origins are unclear, and his behavior suspicious. How can you trust him so readily? Chu Linyuan snorted coldly. Does this prince require your approval to act? I dare not, Zhao Hu replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he insisted, but it is my duty to voice my concerns. Aiding an unknown outsider recklessly could lead to complications. I am willing to guarantee with my integrity that this fellow is no good. With that, he suddenly knelt on one knee, imploring the sixth prince to discern wisely. Gu Chaqing maintained an unruffled demeanor, sensing a subtle intrigue in the unfolding drama. This individual consistently expresses hostility, seemingly disinclined to allow Chu Linyuan to grow too close to him. As a bodyguard, such behavior is evidently illogical. After all, when a master seeks to forge connections with others, who are you to voice dissent? Unlike the surrounding guards, who remain resolutely silent, this fellow obstructs at every turn. Conversely, it suggests he harbors ulterior motives. Given your unwavering certainty, why not wager on it? Gu Chaqing, while speaking, bent down to retrieve a poisoned arrow, gently twirling it between his fingers. Wager on what? Zhao Hu's expression darkened, his gaze warily fixed on Gu Chaqing. Are you not suspicious of my intentions? Gu Chaqing replied with a cold smile. Then let us propose this. If I can unearth the mastermind behind this, you shall bow in apology. Conversely, I shall submit to your will. What say you? Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Gu Chaqing's audacity. Chu Linyuan, intrigued, asked, Do you know who it is? It is merely speculation, Gu Chaqing replied calmly, his demeanor inscrutable. Zhao Hu's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. His intention had been to sow doubt in the sixth prince's mind regarding Gu Chaqing, thereby preventing any connection between them. After all, Gu Chaqing's enigmatic abilities filled him with trepidation. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man had boldly proposed a wager. Now, to refuse would cast him in a light of cowardice. However, if he accepted, what if Gu Chaqing did possess a hidden advantage? The individuals lying in ambush tonight exhibit remarkable precision and timing, clearly possessing intimate knowledge of your movements. Gu Chaqing remarked, casting a glance towards Chu Linyuan. Thus, were it not for an insider leaking information, how could they so effortlessly set a trap? Regrettably, they overlooked me. A mere passerby. The guards were left in shock, exchanging glances filled with suspicion. Are you suggesting that there is a traitor among us? Chu Linyuan furrowed his brow, surveying his subordinates. How dare you accuse us? Zhao Hu's complexion darkened, his voice rising in anger. Your Highness, this man is insidious, clearly attempting to sow discord. In the next moment, he unsheathed his longsword, its blade aimed directly at Gu Chaqing. Sow discord? Gu Chaqing's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You have the audacity to accuse me? Before his words could fully dissipate, he swiftly twisted his wrist, redirecting the poisoned arrow straight at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted as he hurriedly raised his sword to block. The poisoned arrow struck with a resounding clang, deflected by the blade, but leaving a crimson streak across his cheek. As Zhao Hu felt the blood on his face, his expression turned to one of horror. The wound began to exhibit an ominous bluish hue, the poison spreading through his veins like a web. Brother Hu, that arrow is poisoned. The guard's expressions froze. All eyes fixated on the wound on Zhao Hu. No one had anticipated that what began as a verbal dispute would escalate so abruptly, with Gu Chaqing resorting to a poisoned arrow. Is this your evidence? Chu Linyuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Gu Chaqing, speaking in a low tone. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Chapter 62. This child is not simple. The boss actually means business? As the situation took a turn for the worse, Mingjing swallowed hard, inwardly clicking his tongue. Yet, he harbored no fears of unforeseen consequences. After all, the effect of the seven-colored honey pill was renowned for its ability to cure all poisons. The boss must certainly have a backup plan to dare such a test. If my guess is correct, the poison on the arrow should be heart-eroding powder. Gu Chaqing lightly sniffed the arrowhead and remarked, This toxin is exceedingly potent, without an antidote. Death is inevitable within a quarter of an hour. Thus, to prevent being harmed by the poisoned arrow, the traitor would surely carry the antidote with him. He calmly regarded Zhao Hu and inquired, Do you find my reasoning to be sound? Heart-eroding poison? The guards exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom Gu Chaqing's assertion. This was clearly a test with a poisoned arrow, a forceful tactic to compel the traitor to reveal himself. If he could not produce the antidote, would that not spell certain death for him? Chu Linyuan's expression shifted slightly as he began to comprehend Gu Chaqing's intent. Nonsense. How could I have the antidote? Zhao Hu staggered backward, his complexion paling. You are framing me. He glared fiercely at Gu Chaqing, resentment nearly spilling from his eyes. Gu Chaqing smiled coldly, unconcerned. If you are willing to endure the pain of the heart-eroding toxin and die, you need not present the antidote." At these words, Zhao Hu trembled violently, terror flooding his heart. He could not fathom where he had revealed a flaw. At that moment, as the poison erupted within him, Zhao Hu was horrified to discover that the true essence within his meridians had become chaotic, unable to suppress the toxin any longer. The black poison surged through his body like a wild stallion, swiftly spreading until it reached his heart. With a splatter, the excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart caused him to break into a cold sweat, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of foul blood. "Brother Hu!" Several guards close to him rushed forward to assist him. Gu Chaqing observed the scene with a cold gaze, though deep down, he felt uncertain. Should his judgment prove erroneous, not only would the 7-colored honey pill be wasted, but the business and the prime location of the imperial capital would likely be lost as well. Chu Lin Yuan's expression was complex, yet he never intervened in Gu Chaqing's actions, seemingly adopting a gambling mentality. After all, who would want a traitor lurking among them? "You've got guts, kid." Zhao Hu glared at Gu Chaqing with gritted teeth, then trembled as he reached into his clothing, retrieving a small celadone bottle. However, just as he was about to uncork it, Gu Chaqing suddenly kicked, sending the bottle soaring into the air and landing firmly in his grasp. "Return the antidote to me." Zhao Hu's face changed dramatically as he shouted in panic and anger. Gu Chaqing surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting on Chu Lin Yuan. At this point, I trust one need not elaborate further? The guards were momentarily taken aback, particularly those assisting Zhao Hu, who immediately recoiled in disbelief, staring at him with incredulity. "Why?" Chu Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and coldly inquired. "Have I wronged you in any way?" Zhao Hu's face turned ashen as he forced a bitter smile. "You have indeed treated me well, but it is far from sufficient. As a prince of noble birth, endowed with exceptional talent, you squander your days in reckless abandon, devoid of grand aspirations. We, your followers, cannot even secure a respectable official position." He staggered to his feet, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes. "The 4th prince promised me that upon success, I would not only be elevated to the esteemed rank of a first-class guard, but also be granted the title of Marquis of Wuan." At this juncture, Zhao Hu held nothing back, revealing everything without trepidation. Is the 4th brother truly behind this? Chu Lin Yuan's gaze deepened, and he inhaled slowly, lost in thought. "Wretched creature. The 6th prince has treated us well, yet you betray him for a title. You deserve to die." One guard seethed with rage, suddenly kicking him to the ground. "Let us eliminate this traitor, this ungrateful wretch." The other guards surged forward, unleashing a storm of fists and feet upon him. "6th prince, spare me." Zhao Hu struggled, extending his hand, his voice hoarse with desperation. Chu Lin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his stern countenance revealing no emotion. Not until Zhao Hu breathed his last did the 6th prince's expression waver, a stark contrast to his previously carefree demeanor. Gu Chaqing observed discreetly, shaking his head inwardly. It seemed the 6th prince was no ordinary individual. As for Zhao Hu, he was merely a victim of his own misfortune. Gu Chaqing had initially wished to refrain from meddling in the power struggles of the elite, but that man's relentless targeting of him was undoubtedly self-inflicted. "Today, I am grateful for your astuteness. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious." Chu Lin Yuan shifted his gaze to Gu Chaqing, his tone laden with gratitude, devoid of any royal pretensions. "It was merely a trifling matter," Gu Chaqing replied with a faint smile, nodding politely. However, Chu Lin Yuan shook his head. "No, I shall remember this kindness. When we reach the imperial capital, I will express my gratitude properly." He paused, suddenly curious. "But who are you, really?" "A common merchant does not possess such skills and insight. My name is Gu Chaqing, and as for the rest," Gu Chaqing replied enigmatically, "you will understand in due time should our paths cross in business." Chu Lin Yuan was taken aback, studying him for a moment before breaking into a grin. "Excellent. I admire your mysterious and somewhat pretentious demeanor." In the blink of an eye, the 6th prince resumed his carefree attitude, though Gu Chaqing could not fully decipher him. He was unconcerned. As long as there was no malice directed towards him, there was no need for excessive contemplation. "6th prince, it is unwise to linger here. Let us continue our journey." A nearby guard had prepared the carriage and respectfully reminded them. "Brother Gu, since we are traveling the same route, shall we proceed together?" Chu Lin Yuan evidently harbored intentions of forming a connection, smilingly extending an invitation. "No. My horse has sustained an injury and requires a night of rest before we continue our journey," Gu Chaqing politely declined, well aware of the other party's subtle motives. "Helping you once is sufficient. Do you expect me to serve as your escort? Not a chance. In that case, I shall take my leave first. We shall meet in the imperial capital at a later time." Chu Linyuan cast a meaningful glance at Gu Chongqing before turning to leap onto the carriage. Inside the carriage, Chu Linyuan murmured softly, "Old Stone, what are your thoughts on this person?" No sooner had he spoken than the ancient bronze ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. Immediately, an aged voice resonated in Chu Linyuan's mind, calm and composed in the face of adversity, yet decisive and ruthless when action is required. This individual is no ordinary person. Chapter 63, An Interception on the Way. Old Stone, do you believe he is worth cultivating? Chu Linyuan inquired in a hushed tone, gazing at the bronze ring. It's hard to say. After all, this person's origins are shrouded in mystery, and his methods are unpredictable. The ring's faint glow flickered, and the venerable voice carried a weighty tone. If you were to hastily cultivate a connection, you might inadvertently invite disaster. However, there is no need for deliberate estrangement. You will encounter him again upon your return to the capital, and I can observe discreetly then. Chu Linyuan nodded in silence, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. Subsequently, Old Stone in the bronze ring suddenly asked, "What do you make of tonight's events? This situation is peculiar. I sense it is not the handiwork of the fourth prince." Chu Linyuan frowned, replying coldly, "The fourth prince is always shrewd and meticulous, his actions devoid of flaw. Such crude tactics seem more like an attempt to frame someone." "Ah. It appears your experiences over the years have granted you a clearer perspective. Well done." The ethereal glow of the bronze ring shifted, and Old Stone's voice held a note of satisfaction. "Then, do you have a plan of action?" "I have no desire to vie for the throne. But since someone is scheming in the shadows, I shall take advantage of the situation." Chu Linyuan's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he stated coldly, "That person ought to understand the cost of pulling me into this game." "Indeed, that is splendid." Old Stone chuckled softly, and with that, the glow of the bronze ring dimmed, returning to silence. Under the night sky, Gu Chongqing watched as Chu Linyuan's convoy vanished at the end of the official road before slowly retracting his gaze. "Boss, are we truly not going to follow?" Meng Jing raised his eyes thoughtfully and said, "That sixth prince clearly intended to cultivate a connection with you. Who knows what could arise from it?" "Arise from what?" "Becoming embroiled in the murky waters of royal succession?" Gu Chongqing shook his head, his tone laden with meaning. If the fourth prince truly sought Chu Linyuan's life, he would not have dispatched such inept individuals. Meng Jing looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "Consider it. That attack appeared perilous, yet it failed to breach the rune barrier of Chu Linyuan's carriage." Gu Chongqing smirked slightly. "This is not an assassination attempt. It is clearly a performance." Meng Jing's expression faltered. "Are you suggesting that the sixth prince is orchestrating this himself?" Gu Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the absurdity of performing for an audience in such a desolate wilderness. Meng Jing, momentarily taken aback, soon comprehended the implication. Those individuals were deliberately staging a performance for Chu Linyuan's benefit. "That is nearly the correct interpretation," Gu Chongqing acknowledged with a slight nod. "However, it is possible that these individuals are not actually under the command of the fourth prince, but rather serve a hidden mastermind." He paused before continuing. "Even Zhao Hu, I suspect, remained oblivious until his final breath, unaware that the one he pledged his loyalty to was not the true fourth prince." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Meng Jing's eyes, leaving him perplexed. What could be the ulterior motive of the shadowy figure? He gazed at Gu Chongqing, unable to decipher the intricate web of deception. "Naturally, it is to reap the benefits from the ensuing discord," Gu Chongqing remarked with profound insight. "After this incident, Chu Linyuan is bound to become adversarial with the fourth prince, while the true puppeteer can quietly observe the ensuing chaos." He had witnessed too many palace intrigues reminiscent of the 9 princes vying for the throne in his past life. This tactic of using another's blade to kill was merely an age-old ruse. As for the identity of the mastermind, Gu Chongqing was disinclined to speculate. The succession of the throne had little bearing on him. What truly mattered was to live freely and unrestrained. Of course, should he manage to catch a few lucrative opportunities amidst this turmoil, he would be more than willing to take part. "Now it makes sense," Meng Jing remarked, his face illuminated with admiration as he regarded Gu Chongqing. "Boss, your strategic acumen would be wasted if you did not serve as a military advisor. Spare me." Gu Chongqing swiftly dismissed this notion with a scoff. "What is the point of being a mere advisor to those noble lords when I could enjoy my current freedom?" "Indeed," Meng Jing mused, nodding in agreement after a moment's reflection. While the position of a military advisor was esteemed, it ultimately entailed serving others, subservient and bowing low. A far cry from the satisfaction of being one's own master. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing entered the carriage and languidly laid his head down to rest. With the shadow spiders discreetly guarding him, he felt no need for vigilance. Meanwhile, Meng Jing busied himself nearby, tending to the black horse after cutting some wild grass. After a night's rest, the horse not only regained its vitality but appeared to have grown more robust. When it resumed pulling the carriage, its steps were noticeably steadier and more powerful than before. This transformation clearly indicated that the effects of the colorful honey pills had completely manifested, unlocking its latent potential. To avoid encountering Chu Linyuan's convoy, Meng Jing deliberately chose a detour. The journey was somewhat longer, yet it promised greater safety, sparing them from the disturbances of the previous night. The altered route approached a small mountain range, where the winding paths became increasingly narrow and the surrounding trees thickened. Meng Jing drove the cart steadily, his gaze occasionally scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Thus, they traversed safely for 2 days. As they reached the midsection of the mountain range, the cart suddenly came to a halt. "Boss, it seems someone is blocking the road ahead." Upon hearing Meng Jing's voice, Gu Chaqing lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered out. Before him stood several young men clad in matching martial attire, standing tall and imposing at the mountain path's entrance. Upon their garments were embroidered 7 rings of various hues, the very emblem of the 7 Su NW house. Disciples of the 7 Su NW house? Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, pondering in silence. How could these individuals, not engaged in training at the martial house, find themselves in such a remote location? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a young disciple suddenly moved with agility, employing a mysterious footwork technique. Swiftly arriving beside the cart. "The affairs of the 7 Su NW house demand attention. The mountain road ahead is blocked, and bystanders must quickly detour." He cast a brief glance at Gu Chaqing and Meng Jing before coldly commanding, "We are merely passing through. Why is this area sealed off?" Meng Jing, glancing toward the depths of the forest, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Enough chatter. If you wish to avoid trouble, depart quickly." The young disciple huffed disdainfully. At that moment, a fierce, beastly roar erupted from the depths of the forest. A whoa! The roar was ferocious, echoing through the woods like a tiger's cry, startling countless birds into flight. Following that, the sounds of a violent struggle resounded, accompanied by urgent shouts. "Hurry! Set up the formation to stop it. Do not let it enter the cave. Damn it, this creature is stronger than anticipated." At the sound of the commotion, the blocking young disciple's eyes brightened. "My senior brothers have found it." He then turned his gaze to the other 3, urging, "Let us hasten to assist. But ignore the cart, it merely holds 2 ordinary people." He cast a derisive glance at Gu Chaqing and the others before swiftly darting into the depths of the forest. Hunting a ferocious beast? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chaqing's eyes. For the disciples of the 7 Su NW house to mobilize so vigorously, the beast must be formidable. Observing their eager excitement, it appeared as though they were not pursuing a dangerous creature, but rather seeking easily obtainable treasure. "A Jing, you go ahead and wait for my signal outside the forest," Gu Chaqing said, his gaze momentarily flickering, before he leaped down from the cart. "Boss, those fellows from the 7 Su NW house are not to be trifled with," Meng Jing quickly cautioned. "If we are discovered, it could lead to significant trouble. I am well aware of my own limits." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Chaqing had already donned his mask and stealthily made his way toward the sounds emanating from the forest. Since fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to glean some insight. Seeing this, Meng Jing had no choice but to comply with Gu Chaqing's instructions and promptly drove the cart away. Chapter 64. Seizing the opportunity in the forest, Gu Chaqing's figure flitted like a wraith among the trees, the distant sounds of battle growing progressively clearer. Before long, he drew near to the source of the noise. Concealed behind a large tree, Gu Chaqing peered through the layers of shadows, observing a dozen disciples from the 7 Su NW house forming a sword array, encircling a colossal beast. However, when Gu Chaqing clearly discerned the creature's form, his pupils constricted suddenly. The beast resembled a tiger, its body entirely black, possessing 6 wings upon its back and fearsome fangs. Yet the most peculiar aspect was the creature's body, which continuously contorted and morphed, at times transforming into a python, at others into an iron-horned cattle. As if it possessed no fixed form, suddenly it emitted a piercing shriek, and amidst its violent writhing, it astonishingly took on the appearance of a disciple from the 7 mysterious martial house, its aura indistinguishable from that of a human. Gu Chaqing's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that this demon beast possessed such bizarre abilities, capable not only of endless transformations but also of mimicking humans with remarkable precision. Were it not for the fact that all disciples of the seven mysterious martial house were stationed at their respective positions, the consequences of it mingling among them would be utterly unimaginable. Initially believing this phantom beast to be a mere cub, he was taken aback to realize it was merely a disguise. The long-haired youth leading the group wore a grave expression and spoke solemnly. An adult phantom beast possesses the strength equivalent to a fifth-tier demon beast. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. However, the other young disciples reacted not with fear but with elation, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Is this not fortuitous? The demon core of an adult phantom beast is worth a fortune. Indeed, if we can slay it and bring it back to the martial house, we shall be rewarded with abundant resources. Let us unite our efforts and vanquish it in one swift strike. Consequently, a dozen young disciples swiftly mobilized their true essence, channeling it through their swords into the formation. In an instant, dazzling beams of light erupted from the formation's core, intertwining into a net of razor-sharp sword light that enveloped the phantom beast. The earth-shattering sound of explosions resounded, roaring from amidst the dust and debris. The phantom beast let out a chilling howl, its massive form shredded by the sword formation, its 6 wings tattered, and dark blood splattering. Yet, its crimson beastly eyes suddenly ignited with an eerie glow, and a swirling black mist enveloped it, stirring up a tempestuous current of energy. Not good. It intends to force its way through the formation. The long-haired youth's expression changed dramatically as he hastily gestured to reinforce the sword formation. But it was too late. The phantom beast's form abruptly swelled, transforming into a giant ape towering 3 yards high, its palms radiating terrifying waves of energy, crashing heavily against the sword formation's barrier. Boom. The formation shattered in an instant, and the long-haired youth and his companions were violently repelled by the backlash, all of them staggering back, faces stricken with horror. Seizing the opportunity, the phantom beast morphed into a black serpent and swiftly slithered into the underbrush, fleeing deeper into the mountains. An opportunity had arisen. From a distance atop the treetops, Gu Chongqing's eyes glimmered with determination as he decisively called out, "Tiger wasp! Manus! Cut it off!" The leaves rustled as 2 insect forms shot forth like lightning. Simultaneously, Gu Chongqing utilized the shadows of the shadow spider to vanish from his original location. The phantom beast had just sustained a grievous blow from the sword formation and had forcibly broken through the defenses. It was now at its wit's end, making this the perfect moment to seize the chance. If he could obtain its demon core, he could later find an insect to modify, thereby adding a formidable insect general to his ranks. Hurry! We must not let it escape. The long-haired youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, anxiously scanning the surroundings, only to be met with the startling realization that the phantom beast had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he immediately led a dozen senior brothers to disperse, embarking on a meticulous search throughout the mountains and forests. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chongqing had already locked onto the elusive traces of the phantasm beast, thanks to the keen senses of the tiger wasp and mantis. However, he refrained from hastily commanding the tiger wasp to launch an attack, choosing instead to maintain a safe distance while relentlessly pursuing, thereby exhausting the creature's stamina and exacerbating its injuries. After all, a 5th-tier beast's strength was comparable to that of a human warrior at the Dao realm, and an adult specimen was nearly on par with a master at the Yuan dance stage. Furthermore, the disciples of the 7 Xian martial house were lurking nearby. Any rash action would only serve to alarm the beast. Thus, after shadowing the creature for several miles, the phantasm beast eventually succumbed to excessive blood loss and severe injuries, collapsing onto the grass. With a swift motion, Gu Chongqing emerged from the shadows, surveying the barely breathing phantasm beast. At this moment, it was incapable of maintaining its transformation. Its true form was revealed to be a mass of black flesh. The shadow spider silently approached, its 8 limbs suddenly unfurling, ensnaring the beast in a web of countless threads that bound it tightly. In its death throes, the phantasm beast let out a chilling roar, its fleshy form writhing wildly as it attempted to transform once more to escape its bindings. Just then, in a critical instant, a cold flash of a blade sliced through the air. The mantis's icy blue limbs struck with precision, cleaving the beast in 2 just as it was about to shift forms. As its body split apart, a fist-sized black demon core rolled onto the ground. Success! Gu Chongqing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he swiftly picked it up, examining it with curiosity. The core possessed a bizarre shape, shrouded in black mist. The beast patterns on its surface appeared to be a macabre amalgamation of various beast features, sending shivers down one's spine. Master, someone is approaching. At that moment, The voice of the tiger wasp echoed in Gu Chongqing's mind. In the next instant, three figures darted out from the dense forest. The shadow spider, Mantis, and tiger wasp swiftly concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush. It was the corpse of the phantasm beast. Upon seeing the bisected mass of black flesh, the pupils of the three narrowed in shock. Leading them was a long-haired youth, his expression dark, fixated on the black demon core in Gu Chongqing's hand. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the phantasm beast they had expended considerable effort to hunt would fall into the hands of this mysterious figure. The long-haired youth glared at Gu Chongqing, furiously commanding, "Drop the demon core and leave." Gu Chongqing's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, remained calm as a placid lake. He ignored the demand and directly stored the demon core within his storage ring. In this desolate wilderness, the demon beasts were indeed unclaimed, and whoever could capture them had the right to claim them. Had he not intervened, it was uncertain whether these individuals could have successfully pursued the phantasm beast. "You reckless fool!" Witnessing Gu Chongqing secure the demon core, another disciple erupted with rage. "You're seeking death." The young man with long hair raised his hand to halt his companion, speaking coldly. "We are disciples of the seven Xuanwu Manor. If you surrender the demon core of the illusionary demon beast, we shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, do not blame us for our impoliteness." This statement was evidently an attempt to leverage their powerful background to intimidate. Chapter 65. Seizing the Demon Core. Gu Chongqing raised his gaze to the long-haired youth and replied languidly, "Is it permissible for the seven Xuanwu Manor to seize what belongs to others? The illusionary demon beast is precisely what we have hunted. How can it be deemed theft?" The long-haired youth's demeanor darkened, and he coldly warned, "You would do well to reconsider. Do not let fleeting greed cost you your life." His eyes were sharp, fixated on Gu Chongqing, his tone laden with unmasked threat. Gu Chongqing responded with a frosty smile. "I am aware that the illusionary demon beast is a thing without a master, and I have personally slain it. Therefore, the demon core rightfully belongs to me." Unfazed by their imposing presence, he summoned the shadow spider to creep to his feet. "Belong to you? That will depend on whether you live to claim it," scoffed the young disciple, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "I shall ask you one last time. Will you surrender it or not?" Gu Chongqing's expression remained indifferent, offering no reply. Meanwhile, the shadow spider had already expelled a silk thread, ensnaring his ankle. Since it has come to this, the long-haired youth narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly turning ominous. "Attack. Kill him." As his words fell, he flicked his wrist, and the sword's edge erupted with dazzling cold light. This overwhelming sword intent revealed that he had already reached the initial stage of the Dao Fan realm. Although the other two disciples were merely half a step into the Dao Fan realm, they coordinated seamlessly, sealing off Gu Chongqing's escape routes from both sides. A mere peak innate realm insect dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, seeking death. The long-haired youth's gaze was fierce, and the sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Gu Chongqing's throat. However, in that fleeting moment, the shadow spider suddenly activated its shadow-shifting skill. In the next instant, Gu Chongqing's figure vanished from the spot, and the sword light pierced through his afterimage. "Where is he?" The long-haired youth's pupils constricted as he realized his attack had missed. Surprised, he swung his sword violently, the sword energy sweeping the surroundings, but only severed a few branches. A sudden movement. The two young disciples exchanged shocked glances. Such an elusive technique had evaded even the comprehension of the manor's esteemed leader. To think this seemingly ordinary rogue could wield such extraordinary prowess. This person must be concealing some treasure. A glimmer of greed sparkled in one disciple's eyes. "If we could seize his opportunity, our cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Split up and search. He must still be nearby." The long-haired youth's face turned ashen. His tone sinister. "Immediately inform the others, and seal off the forest." The other two disciples promptly understood, and the three of them spread out in a triangular formation, swiftly dashing towards the surrounding areas. Meanwhile, a series of urgent messages ignited. "The demon essence of the phantom beast has been stolen. The thief is clad in white. Anyone encountered who appears suspicious is to be dealt with mercilessly." However, as they fervently launched their pursuit, Gu Chongqing had already utilized the shadowy traversal of the shadow spider to silently escape the forest. On the small road at the outskirts of the mountains, Meng Jinggang had just steadied the horse-drawn carriage when he suddenly heard a soft creak from within the carriage. A jolt of surprise coursed through Meng Jing's heart as he swiftly turned to lift the carriage curtain. To his astonishment, Gu Chongqing was seated inside the carriage, having appeared there without his notice. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "Boss, when did you arrive? Do not ask so many questions. We must leave at once." Gu Changqing offered no further explanation, urging him on. If we delay any longer, they will discover us. Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu Changqing with wide eyes, and instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without further ado, he flicked the reins and urged the horses into a frantic gallop. The risk taken this time was indeed worth it. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing retrieved the demon essence of the phantom beast from his storage ring, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although this action would surely offend those from the 7 Xuanwu mansion, the acquisition of such a rare treasure rendered any enmity trivial. System. Categorize this item as editing material. With a mere thought, the demon essence in Gu Changqing's hand vanished instantaneously. Ding, successful acquisition. Detected that the demon essence belongs to a 5th-tier phantom beast. Extracting material characteristics. The required energy value for editing is 10,000 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changqing couldn't help but swallow hard. 10,000 energy points. This was equivalent to the consumption required for the shadow spider to ascend to the extraordinary tier. However, a higher energy value signified even greater potential for the edited insect species. If a suitable insect could be found for editing, it was conceivable that even in the initial stages, one could cultivate a combat strength of extraordinary tier. Most importantly, if the ability to replicate the Phantom Beast's ever-changing transformation could be extracted, it would undoubtedly enhance future assassination endeavors significantly. Which insect should I select next? Gu Changqing murmured to himself, gazing out at the scenery while plotting in his mind. Among the existing insect team, the mantis excelled in aggressive attacks. The tiger wasp specialized in mobility, and the shadow spider focused on stealth reconnaissance. The mimicking characteristic of the phantom beast's demon essence clearly leaned towards supportive capabilities. Thus, he deemed that the primary choice of insect should be one that possesses deceptive traits to ensure a perfect fusion. Master, do we even need to deliberate? It must be the ghost-faced moth. The voice of the tiger wasp suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The ghost-faced moth? Gu Changqing's interest was piqued. What is its unique quality? In addition to its unseemly appearance, it possesses the ability to deceive. The tiger wasp quickly responded. They secrete a scent similar to that of bees, causing them to be mistaken for their kind, thereby remaining undetected while they stealthily pilfer honey. At this revelation, Gu Changqing found himself intrigued. The ability to confound adversaries through scent is nothing short of a mental illusion akin to those found in the martial arts realm. However, the task of specifically seeking out a ghost-faced moth is no small feat, master. This is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. The hornet volunteered eagerly, and upon receiving Gu Changqing's tacit approval, it surged forth from the system's space like a wild stallion breaking free. Buzz! The hornet flitted out of the compartment, transforming into a black shadow soaring skyward. In the next instant, it abruptly activated its skill, swarm summoning. Boom! A dark cloud of bee soldiers emerged, flooding the air like a surging tide. After ascending to the extraordinary tier, the hornet's summoning ability had also been enhanced, with the number of bee soldiers swelling to 300 and their duration extended to 2 hours. At this moment, the hornet hovered high above, surveying the vast swarm below like a regal queen bee, exuding an air of authority. Target the ghost-faced moth, my little ones, go. With its command, hundreds of bee soldiers dispersed rapidly amidst a chorus of buzzing, embarking on a search throughout the mountains and forests. Chapter 66. With ability, why not compete? Before long, the swarm had swiftly traversed the mountain ranges, weaving through the thickets with remarkable agility. During this time, Gu Changqing, through shared vision, observed several bee soldiers encountering disciples from the Qishuan martial house, including the long-haired youth at the forefront. Each of them bore expressions of fury, meticulously scouring every suspicious trace, determined to achieve their goal at any cost. After all, witnessing a prize so close yet snatched away by others is intolerable for anyone, especially these proud prodigies of the martial house. As the ghost-faced moth remained elusive, Gu Changqing, feeling somewhat bored, dispatched a bee soldier to covertly observe. Through their exchanges, he learned that although these individuals were outer disciples of the Qishuan martial house, their strength was formidable, each nearly at the threshold of the Dao realm. The long-haired youth, Li Chafeng, possessed the highest prowess, having reached the early stage of the Dao realm. However, at 28 years of age, he had long surpassed the assessment criteria for inner disciples, harboring a lingering sense of frustration, making him exceedingly sensitive to any remark, even those meant to be constructive. In essence, he was psychologically unbalanced. Not even a single innate cultivator can be found, a bunch of useless fools. Seeing that no one had unearthed any clues regarding Gu Changqing, Li Chongfeng's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched as he angrily scolded. Isn't it the same that senior brother Li hasn't found anything? Are we not equally worthless? One young disciple could not help but mutter under his breath. Whoosh. But before the words could settle, a sharp sword energy suddenly struck. Ah! The young disciple screamed as the sword energy pierced through his right shoulder, blood gushing forth. He staggered back several steps, pallid and kneeling on the ground, hastily retrieving a hemostatic pill from his storage ring. Senior brotherly. The others gasped in shock. Their eyes filled with terror. Li Chongfeng sheathed his sword, casting a cold, piercing gaze over the crowd. Does anyone dare to voice dissent? The outer disciples fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Continue the search. Li Chongfeng's voice resonated with fury. The thief must still be lurking nearby. Any encounter should be met with immediate execution. Understood. The disciples, suppressing any hint of discontent, feigned urgency as they resumed their search. After all, this was not the Qishuan martial manner. Methods of killing were plentiful. And should they incur the wrath of the capriciously, even a fall from the cliff might seem a merciful end. As for harming a fellow disciple, there were ample excuses to absolve oneself. Fabricating an encounter with a demonic beast or a rival faction would suffice. Meanwhile, the scene unfolded before the bee soldiers perched atop the trees, transmitting the image directly to Gu Chongqing's mind. It was rather ruthless for fellow disciples to turn against one another. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, locking onto Li Chongfeng's form through the compound eyes of the bee soldiers. Such a vengeful individual, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly become a future threat. Contemplating this, Gu Chongqing's heart began to harbor murderous intent. After all, the imperial capital bordered the Qishuan martial manor. Rather than risk an entanglement later, it would be prudent to resolve the matter now. However, the presence of the other outer disciples posed a significant obstacle. Against the combined might of the shadow spider, the blade mantis, and the tiger bee, victory would be assured. Yet, with the addition of over a dozen disciples at the threshold of the Dao realm, a direct confrontation would yield little hope for success. Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow, rapidly devising a strategy in his mind. This opportunity was singular. Should it be missed, no further chances would arise. Even if he could not eliminate Li, injuring him severely would keep him incapacitated at the Qishuan martial manor for a time. Master, the ghost-faced moth has been located. Just then, the tiger bee's voice rang out. Gu Chongqing turned his gaze to the window, witnessing a shadow darting toward him. In an instant, the tiger bee swept into the carriage. Clutching a gray-brown moth in its talons, approximately 2 fingers wide, its back adorned with grotesque, skull-like markings. Ding. Detected that the host has captured a ghost-faced moth. Would you like to keep it as a pet? Without hesitation, Gu Chongqing silently affirmed. Yes. Ding, capture successful. He then retrieved a jade vial, pouring out a drop of human blood as editing material. With this, the 3 required materials for the editing formula were now complete. The only remaining component was undoubtedly 10,000 energy points. Currently at 500 points, he was still 500 points short. Gu Chongqing accessed the system panel, contemplating the energy value before him. Given the difficulty of murder, perhaps a robbery would be a more reasonable endeavor? With this thought, a knowing smile graced his lips. In both the mundane world and the realm of martial cultivation, conflict was an inherent aspect of existence, striving for dignity, wealth, and resources. Gu Chongqing felt no moral qualms about his actions. Should one simply wait to perish, devoid of competition? The so-called moral coercion is merely the pitiful plea of the weak. If one possesses the capability, why refrain from fighting? With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing resolutely commanded, Shadow Spider, Tiger Bee, Mantis, mobilize. My master is spirit. I relish this approach. The Tiger Bee grinned wickedly, promptly joining the Shadow Spider and Mantis as they darted out of the car window, racing towards the mountainous terrain. Boss. Traversing the mountain path ahead, we should be nearing the imperial capital, reported Meng Jing, who, while steering the horse-drawn carriage, remained oblivious to Gu Chongqing's covert maneuvers along the way. Let us find a place to rest for a while, Gu Chongqing instructed, regulating their pace to ensure they did not stray too far from the Shadow Spider and the others. His shared perception with his pets was not boundless. It had an approximate limit of 2,000 kilometers. Once beyond this range, he would lose sensory transmission. Understood. As dusk began to settle, Meng Jing, not pondering further, quickly located a spot near the riverside to halt the carriage. Inside, Gu Chongqing remained vigilant, closely monitoring the visual feed from his 3 companions. The previously assigned bee soldier still lurked atop the treetops, clandestinely observing the movements of the 7 Xuanwu house members. Having searched in vain, they were gradually losing patience, each finding a place to slack off. Only Li Changfeng, driven by fury, remained energetic, venturing deeper into the mountains until he was the sole figure weaving through the woods. Any wild beast encountered along the way became a target for his frustration, mercilessly slashed into a bloody mess by his erratic sword strikes. Damn it! You better not let me find you. Otherwise, I will flay your skin and turn you into a corpse puppet. Li Changfeng's gaze was ominous as he surveyed his surroundings. Teetering on the brink of madness, unbeknownst to him, his every move was quietly tracked by 3 piercing gazes. Chapter 67. The Burial Site. Another wild boar. A cursed beast. A furious roar erupted in the dense forest. Li Changfeng, in a frenzy, swung his sword, the fierce blade cleaving a wild boar in two. Such a violent commotion naturally drew the attention of the Martial House disciples outside, who exchanged glances in bewilderment. Li Shixiang has lost his mind again, one disciple whispered, noting Li Changfeng's distance. Every time he feels wronged, his temperament drastically alters. Indeed, another responded indignantly. Just moments ago, Chen Shidi was severely injured by him. Next time, even if the elder commands, I shall refuse. Absolutely. With a lunatic like him on an outing, who knows if one might lose their life? As the disciples conversed, trepidation lingered, and they silently resolved to be cautious. However, their every action was currently under Gu Changqing's scrutiny. With the comprehensive surveillance of 300 B soldiers, there was scarcely anything he wished to remain concealed. Observing this situation, Gu Changqing refrained from hastily issuing orders for capture. Although Li Changfeng had already distanced himself from the group, the commotion he had stirred would undoubtedly draw the attention of the disciples from the Martial House. The proximity was still too close. They needed to retreat further. Gu Changqing pondered briefly and suppressed the impulse to act. Given Li Changfeng's current condition, the more chaotic he became, the better. Only in such a manner could the Martial House disciples grow accustomed to him, their vigilance gradually waning. Thus, the shadow spider trailed silently, while the mantis awaited the command to strike. The tiger wasp lay in ambush midway, tasked with covering their retreat. After several assassination attempts, they had developed an impeccable synergy, working in seamless coordination. Yet, continuing to wait would not suffice. Should we not return to the Martial House stealthily? As the sounds of departure faded, a young disciple could no longer contain himself and abruptly rose. But if we return like this, how shall we explain ourselves to the elder in charge? Another hesitated. Isn't that simple? We can say that Senior brotherly insisted on continuing his training, and since we could not dissuade him, we had no choice but to return to the house. If we present a united front, the elder should not impose any penalties. Brilliant. Upon hearing this suggestion, the others' eyes brightened, and they nodded in agreement. Since everyone has no objections, then it is settled. The first disciple to speak decisively proclaimed, and the group immediately prepared to depart. Before leaving, they instinctively glanced into the depths of the dense forest, where the sound of trees crashing down echoed, accompanied by Li Changfeng's maniacal laughter. This is what they call being forsaken by all? Gu Changqing, utilizing the bee's perspective, watched the fleeting figures and could not help but shake his head in dismay. To fail so profoundly in life is indeed a consequence of Li Changfeng's own making. Prepare to strike. As the opportune moment presented itself, Gu Changqing abruptly commanded within his heart. He held no sympathy for such a volatile individual. If this opportunity were not seized to eliminate him entirely, he would undoubtedly become a future menace. After all, this person could severely injure his own junior brother over a mere complaint. As an outsider, would he not face a fate of 1,000 cuts? However, at that moment, Li Changfeng's furious shouts abruptly ceased. Have they all departed? Deep within the forest, Li Changfeng halted, his voice tinged with an eerie calmness. Simultaneously, the madness in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a profound tranquility. Finally free of these burdens, Li Changfeng swiftly ascended to the treetops. Gazing in the direction of his departing disciples, a cold smirk gradually spreading across his lips. He then sheathed his sword and took out a cloth from his pocket, leisurely wiping away the residual beast's blood from the blade. His movements were graceful and unhurried, a stark contrast to his earlier frenzy. Something feels amiss. Gu Changqing's heart sank. Could it be that this fellow's madness was merely a fade? Had he intentionally driven away those disciples? This discovery sent a chill down Gu Changqing's spine. If Li Changfeng had been masquerading all along, what could his true intentions be? This sudden twist completely caught Gu Changqing off guard. Amidst his astonishment, he promptly commanded Yingzhu and the others to remain still, opting to observe the situation and discern the true motives of this individual. It is time to seize my fortune, Li Changfeng murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with avarice. He deftly turned his wrist and retrieved a yellowed piece of parchment from his storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it bore a rudimentary map that depicted the very mountain range they were in. Li Changfeng's gaze swept over the parchment, settling on a location marked in the lower left corner. There, a blurred beast's head was sketched, accompanied by a line of ancient script that read, "The resting place of Lin's ancestors. The tomb of the Sword King Xianyang." Though the identity of the specific Lin ancestor remained uncertain, and the age of the inscription was unknown, the significance of the name Sword King Xianyang alone was enough to stir Li Changfeng's emotions. In the realm of martial arts, the divide between the innate realm and the Dao ordinary realm is a crucial watershed in a martial artist's journey. Once one breaks through the Dao ordinary realm, the subsequent stages are Yuan Dan, Xianyin, and Xianyang. Li Changfeng understood better than anyone that, at the age of 25 with moderate talent, achieving Yuan Dan in his lifetime would be the pinnacle of his capabilities. However, if he could obtain the martial lineage of the Sword King Xianyang from the ancient tomb, his path to cultivation would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds, even offering the prospect of ascending to the ranks of inner disciples. Yet, during this expedition, the elders of the Seven Xian martial house had arranged for a group of newly initiated disciples to accompany him. These bothersome individuals had clung to him relentlessly, thwarting his chances to explore the tomb alone. Reluctantly, Li Changfeng resolved to first leverage the collective strength of the group to exterminate the phantasmic beast lurking near the ancient tomb. However, Gu Changqing's unexpected appearance was entirely unforeseen. Though Gu Changqing successfully claimed the demon core, this inadvertently provided Li Changfeng with an excellent opportunity to feign outrage and subsequently drive away the disciples. A mere demon core from a phantasmic beast was of little consequence. Li Changfeng sneered. Once I obtain the martial lineage of the Sword King Xianyang, not only will I surpass the inner disciples of the Seven Xian martial house, but even the position of an elder will be within my grasp. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward a shadow among the trees, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Have you seen enough? I know you are here. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's heart raced. Discovered. His expression darkened, yet he sensed something amiss. Ingzhu and the others had remained concealed throughout. How could they possibly be detected? As Gu Changqing's thoughts raced, Ingzhu, the mantis, and the tiger be tensed, ready to spring into action. Wait. Gu Changqing suppressed his internal turmoil. Observing calmly through Ingzhu's compound eyes, he saw Li Changfeng standing with his sword, his sharp gaze sweeping through the layers of shadows cast by the trees. After a brief moment, silence hung in the air. Li Changfeng scoffed, then surged toward the burial site. His previous actions had merely been a test to ascertain whether he was being followed. What a farce. I had thought it was a display of keen perception. Yet it was merely a charade. Observing this theatricality, Hu Feng could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and commanded, "Follow him." The shadow spider cast out 2 strands of silk, ensnaring both Hu Feng and the mantis, while simultaneously activating the shadow traversal. In the next instant, they vanished from sight, trailing Li Changfeng's path. Chapter 68. What on earth is this? The pursuit by the shadow spider continued for approximately half an hour. At last, Li Changfeng came to a halt before a steep rock face, overrun with thorns and wild grasses. Most striking was the shape of the cliff, which resembled a perfectly chiseled triangle. This must be the place. Li Changfeng gazed at the triangular symbol on the map, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He then turned the map over, revealing 2 lines of ancient script, descendants of the Lin clan. Blood shed upon the rock face can activate the runic formation and reveal the entrance. Those fated to find it must kneel at the center and strike their heads against the ground 12 times, allowing their blood to seep forth to open the door. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the notion of kneeling and bowing. However, as he was not a descendant of the Lin clan, he had little choice. To ensure he was not being trifled with, he bit his fingertip and tentatively smeared his blood upon the triangular rock face. Buzz. The moment the surface of the rock made contact with his blood, it trembled slightly. The once smooth rock face now pulsated with a myriad of crimson runes, swirling and flowing. Yet, as the last of his blood was absorbed, the runes abruptly dimmed and faded, evidently failing to detect the blood of a true Lin descendant. It was indeed effective. Li Changfeng's heart soared with joy. Although he had not succeeded in opening the entrance, it suggested that the alternative method might be viable. After all, who would idle away their time inscribing runes on a desolate rock face? With that thought, he stepped back a few paces. knelt at the center of the rock face, and began to bow deeply. Thud, thud, thud. To demonstrate his sincerity, each strike was heavy and resonant. Gu Cha-ching, observing through the perspective relayed by the shadow spider, felt a wave of confusion. Is it truly possible to open the burial entrance simply by bowing? Thud, thud, thud. By now, Li Changfeng's forehead was marked with blood, yet his eyes burned with fervor. As the 12th strike reverberated against the ground, blood seeped into the crevices of the rock. In the next instant, the rock face shook violently, accompanied by the sound of mechanisms grinding into motion. It worked. Li Changfeng abruptly lifted his head, witnessing the surface of the rock once again illuminated by runes, slithering like a serpent. Soon after, a dark fissure began to extend downward from the top of the rock face. The shadow spider, the tiger wasp, and the mantis instantly tensed their insect bodies. Their gazes fixated on the fissure as if it concealed some dreadful entity. For, emanating from that crack was not the decaying aura of an ancient tomb, but rather an exceedingly chilling energy. What could this mean? Gu Cha-ching sensed the unusual behavior of the shadow spider and its companions and immediately sent a mental inquiry. Master, I cannot ascertain the cause. The energy fluctuations radiating from the fissure invoke an instinctual terror within us, came the shadow spider's voice, tinged with apprehension. Gu Cha-ching was taken aback. The shadow spider, being the weakest among them, might be excused for fearing an unknown energy, but even the tiger wasp and mantis, beings of formidable prowess, exhibited such a reaction. This indicated that if there truly was a terrifying presence within that fissure, its power must be unfathomably dreadful. In contrast, Li Changfeng could no longer suppress the greed swelling within him. He sprang forward, lunging towards the slowly opening crevice in the rock. Yet, just as he was a mere 3 feet from the wall, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black tendrils shot forth from the fissure with the swiftness and ferocity of venomous snakes. Taken completely by surprise, Li Changfeng found his limbs ensnared by these bizarre appendages in an instant. What is happening? His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily channeled his true essence into his sword. Instantly, the blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, unleashing a sharp sword aura aimed at the black tendrils, yet it merely left a few shallow white marks on the surface. This outcome filled Li Changfeng with terror. He frantically urged his inner energy to break free, but the tendrils tightened their grip even further. More horrifying was the fact that the sharp barbs on the tendrils had pierced his flesh, greedily siphoning his blood, and even his true essence was being swiftly consumed. What manner of creature is this? As he beheld this scene, Gu Cha-ching's pupils constricted in shock, realizing that those black tendrils were not botanical in nature, but rather coalesced from pure dark energy. He watched in trepidation, astonished that even with Li Changfeng's mastery at the Dao realm, he was utterly powerless against these horrifying appendages. Gradually, his body was dragged inexorably towards the fissure, his desperate screams echoing through the forest. No, please, no. In that moment, Li Changfeng finally grasped the essence of true fear. He regretted his greed, for had he not schemed to drive away his junior disciples, perhaps he would have had allies to assist him now. In a moment of dire urgency, Li Changfeng exerted every ounce of strength. Gripping the edge of the rock face with all his might, he could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him should those black tendrils pull him within. Boom. Just then, the fissure in the rock closed abruptly without warning. Splurt. Blood splattered. Only 2 severed arms fell to the ground below the rock face, a shocking sight. The runes on the rock face dimmed in an instant, returning to silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the 2 severed arms and the lingering pool of blood serve as testament that the earlier horror was not a mere figment of the imagination. The brutality of it was simply overwhelming. Gu Cha-ching inhaled deeply. Although he was merely a distant observer of the terrifying scene, a sense of dread still gripped his heart. Had it not been for Li Changfeng triggering the trap first, it would have been the shadow spiders that were consumed. After a moment, Gu Cha-ching confirmed that there was no further movement and cautiously directed the shadow spiders to dart away. With a swift hiss, a strand of silk ensnared one of the severed hands, retrieving a storage ring. Without pausing, the shadow spider immediately employed the art of shadow traversal, its form transforming into a wraith as it vanished beneath the rock face. The entire process flowed seamlessly, for even Li Changfeng, a warrior of the Dao realm, was instantly annihilated by such an enigmatic being. Gu Cha-ching dared not let the shadow spiders take unnecessary risks, otherwise a slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of the 3 meticulously nurtured insectoid monsters. As the shadow spider, clutching the storage ring, just vacated the vicinity of the rock wall. A sudden chill swept through the air, rustling the leaves ominously. In that instant, a figure cloaked in black had mysteriously appeared before the rock wall. With a slight maneuver, it could lure the greedy to their demise. The voice of the cloaked figure was hoarse and deep, its bony fingers caressing the bloodstains left upon the wall, murmuring that these creatures could serve as nourishment for his blood puppets, thus dying with purpose. Gu Changqing's heart raced, his gaze, through the eyes of the mantis, fixated in astonishment upon the cloaked figure. Remarkably, the shadow spiders had failed to detect the presence of this individual. Suddenly, the figure turned, two crimson glimmers igniting from beneath the hollow hood. "Little friend, are you not going to reveal yourself?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, three dark projectiles shot toward the hiding places of the shadow spiders, the tiger bee, and the mantis. This time, he did not engage in the theatrics of Li Changfeng. He had genuinely located the three insectoid creatures. Chapter 69, Trouble. Retreat quickly. Whoosh. Three dark projectiles instantaneously tore through the air, their trajectories unerringly aimed at the shadow spiders. The mantis reacted with alacrity, leaping from the underbrush with a fierce slash of its blades toward the dark projectiles. Clang. At the moment of impact, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated, sparks flying. The tiger bee quivered its tail, launching a venomous stinger in retaliation. Upon contact, the stinger detonated violently. The web spun by the shadow spider swiftly formed a defensive net, intercepting the dark projectiles. Gu Changqing then discerned that the projectiles were actually black bone nails inscribed with runes. However, the web could only hold for a fleeting instant before the runes on the bone nails flared to life, rapidly corroding the net and creating charred openings. Yet, seizing this brief opportunity, the shadow spider had already executed the shadow traversal technique, disappearing from sight. The cloaked figure uttered a soft sound of surprise, evidently unprepared for the mantis to thwart the attack. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, more dark projectiles cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. "This is bad. Retreat." Gu Changqing's pupils constricted as he urgently commanded in his heart. The shadow spider swiftly unleashed its silk, ensnaring the tiger hornet and the mantis, utilizing the skill of shadow shifting to retreat rapidly. At this moment, ascending into the skies would surely result in being pierced by the densely packed black bone needles. Seeking an escape? The figure in the black robe chuckled darkly, his voice laced with the sardonic amusement of a cat playing with a mouse. As his words faded, he formed a seal with his hands, and a surge of light erupted, coalescing into a black cage that sealed off the entire area. Bang! The shadow spider's shadow shifting collided with the luminescent barrier, and it was forcefully repelled. "This is dire." Gu Changqing felt a sinking dread, both alarmed and anxious. This mysterious figure in black not only possessed terrifying strength but also wielded unfathomable techniques. Given the current combat prowess of the shadow spider and its companions, engaging head-on would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the black bone needles rained down like a torrential storm. Confronted with the imminent threat of death, the mantis, shadow spider, and tiger hornet ceased to conceal their abilities, suddenly transforming into humanoid monstrosities. Boom. In an instant, three surges of frenzied insectoid energy erupted forth. "I will defend. You shall breach the barrier," the mantis declared coldly. With that, it flickered and soared into the air, its ice-blue blades swinging with great speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The glint of cold light flashed as icy blades erupted violently, swirling like a vortex, freezing and shattering the incoming black bone needles. The residual force of the ice blades swept through the surroundings, severing trees within a Tinjong radius. Simultaneously, the shadow spider and tiger hornet relentlessly assaulted the black barrier, their potent toxins intertwining and seeping through, producing a hissing sound. Particularly, the tiger hornet's venomous stingers detonated with devastating efficacy. As the stingers struck the barrier, they erupted, and under such an onslaught, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the surface of the black barrier. Incredible, the figure in black mused, noting that mere insects could morph into humanoid forms. How intriguing. Should they be captured alive, they might be refined into even more advanced insect puppets. As he spoke, he advanced slowly, his withered hand emerging from his sleeve, fingertips emanating black mist that coalesced into 5 writhing tendrils. Sizzle. The black mist tendrils twisted and extended as if animated, causing the flora in their wake to wither and decay, imbued with a potent corrosive force. Bang! Meanwhile, the tiger hornet and shadow spider had successfully created an opening in the barrier. The mantis, with a cold gaze, observed the swiftly extending black tendrils. Should it turn to dash toward the breach, it would surely be ensnared. Thus, this strike could only be resolved through sheer force for a chance at escape. Frost Prison Slash. The mantis crossed its arms, and the ice-blue blades erupted with a bone-chilling aura, unleashing its most formidable technique. In an instant, everything within its vicinity was encased in frost, forming an extreme cold domain filled with an aura of relentless slaughter. As the 5 black tendrils entered this frigid realm, they were instantly enveloped in frost, their speed dramatically reduced. The mantis's eyes glimmered with an intensifying thirst for blood as it suddenly swung its blade. Whoosh! A massive ice-blue blade of light burst forth, and the 5 tendrils of black mist froze instantly upon contact, transforming into dark ice pillars. Then came a sharp crack, as they shattered into countless fragments. Yet, this was not the end. A torrent of frigid air surged forth, rapidly advancing along the path of the black mist towards the figure in the black robe. Could this be a domain attack? The cloaked man felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly severed the connection of the black mist at his fingertips. He never anticipated that such an extraordinary insectoid creature would possess an understanding of the martial domain principles akin to that of humans. Truly astonishing. Go. Gu Cha-Ching issued another command. At this opportune moment, the shadow spider, mantis, and tiger bee swiftly darted through the gap in the barrier. You shall not escape my prized insect puppets. The black-robed man regained his composure and suddenly barked a command. Buzzing. Just then, a swarm of dark bees surged in from all directions. A mere horde of ants. With a flick of his withered hand, the black mist erupted like a tidal wave from his palm, instantly engulfing the swarm. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bee soldiers were annihilated. It was precisely due to this brief interruption that the shadow spider and its companions had vanished into the depths of the forest. The ability to control such intelligent insect beasts suggested that their master was no ordinary foe. The black-robed man remained in place, his eyes flickering with a chilling light, ultimately dismissing the thought of pursuing them further. This location had already been detected by the insect master. A change of venue was necessary to lure in fresh prey. In a low murmur to himself, he turned toward the rocky wall and delicately traced a line upon it with his fingertip. Hiss! In an instant, runes blazed to life, revealing cracks once more upon the rock face. However, this time, no tendrils surged forth from within. The cloaked man stepped slowly into the darkness, his form consumed by the shadows. Roar! Before long, a chilling and menacing roar echoed from within the fissure. Under the pressure of this sound wave, the creatures of the forest fled in panic. In midair, the tiger bees, upon hearing this commotion, showed no curiosity but hastened their flight towards the direction of the carriage. What was that sound? The disciples of the Qishuan martial house, having just exited the mountain's periphery, abruptly halted and turned in unison. That cry did not resemble that of a wild beast. It bore a hint of the uncanny. Brother Li is alone over there. Could something have happened? We must hurry to check. In their brief exchange, the sense of foreboding only deepened, prompting them to move swiftly back along their original path. Chapter 70. Triggering the restriction. It is good to be back. Gu Cha-Ching watched as the 3 pets entered the carriage, and his taut nerves finally began to unwind. Recalling the perilous scene in the mountains, he still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Initially, his intent was merely to eliminate the threat posed by Li Chaofeng while simultaneously plundering wealth and treasures. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon the sinister plot of the figure in the black robe, who cunningly lured and slaughtered cultivators under the guise of treasure hunting in ancient tombs to refine blood puppets. Moreover, the strength of that black-robed individual is unfathomable, possessing a cultivation level that likely reaches the profound Yin realm, or perhaps even the terrifying profound Yang realm. Had it not been for the seamless cooperation of the shadow spiders, escaping unscathed would have been nearly impossible. Montgomery, we must depart immediately, Gu Cha-Ching instructed. Fully aware that lingering in this place was unwise, as Montgomery prepared to kindle a fire. Montgomery paused, his firewood clattering to the ground. Just moments ago, he had been told to rest, and now they were to hastily continue their journey. What game was the boss playing? Though curiosity stirred within him, Montgomery refrained from questioning and promptly leapt onto the carriage, cracking the whip to set off. Gu Cha-Ching lifted the carriage curtain, his gaze alertly scanning the distant forest behind them. Only after confirming that the black-robed figure was not in pursuit did he finally relax his guard. He realized, after all, that he was still too weak. Taking a slow, deep breath, Gu Cha-Ching exhaled the pent-up frustration within him. Despite the somewhat disheveled encounter, it only intensified his fervent desire to grow stronger. Whether in creating insectoid monsters or enhancing his own cultivation, he must hasten his pace. Once Gu Chaqing calmed his thoughts, he retrieved the ring belonging to Li Changfeng. As an outer disciple of the seven profound martial house, he must have accumulated a fair amount compared to the named disciples. With a shift in focus, Gu Chaqing's spiritual essence permeated the storage ring. Inside, the items were neatly arranged. The first to catch his eye was a pile of spirit stones, each one crystal clear and shimmering with a faint azure glow, exuding a purer aura than ordinary spirit stones. Their hue indicated they were mid-grade spirit stones. After a thorough examination, he counted over 600. Indeed, there was treasure to be found. Gu Chaqing felt a surge of joy within. The worth of these mid-grade spirit stones was tenfold that of low-grade ones. Additionally, there were various elixirs such as blood chi pills, essence condensation pills, and healing pills, though of lower grade. Their practicality made them essential supplies for martial artists venturing into the world. Such elixirs would fetch a significant sum in the marketplace. Next, Gu Chaqing deftly flipped his wrist and extracted a jade slip. The front bore the 4 seal characters of the 7 profound martial house, while the back read outer disciple Li Changfeng. Undoubtedly, this was the identity token of an outer disciple of the 7 profound martial house. The jade slip he had seized previously, which represented a named disciple, contained the recorded technique of profound sword shattering shadow slash. At that moment, Gu Chaqing, well versed in the process, directed his spiritual energy into the jade slip. Suddenly, as his essence penetrated, the slip radiated a blinding array of runic light, and a surge of intense power surged through the mental link into his consciousness. Gu Chaqing's mind jolted, and he hastily severed the connection. In a dazed state, he took a while to regain his composure, the disorientation gradually fading. It appeared that this jade slip was indeed ensnared with a runic restriction. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Gu Chaqing's eyes. It appeared that the 7 Xianwu sect placed far greater emphasis on outer disciples than on registered disciples. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would likely have sustained a grievous injury to his very soul. Almost simultaneously, within the Fuling Hall of the 7 Xianwu sect, thousands of jade slips hung quietly, each engraved with the identity information of the sect's disciples. Suddenly, a specific jade slip in the outer disciple area quivered gently, erupting with a brilliant crimson glow. It seemed that a restriction had been triggered concerning the jade slips of the outer disciples. Quickly ascertain whose identity token has been activated. A patrolling steward, noticing the commotion, promptly instructed a servant disciple to investigate. Upon reporting back to the steward, the servant announced, "It is the outer disciple Li Changfeng." The steward's brow furrowed. He recalled that Li had recently applied for an external training mission, with elders assigning some newly admitted disciples to accompany him. This is troubling. The steward's expression shifted dramatically, years of experience allowing him to instantly grasp the implications. The triggering of the rune restriction indicated that the identity token had fallen into the hands of an outsider. This meant that Li Changfeng was highly likely to have met with misfortune. Furthermore, as the leading senior brother, if Li truly faced peril, the new disciples accompanying him would undoubtedly be in grave danger as well. Immediately notify the law enforcement hall. The steward's countenance grew serious as he activated a transmission talisman. Speaking in a low tone, outer disciple Li Changfeng is suspected to have been harmed. His identity jade slips restriction has been triggered. The situation is urgent. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Gu Chaqing repeatedly attempted to break the jade slips restriction, yet to no avail. It was not due to a lack of mental strength, but rather because the restriction was exceedingly intricate. Each time he exerted his mental force against it, golden ripples would emanate, dissipating his power entirely. After several forceful attempts, the jade slip's surface even began to show fine cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Faced with such a predicament, he had no choice but to relent. This identity token, inscribed with a name, was best left untouched. Gu Chaqing assessed the jade slip in his hand, weighing the pros and cons. Since it could not be utilized, retaining it posed a risk. It would be wiser to discard it early to avoid unnecessary complications. With this thought, Gu Chaqing promptly cast the jade slip out of the window into the rushing river below. Free from lingering concerns, he silently commanded, "System, convert all spiritual stones." Ding. Detected 650 medium-grade spiritual stones. Conversion in progress. Congratulations on successful conversion, earning 6,500 energy points. Friendly reminder, the host's current energy points have accumulated to 10,000. 2 options can now be activated. At the moment, the system's mechanical voice resonated. A panel suddenly materialized before Gu Chaqing. Options: Shadow Spider Evolution Enhancement consumes 10,000 points. Completing this option will elevate the Shadow Spider to the extraordinary tier, substantially enhancing its combat prowess. Editing the Ghost Moth. Cost 10,000 points. Allows for genetic modification, with effects yet to be revealed, potentially triggering a special evolution. Gu Chaqing pondered briefly, his gaze fixed on the information displayed on the panel. Before he could make a decision, the Shadow Spider interjected, "Master, I can delay my advancement. Let us prioritize the editing of the Ghost Moth." It paused momentarily before adding, "Having more companions means greater strength." "Ah, the spider truly understands me. I adore it." The tiger hornet exclaimed, unabashedly revealing its affection. "I have made my decision. During the next enhancement opportunity, I will allow the praying mantis to prioritize the spider." Upon hearing this, the praying mantis was momentarily taken aback. It quickly regained composure, casting a cold glance at the tiger hornet, yet refrained from further comment. After all, no matter the decision, it was the master who held the final say. "Then, I shall choose the second option." Gu Chaqing smiled slightly, silently chanting, "Begin editing." He had long been eager for the fusion of the Phantom Beast Demon Core and the Ghost Moth. Ding! Successfully extracted the characteristics of the Phantom Beast Demon Core. The monster is now being edited. Chapter 71. The Fourth Insectoid Monster. Ding! Editing successful. Congratulations, host, on creating the fourth insectoid monster. Please name it. Ghost Moth. Upon finalizing the name, a brand new system panel suddenly materialized. Ghost Moth Sequence. 004 level. Extraordinary combat assessment. Its insectoid form is comparable to a human martial artist at the Doubt Realm. Attack skills. Mental illusion. Mimetic transformation. Innate abilities. Immunity to toxins. Capable of casting illusions to confuse enemies and inflict mental damage. Able to mimic any life form it has encountered. To upgrade to Elite, an energy value of 100,000 points is required. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Gu Chaqing's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. The innate abilities of the edited Ghost Moth had indeed perfectly inherited the characteristics of the Phantom Beast's Demon Core. He then shifted his gaze downwards to the two illustrated entries at the bottom. The left illustration depicted the insectoid form, revealing a moth entirely cloaked in darkness. Its wings adorned with enigmatic patterns. The skeletal markings on its back appeared even more sinister and alluring, as if one glance could ensnare the mind. Turning to the right illustration, he was met with a stunning yet chilling humanoid entity. It was tall and possessed a skin that exuded a sickly beauty, pale and translucent. Its face was covered by an exquisite black bone armor, forming a mask that seemed to smile mockingly. From the edges of the mask extended 6 delicate moth antennae, quivering gently with each breath. Most bizarrely, the Ghost Moth's wings fluttered lightly, dispersing luminescent scales that coalesced into various distorted illusions around it. Additionally, the voluptuous bosom, the slender waist that could be grasped, and the pert posterior. All these physical characteristics unmistakably signify femininity. Quite remarkable. Gu Chaqing silently nodded, and with a flicker of thought, summoned it forth. Whoosh! In an instant, a black moth appeared, its wings fluttering gracefully as it alighted upon the windowsill, its wings quivering slightly and shimmering with a faint, dark luster under the moonlight. "Master, how may I serve you?" The slightly effeminate voice of the moth resonated in his mind. "Demonstrate your mimicry abilities," Gu Chaqing instructed. His gaze fixed upon the moth. "Yes, master," the moth replied. Its shadowy eyes scanned the forms of the shadow spider, the mantis, and the hornet. In the next moment, its shape twisted within a dark aura, transforming seamlessly into the likeness of the shadow spider. Its 8 legs were as sharp as blades, its exoskeleton formidable, and even the patterns on its surface were replicated with precision. Gu Chaqing's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Before he could express his awe, the moth had already morphed into the form of the mantis. Its ice blue blades lifted gracefully, emanating an aura of chilling coldness, its shape and demeanor an impeccable match. Then, the moth transformed once more into a massive hornet, its body a striking mix of black and yellow, with a menacingly gleaming stinger. Even the buzzing sound produced by its wings was indistinguishable from that of a genuine hornet. My goodness! The hornet's pupils constricted as it circled the moth, gazing at itself in sheer wonder. "You are female, I am male. Can you truly imitate that?" It lowered its body, leeringly inching closer to the moth, eager to inspect what it perceived as a formidable counterpart. At that moment, the dark aura surged again, and the moth's form swiftly contorted like liquid. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into Gu Chaqing himself, even the attire perfectly replicated. Inside the carriage, 2 Gu Chaqings sat facing each other. "Master, How does this appear? The moth's lips curved slightly, its tone mirroring that of Gu Chaqing himself. The hornet's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at the counterfeit master before it. To its astonishment, it realized that the moth had not only imitated Gu Chaqing's appearance, but had also perfectly replicated the fluctuations of his soul. The shadow spider and mantis instinctively tensed. For standing before them were not mere companions, but two dominators radiating an overwhelming presence. Impressive, Gu Chaqing exclaimed, genuinely amazed. He reached out, cupping his chin, his fingertips brushing against his skin, gliding over the prominence of his Adam's apple, lingering at the carotid artery, beneath the warm skin. Even the rhythm of his pulse was replicated with precision. The moth obediently tilted its face upward, allowing its master to scrutinize every detail. It could even simulate body temperature. After a thorough observation, Gu Chaqing was profoundly shaken. This was no mere imitation. It was as if he had encountered a perfect replica of himself, indistinguishable within the realm of the naked eye, truly another living embodiment of himself. With the mimicry skill of the ghost moth, should future tasks become overwhelming, it could easily serve as a substitute. Besides its appearance, are you capable of imitating the abilities of the original? Gu Chaqing inquired curiously, gazing at the ghost moth before him. The ghost moth shook its head and responded, the mimicry transformation can only replicate the external appearance of the body, and cannot emulate the inner thoughts and potentials of the counterpart. For instance, the martial arts techniques of humans require deep contemplation and arduous practice to be executed. Even if I were to take on your likeness, I would be unable to perform the techniques you have mastered. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing found it to be quite reasonable. After all, if one could easily imitate another and fully replicate their abilities, it would indeed be too extraordinary. However, a thought struck him. If he were to have the ghost moth cultivate the martial techniques he had mastered, it could effectively bridge this gap. In other words, the same could apply to others, making it less likely to be exposed. With this in mind, Gu Chaqing's spirit stirred, and he suddenly activated shared perception, instantly connecting his consciousness with the ghost moth. The essence of the Xianjian Liaoying slash and the profound insights of the dark realm cascaded forth like a rushing river, pouring unreservedly into the ghost moth's spiritual awareness. Thus, the ghost moth, in the form of Gu Chaqing, sat cross-legged within the swaying carriage, closing its eyes in concentration, beginning to absorb the ceaseless martial insights. Thanks to the direct sharing of consciousness from the original, its understanding of the Xianjian Liaoying slash progressed by leaps and bounds. Each strand of sword intent and every wisp of dark realm perception swiftly integrated into the depths of its spiritual awareness like spring rain nourishing the earth. Day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. Inside the carriage, the Gu Chaqing, transformed from the ghost moth, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of dark sword light flashing within his pupils. It was evident that he had completely digested all the abilities Gu Chaqing had learned during this time. Let's go outside and test it, Gu Chaqing said with a serene smile, curious about the ghost moth's progress. Yes, master. The ghost moth nodded respectfully and transformed into a ghostly-faced moth, darting out of the carriage and landing in a secluded patch of grass, then once again morphing into Gu Chaqing's form, with its right hand poised as if grasping something. An iron sword abruptly materialized in its palm. Whoosh! The ghost moth flicked its wrist, and the sword's brilliance surged, suddenly splitting into 12 afterimages, fiercely striking towards a nearby rock. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the dark realm's essence, intertwined with shockwave power, exploded violently, reducing the rock to countless fragments. This technique, the dark Liaoying slash, was strikingly identical to Gu Chaqing's own. It worked. Gu Chaqing's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. This was no mere mimicry. It was a true clone. Without the system's control, the ghost moth was essentially another version of himself. Yet, Gu Chaqing did not feel any unsettling dread about this. The system's design for creating creatures was entirely 100% loyal, harboring no treasonous intentions whatsoever. Subsequently, the ghost moth reverted to its insectoid form and swiftly darted towards the carriage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a sudden and powerful rush of wind echoed from the distant horizon. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he peered through the eyes of the ghost moth. He beheld a dozen massive dark shapes of avian creatures soaring through the air, rapidly approaching the carriage. The inspectors of the 7 Xian martial manors signaled for the carriages below to come to an immediate halt. Chapter 72. Are you Gu Chaqing? Hearing the commotion, Meng Jing abruptly raised his head, his pupils contracting in surprise. A multitude of shadows descended from the skies, revealing themselves to be 12 colossal azure eagles, each with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. They were third-tier demonic beasts, known as the Azure Wind Eagles. Perched atop each eagle were inspectors clad in intricate martial robes. The lead inspector, a middle-aged man, commanded with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. "What should we do, boss?" Meng Jing quickly turned, lowering his voice to seek Gu Changqing's counsel. "Stop," Gu Changqing replied, lifting the carriage curtain and casting a calm gaze upward. Although he felt a twinge of trepidation at the sudden arrival of the inspectors from the Seven Xian martial manor, he reminded himself that he was not the one responsible for Li Changfeng's demise. Thus, he had little to fear. "Have you encountered any disciples of the Seven Xian martial manor on your journey?" The lead inspector, looking down from his elevated position, scrutinized Gu Changqing and Meng Jing with piercing eyes. It was indeed in pursuit of Li Changfeng and his companions. They must have unearthed some irregularity. Gu Changqing's heart sank as he contemplated this. Meng Jing instinctively held his breath, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Changqing. With his boss present, he understood the need for discretion and opted for silence. Everything would be decided by his superior. Disciples of the Seven Xian martial manor? Gu Changqing feigned deep thought for a moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, I encountered them 5 days ago while traversing the northern mountain range. I crossed paths with approximately 14 of your disciples." Upon hearing this, the lead inspector nodded slightly. The number coincided perfectly with the group led by Li Changfeng. "Proceed." With a single command, the 12 Azure Wind Eagles simultaneously flapped their wings, stirring up clouds of dust as they swiftly soared into the distant skies. Gu Changqing gazed at the rapidly vanishing silhouettes of the majestic birds, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. The inspectors of the Seven Xian martial manor traveled in an impressive manner, all riding the same type of aerial mounts. He mused that he ought to acquire one for himself in the future, to spare himself the hassle of long journeys. "Boss, weren't you at odds with those people in the mountains?" Meng Jing, unable to restrain himself any longer, inquired once the inspectors had distanced themselves. "Is it wise to disclose our location so candidly?" Gu Changqing smiled lightly. "If we were to remain silent, our current route would raise even more suspicion. Do you truly believe they were merely inquiring? In truth, they were testing us." A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Meng Jing's eyes. "Are you suggesting that they have already discovered the whereabouts of those disciples?" Gu Changqing replied ambiguously, "It is merely speculation, yet one must always remain vigilant. At times, when the truth must be spoken, one ought to express oneself candidly. Half-truths only serve to obfuscate reality further." Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback, but soon, a look of profound understanding washed over him, and he gazed at Gu Changqing with deep reverence. However, even if one were to probe further, in the face of that terrifying figure cloaked in black, it was likely that all the outer sect disciples would meet a grim fate. Gu Changqing mused silently, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. If that were truly the case, the mysterious figure in black had inadvertently aided him, after all. During the scramble for the illusory demon beast's essence, only a few outer sect disciples had laid eyes upon him, and without witnesses, he would encounter considerably fewer complications. As the carriage continued its journey, the silhouette of a colossal city finally emerged on the horizon as dusk approached. "Boss, ahead lies the imperial capital," Meng Jing exclaimed, abruptly straightening his back, his voice brimming with excitement. With that, he cracked the whip, and the carriage surged forward along the official road. After more than 10 days of relentless travel, he yearned only for a tavern where he could indulge in hearty meats and wine. "Are we nearly there?" Gu Changqing's gaze flickered, yet his heart did not share Meng Jing's exuberance. For the imperial capital was a realm entirely distinct from the border town of Qingzhou. Here, the populace was a medley of diverse backgrounds, aristocratic families intertwined, and myriad factions engaged in both overt and covert struggles. A moment's carelessness could lead to incessant troubles. A tiger wasp darted from the carriage, soaring into the sky, its eyes fixated on the nearby imperial capital. The city loomed in the twilight, reminiscent of a slumbering giant, poised upon the earth. As his gaze extended beyond, he noticed an impressive cluster of buildings nestled against the mountains, strikingly visible 100 miles outside the city. This was the residence of the Seven Xian Martial House. As the Seven Xian Martial House was typically not open to the public, the young aspirants attending the assessments could only await their turn within the city. Upon reaching the towering Tinjiang city gates, Gu Changqing observed that the soldiers bore finely inscribed runes upon their swords, which subtly pulsed with spiritual energy. Even the ordinary city guards were equipped with such high-quality weaponry, attesting to the extraordinary defense of the imperial capital. Gu Changqing discreetly withdrew his gaze, only to hear a commotion erupt at the city gates. The carriages queued to enter were all halted. All carriages entering the city must disembark for inspection. Those who resist shall bear the consequences, boomed a captain of the guards clad in silver light armor. Witnessing this scene, the occupants of the queued carriages quickly complied, dismounting and lining up to enter. When the inspection reached Gu Changqing's carriage, the captain could not help but cast a lingering glance. "From whence do you hail?" he inquired, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Gu Changqing. "What brings you here?" "Qizhou City," Gu Changqing replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "I have come to the imperial capital to engage in some business." Upon hearing the inquiry, the captain's expression shifted slightly as he pressed on. "What is your name?" Gu Changqing's gaze darkened momentarily, a sense of caution welling within him. After all, it was unusual for a routine city inspection to delve into such intricate details. Just as he contemplated this, the captain suddenly lowered his voice. "Are you, perchance, Gu Changqing?" Taken aback, Gu Changqing nodded indifferently, his thoughts already forming a hypothesis. In this imperial capital, there was but one individual with whom he could have any connection, the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan. Chapter 73. A disturbance arises, Master Gu. "You have finally arrived," the captain of the guards declared, his demeanor shifting to one of respect upon confirming Gu Changqing's identity. He cast a discreet glance around before whispering. "His Highness the Sixth Prince has given specific instructions that, should you enter the city, I am to deliver this item to you." With that, he cautiously retrieved a deed from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. "What is this?" Gu Changqing's gaze fell upon the contents of the deed, which prominently bore the name Drunken Cloud Pavilion, located in the bustling southern district of the imperial capital, complete with an official seal. "This is the deed for the tavern prepared for you by His Highness the Sixth Prince," the captain beamed, complimenting. "All you need to do is sign and provide your thumbprint, and this tavern will henceforth belong to you." At these words, Meng Jing was left utterly astonished. The Sixth Prince was indeed generous, gifting an entire tavern. Gu Changqing's expression subtly shifted. He had presumed this was mere politeness, but to his surprise, the promise was fulfilled with such haste. He discreetly stored the deed, smiling as he replied, "Please extend my gratitude to His Highness." The captain, witnessing this, regarded Gu Changqing with incredulity. It must be noted that the Drunken Cloud Pavilion occupied a prime location in the imperial capital, a business that could easily rake in vast sums of gold daily. A common individual, upon receiving such a lavish gift from the Sixth Prince, would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet, this man remained composed, as if he had merely accepted a mundane deed, showing little reverence for the imperial power. "Now, may I enter the city?" Gu Changqing's placid inquiry jolted the captain back to reality. "Of course," he exclaimed, swiftly gesturing for the guards to grant passage. Soon, the carriage glided through the city gates, traversing the broad thoroughfare. Indeed, the imperial capital lived up to its reputation. Gu Changqing marveled as he peered through the carriage window. The city was ablaze with lights under the night sky, with magnificent buildings lining the streets and a ceaseless flow of traffic. The passers-by donned extravagant attire, and numerous formidable warriors wove through the throng. Such prosperity undeniably confirmed its status as the foremost grand city of the Daong dynasty. "Boss, shall we head to the Drunken Cloud Pavilion now?" Ming Jing inquired excitedly, gripping the whip. "Yes, it would be prudent to assess the surroundings," Gu Changqing replied coolly, his focus returning to the deed in his hand. As the saying goes, one must be cautious when accepting favors. He sensed that Chu Linyuan's generous gift held deeper significance. In plain terms, the bond between the two parties has been firmly established. Regardless, they have now found their footing in this grand capital city. After inquiring for directions, Meng Jing skillfully maneuvered the carriage through the streets, and after about an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. It was quite impressive. Gu Changqing alighted from the carriage, gazing with satisfaction at the six-story building before him. In terms of scale, it was at least 100 times superior to the Destiny Medical Hall in Qingzhou City. Good gracious, this Zuiyan Tower is truly magnificent. Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with awe, his tone betraying his astonishment. However, both Gu Changqing and he soon sensed something amiss. It was mealtime, yet the entrance of the tower was eerily desolate, devoid of even a single guest. In stark contrast, the tavern across the street bustled with activity, filled with patrons coming and going. The two establishments were merely 10 paces apart, yet the disparity in business was as vast as a chasm. "Boss, this contrast is simply too stark," Meng Jing exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. "Not to worry," Gu Changqing replied with an unperturbed demeanor. "As long as the establishment is ours, there is no cause for concern." With that, he stepped confidently into Zuiyan Tower. drawing upon the experiences of his past life. Revitalizing this tavern would not pose a challenge for him. However, the most crucial task at hand was to completely rid the establishment of its unsavory elements. Not only did the tavern require a complete transformation, but they also needed to be wary of any potential spies from rival factions lurking within. After all, this would become a clandestine stronghold for the assassin organization, and all personnel involved must be trustworthy. Furthermore, renovations were imperative, including adjustments to the internal structure and the addition of concealed passages to ensure the location could remain discreet while being equipped to handle any unforeseen circumstances. As Gu Chaqing crossed the threshold of Zuayan Tower, he was met with the unsettling sight of an empty foyer, devoid of even a welcoming attendant. The tables and chairs in the main hall were askew, and the place was in disarray. A few staff members huddled in a corner, engrossed in a game of dice, their soiled garments betraying their untidy appearance. A guest has arrived. Meng Jing, noticing the lack of attention, could not restrain himself from calling out. The sudden outburst, however, failed to break the focus of the gambling staff, who continued undeterred. Today, the boss instructed us not to receive any guests. One disheveled attendant replied nonchalantly, brandishing a greasy rag. Please proceed to the tavern across the street. Barely had the words left his mouth when he tossed his right hand, causing the sound of dice rattling in a porcelain bowl to fill the air once more. I now understand why this establishment has no customers, Meng Jing frowned, his voice laced with anger. This place is a den of iniquity. It's a wonder anyone would choose to enter. Gu Chaqing maintained his indifferent expression, slowly advancing toward the counter. Call your manager out. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with the force of thunder, amplified by his inner energy, reverberating in the ears of those present. The gambling attendants trembled, abruptly lifting their heads to regard Gu Chaqing. Who do you think you are? Our manager Lu is not someone you can just summon at will. The man with a scarred face, who was in charge, rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Gu Chaqing and rebuking him. My boss is the new owner of this establishment. Meng Jing strode forward, his towering figure imposing as he approached the man. New owner. The scarred man and his companions were taken aback, incredulously surveying Gu Chaqing. You? After a brief moment of astonishment, they erupted into derisive laughter, completely dismissing Gu Chaqing. Our manager Lu is the cousin of the wet nurse of His Highness the Sixth Prince. He has always managed the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Where do you get the audacity to claim a new owner? You lot should leave this instant, or else we shall not hesitate to show you our displeasure. The scarred man sneered, his arrogance bolstered by a hint of royal connection. You insolent fool! It is you who should leave. Meng Jing growled, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The sharp crack echoed through the room as the scarred man staggered back, blood and broken teeth spraying forth as he fell to the ground, wailing in agony. How dare you strike me? Clutching his swollen cheek, the man pointed at Meng Jing in shock and rage. This is the Sixth Prince's establishment. Your mother. Meng Jing's eyes widened with fury as he seized the scarred man's collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. What do you think you're doing? Let me go? The man flailed helplessly, his feet dangling above the ground in terror. Yet, his slight frame was no match for Meng Jing, who flung him out of the door with ease. Thud! The scarred man tumbled several times on the street before coming to a stop, lying on the ground in a heap, howling in pain. Inside the tavern, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Meng Jing's fierce display left everyone else in shock, their hands trembling as the dice clattered to the floor. If you're going to gamble, at least keep your noise down. Do you wish to die? At that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man descended the stairs, his face twisted in impatience. He had one arm draped around a heavily made-up courtesan while clutching a half-filled wine jug in the other, his eyes glazed with intoxication. Manager Lu, there's trouble brewing. One of the staff, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly reported. Chapter 74. Be ruthless when necessary. Which blind fool dares to cause a ruckus on my territory? Manager Lu bellowed, his rotund belly protruding as he scanned the hall, his gaze landing on Gu Chaqing and Meng Jing. Just these two young brats? His eyes narrowed, brimming with disdain. Lord Lu, did you not say that the Drunken Cloud Pavilion was a gift from His Highness the Sixth Prince? How can anyone dare to create such chaos? The courtesan giggled, snuggling closer to Manager Lu while casting furtive glances at Gu Chaqing, clearly intent on fanning the flames. I am curious to see what audacity you possess. This provocation sent Manager Lu into a fit of rage, and he smashed the wine jug to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. It is no wonder His Highness entrusted this establishment to me, with you parasites feasting here. Gu Chaqing cast a languid glance at Lu Zhongguei and the others, uttering no further words as he slowly spread the land deed upon the counter. Under the flickering candlelight, the vivid red official seal appeared particularly glaring, accompanied by the imperial seal of the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan. Open your eyes and behold. This is the land deed bestowed upon my master by His Highness the sixth prince. Meng Jing bellowed in a coarse voice, from this day forth, my master shall be the new proprietor of the Suiyin Tower. At this proclamation, the staff within the tavern were struck with astonishment. A land deed. Lu Zhonggui's corpulent form stiffened abruptly, the effects of his inebriation swiftly dissipating as he stumbled towards the counter, fixated on the deed with unwavering intensity. This cannot be. Upon seeing the 3 vermilion seals of Chu Linyuan, the flesh on Lu Zhonggui's face twitched uncontrollably. What now? A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Gu Changqing's mouth, his patience for this vermin wearing thin. I have not received any notification whatsoever. You have some audacity to forge a land deed. Lu Zhonggui's complexion flushed crimson, fueled by liquor as he lunged towards the table, seizing the deed with the intent to tear it apart. He had already devised a plan. His cousin was the wet nurse of the sixth prince. Even if this matter escalated, he would merely be seen as having lost his composure due to drink. Moreover, this new master was but a mere youth. If he did not assert his dominance today, who would hold sway in Zuiyin Tower in the future? With a sharp rip. The sound of the deed tearing had barely subsided when a resounding crash erupted. Bang! Meng Jing's iron fist had already struck Lu Zhonggui squarely in the face. In an instant, the man flew backward like a ball of flesh, toppling 3 wooden tables before finally coming to a halt. His mouth filled with shattered teeth and blood spewing forth. Ah, murder! The courtesan was instantly pallid with terror, shrieking as she fled the tavern. How dare you lay a hand on me? Lu Zhonggui curled on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. My cousin is the wet nurse of the sixth prince. You are committing treason. Gu Changqing advanced slowly, his boots crunching over the shards of porcelain, producing a jarring sound. He bent down to retrieve the torn land deed, coldly remarking, a mere wet nurse grants you such audacity. It is a wonder you have survived this long. Do you truly believe that your connections afford you the liberty to act so insolently before me? With a foot planted on Lu Zhonggui's chest. His tone was indifferent, but laced with a chilling, murderous intent. It seems you have chosen the wrong opponent. With that, he exerted sudden force, the weight of his foot descending like 1,000 pounds. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing erupted. And Lu Zhonggui did not even have the chance to scream before his entire chest collapsed in an instant. The force of that kick was perfectly calibrated by Gu Changqing, ensuring that while it inflicted excruciating pain, it did not claim the man's life. At that moment, Lu Zhonggui's face turned ashen, his countenance twisted in agony. Robbed of the strength to even wail. The tavern staff, witnessing this, all gasped in fright. They looked up at Gu Changqing, their eyes filled with trepidation. In the heart of the imperial city, anyone with ties to the royal family was generally afforded a measure of respect, and open confrontations were rare. Yet, the new master before them exhibited no such restraint, displaying a ruthlessness that left no room for doubt. Take this fat pig and promptly vacate my establishment. Gu Changqing stated with a calm demeanor, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. The staff, already terrified, understood that they were being unceremoniously dismissed. None dared linger in such a precarious situation. In a flurry of panic, they hastily carried the hapless manager Lu, dragging him towards the exit, fearful that any delay might lead to a similar fate. Manager Lu, weakened and in agony, lacked the strength to resist, allowing his subordinates to pull him from the tavern like a lifeless swine. Good heavens! Is that not Manager Lu? How could he be so brutally beaten? The crowd gathered outside erupted in astonishment, some even reveling in his misfortune. At the entrance of the Zuiyin Tavern, which had previously been desolate, a throng of onlookers now filled the space, each one brimming with shock and disbelief. Who was this young man? Was he not holding what appeared to be the deed to the Zuiyin Tavern? Had the establishment changed ownership? Among the crowd were astute merchants and noble families, their eyes glinting with curiosity as they speculated on Gu Changqing's identity. To act so brazenly in the imperial capital, one either possessed formidable connections or was utterly mad. Even more astonishing was the torn deed in Gu Changqing's hand, which bore the seal of the sixth prince's transfer. From this day forth, I am the new owner of Zuiyin Tavern, he declared, surveying the crowd with a slight smile. I hope you will grace the opening day with your presence. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. The Zuiyin Tavern had long been notorious for its poor service and lackluster signature dishes, and many wondered how he could hope to succeed in business. Surely, he was setting himself up for failure. Indeed, A taverness reputation was paramount. Mere connections and influence were of little consequence. As the crowd exchanged their thoughts in animated chatter, they gradually dispersed. Before long, the entrance returned to its previous desolation. With even the stray dogs disinterested. "Boss, it seems we've finally cleared out the trash," Meng Jing remarked, grinning broadly behind Gu Chaqing, his resolute face radiating satisfaction. Though the commotion had been considerable, he recognized the necessity of firmness in establishing oneself. Otherwise, one would be perceived as a soft target, inviting trouble from every corner. In this regard, Meng Jing held deep admiration for his boss's decisive methods. This was merely the beginning. Much work lay ahead. Gu Chaqing maintained an air of composure, his gaze leisurely sweeping across the tavern's interior as he contemplated his next steps. In order to transform this restaurant into a clandestine stronghold for assassins, it is imperative to infuse it with an atmosphere of liveliness. Otherwise, a desolate establishment frequented by suspicious figures would inevitably draw attention. Chapter 75. Discovery of the target disheveled and dilapidated. Gu Chaqing stood in the center of the hall, surveying the surroundings with a disapproving shake of his head. Although Zuiyun Tower boasted ample space, its decor was woefully outdated, and a foul mustiness lingered in the air. In such an environment, even he would not choose to dine here, let alone the aristocrats who value grandeur. It was evident that the proprietor, Liu, and his ilk were more concerned with lining their own pockets than with the establishment's management. "Boss, what should we do next?" "Please give your orders," Meng Jing said, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a thorough cleaning. "That won't be necessary," Gu Chaqing replied coolly. "You need to gather a skilled group of craftsmen. The wages are not a concern. What matters is speed." He then shifted his tone. "Additionally, send word to Fong Baiyu and Zhao Rong, instructing them to come to the capital post-haste." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Meng Jing responded with a nod before hastily departing the restaurant. Alone in the empty hall, Gu Chaqing's gaze grew solemn. With just over 20 days remaining until the assessment at the 7 Xuanwu mansion, and the capital poised to experience a surge in foot traffic, Zuiyun Tower must seize this opportunity to attract an influx of patrons. Only then could it swiftly revitalize its image and reverse its decline. Throughout the night, Gu Chaqing meticulously drafted a renovation plan for the restaurant. The first floor would undergo a complete reconfiguration, enhancing the layout with private booths and significantly improving the lighting to create a more open and inviting space. The second and third floors would be converted into private dining rooms, ensuring both intimacy and elegance for the guests. The fourth floor and above would be designated as a covert area for the assassin organization, equipped with secret passages for the discreet movement of its members. The topmost sixth floor, however, would serve as his private sanctuary. By the following day, Meng Jing had assembled a large group of skilled artisans at Zuiyun Tower. Without waiting for an auspicious day, Gu Chaqing ordered the renovations to commence immediately. Motivated by triple wages, the craftsmen worked with fervor, each one diligently applying themselves without a hint of lethargy, laboring tirelessly to complete the work. With Meng Jing overseeing the operations, Gu Chaqing turned his attention to his own affairs. He stood by the window on the top floor of Zuiyun Tower, gazing intently at an opulent residence in the distance. That was the Earl's mansion of the Ma family. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he retrieved an assassination mission from his storage ring. Target: Ma Xiao. Identity: heir of the Ma family, son of the current Earl. Strength: peak of the innate realm. Location: Daong Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Recent movements: participating in the recruitment assessment at the 7 Xuanwu mansion next month. Mission directive: execute the assassination on the day of the assessment. Reward: 500,000 silver notes. At the bottom of the parchment lies the portrait of a young man with a sullen visage, his brow conveying a hint of arrogance. Although the prey possesses little strength, the assassination location presents certain challenges. Gu Chaqing's gaze is profound as he focuses on the details of the mission, his mind in contemplation. After all, the 7 Xuanwu mansion is no ordinary place, teeming with formidable experts. Executing a strike there requires meticulous strategy, allowing for no missteps. Ghost Moth, seek the prey. Gu Chaqing softly commands, having already devised a preliminary plan. With a swift motion, Ghost Moth darts forth at the received instruction. Amidst swirling black mist, it instantaneously transforms into a small fly, hastening towards the Ma mansion. Though the time for assassination has yet to arrive, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate Ma Zhao's background to ensure absolute certainty. A moment later, Ghost Moth, in its fly form, stealthily infiltrates the interior of the Ma mansion. It flits through courtyards and corridors, eavesdropping on the casual chatter of the mansion's servants, learning that Ma Xiao resides in the northern courtyard. to avoid alarming the target. Gu Chaqing instructs Ghost Moth to remain concealed for the time being, quietly observing. Through the shared perception of Ghost Moth, he faintly detects several powerful auras concealed within the mansion, indicating the presence of skilled individuals. As night falls, Ghost Moth takes to the air, silently flying towards the northern courtyard. Upon arrival, it astutely senses an anomaly. A gaunt man is seen sneaking into the master bedroom, laboring under the weight of a bulging burlap sack. Gu Changqing's attention is immediately drawn to this sight. The outline of the sack distinctly suggests it contains a person, and judging by the diminutive figure, it appears to be a child. Subsequently, the gaunt man approaches the adjacent training room and lightly knocks on the door. "Young master, your toy for tonight has been delivered to the master bedroom," he whispers, bowing with a sycophantic demeanor. "Very well, you may leave," a detached voice responds from within, laced with a barely concealed excitement. Once the gaunt man departs, the door swings open, revealing a young man in splendid attire with a dark countenance. He is Ma Xiao, the heir of the Moth family. "Master, target located." Ghost Moth swiftly shifts its focus, locking onto Ma Xiao's figure. "Continue to monitor, remain concealed," Gu Changqing instructs with a flicker of his gaze. "Yes, master." Ghost Moth gently flutters its delicate wings, silently tailing Ma Xiao into the master bedroom, absorbing all that transpires within. The burlap sack, which the gaunt man had carried in, now rests beside the bed. "Let me go. I want to go home." The sack quivers slightly, emitting the plaintive cries of a child. Ma Xiao raises an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the sound, sauntering over with leisurely steps. "This toy is rather interesting," he chuckles, yet the implications of his words chill Gu Chaqing to the core. As the words fell, Ma Xiao abruptly tore open the sack, and a girl of approximately 10 tumbled out. Her delicate skin and exquisite features were marred by the terror reflected in her beautiful, large eyes. "Big brother, please let me go," she pleaded, her tear-streaked face quivering as she shrank back until her back pressed against the bed, with nowhere else to retreat. Ma Xiao, towering above her, scrutinized her before suddenly grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Let you go?" "Certainly," he replied with a playful smile, taunting. "As long as you can endure tonight, I might consider it." Gu Changqing's eyes darkened with cold intensity. The sight before him ignited a growing murderous intent within his heart. However, the assassination mission dictated that the strike must occur at the designated location and time during the day of the 7 Xian Martial Academy assessment. To act now would be a breach of contract. Furrowing his brow, Gu Changqing swiftly pondered his options. "Do not fear. I am the most understanding of delicate beauties," Ma Xiao remarked, casually producing a whip, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. He slowly advanced towards the girl cowering in the corner of the bed. And just as the whip was about to descend, "Young master, the family head urgently seeks your presence." At that moment, a hurried knock resounded from outside the door, interrupting Ma Xiao's actions. He frowned, questioning, "Father? What could he want?" "It is said that there has been a change concerning the 7 Xian Martial Academy assessment, and you are to proceed to the council chamber immediately." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiao suppressed his inner desires, clearly unwilling to procrastinate. "Little beauty, wait for my return. We shall play together slowly then." With that, he struck the girl unconscious with a single blow and discarded the whip from his hand. As the door opened, the gaunt man who had previously announced his arrival stood hunched outside, bowing respectfully. "Keep a close watch. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath upon my return." Ma Xiao cast a dark glance at him, issuing the command. "Rest assured, young master, I will stake my life on it," the gaunt man replied with a sycophantic nod. However, as Ma Xiao turned to leave, a flicker of concealed malice glinted in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 76. Was that Ma Tianxiong's voice? Ghost Moth. Move swiftly and avoid detection. With the diversion successfully executed, Gu Changqing promptly instructed. Undoubtedly, the gaunt man was a counterfeit transformed by Ghost Moth. Ghost Moth swiftly entered the room, hastily stuffing the unconscious girl into the sack. As he exited, his form abruptly twisted and morphed. In an instant, he transformed into an eagle, its sharp claws gripping the sack as it soared into the night sky, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Bang! Shortly thereafter, Ma Xiao stormed back into the room, furious as he kicked the door open. While en route to the council chamber, he had learned from the steward that his father had yet to return home, realizing he had been deceived. "Where is she?" Ma Xiao glared at the empty room, his face ashen. "Zhao Wu, get over here, now." His roar echoed throughout the northern courtyard. In but a moment, a gaunt figure tumbled into the doorway. None other than Zhao Wu, who had earlier borne the burlap sacks. Upon witnessing Ma Zhao's seething fury, the slender man appeared visibly anxious, utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. "Where's the person I instructed you to watch?" Ma Zhao demanded, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground, his voice laced with menace. Zhao Wu's legs dangled in the air, his eyes wide with terror. "I don't know. I delivered the goods to you, and then returned to rest." "Preposterous," Ma Zhao retorted darkly. "You clearly misrepresented the master's orders to deceive me into leaving, only to release that little girl." The frail man, bewildered, exclaimed, "I am wronged. I have always been loyal to you, and would never dare." But before he could finish, the sickening crunch of shattering bone echoed through the air. In his rage, Ma Zhao had exerted too much force and crushed Zhao Wu's throat. Instantly, the emaciated body crumpled to the floor, devoid of life. As Ma Zhao regained his composure, a furrow creased his brow, and he suddenly perceived the oddity of the situation. Zhao Wu had always been obedient to him, even with tenfold courage. He would not dare to impersonate the master's command. Moreover, it was Zhao Wu who had personally abducted the little girl. If he wished to release her, why concoct such a convoluted ruse? The logic simply did not add up. Yet, the individual he had confronted bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Wu in stature, tone, and even the scar on his right cheek. It seemed implausible that any disguise could be so perfectly executed. Regrettably, he had already killed him. Otherwise, he could have sought clarity. Casting a sidelong glance at the corpse, Ma Zhao felt a flicker of doubt, yet he harbored no remorse. Merely a lowly slave. What was the difference between killing him and slaughtering a chicken or duck? Meanwhile, in the alley outside the estate, a burlap sack gently thudded to the ground. The demon moth transformed into an eagle, contorting in the moonlight, and swiftly shrank into a black fly, spiraling upwards. "Master, the task you assigned has been accomplished. Shall I continue to monitor the prey?" "Yes, maintain constant surveillance," Gu Chaqing commanded without hesitation. He stood by the window, gazing into the distance at the Ma residence, a chill evident in his eyes. Gu Chaqing did not consider himself a saint nor a paragon of virtue. However, he found it impossible to suppress his conscience tonight. Even if it meant violating the principles of his covert observations, he felt compelled to rescue the little girl. To turn a blind eye and refrain from acting would render him less than human. Moreover, in the pursuit of martial arts, one must guard against any blemish in one's state of mind. Should he refrain from intervening tonight, it would surely become a festering wound, potentially morphing into a heart demon that obstructed his martial advancement. Both righteous and wicked. Acting in accordance with one's heart is the greatest crucible for a practitioner to break through their limitations. With a sudden rush, the fly, having transformed from the demon moth, flapped its wings and darted back into the confines of the Ma estate. It glided silently through the corridor until it sensed a formidable aura approaching from the direction of the main entrance. This presence was profound and heavy, surpassing the realm of mere mortals, indicating at least a Yuan Dan-level expert. The ghost moth swiftly concealed itself against the wall, following the scent to the main entrance of the Ma residence. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe strode in with authority, his countenance formidable and his gaze piercing. This man was none other than Ma Tianxiong, the head of the Ma family. "Master." The old steward hastily approached, his expression grave. Ma Tianxiong halted his steps and coldly inquired, "What is it?" In a hushed tone, the steward replied, "Just now, the young master was furious, claiming someone had falsely conveyed your orders, deceiving him into going to the council hall." A glint of cold light flickered in Ma Tianxiong's eyes. Who dares to be so audacious within this estate? The steward sighed heavily. "Zhao Wu, he is the young master's personal attendant." In a fit of rage, "The young master killed him." Ma Tianxing scoffed disdainfully. "A mere servant, dead or alive, matters not." Yet soon, a frown creased his brow. But how could that servant deceive Xiaojun? What ulterior motive lies behind this? The young master did not elaborate, and this old servant is also unaware. The steward shook his head. He then lowered his voice. Could it be related to the Tiangong pavilion? Silence. Ma Tianxing interrupted sharply, his expression darkening. "This matter will be discussed later. Let us proceed to the secret chamber," he ordered. "Immediately issue commands to seal the estate and conduct a thorough investigation of all suspicious individuals. Additionally, increase surveillance on the young master. The examination at the 7 Xuanwu mansion is imminent. We cannot afford any unforeseen complications." With that, Ma Tianxiong abruptly flicked his sleeve and strode away. The plan was about to unfold, and he could allow no room for error. The old steward, sweating profusely, cautiously scanned the surroundings before hastily following the master to the secret chamber. Unbeknownst to them, Their conversation had been entirely witnessed by the ghost moth. How could those two be aware of the Tiangong Pavilion? Gu Chaqing was taken aback, his mind awash with suspicion. The name of the Tiangong Pavilion, a notorious assassin group, was merely a fabrication he had conjured while in Qizhou City to address Zhao Rong and the mysterious employer. Logically, while Zhao Rong, in her capacity as an agent, could have propagated the name of the Tiangong Pavilion in the black market, the speed of information dissemination in the imperial capital seemed uncharacteristically rapid, unless there were hidden circumstances. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Chaqing found the situation increasingly perplexing. After all, Ma Tianxiang was Ma Xiaojuan's father. Now that he was aware of the Tiangong Pavilion's existence, did he also learn of the imminent assassination of Ma Xiaojun? Buzz. Just as Gu Chaqing pondered this, the sound transmission jade talisman within his storage ring suddenly trembled. Upon activation, a grim voice pierced his eardrums. Has your Tiangong Pavilion acted on its own? I distinctly emphasized that the assassination must wait until the day of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion examination. At the moment he heard those words, Gu Chaqing's heart jolted violently. This was unmistakably the voice of Ma Tianxiang. Chapter 77. All preparations complete, you must provide me with an explanation today. Listening to the aggressive tone from the other end, Gu Chaqing realized with certainty that it was indeed Ma Tianxiang. In an instant, his thoughts surged, and he was profoundly shaken. Although the intentions of the other party remain shrouded in mystery, the act of hiring an assassin organization to commit filicide is undeniably explosive. Why are you silent? Ma Tianxiang's voice from the jade talisman was steeped in gloom. Gu Chaqing took a slow, deep breath and replied coldly, the target has yet to be attacked. On what grounds should I provide an explanation? If there is no concrete evidence, refrain from casting baseless aspersions on the Tianji Pavilion. Next time, ascertain the facts before coming to accuse me. Cease this empty display of power. Gu Chaqing's tone was resolute, and after speaking, he abruptly severed the communication with Yu Fu. Tonight's operation, though bewildering, saw the ghost moth leave not a trace of its whereabouts. It merely disguised itself as Zhao would have misled Ma Xiao, quietly rescuing the young girl in the process. However, Zhao Wu has now been slain by Ma Xiao, leaving no witnesses to verify the events, thus making accountability a moot point. In his view, Ma Tianxiang was merely anxious about potential changes in the plan and had come to issue a warning. What could be the ulterior motive behind the assassination on the day of the 7 Xian Marshal Mansion assessment? Gu Chaqing gazed at the jade talisman in his hand, lost in thought. If the intention was to sabotage the assessment, sacrificing his own son in the process defies logic. Gu Chaqing pondered for a moment. Yet he could not unravel the intricacies of the situation. Since clarity eluded him, he decided against exhausting his mental faculties with further speculation, casually stowing the talisman into his storage ring. As long as the reward was substantial, it mattered not whom they targeted. Gu Chaqing calmed his mind, sitting cross-legged upon his bed, and began to concentrate on his cultivation. Although he lacked the assistance of 6th-grade techniques and would thus find it challenging to break through his current limitations, he understood well that the foundation of cultivation is paramount. Only in this manner, when he later acquires the techniques, can he achieve results with half the effort and reap the rewards effortlessly. As his thoughts settled, his true essence flowed unceasingly through his meridians, repeatedly refining his energy, honing his bones, and condensing every strand of power to its utmost. Day after day, Gu Chaqing immersed himself entirely in his training, his aura steadily growing denser. Meanwhile, the ghost moth continued to lurk in the form of a fly within the Ma residence, remaining ever vigilant, monitoring Ma Zhao's every move. Perhaps due to Ma Tianxiang dispatching individuals to closely observe his routine, the ghost moth had been somewhat subdued during this period, refraining from seeking out those so-called toys. During this time, Feng Baiyu and Zhao Rong also arrived in the imperial capital, bringing along a cadre of intelligence personnel, including several assassins recruited from the black market. However, the operations of the Tianji Pavilion had yet to fully unfold. Thus, these assassins were temporarily assigned to pose as employees of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. As for the intelligence personnel, they infiltrated various prominent families in the capital under the guise of job seekers, covertly establishing a network of information. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The renovations of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion were now complete, presenting a refreshed and vibrant facade. On the top floor of the building, Gu Chaqing stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the bustling market below. As the date of the 7 Xian Marshal Mansion assessment approached, the city grew ever more lively. Young warriors are seen everywhere on the streets, each brimming with vitality. Boss, everything in the store has been arranged according to your instructions, and we are ready. Meng Jing approached, seeking clarification. Shall we open today? Since everything is in place, let us commence, Gu Chongqing replied with a serene smile. Then turned to Meng Jing and instructed, remember, our establishment is launching a colorful honeyball lottery. The first 20 customers to enter will receive priority lottery tickets. Subsequent patrons must spend at least 2,000 silver coins to participate. Meng Jing nodded earnestly, understood. As he reached the grand hall on the first floor, Fang Baiyu hastened over, curiosity etched on his face. Jing, why is there an iron pot on every table? What's more puzzling? Fang Baiyu pointed to the base of the pot, which was supported by a stove inscribed with fire runes. What kind of dining method is this? Zhao Rong, standing nearby, also gazed at the scene in bewilderment. Hot pot, Meng Jing grinned. We simply provide the ingredients and seasonings. There is no need to hire a chef. It's not only convenient but allows diners to control the cooking to their liking. As he spoke, he casually lifted the lid of one iron pot, releasing a plume of steam infused with fragrant spices. Hot pot. Zhao Rong and Fang Baiyu exchanged glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Meng Jing, having experienced the delights of this novel dish alongside Gu Chongqing not long ago, was familiar with its allure. However, for the two of them, it was a completely new concept. By the way, please call me Manager Meng from now on. Meng Jing adjusted his new manager's attire and winked at Fang Baiyu. Let us go, the boss has instructed us to open. With that, he strode towards the entrance, radiating joy alongside several staff members. Look at his smugness. He is more proud than I am, Fang Baiyu remarked, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Zhao Rong chuckled softly, her gaze filled with pride. After all, who would have imagined that not long ago, Meng Jing was merely an ordinary coachman? And now he had transformed into the manager of the bustling Zueyan Tower in the heart of the imperial city? And this position was no trivial matter, on the surface. He was the manager of a tavern, but beneath it lay a critical nexus between the Tiangong Pavilion and Zueyan Tower. Moments later, outside Zueyan Tower, firecrackers erupted in a cacophony. A massive red silk cloth was unveiled, revealing a sign that gleamed with golden letters, Grand Opening of Zueyan Tower, Enjoy Lingyan Hot Pot. When colorful honeyballs seize extraordinary opportunities, passers-by halted, astonished by the transformed Zueyan Tower. Isn't this the dilapidated establishment from before? How did it suddenly change? I heard it has a new owner. The previous manager Liu and all the staff were dismissed. Outside the tavern, the crowd grew denser, buzzing with chatter. Colorful honeyballs? What are they? These pills are remarkable. Recently, they gained immense popularity in Chizhou City for their combined healing, detoxifying, and beautifying effects, fetching a high price at the bidding in the Liu family's Jinhai Pavilion. Indeed, particularly in the realm of beauty, the effects are remarkably immediate. It is astonishing to discover that the new proprietor of the Zueyan Tower possesses the 7-colored honey pill. Observing the atmosphere becoming lively, Meng Jing exclaimed, esteemed guests, on this momentous day of our grand opening, the first 20 patrons to make a purchase will have the opportunity to enter a lottery. Furthermore, those who spend over 2,000 silver coins will also be eligible to participate. The 7-colored honey pill, a secret elixir of Zueyan Tower, boasts the ability to cure a multitude of ailments and enhance beauty. There are even tales of individuals who have transcended their cultivation bottlenecks due to its miraculous effects. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Regardless of gender, everyone was captivated by the allure of its extraordinary benefits. Is it true? Can a single pill possess such myriad effects? It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After all, the first 20 guests can enter the lottery. If it is a ruse, we shall demolish this establishment. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, eager to enter Zueyan Tower. On the top floor, Gu Chongqing listened to the murmurs of skepticism from below, feeling rather unconvinced. The 7-colored honey pill was merely a gimmick to attract customers. The true draw would be the hot pot. He was confident that this novel dining experience, paired with a secret sauce, would undoubtedly ignite a wave of excitement in the imperial capital. Standing by the window, his gaze swept the surroundings until it fell upon a luxurious carriage approaching the street corner. The design of the carriage was familiar to him. It belonged to the 6th prince, Chu Linyuan. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, feeling a distinct indifference toward the arrival of this prince. After all, the closer their paths intertwined, the more susceptible they would be to the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. And he had no desire to become entangled in the murky waters of the imperial power struggle. Chapter 78. Old Master Sure, what do you mean? Inside the Zueyan Tower, as the throng entered the establishment, dish after dish of ingredients were brought to the tables. The runes inscribed on the pot activated, igniting a ghostly blue flame, causing a rich broth to bubble and waft enticing aromas. The first batch of customers found their designated seats. "Why is there a pot of soup on the table?" one curious guest inquired. "This is the Spirit Flame Hot Pot," Meng Jing explained with a smile. Made with beast meat and vegetables, combined with a specially crafted medicinal broth, it is not only delicious but also nourishing for the body. Feel free to add any ingredients into the broth as you wish. The guests exchanged glances, having never encountered such an innovative way of dining. The first 20 patrons could dine first, and after settling their bills, they could enter the lottery. As Meng Jing spoke, he placed the lottery box on the counter. "Don't dawdle. I want to draw now." A wealthy lady with a face full of spots huffed impatiently. "Hurry up." With that, she casually tossed a stack of silver notes onto the table. Meng Jing's eyes gleamed at the sight of the currency, and he grinned. "Madam, your generosity allows for an exception." He turned to lift the lottery box, discreetly pressing a mechanism at the bottom, activating a hidden compartment within. "Please," he said, presenting the lottery box with both hands, while the compartment had already been switched to contain specially crafted prize balls. These prize balls are all capable of winning the grand prize, the colorful honey pill. The wealthy lady's hand delved into the box's opening, and after a moment of rummaging, she finally retrieved a golden prize ball. "Congratulations, madam, you have won," Meng Jing announced loudly, as if he had everything under control. "I am so fortunate." The wealthy lady's eyes sparkled, her expression filled with excitement. Yet, upon seeing the colorful honey pill that Meng Jing had taken out, she was momentarily stunned. The pill, vibrant in color, was no larger than a grain of rice, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. This tiny thing could hardly fill a gap between teeth. And yet it was called a miraculous pill? The crowd erupted in laughter, clearly a trick to deceive. Fortunately, I remained rational and did not vie for one of the top 20 lottery spots. The hall filled with jeers, causing a bit of chaos. At that moment, Chu Lingyuan's figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the shop. Gu's craftsmanship is commendable, but this business approach. He surveyed the disordered scene, shaking his head slightly, as if it had gone awry. "Young man, one must not judge solely by appearances." A weathered voice suddenly echoed in his mind, prompting Chu Linyuan to instinctively lower his gaze to the black ring on his hand. "Old stone, what do you mean?" Chu Linyuan pondered internally, directing his gaze toward the mocked colorful honey pill. Could it be that this small pill truly possessed some extraordinary efficacy? Indeed. I just used my spiritual power to probe it. While small, this pill's medicinal properties are remarkably pure, at least of the 5th-tier spiritual pill standard. The voice of Old Stone within the ring conveyed a hint of surprise. To concentrate the medicinal power to such an extent reveals the skill of the alchemist. It seems that Gu Chongqing is not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Chu Linyuan's expression shifted slightly, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. The wealthy lady, having regained her senses, seemed oblivious to the surrounding skepticism and instead breathed with excitement. For the rumored colorful honey pill was indeed supposed to be as small as a grain of rice. Trembling, she grasped the colorful honey pill and unhesitatingly placed it into her mouth. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on her face. The moment the pill touched her tongue, an astonishing transformation occurred. The lady's sagging facial skin began to tighten, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gradually smoothing out, and even the spots on her face faded at a visibly rapid pace. "I am becoming younger. I am truly becoming beautiful." As the wealthy lady let out a surprised scream before the bronze mirror, the crowd in the hall erupted in fervor. This pill indeed possesses miraculous effects. Witnessing this scene, Chu Linyuan could not help but express genuine admiration. As for the results, I believe everyone is already aware. Meng Jing stood beside the wealthy lady and seized the moment to speak. Those wishing to participate in the lottery may come to draw a prize ball after finishing. Winning or losing depends solely on one's luck. With that, he cast his gaze toward the crowd outside the shop, announcing that any customer spending 2,000 silver coins at this establishment could also take part in the lottery. Opportunities are limited. First come, first served. Now, please indulge in our signature hot pot. As soon as his words fell, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. The 6th prince. Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze abruptly landing on Chu Linyuan, just as he was about to step forward to greet him. Chu Linyuan turned around with a faint smile and departed, seemingly with no intention of entering the establishment. My goodness, this is simply exquisite. Soon, the first batch of customers finally picked up their chopsticks. As the tender slices of meat were swished through the bubbling broth and dipped into the specially crafted sauce before entering their mouths, their eyes widened in astonishment. Refreshingly delicious. and the sauce was simply divine. Indeed, this broth was both savory and spicy, becoming increasingly addictive with every bite. With praises resounding, the initially skeptical crowd was swiftly galvanized into action, rushing into the establishment for fear of missing out on a seat. In a matter of moments, the grand hall of Zhuiyun Tower was filled to capacity, every table occupied. The proprietor's business acumen was truly remarkable. Fang Baiyu stood in the corridor on the third floor, his face brimming with admiration. However, the cost of the hot pot's medicinal broth was not negligible. Could they truly recoup their investment? Upon learning of the ingredients, he subtly shook his head. Zhao Rong smiled with a hint of femininity. With such a narrow perspective, you fall short of the proprietor's foresight. What do you mean by that? Fang Baiyu asked, puzzled. Isn't the purpose of business to make a profit? Zhao Rong lowered her voice. Consider this. Once Zhuiyun Tower's reputation is established, the influential figures within the city, including individuals from various sectors, will routinely dine here. And their every action will become a source of intelligence for Tianji Pavilion. Fang Baiyu suddenly understood, his admiration for Gu Chongqing's strategy deepening. Chapter 79. What are you? On the second day of Zhuiyun Tower's opening, the fame of the 7-colored honey pills and Lingyan hot pot had already swept through the imperial capital like wildfire. The once desolate shop was now lined with long queues even deep into the night. Such intense labor would likely overwhelm ordinary staff. But the dozen or so employees at Zhuiyun Tower were far from ordinary. Each possessed the strength of a post-natal realm assassin, robust and capable. This arduous work was as effortless for them as drinking water. However, amidst their busyness, these assassins couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Am I not an assassin? How did I become a shop assistant? At this moment, in the hall on the top floor of the building, Gu Chongqing sat at the head of the table. His gaze calm as he looked at Fang Baiyu, Meng Jing, and Zhao Rong, who had come to report. From now on, the business of Zhuiyun Tower will be managed by Meng Jing, while you two will assist discreetly in your spare time. Gu Chongqing spoke in a measured tone. I shall not appear before the newly recruited assassins. Zhao Rong will select loyal and reliable members to form the Dark Blade and have full authority over their deployment. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Fang Baiyu. Instructing, the intelligence network must be perfected as soon as possible. There must be no oversight in the collection of task information. Furthermore, aside from the recent underhanded dealings at the Qishuan Wufu, you are to exercise your own judgment in ordinary matters from now on. However, should any intricate issues arise, you must report them immediately. Meng Jing and the other two nodded respectfully, acknowledging their master's wishes. They were acutely aware that their employer intended to take a step back. As the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had begun to take shape, on the surface, the Drunken Cloud Tower served as the central hub, responsible for the transmission of information. Behind the scenes, Fang Baiyu's intelligence network operated in tandem with Zhao Rong's shadowy assassins, one for reconnaissance and the other for elimination, complementing each other seamlessly. Were it not for any troublesome dealings, Gu Chongqing, the enigmatic leader from behind the curtain, could indeed afford to relax. Enough of this. You may return to your tasks. Gu Chongqing waved his hand, opting for silence. After dismissing the trio, he rose and entered the inner chamber, pressing a specific blue brick on the wall with a gentle touch. As the mechanism activated with a series of clicks, a hidden passage slowly revealed itself. Gu Chongqing stepped inside, and the wall seamlessly sealed behind him. Moments later, he emerged in the back alley of the Drunken Cloud Tower. Master, there are numerous individuals lurking nearby, keeping a watchful eye on your establishment. As he reached the main street, a voice echoed in Gu Chongqing's mind. Belonging to the Tiger Bee, he remained composed, scanning his surroundings, and indeed, detected something amiss. Through the window of a nearby tea house, a gaunt man appeared to sip tea. Yet his cup remained untouched for quite some time, his gaze frequently darting toward the entrance of the Drunken Cloud Tower. Additionally, several loitering pedestrians seemed to have a vested interest, their footsteps lingering near the establishment. So many spies. Gu Chongqing's expression sharpened. Pondering to himself, the allure of the Drunken Cloud Tower has evidently attracted considerable attention. However, he remained unfazed. Most of these individuals were likely scouts dispatched by rival establishments, incapable of stirring any real trouble. Moreover, the staff at the Drunken Cloud Tower consisted of ruthless assassins. Should any foolish soul dare to create a disturbance, they would be left to their own devices. With that thought, Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze, blending naturally into the flow of pedestrians on the street, intending to procure some spirit stones to convert into energy. Among his 4 pets, only the shadow spider exhibited the weakest prowess. With merely 3 days remaining until the assessment at Qishuan Wufu, it was imperative to enhance their overall combat strength to increase their chances of success. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache appeared at the very spot where Gu Changqing had just stood. A foreigner dares to encroach upon our Juxiang pavilion's business? The man's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the drunken cloud tower, teeth clenched in frustration. He turned to his subordinate beside him and spoke coldly. Investigate the background of the new owner of the drunken cloud tower. I am keen to discover what connections that young man possesses. The subordinate promptly bowed in response. Yes, Steward Wang. If he is merely an ignorant upstart, he shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. Steward Wang's tone dripped with animosity, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Having spoken, he abruptly flicked his sleeves and strode purposefully towards the aroma pavilion. To his astonishment, the usually bustling establishment was eerily quiet that night. As Steward Wang approached the entrance of his own shop, the stark contrast with the lively scene at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion ignited a fierce fire in his eyes. Within 3 days, he vowed to bring the Drunken Cloud Pavilion to its knees. As night deepened, the opulence of the imperial city remained undiminished. Gu Changqing traversed the bustling streets until he arrived at a shop named Wanbao Building, the largest trading venue for spiritual materials in the city, offering an extensive array of spirit stones, armaments, and talismans. For those willing to pay the price, even the rarest treasures could be procured. Crossing the threshold of Wanbao Building, Gu Changqing was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The interior was brightly lit, showcasing an array of spiritual materials glimmering on sandalwood shelves. However, as his gaze swept over the price tags, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The prices were staggering, with the lowest starting in the 6 figures, and many items soaring into the millions. Instinctively, Gu Changqing assessed his savings within his storage ring, more than 1 million silver notes. Enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. Yet, within Wanbao Building, even a single piece of premium spiritual material seemed beyond his reach. The path of martial cultivation, indeed, proved to be a costly endeavor. Reflecting on this, Gu Changqing could not help but marvel at the impressive foundation of Wanbao Building. The value of the treasures displayed could easily purchase an entire commercial street in the most affluent area of the imperial city. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? A young female attendant approached with a professional smile, as Gu Changqing pondered his next move. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, he replied succinctly, averting his gaze from the other treasures, intending to return when he was more financially secure to select suitable materials for crafting new insectoid monsters. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The attendant slightly bowed and turned towards the counter at the back, while Gu Changqing awaited her return. A group of young martial artists entered the shop, their eyes roving over the dazzling array of spiritual materials and armaments, filled with awe. The Lu family truly deserved their reputation as the foremost family in the Daong dynasty. Even Wanbao Building was but a mere fraction of their empire. It was rumored that Lu Shuanger, the Lu family's daughter, had been earmarked for recruitment by the 7 Mysteries Martial Academy, a cause for envy among many. If we can pass this assessment, we'll be considered senior and junior disciples thereafter, one of the young warriors remarked, laughter lacing his voice. Gu Changqing's gaze flickered at the mention, surprised to learn that Wanbao Building was indeed part of the Lu family's enterprises. He then pondered, I wonder if this VIP card will hold any value here? As he retrieved a golden card from his storage ring, he reflected on how it had been gifted to him during a collaboration with Lu Ruyan for the auction of the rainbow honey pills. If this card could be utilized for a discount, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous. After all, 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones are valued at approximately 1 million. This sum is not trivial. Make way. Are you blind? A sudden, authoritative shout echoed through the air. Immediately following this, a long-haired youth, accompanied by 2 subordinates, rudely pushed past several young martial artists blocking the entrance of the shop. You rogue, who do you think you are? Hush. That individual is Ma Xia, the heir of the Ma family. It's best not to provoke him. One robust man, filled with youthful vigor, widened his eyes in anger but was hastily restrained by his companion, the captain of the capital S city guards, a hereditary earl from the Ma family. Upon hearing this, the robust man's expression shifted drastically, his previously aggressive demeanor deflating instantly, sensing the fearful gazes directed at him from behind. Ma Xia's lips curled into a slight smirk, basking in a sense of superiority. He then strode forward, making a beeline toward the position of Gu Changqing. In his eyes, there existed but a singular path ahead, and all who obstructed it were nothing more than bothersome insects. Good dogs do not block the way. Observing Gu Chaqing's refusal to yield, one of his subordinates growled, "Don't you recognize your place? Step aside." Chapter 80. Truly, what one fears is what one encounters. In response to the subordinate's harsh reprimand, Gu Chaqing did not budge an inch, merely casting a calm glance at Ma Xia. This fellow truly is a persistent adversary. Were it not for the constraints of the assassination mission regarding time and location, Gu Chaqing would have ensured his demise long ago. "Get lost, you eyesore." The subordinate, witnessing Gu Chaqing's indifference, bellowed angrily and raised his hand to shove him. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with Gu Chaqing's robe, an overwhelming aura surged forth. The swirling essence around Gu Chaqing instantly manifested into visible ripples, forcefully radiating outward. Bang! The subordinate staggered back several steps, his face a mask of shock. Pekinate realm? Ma Xia's gaze sharpened, finally directing his attention to Gu Chaqing. Their eyes met. Gu Chaqing's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of disturbance. "Who are you?" Ma Xia narrowed his eyes, instinctively becoming more vigilant. In his view, it was unlikely for an ordinary person to remain so composed without some formidable backing. "Just a customer purchasing goods," Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly. "Playing coy with me?" Ma Xia scoffed inwardly. The young master was curious to see what financial resources this individual possessed. His gaze arrogantly scrutinized Gu Chaqing, refraining from any rash actions until he could ascertain the latter's true capabilities. "Esteemed guest, here are the 1,000 spirit stones you requested." At that moment, a server approached, carrying a bag of spirit stones. "You're in luck. This shop has just this last batch of medium-grade spirit stones remaining. We appreciate your patronage. The total comes to 1 million silver notes." Ma Xia was slightly astonished upon witnessing this. To readily produce 1 million silver coins for the acquisition of spirit stones demonstrated a financial strength that was indeed formidable. "Is this VIP card from Jihai Pavilion usable here?" Gu Chaqing casually produced the gilded card gifted by Lu Ruoyan and presented it to the attendant. "Jihai Pavilion in Qizhou City?" The attendant, upon observing the unique design and location emblem on the card, displayed a flicker of astonishment. "I sincerely apologize. But although Jihai Pavilion is part of the Lu family's enterprises, that is a VIP card for the auction house and cannot be utilized at Wanbage." The attendant respectfully returned the VIP card with both hands, her posture subconsciously bending slightly. After all, those who possess such a card are invariably affluent or of noble birth. Their status is anything but ordinary. "Qizhou City?" Ma Xiao suddenly chuckled, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's merely a backwater bumpkin." Gu Chaqing paid no heed to Ma Xiao's derisive gaze and retrieved a stack of silver notes from his storage ring. Since the VIP card was not applicable, he would have to pay in full. "Wait." Ma Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chaqing. "I will take this batch of spirit stones." He too produced a stack of silver notes and tossed them to the attendant. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the attendant's expression faltered. She was acutely aware of Ma Xiao's status as account's heir and knew she could not afford to offend him. However, the current patron had already pre-ordered the spirit stones, and according to Wanbage's regulations, it was first come, first served, unless a customer voluntarily relinquished their claim. The rules must be adhered to. "What? Do you dare not sell what this young master desires?" Ma Xiao's gaze was icy as he fixed the attendant with a menacing stare, his tone dripping with veiled threats. The attendant's face stiffened as she turned to Gu Chaqing with a troubled expression. "It's all right. Provide me with 10,000 inferior spirit stones instead," Gu Chaqing replied, his gaze darkening slightly. To avoid a public confrontation with the predator, he had no choice but to endure for the time being. Although inferior spirit stones contain more impurities, their price remains commensurate, and the energy conversion model of the system would not be affected. As for superior spirit stones, they are rare materials monopolized by the royal family and sects, seldom available for public sale. Peak of the innate realm? Hardly impressive, Ma Xiao sneered. But he refrained from pursuing further conflict upon Gu Chaqing's concession. He then turned to the dazzling array of weapons and armor on display, scanning for suitable gear to prepare for the impending 7 martial house assessment. "Esteemed patron, the sum of 10,000 inferior spirit stones is considerable. Please proceed to the counter for collection." The attendant gazed at Gu Chaqing with gratitude, then respectfully led the way. Gu Chaqing's peripheral vision caught Ma Xiao's actions, and his mind stirred. "Gu Ai, keep an eye on the equipment he selects. If this fellow opts for defensive gear, it could prove challenging." "I hope that is not the case." "Understood, master." Gu Ai, who had been covertly monitoring Ma Xiao, continued to hover in the form of a fly within the store. Eyes fixated on him. After Gu Cha-ching completed his purchase of the spirit stones, he exited Wanbage and promptly activated shared perception. In an instant, a vivid image of the ghost moth's perspective emerged in his mind. He observed Ma Zhao standing before the shelf, his gaze wavering over several weapons. The attendant stood nearby, patiently elucidating the attributes of the armaments. This is the one. Ma Zhao's eyes sharpened, ultimately fixating on a shimmering silver defensive armor. The armor glimmered like the essence of moonlight, its plates intricately patterned like scales, subtly pulsating with ethereal runes. Merely by sight, one could sense its extraordinary defensive prowess. Damn. Just when one fears something, it manifests. Gu Cha-ching felt a sudden weight in his heart. With that armor shielding Ma Zhao, attempting to launch a lethal attack in plain view would be exponentially more challenging. Chapter 81. If you seek trouble, I shall oblige you to the end. Young Master Ma, you truly possess discerning eyes. The attendant, noting Ma Zhao's selection of the silver armor, instantly adorned his face with a broad smile and respectfully introduced. This armor is forged from profound-grade meteorite iron and silver essence, renowned for its resilience. Each plate is inscribed with defensive runes. Upon being attacked, the armor can instantaneously activate triple layers of protection, sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary realm warrior. Even a master at the Yuandan level would find it difficult to breach in a short span. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Ma Zhao's eyes. What is the price? 5 million silver coins, the attendant replied with an amiable smile, envisioning the substantial commission from the sale. 5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Ma Zhao gasped in disbelief. His entire private fortune amounted to only around 3 million, and he had already squandered 1 million to suppress Gu Cha-ching earlier by purchasing spirit stones. Now, the remaining silver was insufficient to even cover half the price of the armor. It seems the purse is rather light. Gu Cha-ching raised an eyebrow slightly, observing Ma Zhao's expression of distress through the ghost moth's vision. However, given the Ma family's resources and Ma Zhao's status as the heir, it would not be challenging to procure the funds for the armor later. Unfortunately, his own finances were also strained. Otherwise, he would have certainly intercepted him. Standing at the corner of the street, Gu Cha-ching couldn't help but murmur in reflection. Gu physician? At that moment, a soft and melodious voice drifted from behind Gu Cha-ching. He turned to see Lu Ruyun, clad in a red gown, standing not far away, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight. Manager Lu, it has been a long time. Gu Cha-ching smiled faintly, feeling no surprise at this serendipitous encounter. After all, the Lu family's enterprises were widespread, and the capital city served as an economic hub. It was commonplace for Lu Ruyun, as the manager, to be out and about. Gu physician, it truly is you. Lu Ruyun stepped forward, her gaze intently fixed on Gu Cha-ching. Ever since the Destiny Medical Hall was sealed by the Lord of Qingzhou City, I have been inquiring about your whereabouts. I never expected to encounter you here. Upon hearing this, Gu Cha-ching felt a tinge of astonishment. The esteemed manager of the Lu merchant house had taken the initiative to seek news of his fate. Yet upon further reflection, he comprehended the underlying motive. This intention was solely driven by the allure of the vibrant honey pills. As anticipated, just as Gu Cha-ching pondered, Lu Ruyun chuckled lightly, stating that she had heard the recent opening of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion in the southern part of the city, where the vibrant honey pills were being offered as prizes. Initially, she thought it merely a gimmick and intended to witness it firsthand, but now, seeing him in the capital, it appeared the rumors were indeed true. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a blend of shrewd commercial acumen and an ineffable depth of meaning. Gu Cha-ching's gaze flickered slightly, his mind already calculating. Manager Lu, I recently set my sights on a piece of defensive armor at the Wanbao building, but alas, my purse is rather light. His expression remained serene as he inquired, might you be in a position to assist? Upon hearing it pertained to her own establishment, Lu Ruyun's lips curved into a smile. There is no need for such formality. Dr. Gu, I shall advance you the 500,000. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she produced a violet crystal card, the Lu family's silver card, which allowed for an overdraft of up to 10 million. Consider this the deposit for the vibrant honey pills, if you will. Lu Ruyun's eyes twinkled mischievously, her heart secretly rejoicing. Finally, an opportunity to collaborate with him had presented itself. Deal. Gu Cha-ching decisively accepted the violet card and swiftly turned towards the Wanbao building. What kind of armor could compel Dr. Gu to act with such urgency? Lu Ruyun observed his hasty stride, curiosity bubbling within her, prompting her to follow closely behind. Inside the Wanbao building, Ma Xiao had weighed his options and reached a conclusion. I shall take this armor. As he spoke, he placed a stack of banknotes upon the counter, offering a 200,000 deposit, with the remaining balance to be settled within 3 days. The attendant hesitated, taken aback by his request. Master Ma, are you suggesting a credit arrangement? Indeed, Ma Xiao replied nonchalantly, as if such a request were trivial given his status. The attendant's face soured. Master Ma, our policy has always been cash on delivery. A credit arrangement may not be appropriate. Preposterous. A nearby attendant interjected with indignation. My young master is the direct heir of the Ma family, a distinguished count. Would he default on such a trifling sum? Being allowed credit at your Wanbao building is a privilege indeed. His words resonated with authority, and Ma Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. A glimmer of approval in his eyes, clearly struck by the sentiment. If you cannot afford it, then do not attempt to save face here. Gu Chaqing entered the establishment, his words dripping with unrestrained sarcasm. It is you. Ma Xiao turned, his expression darkening. I thought I recognized that country bumpkin. He regarded Gu Chaqing with disdain, sneering. Do you presume you can afford it? Gu Chaqing merely cast him a sidelong glance, opting not to engage in futile banter, and directly handed the violet card to the attendant. I shall take this precious armor. The attendant's expression shifted, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the violet crystal card in her hand. Her voice trembling with excitement. This is the crystal card from the Liu family trading company, capable of overdrawing millions of silver coins. This is impossible. Ma Zhao's pupils constricted, and the arrogance on his face froze instantly. Even I do not possess a violet crystal card from the Liu family trading company. How could this country bumpkin have one? It must be a forgery. He fixated on the shimmering violet card, suddenly reaching out to snatch it. However, in the next moment, Gu Chaqing flicked his fingers lightly, sending a surge of energy that erupted forth violently. Ma Xiao, sensing the incoming force, paled and hastily countered with his palm. Bang! In the instant of impact, Ma Xiao let out a muffled grunt, being forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing himself. How could this be possible? The opponent is clearly only at the peak of the innate realm, yet his energy is even more profound than mine. Ma Xiao was filled with shock, feeling a tingling in his right arm, his bones aching faintly. Is the young master Ma attempting to rob in public? Gu Chaqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. If one doubts the authenticity of this card, it would be wise to have the manager of Wanbao Tower verify it personally. Since there is an intention to obstruct the purchase of the protective armor, conflict is inevitable. At this moment, Gu Chaqing was no longer the patient figure he had been earlier. If they sought trouble, he would oblige without hesitation. Chapter 82. Remember to bring enough money next time, you insolent wretch. A nearby attendant, taken aback and furious, exclaimed, How dare you assault this son of a count? You must be tired of living. Despite his bluster, he did not dare to approach Gu Chaqing even a step closer. Who was causing such a commotion here? At that moment, an elderly man clad in purple robes emerged from the inner hall, having heard the disturbance. Manager Wu. The attendant hurriedly stepped forward and whispered the reason for the uproar. I understand. Manager Wu nodded slightly, then took the violet crystal card into his hands for a detailed examination. When he raised his gaze again, the look in his eyes toward Gu Chaqing was imbued with a newfound respect. For, among the Liu family trading company, the authority to issue crystal cards lay solely with two individuals, the head of the Liu family and the chief steward. This card not only symbolized a prestigious status, but also allowed for an overdraft of millions of silver coins across all enterprises of the Liu family. Such privileges would never be granted lightly, save for those with significant ties to the trading company. Thus, it was evident that this seemingly unassuming young man before them was undoubtedly a person of considerable repute. Young Master Ma, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. As thoughts raced through his mind, Manager Wu addressed Ma Xiao with an apologetic tone. However, our store's rules are strict. We do not extend credit. If you find yourself in a difficult position today, you may return another time. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhao's expression darkened ominously. As the dignified son of a count, he found himself overshadowed by mere rigid rules. Old man, are you so ungrateful as to look down upon my family's status? The attendant let out a cold snort, glaring at Master Wu with an air of false bravado, claiming that a mere word from his esteemed young master could render Wanbao Tower unable to stand in the imperial city any longer. Master Wu, unfazed by this proclamation, responded with a calm smile, remarking, Such grandiose claims from a young man. Yet, he cast a meaningful glance at Ma Xiao, adding, In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a servant who dares to speak for his master. His words struck like a heavy blow, causing Ma Xiao's expression to shift from uncertainty to deep embarrassment, a humiliation more profound than a public slap. Young master, I did not mean it that way. The attendant stammered, panic evident in his voice. But before he could finish, Ma Xiao slapped him sharply across the face, furiously commanding, "Get out of my sight." Gu Chaqing, observing the scene, raised an eyebrow, finding the old master quite amusing. With just a few words, he had managed to put the other party in their place. Indeed, experience is invaluable. You are quite capable, Ma Xiao seethed through gritted teeth, casting an angry glare at Gu Chaqing. This humiliation shall not be forgotten. With that, he turned sharply and stormed off, his pride shattered, leaving no desire to continue his shopping. The attendant, clutching his reddened cheek, followed awkwardly, no longer daring to utter a word. Next time, remember to bring enough money. Gu Chaqing's light remark made Ma Xiao halt mid-step, fury almost radiating from his eyes. Esteemed guest, the treasured armor is now yours. Shall we wrap it for you? Master Wu respectfully returned the purple crystal card to Gu Chaqing, inquiring with a smile. Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly, "No need, just bring it to me directly." Master Wu nodded in acknowledgement, and a server promptly fetched the shimmering defensive armor. As Gu Chaqing gently caressed the armor, feeling the power of the runes within, he nodded in satisfaction. This mysterious grade-scaled armor would indeed be a splendid choice if he could find a fitting beetle for enhancement. So it is mysterious grade-scaled armor. No wonder Mr. Gu is so eager. At that moment, Lu Riyun gracefully entered the shop, her beautiful gaze sweeping over the scaled armor in Gu Chaqing's hands, followed by a charming smile. Manager Lu. Upon her arrival, Master Wu and the staff were momentarily taken aback, quickly approaching to greet her with respect. The other patrons in the shop could not help but steal glances at Lu Riyun's enchanting figure. Gu Chaqing casually stored the armor in his spatial ring and smiled, saying, "I must also thank Manager Lu for her timely assistance." Lu Riyun nodded gently, but refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation in the main hall, instead inviting him to the inner room for a more private reception. As they sat across from each other, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Lu Riyun personally poured Gu Chaqing a cup and softly reminded him, "Mr. Gu, do not forget about the colorful honey pills we discussed earlier." "Rest assured." Gu Chaqing replied with a faint smile, "I will have someone deliver a batch to Wanbao Tower in due time." He had no intention of leaving this favor unreciprocated. Mutual benefit was certainly a wise course. After all, having multiple friends opens up more avenues. Very well, may our collaboration be delightful. Lu Riyun smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy. In Qizhou City, the seven-colored honey pill had already caused a tremendous stir. If such a small border town could react this way, how much more would the bustling imperial capital? Here, one would find no shortage of the affluent. If Wanbao Tower could incorporate the seven-colored honey pill into its offerings, it would undoubtedly stimulate even greater economic benefits. However, your purchase of this scale armor today may well lead to enmity with Ma Xiao. After discussing serious matters, Lu Riyun gently cautioned, "This individual harbors a vengeful spirit. It would be wise for you to exercise caution while outside." "Thank you for the warning." Gu Chaqing replied with an expression of indifference, choosing not to elaborate. He held no concern for the threats of a man on the brink of death. As long as that fellow lacked protective treasures, the day of the 7 Xuanwu Academy assessment would surely mark his demise. By the way, I have heard that Zuiyun Tower has changed ownership. Lu Riyun suddenly shifted the topic, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she fixed her gaze on Gu Chaqing. "The new proprietor wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Her eyes sparkled with mirth. "This is not mere conjecture, after all. Only you possess the ability to refine the seven-colored honey pill. On the opening day of Zuiyun Tower, these pills were used as gifts in a lottery." In response to Lu Riyun's probing, Gu Chaqing's lips curved slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Yet, in her astute mind, Lu Riyun could not help but discern the underlying implications. "Since Mr. Gu prefers to remain reticent, I understand." Lu Riyun gently pressed her lips together, yet Gu Chaqing remained noncommittal, saying, "Manager Lu, feel free to speak your mind." Lu Riyun cast a meaningful glance at Gu Chaqing, noting that Ziyun Tower was currently in the spotlight, inevitably attracting envy, particularly from Juxiang Pavilion, which suffered the most significant setbacks in business. She paused before continuing, "Juxiang Pavilion is backed by the Wang family, which has deep roots in the imperial capital and wields considerable power within the imperial guard. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary confrontations with them." Gu Chaqing's expression remained composed, offering no response. Rivalry among peers is a timeless reality, and he was well aware of this. If one were to cower in the face of commercial competitors, it would be better for Ziyun Tower to shut its doors for good. Moreover, Business is fundamentally about skill and capability. Does Juxiang Pavilion's backing by the Wang family imply that Zuiyin Tower lacks its own advantages? The so-called underground assassin circles are not comparable to the visible powers. Should matters escalate, one could simply eliminate all competitors and relocate. Free to come and go as one pleases. Of course, if Mr. Gu is not the owner of Zuiyin Tower, then consider my words to be superfluous. Unworthy of your concern. Lu Riyun observed Gu Changqing's unflappable demeanor, her heart filled with speculation, yet she could not fully penetrate his true intentions. It seemed that whatever was destined to unfold would ultimately defy expectations. Chapter 83, Shadow Spider Unlocks New Skills. Mr. Gu, will you continue to run the medical clinic? In the reception room, Lu Riyun poured tea for Gu Changqing and suddenly asked softly. It should be fine now, Gu Changqing replied without hesitation. Daily consultations with various patients truly drain one's spirit. If I were to take on a troublesome underworld job, I would be utterly overwhelmed. In contrast, being a behind-the-scenes boss at Zuiyin Tower now requires merely providing some business strategies, which is both relaxed and enjoyable. Moreover, a medical clinic is ultimately not suitable as a secret hideout for assassins. Sometimes I feel that your identity is truly elusive, Lu Riyun remarked, her red lips curving as her beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she gazed at Gu Changqing. In life, one's identity is perpetually changing. Gu Changqing remained noncommittal and replied lightly, my identity depends on doing what I love. Oh, Lu Riyun's eyes glimmered with curiosity. What do you enjoy doing? Quite simply. Making money, Gu Changqing said, the corners of his lips curling slightly, his tone casual yet profound. As long as there is money to be made, my identity can shift. This seemingly casual remark stirred ripples in Lu Riyun's heart, akin to a stone cast into a still lake. For a moment, she gazed at Gu Changqing. Momentarily lost in thought, she found herself staring at him, suddenly realizing her intense desire to unravel the mystery of this enigmatic man. It felt as if they were separated by a thin veil. The more elusive it became, the stronger her urge to unveil and explore the depths of his being. Yet, whenever she thought she was on the verge of clarity, deeper mists would emerge behind that veil, obscuring the truth. Gu Changqing chose not to elaborate further on this topic. Due to the system's demands, he indeed needed to earn money to continually create insect-like monsters, thus enhancing his own power. As long as there was profit to be gained, he could be a wandering martial artist, a physician, or the owner of Zuiyin Tower. However, regardless of the multitude of identities, Gu Changqing remained acutely aware of his true position, the clandestine leader of the Assassin's Guild. All actions revolved around this core identity. Manager Lu. The fourth master has sent someone to invite you to dinner tonight. At that moment, Manager Wu hobbled into the reception room, a respectful smile plastered on his face. Tell them I cannot make it, Lu Riyun replied, a trace of imperceptible coldness flashing in her eyes. State that I am unwell today and cannot attend. Manager Wu's expression faltered, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Gu Changqing. It was worth noting that the fourth master was none other than the current fourth prince. Did such a noble identity not outweigh that of the guest before him? I heard the fourth master specially reserved the entire Zuiyin Tower for you. Manager Wu sighed softly. Since the manager is unwell, I shall relay the message. Wait. Upon hearing Zuiyin Tower mentioned, Lu Riyun's gaze flickered, and she immediately called out to him. Manager Lu, is there anything else you wish to convey? Manager Wu inquired, slightly bowing in confusion. Tell the messenger that I will attend the appointment punctually tonight. After speaking, Lu Riyun gazed at Gu Changqing with profound and meaningful eyes. In the face of her probing gaze, Gu Changqing maintained a calm expression. Since Manager Lu still had matters to attend to, it would be impolite for him to intrude. With a gentle smile, Gu Changqing rose decisively to take his leave. The current Zuiyin Tower was a goldmine. To rent the entire establishment would require at least 300,000. Such a staggering expense would be daunting even for the wealthiest science. Yet, the so-called fourth master seemed to squander money with abandon, clearly indicating an extraordinary background. Fourth master? Gu Changqing chuckled inwardly, recalling his previous encounter with the sixth prince, Chu Lin Yuan, whose attendant had respectfully referred to him as sixth master. This connection suggested that the fourth master was likely of royal lineage. I have inadvertently facilitated his business dealings, and he hasn't even expressed a word of thanks before departing. Lu Riyun watched Gu Changqing's retreating figure, her lips curving slightly. What an intriguing individual. Before leaving, Gu Changqing squandered the remaining overdraft limit on his purple crystal card, extravagantly purchasing spiritual plant pollen and spiritual stones, and left Wanbao Tower with satisfaction. System, convert energy value. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chaqing traversed the bustling streets, silently reciting. In the next moment, the spiritual stones in his storage ring vanished instantaneously. Ding! Conversion successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 30,000 energy points, which can be used for pet enhancement. As soon as the words faded, a translucent control panel unfolded before him. Gu Chaqing's gaze swept across it, and without hesitation, he selected the Shadow Spider to initiate the enhancement mode. Please confirm the selection of Shadow Spider for enhancement. Confirm. With a flicker of his thought, the system's notification resounded continuously. Ding. Enhancement successful. Your Shadow Spider has ascended to the extraordinary rank, with a substantial increase in combat power. New skill unlocked. Shadow Binding Spider Prison. Gu Chaqing's eyes narrowed, and he quickly accessed the skill panel for further details. Shadow Binding Spider Prison can release shadow silk within a designated area, instantly ensnaring the target's shadow to form a powerful binding, even enabling control over their limbs. This skill was the advanced version of the web binding. A gleam sparkled in Gu Chaqing's eyes, his heart racing. The previous web binding was akin to a visible physical attack. However, this new skill not only retained the controlling properties of the web binding, but also acted directly upon the target's shadow, achieving a more enigmatic and formidable restraining effect. Remarkable! Gu Chaqing took a slow, deep breath, striving to calm the shock within him. Shadow Traversal, Concealed Movements. Shadow Binding Spider Prison. Each skill was an intricate ability rivaling the most elite martial arts. It must be said, every time the Shadow Spider underwent enhancement, it brought him unexpected delight. Alas, the system stipulated that only one of each insect species could be edited. Gu Chaqing sighed inwardly. Otherwise, creating an army of shadow spiders would yield an unimaginable combat strength. Warm reminder, the current energy reserves of the host cannot continue to enhance the existing pets. Suggested plan, gather editing materials to create new insectoid monsters to expand combat power. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Gu Chaqing contemplated in silence. The shadow spider, tiger bee, mantis, and ghost moth had all ascended to the extraordinary tier. To advance, even one to the elite tier, a staggering 100,000 energy points were required. 100,000 points. Gu Chaqing gazed at the mere 20,000 energy points remaining on the panel, shaking his head inwardly. This colossal sum was undoubtedly a distant goal given his current resources. Since it was impossible to improve the quality of the existing insectoid monsters for the time being, increasing their numbers could serve as a viable strategy. This time, he needed to edit a robust insectoid monster with strong defensive capabilities. Gu Chaqing mused, already having a clear direction. At this moment, he just so happened to possess that mysterious grade armor as editing material. He simply needed to capture an insect to proceed. Master, the naturally defensive ones are the beetles, chimed in the tiger bee, its mental voice curling around him in flattery. If conditions allow, I suggest prioritizing the female insects. The moment the term female insect was mentioned, its intentions became glaringly obvious. Gu Chaqing chuckled softly, aware of the tiger bee's ulterior motives despite saying little. Master, do not be swayed by its words. The shadow spider immediately interjected, refuting the claim. In terms of shell defense, the potential of male beetles is far greater. Ah, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Teased the tiger bee in a light-hearted tone, before adding with seriousness, all right, I concede that male beetles do tend to be stronger. However, the system upgrade function does not discriminate by gender. Both males and females can advance and grow stronger. Gu Chaqing smiled lightly. In that case, I leave the task of capturing the beetle to you. Remember, I want a male. As you command. Upon receiving the order, the tiger bee wasted no time, swiftly darting out of the system space and reluctantly flying towards the wilderness. Chapter 84, The Fifth Insectoid Monster, Thanos at the top floor of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Boss. Great news. As Gu Chaqing emerged from the secret passage, Mingjing eagerly approached to report. Tonight, someone is renting out the entire Drunken Cloud Pavilion, netting us over 200,000. Already aware of this matter, Gu Chaqing remained calm as still water. If this fourth master truly was the fourth prince, this business could easily become a hot potato. The royal family was notoriously fickle. A minor misstep could invite calamity. Boss, you seem less than pleased? Mingjing noticed the unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. There's no need for concern. Simply do your best to accommodate the guest's requests, Gu Chaqing replied with a serene expression. Instructing, remember, every detail must be attended to with care. He paused briefly before adding, furthermore, among tonight's guests is Lu Ruyun. When you encounter her, Tread carefully and avoid mentioning any information related to me. Manager Liu? Upon hearing Meng Jing's words, he was momentarily taken aback, his mind suddenly enlightened. It became apparent that the boss had known all along, which explained his calm demeanor. After a brief contemplation, he began to savor the profound implications of Gu Changqing's remarks. The guests for this evening had specifically instructed that the meat slices be cut into heart shapes, clearly a gesture of affection. Thus, it was evident that the object of this affection was none other than Lu Ruyun. If he were to divulge the boss's matters to Manager Liu, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of her suitor, thereby disrupting the atmosphere. Boss, I understand, Meng Jing replied, nodding with a semblance of comprehension before turning to attend to his tasks. Gu Changqing remained seated, his gaze tranquil. He had no desire to engage excessively with the royal family unless absolutely necessary. After all, given the current strength of Tianji Pavilion, it was imperative to remain low-key, as they could not withstand any turmoil. A moment's carelessness could lead to complete ruin. The unexpected arrival of the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan, was indeed a surprise. As for the fourth master who was to visit Ziyun Tower tonight, regardless of his true identity, Gu Changqing preferred to avoid any confrontation, striving to keep matters at bay. Master, I come. At that moment, a shadow darted in through the window, interrupting Gu Changqing's contemplation. It was Hu Feng, tightly gripping a completely black rhinoceros beetle. Landing steadily on the table. This is my meticulously selected mature male specimen, Hu Feng boasted, releasing its grip and raising its small head to gaze at Gu Changqing. However, the beetle did not flee. Instead, it flared its formidable horns and charged aggressively at Hu Feng. Get lost. Hu Feng swatted with its tiny claw, flipping the beetle onto the ground. Had it not been for its restraint, with its extraordinary strength, a single swipe could have torn the creature in half. Gu Changqing reached out to grasp the struggling rhinoceros beetle, feeling its sturdy texture beneath his fingers. Its robust form was indeed exceptional among insects. He then produced a piece of mysterious-grade armor and a small jade vial containing his own blood. System, activate material editing. As this thought crossed his mind, the three types of materials were instantly registered in the system panel before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gathered materials and the insect monster editing template has been activated. Detected that the scale armor material is mysterious-grade meteorite iron. The energy value required for editing is 2,000 points. Do you confirm this operation? Yes. Gu Changqing promptly intoned. Congratulations on confirmation. The fifth insect monster is now being edited. Ding. Editing successful. Please name the new insect monster. Thanos. Gu Changqing pondered briefly before casually assigning the name. In an instant, a brand new pet panel appeared before him. Thanos, sequence, 005 level, high-tier combat assessment, innate realm skill, iron wall barrier, can deploy a defensive field with a radius of 3 zhang. Talent, a power-type insectoid with formidable defenses, capable of morphing into a unicorn beetle-like creature while retaining its basic insect form. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, a total of 10,000 energy points is required. Gu Changqing gazed intently at the system panel, his fingertips deftly tapping the Thanos option to confirm his advancement and enhancement. Ding! A crisp system notification resonated, and golden light swirled across the panel. Advancement successful. Your Thanos has ascended to the extraordinary tier, experiencing a significant surge in combat power. New skill unlocked, Shockwave Impact. Skill description, upon horn collision. A terrifying shockwave can be generated instantaneously, inflicting area damage with a 60 critical hit rate. As the voice fell, the monster catalog on the system panel began to change dramatically. Its insectoid form swelled, not resembling the diminutive size of ordinary insects, but expanding to the size of a massive black bull, entirely encased in a jet black, iron-like exoskeleton, adorned with dark golden patterns. 6 robust appendages ended in serrated hooks, and the horns atop its head were as sharp as curved blades, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen under the candlelight. Particularly, the exoskeleton on its back bulged slightly, forming a shield-like structure capable of instantaneously deploying a defensive field. Gu Changqing's gaze shifted to the humanoid monster catalog on the right. There stood Thanos, towering like an iron bastion, yet still retaining some insectoid characteristics, with a half-mask of exoskeleton covering its head, revealing only a pair of dark golden slit pupils. Sharp exoskeletal blades extended from the outer sides of its arms, while its back was covered in a thick, metallic-like shell. Its skin exhibited a dark copper hue, with muscle lines forged like fine iron, brimming with terrifying explosive power. Truly, as a power-type insectoid, Its mere appearance emanated strength. Gu Changqing regarded the imposing form of Thanos on the system panel, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Come forth. With a mere thought, dark golden ripples surged through the air. Moments later, a shadow nearly 3 meters tall stepped forth from the void, its heavy footsteps causing the very floor to tremble slightly. Chapter 85. Master, it's cheating. Master, what are your commands? In the hall, Thanos manifested in its humanoid form, its voice deep and thunderous, exuding overwhelming pressure. Gu Changqing surveyed Thanos before him, feeling quite satisfied. This was precisely the defensive insectoid warrior he desired. My goodness, what a physique! The wasp buzzed into the air, circling around Thanos, its compound eyes sparkling with astonishment. Thanos' gaze sharpened, glaring fiercely at the wasp. Despite having completed its advancement, it retained memories from its insect phase. In other words, it had not forgotten the brutal beatings it endured at the hands of the wasp during its capture. Don't look at me like that. The wasp's form flickered, transforming into a bee-like creature, defiantly retorting. If it weren't for me bringing you to the master, would you have achieved such a remarkable transformation? Thanos gazed down upon the hornet with a cold, disdainful expression and remarked, I am grateful for my master's nurturing, yet I harbor significant grievances towards you. Oh? Do you wish to engage in combat? The hornet's eyes glinted with a frigid light as it flicked its lengthy stinger behind it. Newcomer, do not presume that your size grants you superiority. I, the hornet, am equally of the extraordinary tier. Thanos' deep voice suppressed his anger, if my master permits. I would certainly relish the opportunity to test you. What I have to fear? With head held high and chest puffed out. The hornet pointed its stinger directly at Thanos, baring its fangs in a sinister grin. The tension between them escalated to a palpable point, as if an explosion were imminent. Had it not been for Gu Changqing's intervention, they would likely have clashed already. Seeing this, Gu Changqing could not help but chuckle softly. By reviewing the footage of the Hornet's previous captures, he understood precisely why Thanos held such animosity towards it. This was due to an earlier incident where Thanos was about to mate with a female stag beetle, only to be violently interrupted and dragged away by the Hornet. Anyone in Thanos' position would naturally feel a sense of indignation. Since you are eager to fight, let us do so outside, Gu Changqing declared, raising his hand to draw both the Hornet and Thanos into the system space. This presented a perfect opportunity to test Thanos' defensive limits. However, conducting this test within the capital city was clearly inappropriate. A more secluded location was necessary. After all, the capital was teeming with hidden martial arts experts, and a careless move could easily awaken various factions. Shadow Spider, lead me outside the city. No sooner had Gu Changqing spoken than a silken thread coiled around his wrist. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows. Beneath the cloak of night, the Shadow Spider executed its shadowy traversal, with the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating like flowing water. Having ascended to the extraordinary tier, its ability had evidently improved significantly, both in stealth and speed. Moments later, as Gu Changqing opened his eyes, he found himself in a bamboo grove on the outskirts of the capital. The dim light and tranquil environment provided an ideal setting. This will suffice, he thought. As the system space opened, and 2 insect figures surged forth, landing gracefully in the clearing of the bamboo grove. The Shadow Spider climbed to the perimeter of the grove to monitor the surroundings, ensuring no outsiders approached. Remember, keep it within limits. Gu Changqing's gaze swept over the Hornet and Thanos as he solemnly instructed. Come, allow me to teach you the rules. The Hornet hovered in the air, its crimson eyes filled with provocation, the tip of its venomous stinger glimmering with a chilling light. If you can breach my defenses, I shall concede you victory. Thanos suddenly stepped forward, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that caused the surrounding bamboo leaves to tremble and rustle. With a thunderous crash, an obsidian golden energy barrier erupted forth. Centered around Thanos, it rapidly expanded, forming a spherical defensive field with a diameter of 10 yards. The surface of the barrier shimmered with enigmatic patterns, each pulse of energy causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. A formidable barrier? Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly at the sight. This was evidently Thanos' initial skill. Within this defensive field, any attack could be repelled. Big guy, don't come crying to your master later. The wasp-like creature, Hu Feng, dove down, its tail vibrating as it unleashed a multitude of shadowy strikes like a whip. Thanos remained motionless, allowing Hu Feng's assault to rain upon the protective shield. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic sound of collisions echoed densely. Under such a relentless barrage, the surface of the barrier trembled violently, creating ripples, yet it remained as unyielding as ever. Is that all the strength you possess? Thanos remarked with a hint of derision. Haven't you eaten? This taunt ignited Hu Feng's fury. Fiercely independent. It had never bowed to anyone but Gu Chaqing. I'll make you regret your arrogance. The ferocity in Hu Feng's eyes intensified as its tail stinger suddenly erupted with a blazing crimson glow, condensing a ball of highly compressed fiery toxic energy. This was its newly acquired skill, the explosive toxic needle, obtained after ascending to the extraordinary tier. This attack not only carried fire toxicity, but could also trigger an explosion upon hitting the target, inflicting secondary damage. Without further ado, Hu Feng surged forward. Its stinger aimed like a spear at Thanos' defensive barrier. Whoosh. Boom. At the moment the stinger made contact with the barrier, the fiery toxic energy detonated instantaneously. The dark golden surface of the barrier erupted with a ring of crimson ripples, as a tumultuous wave of flames mixed with corrosive toxic mist surged outward uncontrollably. Crack. Thanos' defensive barrier was marred with web-like fissures. The dark red fire toxic energy writhed within the cracks, emitting a sound that was painfully grating. Nevertheless, in the face of such a terrifying assault, the barrier, despite its cracks, showed no signs of collapse. This shell is remarkably resilient. Hu Feng's pupils constricted, a flicker of disbelief crossing its gaze. Gu Chaqing stood quietly beside, silently observing Thanos' astonishing defensive prowess, feeling a deep sense of shock within. Such a defense would likely be insurmountable even for a master of the Yuan Dan realm. One more strike, and it's bound to break. Hu Feng's tail tensed once more, launching another explosive toxic needle. Boom. As the toxic needle struck the defensive barrier with ferocity, the tempestuous fire toxic energy erupted again. The fissures on the barrier multiplied, teetering on the brink of collapse. Buzz. Just then, an energy wave suddenly surged from the horns atop Thanos' head, and the cracks bizarrely began to heal at an astonishing pace. Immediately thereafter, this energy flowed into the barrier, forming a visible circular shockwave that erupted violently from the barrier. What? Boom. The sudden shockwave caught Hu Feng off guard, and it was violently thrown back by this overwhelming force. As it plowed through the dense bamboo grove, it broke more than a dozen stalks before finally stabilizing its form in a precarious manner. You have lost, Thanos remarked with a cold glance, his tone dripping with arrogance. Cheating. Master, it is cheating. The wasp-like creature, thoroughly agitated, exclaimed in frustration. We agreed only to defend, yet it suddenly mounted an attack. Thanos, unfazed, responded. My abilities are inherently a fusion of offense and defense, seamlessly intertwining. Gu Chaqing paid no heed to the wasp, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on Thanos as he inquired. Can the shockwave impact be released while in a defensive state? Indeed, Master, Thanos replied respectfully with a nod. The defensive barrier, when subjected to intense assaults, not only repairs damage via shockwaves but also converts excess energy into a counterattack force. At this revelation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Gu Chaqing's mind. The technique he practiced, the Su-In Sword Split Shadow Slash, utilized the shockwave of elemental energy to induce the splitting of sword shadows, amplifying offensive power. If he could transform this shockwave energy into the defensive shield, would it not mean a perfect balance of offense and defense? This unexpected discovery illuminated Gu Chaqing's thoughts. Master. Someone is swiftly approaching. Just then, the voice of the shadow spider echoed. The opponent moves with incredible speed. They must be a martial arts expert. A chill coursed through Gu Chaqing, prompting him to swiftly withdraw the shadow spider, the wasp, and Thanos into the system space. Almost concurrently, a powerful whooshing sound pierced through the bamboo grove. With a rustle, the bamboo leaves fell, and a dark figure, like a wraith, glided into the grove. Soon appearing before Gu Chaqing. Chapter 86. The lure of the remnants. As the shadow came to a halt, Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened, aided by the moonlight to discern the figure's features. Before him stood an elder clad in a purple robe, with long, gray-white hair casually tied back with a black wooden hairpin, his face as sharp as if chiseled from stone. However, the most striking detail was the embroidered insignia on his robe's chest, unmistakably the emblem of the Seven Xian martial house. Curious, Gu Chaqing pondered. How could the powerful energy fluctuations that had been present here suddenly dissipate? The purple-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings before ultimately locking onto Gu Chaqing. Could it be that this young man was the source of the disturbance? A flicker of doubt crossed the elder's eyes, and suddenly, his sleeve stirred as if caught by an unseen breeze, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged towards Gu Chaqing like a tidal wave. As Gu Chaqing began to react, he felt an immediate constriction around him. as if countless invisible tendrils were probing his being, even attempting to penetrate his body. Just as these intangible tendrils seemed poised to invade his meridians, Gu Changqing's inner energy surged, manifesting as a dense burst of shockwave ripples. Boom! Amidst the tremors of elemental energy, the air around Gu Changqing distorted in an eerie fashion. Those invisible tendrils collided against layers of shimmering sword barriers, repelled with force whenever they attempted to invade. Interesting, the purple-robed elder remarked, a hint of astonishment evident as he scrutinized Gu Changqing with incredulity. From the recent observations, he clearly sensed that the young man had not employed any defensive techniques. Rather, it seemed he was ingeniously reversing the oscillatory characteristics of a certain offensive martial art. Those seemingly chaotic waves of elemental energy were, in fact, in harmony with an enigmatic rhythm, creating a formidable net of both attack and defense around him. This oscillatory power bore a striking resemblance to the third-tier sword technique of our school, the mystic sword's shadow split. The elder in the purple robe pondered, quickly discerning the underlying principles. Young friend, you possess remarkable skills. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. I am Sun Tong, the transmission elder of the Seven Mystic Martial House. Gu Changqing did not respond, his gaze fixed cautiously on Sun Tong. Master, this old man is no ordinary foe. The voice of the shadow spider echoed in his mind. His strength is on par with that mysterious figure in the black robe we encountered in our mountains. Gu Changqing nodded inwardly. If a confrontation were to ensue, even with the assistance of 5 insectoid monsters, the outcome would be uncertain. I am quite curious. Is your oscillatory defense derived from the mystic sword's shadow split? Sun Tong regarded Gu Changqing with a meaningfully probing gaze. This sword technique is the transmission martial skill of the named disciples of the Seven Mystic Martial House. I wonder where you acquired it. At these words, Gu Changqing felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He had not anticipated such keen insight from his opponent. It was indeed fitting for the transmission elder of the Seven Mystic Martial House to see through his reversed modifications so effortlessly. After a moment's contemplation, in order to avoid arousing Sun Tong's suspicions, he directly produced the Jade Tablet, identifying him as a named disciple of the Seven Mystic Martial House. Disciple pays respects to Elder Sun. Gu Changqing cupped his fists, greeting Sun Tong with the etiquette of a martial artist, neither servile nor arrogant. At this point, he could only masquerade as a named disciple. Otherwise, he feared that speaking too much might lead to his downfall. Ah, I see. Sun Tong's eyes flickered with understanding as he nodded with a smile. In this case, it does make sense. A mere named disciple who can apply the characteristics of martial arts in such a versatile manner is indeed a perceptive lad. A glimmer of appreciation passed through Sun Tong's gaze. Your oscillatory defense, while not yet fully formed, already shows promise. If you can further refine it, you might create an entirely new defensive technique. Gu Changqing felt a subtle easing of tension within him, though he remained vigilant, smiling as he replied, Disciple understands. However, Sun Tong shifted his tone, now imbued with deeper significance. Were you engaged in combat here, just now? As he spoke, his eyes scanned the nearby bamboo, broken by the impact of a tiger wasp, clearly indicating signs of a struggle. Gu Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, I was merely practicing alone, attempting new techniques, and did not engage in any conflict. Sun Tong narrowed his eyes but chose not to press further. He then deftly flipped his wrist, retrieving a jade tablet from his storage ring, and unexpectedly extended it toward Gu Changqing. Startled, Gu Changqing quickly reached out to grasp it. A martial arts jade tablet? He discreetly directed his mental energy into the tablet, and instantly, a plethora of golden symbols emerged in his consciousness. Every character pulsates with high-frequency vibrations, constantly reshaping and rearranging as if alive. Is this the essence of a dynamic martial art? Gu Changqing's heart raced wildly. His gaze filled with wonder as he stared at the jade slip in his hand. Ordinary jade slips for martial arts below the 6th rank typically contain fixed illustrations and texts. Yet, the characters within this particular slip evolve automatically according to one's comprehension. When his consciousness attempted to grasp a certain character for deeper understanding, that character suddenly transformed into countless golden threads, weaving a three-dimensional array in the void. This is the introductory chapter of the ninefold tremor technique, classified as a 7th rank martial art. Sun Tong chuckled softly, observing, Your recent use of elemental force to deflect my probing technique bears a striking resemblance to the resonant force release principle contained within this technique. I perceive your exceptional insight. Although this text is merely a fragment, it should still prove beneficial to you. 7th rank martial art? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Changqing's eyes. He was currently at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and his most pressing dilemma was the lack of martial arts beyond the 6th rank, despite being a mere fragment. If he could comprehend and master this technique, it would undoubtedly enable him to break through to the realm of semi-immortality. However, to obtain the complete 7th rank martial art, Sun Tong gazed deeply into Gu Changqing's eyes and stated with profound significance, "As my named disciple, you are not yet qualified to receive it. If you can pass the martial examination at the 7 Mysteries Martial House in 3 days, you may then acquire the complete technique from me." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing felt a surge of astonishment. It was evident to him that this was an overt attempt to draw him in, clearly using the fragmentary technique as bait to entice him to participate in the examination at the 7 Mysteries Martial House. Gu Changqing raised his gaze to meet Sun Tong's smiling face. Could it be that this old man had discerned something? Chapter 87. Someone is competing for business. Gu Changqing contemplated the fragmentary jade slip in his hand. The allure of a complete 7th rank martial art was indeed substantial for overcoming his current cultivation bottleneck. However, as the head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he possessed an inherent pride. The thought of submitting himself to the 7 Mysteries Martial House and becoming a disciple of another faction for the sake of a single technique was utterly unappealing. Yet, with an opportunity at hand, there was no reason to refuse. This gift would undoubtedly be repaid in due time. A hint of an enigmatic smile graced Gu Changqing's lips as he casually stowed away the jade slip in his storage ring. "I take my leave." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he shifted, employing the shadow step technique, and swiftly departed toward the bamboo grove. Is he leaving just like that? Sun Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the fleeting black silhouette weaving through the bamboo. He stood momentarily stunned, never expecting Gu Changqing to depart so decisively. Typically, those named disciples who encountered him, the elder passing down the teachings, were filled with trepidation and eager to please. In stark contrast, Gu Changqing's demeanor was utterly astonishing. "Ah. Well." Sun Tong shook his head with a smile, murmuring to himself, "This young man possesses extraordinary insight. If he could become a formal disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Academy, he would indeed be a talent worth nurturing. I hope that the fragmentary martial arts technique does not betray the goodwill I have invested." Little did he know, this perceived favor he bestowed upon his disciple would ultimately save his own life. After departing from the bamboo grove, Gu Changqing summoned the shadow spider and invoked the art of shadow traversal, vanishing into the vastness of the night in an instant. "Master, that old man seems to hold you in high regard," chuckled the tiger bee. "Why not seize this opportunity to blend into the 7 Xuanwu Academy? Furthermore, if you were present on the day of the assessment, our assassination endeavors would undoubtedly be facilitated." Upon hearing these words, Gu Changqing's gaze darkened slightly as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He was acutely aware of the advantages Tiger Bee alluded to, which evidently pertained to the absolute secrecy of the system space. Regardless of the success or failure of the assassination, with a mere thought, he could retract them into the system space without leaving a trace. After all, the 7 Xuanwu Academy was teeming with experts. Even if the shadow spiders succeeded in their mission, discovery would spell disaster. By being present, he could maintain control over the situation, rendering his movements wholly untraceable. "It seems that I must personally attend the day of the assessment," Gu Changqing pondered, his thoughts clarifying into a resolution. The 5 insectoid creatures were all crafted by his own hand and possessed independent consciousness, akin to companions. While profit was undoubtedly significant, he could not bear to put them in peril. "Master is magnificent," roared the tiger bee, only to mischievously add, "If only I could have the chance to thrash Thanos. That would be even more perfect." Gu Changqing retorted with a chuckle, "Keep talking nonsense, and I shall summon all 4 to deal with you." "Agreed," echoed the shadow spider, the mantis and Thanos in unison. "All right, I shall be silent." The tiger bee quickly complied, intimidated by the display. "Master, there are assassins targeting our quarry." Just then, the ghost moth, stationed in the imperial capital to surveil Ma Xiao, suddenly transmitted a message. "Assassins?" Gu Changqing's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to encroach upon his business. With a flicker of thought, he activated shared perception with the ghost moth, and his vision abruptly shifted. Around him, he found himself in a dark alley within the bustling streets. Ma Xiao was traversing alone, suspiciously heading deeper into the alley. The ghost moth, in its fly form, circled leisurely above. Through its eyes, he noticed a shadow trailing closely behind, like a specter. A glimmer of a dagger barely visible in hand. The figure clad in black exuded a deeply concealed aura, unmistakably a well-trained assassin. Had it not been for the ghost moth's keen sense, he might have gone unnoticed. In the dead of night, where was Ma Xiao sneaking off to? Gu Chongqing's brow furrowed slightly. It could not be that he was up to his sordid deeds once more. Remembering the prior incident involving the abduction of the young girl, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Master, should we intercept? The cold gaze of the specter had already locked onto the cloaked assassin, relaying a sudden transmission. Gu Chongqing pondered momentarily before replying with an air of detachment. No need. Continue to observe. Although his business had been compromised, he bore no obligation to intervene. However, to provide his employer with a justification, it was prudent to issue a prior warning. Otherwise, facing inquiries afterward would leave him at a disadvantage without recourse. With this thought, Gu Chongqing retrieved the communication jade talisman. As its light flickered, a deep voice quickly responded from the other end. What is it? Apart from our Tianji pavilion, have you engaged any other assassin organization? Gu Chongqing asked directly. No, what do you mean by that? The tone of Ma Tianxiong grew noticeably tense. My informant just relayed intelligence that Ma Xiao is being covertly followed by an assassin in the alleys of the northern district, Gu Chongqing stated coolly. Before executing a killing mission, Tianji Pavilion bears no obligation to protect the prey. You must handle it as you see fit. With that, he severed the connection. Saying no more. What? In the dim chamber, Ma Tianxiong clenched the jade talisman tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He clearly had not anticipated that, apart from himself, others had also hired assassins to eliminate Ma Xiao. Although he was unaware of who Ma Xiao had offended, if Ma Xiao were to be killed at this critical juncture, all of his previous arrangements would be rendered futile. Apart from me, no one is permitted to touch him. Ma Tianxiong's gaze sharpened, his voice dripping with menace. He then rushed out of the chamber, rallying the formidable members of the Ma family, his demeanor fierce as they headed toward the northern district. Chapter 88. All can be endured at the top floor of the Drunken Cloud Tower, in the shadowy corner of the hall. Gu Chongqing utilized the shadow spider's ability to traverse, his figure suddenly appearing. His consciousness remained linked to the specter's vision, keeping a vigilant watch over the movements of Ma Xiao. It must be said, Ma Xiao's alertness was indeed concerning. The assassin had been tailing him for some time. Yet he remained oblivious. Gu Chongqing cared little for Ma Xiao's fate and had no intention of offering assistance. After all, he had already received half of the task's remuneration, and any unforeseen events occurring during this period could not be deemed a breach of contract. As he observed, the assassin exhibited remarkable patience, silently continuing the pursuit while awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Subsequently, Ma Xiao stealthily turned into a narrow alley, pushed open a decrepit wooden door, and slipped into a low-roofed dwelling. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast shadows. In a corner, a small girl, bound with hemp ropes, curled up and trembled. Her mouth was gagged with cloth, allowing only faint whimpers to escape. The specter quietly perched at the window, surveying everything within the room. It was her again. Gu Chongqing's pupils constricted as he recognized the girl's visage. To his astonishment, within a mere few days, she had once more fallen into the clutches of the twisted Ma Xiao, covertly abducted to this place. In an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged from Gu Chongqing's heart, enveloping his entire being. My dear little beauty, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Ma Xiao said, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. Although he was unaware of how you managed to escape last time, once I have set my sights on a toy, there is no place for it to hide. The little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, was filled with terror and despair. Do not be afraid, dear sister. I shall make you feel comfortable, Ma Xiao declared, brandishing a whip with a sinister grin. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced through the window, aiming directly for Ma Xiao's head. Sensing the imminent danger, Ma Xiao instinctively swung the whip to defend himself. With a soft hiss, the whip was severed by the icy light, embedding itself brutally into the back of his hand. Ah! Ma Xiao screamed in agony, staggering backward, revealing a dagger protruding from his hand, blood gushing forth. At that moment, a lithe figure of a cloaked assassin leapt through the window, landing deftly within the room. His face was obscured by a black cloth, leaving only a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes that coldly fixed on Ma Xiao. Rumors had circulated about the Ma family's heir's predilection for pedophilia, and seeing it firsthand confirmed the disturbing truth. The assassin cast a fleeting glance at the little girl before turning his attention back to Ma Xiao, his voice laced with a chilling malice. Who sent you? Ma Xiao's complexion turned ashen as he trembled, clutching his wound. My father is Ma Tianxiong. If you dare to harm me, you shall pay dearly, the assassin coldly replied. Killing you would soil my hands. However, your actions today have paved your path to death. Before his words could settle, the assassin approached like a specter, his dagger infused with lethal energy, thrusting it forward with deadly intent. Ma Zhao's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately summoned his inner strength, attempting to activate his protective barrier. Yet, the assassin's dagger struck like a viper, its cold gleam tearing through his defensive energy and aiming straight for his throat. With a swift maneuver, Ma Zhao barely evaded the lethal blow, but the dagger still grazed his neck, leaving a gruesome gash. "Is this your only skill, and you dare to commit evil?" The assassin sneered, his contempt palpable. "Who is your master?" Pale and terrified, Ma Zhao stammered. "Whatever he offered you, I will pay you double." The assassin disdainfully replied, "Money is like dirt to me." With a renewed intensity, the assassin closed the distance once more, his dagger striking relentlessly, each blow aimed to kill. Ma Zhao, in a desperate bid to evade, was filled with dread. Though he was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, the disparity between him and this assassin, who was merely a half-step into the realm of Tao, felt insurmountable. After a fierce exchange, Ma Zhao's wounds multiplied, blood staining his garments. Through the perspective of the ghostly moth, Gu Changqing observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. From their earlier exchange, it was evident that this man was no mere assassin. He was likely a meddlesome hero of the martial world. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, finding this possibility more plausible. After all, true assassins typically maintain a stoic silence to conceal their identities, unlike this man in black who wasted words. Bang! Just as Gu Changqing pondered, the man in black delivered a fierce blow to Ma Zhao's chest. "Ah!" Ma Zhao cried out in agony, spitting a mouthful of blood as his body was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall, which instantly cracked. "I was wrong. Please spare me," Ma Zhao pleaded, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with terror, his voice trembling with desperation. "Creatures like you, a disgrace to humanity, are not worth sparing," the man in black scoffed, the glint of his dagger reflecting a cold light. In that critical moment, Ma Zhao abruptly seized a dagger from the ground and hurled it with fervor. As the man in black evaded the projectile, Ma Zhao seized the opportunity to burst through the door, fleeing in a disheveled manner outside. The man in black's expression hardened, ready to pursue, but was halted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from outside. Instantly, he halted at the doorway. From the shadows, the ghost moth also turned to observe. Leading the group was Ma Tianxiang, surrounded by skilled members of the Ma family, who had arrived just in time to witness the blood-soaked Ma Zhao escaping from the house. "Father, save me!" Ma Zhao cried out as if clinging to a lifeline, stumbling toward his father. Ma Tianxiang's face was as dark as stormy waters. He did not even glance at his son, his piercing gaze fixed solely on the man in black. "Who dares to harm my family? They seek death. Capture him!" Ma Tianxiang bellowed, and immediately, over a dozen skilled members of the Ma family surged forward. The man in black swiftly retreated into the house, simultaneously producing a black sphere and throwing it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of black mist enveloped the area. When the smoke dissipated, both he and the young girl had vanished without a trace. "Lord Patriarch, the assassin has escaped," reported one of the Ma family's experts. "Should we pursue?" "Not necessary." Ma Tianxiang's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. "What transpired tonight must remain a secret." "Understood." The 10 or so members of the Ma family nodded in reverence. "Are you all right?" Ma Tianxiang turned his gaze to Ma Zhao, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware of his son's misdeeds. If they continued to investigate, it might attract unwanted attention from powerful factions, leading to ridicule for the Count's estate. "I'm fine. Thankfully, father arrived in time." Ma Zhao stammered, shaken yet claiming only minor injuries. His eyes darted away, unable to meet Ma Tianxiang's gaze. "Then all is well. Take the heir home to recover," Ma Tianxiang said slowly, inhaling deeply to suppress the surging anger within. As long as the plan remained unaffected, everything could be endured. The younger generation of the Ma family was plentiful. Losing one heir was merely an inconvenience, easily remedied through cultivation. However, the carefully laid plans he had devised over the years left no room for error. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion possesses extraordinary insight. Having swiftly learned of Xiao'er's assassination attempt, Ma Tianxiang inwardly rejoiced at having grasped the news at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, given the prowess of that cloaked assassin, Xiao'er would undoubtedly have met his demise tonight. Should that be the case, would not the master already be aware of my existence? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden weight of dread settled upon Ma Tianxiang, and he cast a sharp gaze around him. Unbeknownst to him, A small fly was currently hovering in the night sky, fixated upon him. How intriguing. It seems he has become aware of something. Gu Cha-ching, through the perspective of the ghost moth, observed Ma Tianxiong's reaction with a cold smirk. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Yet Ma Tianxing schemes against his own flesh and blood. Such cold-hearted ruthlessness indicates that he is not to be trifled with. While the exact nature of his machinations remains unknown, all shall be revealed at the 7 Xuanwu Mansion assessment in 3 days. As for me, I shall simply focus on killing for coin. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened slightly as he recalled the ghost moth. After tonight, Ma Xiao will undoubtedly be placed under close watch at the Ma residence. Further surveillance is of little necessity. Boss, we are in grave trouble. Just as Gu Changqing was regaining his composure, a voice filled with urgency called from outside. The fourth lord, who has reserved the entire Ziyun Tower for tonight, wishes to see you. Chapter 89. The fourth prince. Chuyan, what could he want with me? Gu Changqing regarded Ming Jing, who had entered the hall, with a flicker of puzzlement in his eyes. That individual mentioned that Ziyun Tower was originally the private property of his sixth brother. And now that it has a new owner, he must see it with his own eyes. As Ming Jing spoke, he suddenly realized something. His pupils constricting. Chu Linyuan is the sixth prince. Does that mean this fourth lord is indeed the fourth prince? At this revelation, Ming Jing swallowed hard, astonished that the one who reserved the entire Ziyun Tower tonight is such a figure. Gu Cha-ching's expression remained calm, having anticipated this development. Boss, will you meet him or not? Ming Jing inquired cautiously, lowering his voice. Do not panic. Gu Cha-ching pondered briefly before responding indifferently. He is merely a prince, not the emperor. With that, he descended the stairs with composure, making his way towards the main hall. As he walked, Gu Cha-ching nonchalantly donned a mask adorned with dark patterns, concealing his entire visage. Ming Jing steadied himself and hurriedly followed. In the brightly lit main hall on the first floor, amidst the spacious setting, stood over a dozen dark-clad assassins disguised as shop assistants, alongside several robust men in plain clothes. These individuals, though appearing unassuming, emanated an aura of restrained power, clearly experts from the palace. They seemed casually dispersed yet formed a tight protective circle around the central dining table. At that table sat 2 individuals. One was Lu Ruyun, and the other was a man clad in a dark brocade robe. He possessed striking features, his eyes dark and profound as ink. Though his countenance bore some resemblance to that of the noble Lord Chu Linyuan, his demeanor was decidedly more austere. This individual was none other than the youngest of the current royal family, Prince Chu Yan, the 4th son of the Yan King. Miss Lu, the hot pot at Ziyun Tower is indeed as delectable as the rumors suggest, Chu Yan remarked, his gaze resting upon Lu Ruyun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Might I have the fortune of inviting you to dinner again next time? His expression did not conceal the affection gleaming in his eyes. Your Highness flatters me. It would be my honor to accept your invitation, Lu Ruyun replied with a slight nod, maintaining a balance of decorum and warmth befitting the unique stature of her companion. Her grasp of propriety was commendably adept. Quite so, Chu Yan replied with a carefree smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the smile upon his visage, coupled with his cold demeanor, evoked a slight chill. As Lu Ruyun delicately savored a slice of meat, she remained silent, fully aware of the underlying intentions behind the 4th prince's earnest invitation. While it appeared to be a courtship, she understood it was, in truth, a strategic maneuver to leverage the Lu family's considerable wealth in the royal contention for succession. 4th Master, he has arrived, a burly guard reported in a hushed tone. Chu Yan paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to see Gu Changqing, adorned with a patterned mask, approaching with measured steps. Lu Ruyun's eyes flickered, discreetly appraising Gu Changqing from head to toe, and as her red lips pressed together, she felt a firm conviction forming within her. Stop. As Gu Changqing descended the staircase, he was halted by the guard, who sternly declared, to see our 4th master, you must remove your mask. Is that so? Gu Changqing replied, casting a disinterested glance at the guard. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, unfazed by the unexpected demand. The guard stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Lu Ruyun could not suppress a soft chuckle, her hand covering her mouth in amusement. She had not anticipated that Gu Changqing would be so entertaining, leaving the guard utterly embarrassed with a mere statement. Wait. Chu Yan set down his silver chopsticks, creating a crisp sound against the porcelain plate. Are you the new proprietor of Ziyun Tower? It seems you carry quite the air, even refusing to reveal your true identity. His tone was unhurried, yet it instantly thickened the atmosphere in the room. Lu Riyun's smile faded, acutely sensing the displeasure in Chu Yan's voice. She recognized that if Gu Chaqing had indeed offended the fourth prince, it would not bode well. For Chu Yan was not only a revered prince, but also a man of substantial power. An heir? Gu Chaqing paused momentarily, his back to Chu Yan, and with a faint smile remarked, "Is it not the case that His Highness has also arrived here wearing a mask under the guise of the fourth master?" At this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence, and Meng Jing's expression tightened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Gu Chaqing. Completely unanticipated. The master so casually revealed the identity of the fourth prince. Such an act is akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. A cold glimmer flickered in Chu Yan's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Chaqing's retreating figure. Outrageous. The leading guard barked an order. "Since you are aware of His Highness the fourth prince, why do you not kneel and pay your respects?" The other disguised guards swiftly adjusted their positions, encircling Gu Chaqing and cutting off all avenues of escape. The assassins from the Tianji pavilion exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as daggers slid from their sleeves into their hands. Gu Chaqing paid no heed to the guard's reprimand. As he turned, he elegantly executed a shadow step. In the blink of an eye, as the afterimage faded, he had traversed through the encircling guards and seated himself directly across from Chu Yan at the dining table. Intriguing. Chu Yan's eyes flickered with amusement as he regarded Gu Chaqing. "Indeed, you are quite a remarkable individual. No wonder my sixth brother chose to bestow this establishment upon you." However, he raised his hand to signal the guards to withdraw. "I did not come today to pursue that matter." A subtle smile graced Gu Chaqing's lips beneath his mask. "What brings the fourth prince here?" Chu Yan lifted his wine cup, swirling it gently before responding. "I have heard that my sixth brother encountered treachery on his way back to the capital, yet fortunately, he was rescued and managed to unearth a traitor. Is this matter in any way connected to you?" Gu Chaqing's gaze shifted slightly. The intent behind Chu Yan's words was unmistakable. He sought to probe the depth of his relationship with Chu Linyuan. After all, there were numerous guards surrounding the sixth prince at that time, and information is often prone to leakage. Understanding this, Gu Chaqing met Chu Yan's piercing gaze with calm composure, replying in a nonchalant tone. "I happened to be passing by at the time. It was merely a trifling effort. In gratitude, the sixth prince generously gifted me the deed to this establishment." At this revelation, Lu Riyun's expression turned to one of surprise. She had not expected Gu Chaqing to have such a connection with the sixth prince. It was no wonder he could occupy this prime location upon his arrival in the capital. "Ah, I see." Chu Yan feigned enlightenment, setting down his wine cup with ease. This aligned perfectly with the intelligence he had gathered. "I must admit, you indeed possess considerable skill." Chu Yan regarded Gu Chaqing with a meaningful gaze. "In just over 20 days under your management, Zueyin Tower has reached such a scale. Given more time, it is likely that no other tavern in the capital could rival Zueyin Tower." Gu Chaqing responded with a calm smile, "Neither servile nor arrogant, Your Highness, you overpraise me. This establishment merely seeks to earn a humble living. However, in this capital, not all sustenance is accessible to everyone." Suddenly, Chu Yan shifted the conversation. "What if someone were to cut off your means of sustenance? How would you respond?" Lu Riyun's expression froze at his words, her gaze subtly shifting towards Gu Chaqing. She understood that this was a common probing tactic employed by the fourth prince. Yet, the depth of his scheming made it challenging to discern his true intentions.